Chapter 1. The Price of Their Ambition. The door to the secluded tea room clicked shut, feeling like the seal on a tomb. Xiao Jun sat opposite the woman who was once his mother-in-law, Qiu Hui. Her designer clothes screamed money, yet her expression radiated pure contempt. She slid a document across the polished teak table and demanded, "Sign it. 5 million. Then you leave Qingcheng. For good." Xiao Jun's face remained a calm mask as he asked, "Where's Wan Xiu? Why isn't she here?" Qiu Hui's laugh was a short, sharp insult. "The Southwest Young Entrepreneurs Summit. Your situation is a minor distraction. 5 years of marriage reduced to a minor distraction." "I don't agree," Xiao Jun stated, his voice low but firm. Qiu Hui slammed her palm on the table, making the porcelain cups rattle. "Don't you dare be ungrateful. You lived off our family. You contributed nothing. My contribution was saving Zhang Patriarch's life. That's why he offered me Wan Xiu's hand," he countered calmly. "My contribution was tending to your daughter and healing her chronic illness." Qiu Hui waved a dismissive hand. "Ancient history. We've repaid any debt 10 times over. Wan Xiu is a top 10 outstanding young entrepreneur now. And you? A doctor? Please. A back alley herbalist with no license. That clinic you work in? We paid for it. She's soaring. You're anchored to the dirt. You're not in her league anymore." Xiao Jun smiled, a cold, hollow thing. "Top 10 entrepreneur, remember when the Zhang family had nothing? Buried in debt. Your grandfather feared I would reject the marriage. Thought it was an honor for you. Now a little money, a little status, and this is who you become?" He asked, the question hanging in the air. "Sign the paper." Qiu Hui snapped, her patience gone. "Do it cleanly, or we'll make you do it. I want to hear it from Wan Xiu." Xiao Jun insisted, a final ember of hope flickering. "I need to hear her say it." Qiu Hui smirked and pulled out her phone. A button was pressed, and the speakerphone hummed to life. "Xiao Jun." The voice was familiar, cold, and distant. "My feelings are gone. This is my decision, not just my mother's. Sign it. Don't make this messy. If 5 million isn't enough, I'll add another 5. 10 total. Take the money. Build a new life. Elsewhere." The line went dead, leaving a heavy silence in the room. Convinced? Qiu Hui retrieved her phone, her smirk victorious. "She has an empire to build. Don't be a stumbling block." Xiao Jun's heart turned to ash. 10 million. A fortune offered to discard him. Her resolve was absolute. "I'll sign," he said, his voice steady. "But keep your money. I can provide for myself." He picked up the pen, his hand unwavering, and scrawled his name on the dotted line. The sound was final. He stood up without another word and walked out of the room. A hulking figure leaned against the corridor wall. It was Zhang Ku, Wan Xiu's older brother. Once a petty thug, Xiao Jun had tried to steer right. He was now the head of security, dressed in an ill-fitting suit. His eyes raked over Xiao Jun with pure disgust. "Get lost, you leech. Don't let me see your face in this city again." Xiao Jun met his gaze, a silent promise passing between them, and then he walked away without looking back. The afternoon sun was too bright, and the city streets blurred around him as he walked. 5 years. Gone. Erased. His phone vibrated in his pocket, shattering the numbness. He answered the call. "Xiao Yi, young master." It was Chun Song, his clinic manager. "The Yuan family is here." "Again." "Turn them away," Xiao Jun said, fatigue edging his voice. "I'm not in the mood. It's Yuan Hang himself. The 3rd time this month. He says he won't leave without seeing you." Yuan Hang. A name that meant power. A pillar of the Yuan family. A true Qingsheng titan. Most people would tremble at such a visitor waiting in their tiny clinic. Xiao Jun's response was flat and unimpressed. "Then let him wait." He ended the call and kept walking. The discarded son-in-law was gone. The heir to Gu Yaimin was awakening. Chapter 2. I can take action. Xiao Jun, a descendant of the ancient medical lineage, embarked on a journey 5 years ago. After arriving in Qingcheng and saving the elderly patriarch of the Zhang family, he earned the latter's esteem, leading to a betrothal with his granddaughter. Throughout these 5 years, Xiao Jun has remained largely in the shadows, establishing a modest clinic without seeking recognition. Nevertheless, his occasional interventions have garnered him a reputation, and thus the name Divine Doctor Xiao came to be. After ending a phone call, Xiao Jun sighed, reflecting on the myriad experiences of the past 5 years and the scenes he had just witnessed in the tea house. His expression, initially complex, gradually solidified into resolve. "Wan Xiu, over the past year, I have sensed your transformation. Yet, I was reluctant to accept it, for you once bestowed upon me an indescribable beauty. Since you have chosen to conclude matters in this manner, I shall respect your decision. I cannot remain ensnared in nostalgia. As you aptly stated, it is time for me to embark on a new chapter in my life." Gathering his thoughts, Xiao Jun hailed a taxi and proceeded towards his clinic. In Qingcheng, at a nondescript corner of Wuchang Avenue, several vehicles had gathered, led by a Rolls-Royce Phantom, followed by an array of Mercedes-Benz S-Class cars. Bystanders whispered in confusion, perplexed by the presence of such luxury vehicles in this relatively obscure part of the city. At the edge of a modest establishment named Late Autumn Clinic, 5 or 6 impeccably dressed men stood, facing a commanding middle-aged figure and a youthful maiden. "Uncle, we are on the outskirts of the city. Is there truly a divine doctor here?" The girl, around 17 or 18 years old, stood at approximately 1.7 meters tall, clad in fashionable attire. Her countenance radiant with youthful exuberance. Yet, her lovely face was marred by skepticism as she questioned, what kind of divine doctor would establish a clinic in such a place? "We have been here for quite some time, and not a single patient has appeared. Could this be a scam?" In response to her inquiry, the leading middle-aged man maintained a stern expression, admonishing Yinner, "Do not speak frivolously." The girl rolled her eyes and pouted, remaining silent. Recognizing her defiance, the middle-aged man elaborated. "There truly is a divine doctor here, one who has successfully treated the head of the Liu family from Tianfu City." "The Liu family?" The girl's expression shifted, revealing intrigue. "Is it that Liu family?" "Indeed, in Tianfu City, which other Liu family could it be?" The middle-aged man chuckled softly, his tone serious. The ailment afflicting the head of the Liu family plagued them for 4 or 5 years, yet this divine doctor resolved it with a single treatment. The girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Is it really that miraculous?" "Absolutely," the middle-aged man affirmed with a nod. "However, this information is known to only a select few, as the conditions required for the divine doctor to intervene are exceedingly stringent. Hence, upon receiving news a few days ago, I rushed here in search of him. This marks my 3rd attempt. Then it follows that this divine doctor can truly save my father's life?" The girl's demeanor shifted to urgency. "Uncle, we must persuade him to come out at once." The middle-aged man nodded slightly, and then performed an ancient gesture of respect toward Chen Song, who stood within the doorway, saying, "Mr. Chen, may I inquire if you have informed the divine physician?" "I have," Chen Song replied calmly, bowing slightly in return. "However, the divine physician is currently occupied and cannot be disturbed. It may be that Mr. Yuan will be disappointed today." "Mr. Chen," Yuan Hang said in a deep voice, "we have sent people here twice before, and we have waited nearly an entire morning this time, demonstrating our sincerity. Why does the divine physician choose to remain elusive?" "There have been some matters at home," Chen Song explained. "I ask for your understanding, Mr. Yuan." Yuan Hang studied Chen Song, perceiving that although he was a host, he remained neither servile nor arrogant in the presence of Yuan's entourage, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. He contemplated the esteemed character of the divine physician himself. With a grunt, he declared, "If that is the case, I shall continue to wait until he is willing to meet." At that moment, a young woman received a phone call, and her expression changed dramatically. "Uncle, it's bad. My father's condition has worsened," she exclaimed anxiously. "You must hurry and summon the divine physician." Yuan Hang's countenance turned serious. "Mr. Chen, you have heard, our family head is in a critical situation. I implore you to persuade the divine physician to come forth. If he can cure my elder brother, any reward will be inconsequential." Chen Song forced a smile and said, "It is not a matter of reward. I am merely the divine physician's representative. Healing is his domain, and I cannot make decisions on his behalf." Before he could finish speaking, a taxi pulled up at the entrance. A man emerged and strode directly toward the clinic. It was Xiao Jun. However, as he took a few steps, he was intercepted by several bodyguards from the Yuan family. "What is your business?" one of the bodyguards asked. "The divine physician has returned." Chen Song rushed over, urging, "Please step aside." The divine physician? Everyone was taken aback. This was the divine physician of Late Autumn Clinic. So remarkably young. Indeed, the approaching Xiao Jun appeared to be merely 25 or 26 years old, a stark contrast to their preconceived notion of a venerable and esteemed healer. Is he truly the divine physician? Even Yuan Hang wore an expression of disbelief. This physician is exceedingly youthful. The young woman also looked doubtful. Has he genuinely cured the illness of the Liu family head? Should we give a try? Though she murmured softly, Xiao Jun still caught her words and turned with a smile, inquiring. The young woman glanced at her uncle but remained silent. Chen Song promptly stepped forward, saying, "Young master, this is Yuan Hang, the second heir of the Yuan family, and this is the eldest daughter, Yuan Yinner." "I understand." Xiao Jun replied, turning to Yuan Hang. Do you often experience chest tightness and shortness of breath? Yuan Hang was taken aback. Press 3 centimeters to the left of your rib cage, Xiao Jun instructed. Yuan Hang hesitated but instinctively followed Xiao Jun's guidance, pressing his thumb to the indicated spot. Hiss! The pain is excruciating. In the next moment, he gasped sharply, clutching his abdomen and bending over, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Xiao Jun. If I'm not mistaken, there appears to be an injury in this area. Meeting his gaze, Xiao Jun calmly remarked, moreover, it seems to have affected the internal organs. You likely did not pay much heed to it in your daily life, but judging by your complexion, it may become quite troubling in a few years. Yuan Hang's face was filled with astonishment. This glance not only revealed his chronic ailment, but also pinpointed the location of an old injury. Remarkable. At that moment, Yuan Hang set aside his previous disdain and skepticism, sincerely stating, I beseech you, divine healer, to save my elder brother. Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly, I have a condition for my assistance. Yuan Hang, with a display of his wealth, proclaimed, as long as you can heal my brother, we shall agree to any terms you propose. Do not hesitate to ask. Very well, I shall remember that. Xiao Jun nodded and approached the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Quickly, open the door for the esteemed healer. Yuan Hang instructed the bodyguard beside him. Once inside the vehicle, with the driver at the helm, Yuan Yin'er occupied the passenger seat, while Yuan Hang and Chen Song sat on either side of Xiao Jun throughout the journey. Yuan Hang recounted his brother's afflictions. The current head of the Yuan family is Yuan Dehai, who was a soldier in his youth. After retiring in his 30s, he returned to Qingqiang with a few comrades to venture into business together. However, due to differing ideologies, Yuan Dehai chose to part ways and establish the Yuan Group independently. A rare commercial genius, he began in logistics and, within a mere 20 years, had expanded the Yuan Group throughout Qingqiang, penetrating various industries. The Yuan family has thus become a genuine noble house in Qingqiang. In truth, my elder brother had already developed chronic ailments during his military service, and his health has never been robust. Yuan Hang sighed and said, in recent years, due to his relentless pursuit of business, he often sacrificed sleep. And just a few days ago, after catching a cold, he fell gravely ill. We have consulted numerous physicians, yet none could provide a remedy. A cold? Xiao Jun furrowed his brow. It is not merely an ordinary cold. Yuan Yin'er interjected. My father has always suffered from asthma. Other doctors have indicated that this severe cold has induced a fever, which has, in turn, compromised his organ function. Let us proceed to examine him. With his eyes closed, Xiao Jun ceased speaking. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt at the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Upon disembarking, Xiao Jun noticed the area was cordoned off, with several business personnel coming and going, prompting him to frown. Xiao Jun inquired, what brings us here? Yuan Hang explained, although my brother's health is poor, he refuses to remain at home or in the hospital. This occasion is the Qingqiang Young Entrepreneurs Conference, and, as one of the initiators, he must be present to preside over it. Yuan Yin'er, her beautiful brows knitted in concern, lamented, I have implored my father numerous times, yet he remains obstinate. I just received a call indicating that his condition seems to have worsened. It is utterly absurd for him to host a conference while gravely ill. Xiao Jun's expression darkened as he stated, take me upstairs. Certainly. Perhaps it was due to Xiao Jun's composure, coupled with his astonishing performance moments ago, that even Yuan Hang, a seasoned figure who has navigated the turbulent seas of commerce for many years, found himself compelled to bow his head in deference, repeatedly expressing his agreement. Chapter 3. A vast disparity at this moment, the Tianlong Grand Hotel was teeming with people outside the conference hall. This was the Youth Entrepreneurs Investment Conference of Qingqiang, where various media and entrepreneurs have been congested since morning, the venue adorned with colorful decorations and filled with a cacophony of voices. After a brief session of exchanges and discussions in the morning, at 3 in the afternoon, following a luncheon, a group of Qingqiang's young elites reconvened at the conference hall. Yuan Hang and his companions, in a hurried manner, traversed the hotel lobby and passed through the conference area, making their way towards the elevator. Despite their deliberate efforts to maintain a low profile and being at a considerable distance, they still attracted significant attention. Isn't that Yuan Hang and Yuan Yin'er from the Yuan family? Yuan Yin'er, renowned as Qingqiang's beauty, indeed possessed a captivating allure. Hey, do you think this investment conference has drawn so many wealthy, second-generation heirs solely due to the luck of some underprivileged youths? They must be coming for Yuan Yenner. Indeed, if one could become a son-in-law of the Yuan family, how many years of struggle could be spared? By the way, who is that man walking beside Yuan Yenner? I haven't seen him before. He seems to be striding alongside Yuan Hang, which suggests he is no ordinary figure. Who knows? I haven't seen him either. A murmur of speculation arose among the crowd, persisting until Yuan Hang and his group vanished from view. Among those present, one woman stood out remarkably. She was tall and donned a sleek black evening gown, her feet adorned with silver high heels, radiating elegance with every glance. Her beauty was striking, even in a hall filled with enchanting women. Yet what truly set her apart was the air of confidence and vigor that graced her features, presenting a sense of gallantry unlike the delicate charm often associated with femininity. "Mr. Zhang, what are you gazing at?" A handsome young man in a tailored suit approached her with a smile. "Mr. Liu," the woman acknowledged with a nod, who was the person that just entered. "Ms. Zhang, this is your first time attending such a conference. It's quite normal not to recognize them," Mr. Liu replied with a chuckle. "That is Yuan Hang, the second in command of the Yuan family, and behind him is Yuan Yenner, the daughter of the family head, Yuan Dehai." The mention of the Yuan family drew a hint of surprise on the woman's delicate features. As a rising star in the Qingqing business realm, though it was her first invitation, she had certainly heard of the illustrious Yuan name. "Yes, as one of the hosts. Yuan Hang will also deliver a speech at the banquet later," Mr. Liu added with a subtle smile. "What's wrong? You seem to recognize them." "No, I mistook him for someone else." The woman shook her head and offered a self-deprecating smile. The silhouette she had seen earlier did seem somewhat familiar. Yet beside him stood Yuan Hang, the second in command of the Yuan family. Given his status, how could he possibly gain entry to such a venue? Standing in the presence of such eminent figures? Over the past 5 years, she had painstakingly ascended to her current position, even with a modest accumulation of assets. She was acutely aware of the chasm that separated her from such individuals and illustrious families. Indeed, it was only now that she could catch a distant glimpse of the Yuan family, while that man, who was utterly inept beyond his domestic duties, could never be treated by the Yuan family as an esteemed guest, surrounded by their admiration. She had indeed misjudged the situation. After all, he should still be grappling with the outcome of the morning, retreating to a shadowy corner, engulfed in melancholy. "If you're interested, Wan Xiao, I can introduce you to him after the conference concludes," chimed Mr. Liu once more. Zhang Wanqiu's heart stirred at this. "You know members of the Yuan family?" she inquired. "Certainly. Although our Liu family cannot compare to the Yuan family in terms of wealth and influence, we share some connections," Mr. Liu replied with a light chuckle. "If you require assistance, I can certainly facilitate an introduction to young Master Yuan through my father." Among the younger generation of the Yuan family, there were no male heirs. The elder Yuan was Yuan Dehai, while the younger was Yuan Hang. Zhang Wanqiu understood the weight of his words and immediately replied, "If Mr. Liu can assist me in this regard, both Shimei and I would owe you a tremendous favor." "Oh, there's no need for such formality. It's merely a trivial matter. We are good friends, so discussing favors seems rather distant," Mr. Liu graciously remarked. "However, I noticed you seemed preoccupied this morning. Is there something troubling you?" At his inquiry, Zhang Wanqiu couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Liu, whose full name was Liu Changgong, was the second son of the renowned Liu Group in Qingqing. Unlike other frivolous scions, Liu Changgong had embarked on his entrepreneurial journey immediately upon graduation, successfully founding several beauty institutions closely tied to the cosmetics company co-founded by Zhang Wanqiu. Even his participation in this young entrepreneurs conference was a testament to his own merit rather than the shadow of his father. She shook her head. "Perhaps I simply did not sleep well last night." Liu Changgong expressed concern. "I know how hard you work, Zhang. In just a few short years, you've built Shimei to its current stature, but even for the sake of your career, you must prioritize your health. After all, in this world, money is an endless pursuit." "Thank you. I will take care of myself." "That's good to hear, Zhang. As a woman, you must learn to cherish yourself." Noticing the fervent gaze of Liu Changgong, Zhang Wanqiu was well aware of his feelings. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, a particular person surfaced in her mind. Liu Changgong, with his handsome features and exceptional talent, had established a formidable enterprise at a young age, truly a dragon among men. Comparatively, the individual she thought of was as disparate from him as the sun is from a grain of rice. Yet how could she still be preoccupied with that person? After this morning, He was no longer connected to her. Mr. Liu, shall we discuss this over there? Zhang Wanqiu suggested, dismissing her wandering thoughts as she pointed to the sofas in the corner of the venue. Lu Changgong nodded gracefully. The commotion in the venue was of no concern to Yuan Hang and his companions as they swiftly made their way to an exclusive lounge on the third floor of the hotel. After instructing the bodyguard stationed at the entrance to open the door, Yuan Hang entered with Xiao Jun in tow. Inside the spacious lounge, a man reclined languidly in a chair. His complexion was pallid, and he had nearly lost all his hair, with only a few strands remaining, now turned gray. Beside him was a medical apparatus, attended by two healthcare professionals who appeared to be assessing his condition, while he himself lay with his eyes half closed, seemingly in a state of oblivion between wakefulness and slumber. Earlier on the way, Xiao Jun had learned from Yuan Yin that Yuan Dahai had been a latecomer to fatherhood, nearing 60 years of age. Yet, despite his mental preparation, the sight of Yuan Dahai, now resembling a frail man in his 70s, took Xiao Jun by surprise. "Brother, I have brought Dr. Xiao to see you," Yuan Hang whispered as he approached Yuan Dahai. "What is my father's condition?" Yuan Yin'er inquired of the nearby medical staff. "Mister, Yuan has lapsed into unconsciousness 3 or 4 times this morning, and each time he regains consciousness, it lasts no longer than 5 minutes. He just awakened once before you arrived," one of the healthcare professionals replied with a wry smile. Yuan Hang's anger flared. "If that is the case, why not take him to the hospital first?" However, Mr. Yuan is quite obstinate. You know his temperament. He refuses to go to the hospital, and we are currently powerless to change that, the staff member explained. "I will take a look," Xiao Jun said as he stepped forward to grasp Yuan Dahai's wrist. After a prolonged moment of pulse diagnosis, a grave expression overtook Xiao Jun's face. "This ailment is no trifling matter." At that moment, Yuan Dahai let out a low groan, gradually awakening from his stupor. "Mr. Yuan has awakened," the attending staff quickly announced. "Hurry and bring the medication for Mr. Yuan." "There's no need," Xiao Jun interjected. "It is not advisable for Mr. Yuan to consume food or medication at this time." "Who are you?" the healthcare worker retorted, clearly displeased. In such prominent families, significant figures typically have personal physicians, and even in critical condition, they would have a dedicated medical team, and the Yuan family was no exception. "He is Dr. Xiao," Yuan Hang promptly clarified. "Trust his judgment." Turning to Yuan Dahai, Xiao Jun stated, "Mr. Yuan, I beg your pardon." With that, he lifted Yuan Dahai's eyelids, pinched the sides of his neck, and finally held his cheeks to prompt him to stick out his tongue. "What are you doing?" Yuan Yana exclaimed anxiously, witnessing Xiao Jun's apparent disrespect toward her frail father. "Dr. Xiao is examining my brother's condition," Yuan Hang reassured her, urging her to remain composed. Although he did not fully comprehend Xiao Jun's methods, he still sought to calm Yuan Yin'er. Noticing a slight improvement in Yuan Dahai's state, Xiao Jun asked, "Mr. Yuan, can you hear me?" "I can," Yuan Dahai replied, a glimmer of awareness returning to his eyes. "You're Dr. Xiao?" Yuan Hang interjected, "Brother, it is indeed Dr. Xiao. After 3 visits to his humble abode, we have finally managed to invite him here. Dr. Xiao, we are grateful for your assistance." As Yuan Dazai spoke, he coughed a few times. Xiao Jun promptly helped Yuan Dazai to sit up, patting his back while inquiring, "Not a bother at all. How are you feeling now?" "I feel quite fatigued," Yuan Dazai replied, taking a deep breath. "I have a sensation of dizziness, and my ears are somewhat uncomfortable, as if there are incessant buzzing insects nearby." Xiao Jun pressed his palm against Yuan Dazai's neck, asking, "And now? What are you doing?" The medical staff exclaimed angrily. "Are you treating Mr. Yuan like a mere monkey?" "Silence," Xiao Jun retorted coldly. "We have cared for Mr. Yuan for several years, and you, a presumptuous novice, have no understanding of our profession. What makes you think you can pose as a healer?" The medical staff were quite displeased. "Young Master Yuan, your father is frail and requires rest. You should persuade him to go to the hospital or return home." Yuan Hang felt somewhat uncertain. Traditional Chinese medicine indeed emphasizes observation and inquiry, yet he had never witnessed such a technique from Xiao Jun. Just then, however, Yuan Dazai suddenly exclaimed, "I feel much better." The room fell silent. Much better? They were puzzled, as it seemed Xiao Jun had done nothing, yet Yuan Dazai appeared improved. When they looked at Yuan Dazai, they noticed a glimmer of vitality in his eyes. It seemed unlikely that he would faint so easily now. Xiao Jun stated, "However, I have a few questions I would like to pose to Mr. Yuan." "Go ahead," Yuan Dazai replied. "Please ask them to leave the room," Xiao Jun requested. The others were taken aback. Wasn't he about to conduct an examination? Why the need for privacy? Surely there was no secret to conceal from them? Please, everyone step outside. Yuan Dazai instructed. Dad, Yuan Yin'er began, but Yuan Dazai simply waved his hand, signaling for them to depart. Let us step outside, Yuan Hang suggested, glancing at his elder brother as he called for everyone to leave. The medical staff left, muttering about the potential consequences should anything go awry. Once everyone had exited, Yuan Dazai turned to Xiao Jun with a bemused expression and inquired, What is it you wish to ask me? Surely you do not intend to harm me now that everyone has left? Xiao Jun replied in a serious tone, Mr. Yuan, do you have lavender or snake plant at home? Yes, Yuan Dazai answered without hesitation. I have poor sleep, so I keep blue lavender in my room. Recently, I've added several pots of orchid fragrance by my bedside to promote better sleep. Blue lavender is a rare gem among lavenders, typically attainable only by those of substantial means. The orchid fragrance is even more precious, a rare find among reeds, often unattainable even with wealth. Was it a gift from someone, or did you purchase it? Xiao Jun continued to inquire. The orchid fragrance was a gift from a friend, Yuan Dazai clarified. Is there an issue? Xiao Jun countered with a question of his own. Do you have a habit of drinking tea? Of course, Yuan Dazai replied. Who in our position does not enjoy tea? Yuan Dazai expressed his fondness for pu'er tea, to which Xiao Jun replied, that is quite fitting. Taking a deep breath, he continued, allow me to attend to your ailment first. Half an hour swiftly passed. Since their emergence, the door to the VIP room had remained firmly shut, leaving Yuan Hang and others anxiously waiting outside. Do you think he's capable? Yuan Yin'er inquired, her concern palpable. The situation was dire, as it pertained to her father's safety. Although Xiao Jun was a physician with a commendable history of treating the head of the Liu family, he remained a stranger to them. It should be fine, Yuan Hang asserted in a calm tone. I'm not so sure, he added. A medical staff member, who had been at odds with Xiao Jun, scoffed. Who is this so-called divine doctor? Does he even possess a medical license? It is highly likely he is nothing but a quack. Do not speak carelessly. Yuan Hang retorted coldly. By the way, where is Dr. Li? Why is he not by my brother's side today? Yuan Dazai had a personal physician named Li Changhua, yet he was noticeably absent. Dr. Li had to attend to an urgent matter today, the nursing staff explained. My father's condition deteriorated just now, and you all were left here. Dr. Li is truly unreliable, Yuan Yin'er said indignantly. Moreover, he encouraged my father to attend this conference yesterday, claiming there would be no issues. The staff offered a hollow laugh, responding, Dr. Li certainly did not anticipate such a turn of events. This morning, Mr. Yuan was in good health. Yuan Hang appeared to contemplate something, his gaze shimmering with intensity. Before he could utter a word, the door to the VIP room swung open. Xiao Jun emerged, his demeanor slightly fatigued. Mr. Yuan is fine. You may enter and see him, he announced. My father is all right? Yuan Yin'er exclaimed with delight. Xiao Jun did not respond directly, but continued. There should be a kitchen here. Please gather some medicinal herbs. I shall prepare a remedy. Afterward, he turned to the nursing personnel and listed over 20 types of herbs. The staff rolled their eyes in disbelief. Do you realize how difficult it is to find several of these items, especially the medicinal catalysts? Go find them yourself. One retorted. You certainly know how to issue commands. But why should I heed your words? Regardless of the difficulty, they must be procured, Xiao Jun replied, icily. As for why you should listen to me, you may inquire with Mr. Yuan himself. He insists on attending tonight's business banquet, and given his current condition, it is impossible without the medicine I concoct. Of course, if you believe you are capable, you may go and draft a military order with Mr. Yuan. Such bravado, one would think the wind might carry your words away. The staff member scoffed, though they dared not challenge the assertion. Frustrated, Yuan Hang interjected sternly, Hurry up. Any delay could jeopardize our important affairs, and you shall bear the consequences. With Yuan Hang's command, the nursing personnel, though reluctant, split up to procure the necessary herbs. After they departed, Yuan Hang and the others entered the room, while Xiao Jun waited outside. A few minutes later, a medical staff member ascended the stairs to inform Xiao Jun that most of the medicinal ingredients had been located, with only the catalyst remaining, though that was merely a matter of time. Xiao Jun exchanged a few words with Yuan Hang and the others before heading to the hotel kitchen to prepare the medicine. The concoction took approximately 2 hours to brew, and after Yuan Dazai consumed the herbal remedy prepared by Xiao Jun, It took less than 10 minutes for his demeanor to transform dramatically, radiating vitality. Chapter 5. How did you follow me here? Xiao Shini, thank you. Sensing the change in his body, Yuan Dezai could not help but express his gratitude. This seasoned businessman now bore an expression of admiration. While others could only perceive his transformation superficially, he alone understood the profound shift within him. As he had mentioned, upon waking that morning, he had not only felt dizzy, but also somewhat disoriented. Yet after Xiao Jun's simple treatment and the consumption of the herbal brew, he found himself rejuvenated. As a physician, I merely fulfill my duty, Xiao Jun remarked, glancing at the wall clock. Mr. Yuan, you should eat something before attending the conference. You should still have time. Father, are you truly all right? Yuan Yin asked with concern. Yuan Dezai chuckled, saying, do I appear to be in any distress? Xiao Shini, you are indeed remarkable. Yuan Yin's attitude toward Xiao Jun had significantly shifted. However, do take care to rest. After the conference, Mr. Yuan should return home immediately to avoid any further exertion, Xiao Jun advised. Also, there is some medicine left. Mr. Yuan should take it again before bedtime. I understand. Yuan Hang nodded, adding, I will ensure my brother adheres to this. Since that is settled, I shall take my leave, Xiao Jun stated before exiting the VIP room. Xiao Shini, wait, Yuan Hang called out, hastening after him. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Without you, my brother might not have made it through the evening's conference. As for the matter of compensation, Xiao Jun interrupted, there is no need for compensation at this moment. I have yet to contemplate it. What about my injury? Yuan Hang hesitated before inquiring. He recalled how Xiao Jun had immediately discerned his chronic ailment upon their first meeting. Your injury is not severe, but recovery will require a minor surgical procedure. I presume Mr. Yuan does not have the time for that now, Xiao Jun explained. However, prior to the surgery, it is imperative that you refrain from alcohol. Rest assured, I will not drink today, Yuan Hang replied, visibly relieved. Xiao Shini, we have matters to attend to, so I will arrange for someone to escort you home. I am with a friend. Xiao Jun gestured towards Chun Song, who had been seated on the sofa in the third-floor lounge for quite some time. There is no need for that. Very well, then I shall not impose further, Yuan Hang responded. After exchanging a few more words, Yuan Hang returned to the VIP room, while Xiao Jun approached Chun Song, patting him on the shoulder. Let's depart. Chun Song lifted his head and said, Young master, did you not proclaim that you would refrain from intervening in the future? This is a different time. Xiao Jun replied with a smile. I have divorced. Chun Song's body trembled slightly. Is it truly over? Indeed, Xiao Jun replied, a hint of sorrow glimmering in his eyes. We no longer inhabit the same world. Chun Song, filled with indignation, gritted his teeth and said, Young master, the Zhang family has gone too far. They had nothing at first, and the old master of the Zhang family was on the brink of death until you saved him. And what of that woman? What has she said? Now that her business is thriving, she dares to think of casting you aside. Let us not dwell on such matters, Xiao Jun replied calmly. The situation between Wan Qiu and I is known only to us. I merely feel it is unjust for you, young master. You hold a distinguished position as the heir of the ancient medical sect. Throughout Long Nation, countless individuals, from royal kin to common folk, in commerce, politics, and various walks of life, have benefited from our medical teachings. This is the foundation built upon centuries of our legacy. And what of the Zhang family? What standing do they possess? They have barely achieved any success, yet already carry themselves with such arrogance. Even if they have indeed become the wealthiest in Qingqing, they should still treat you with respect. Though Chen Song held a lowly status within the ancient medical sect, he spoke with pride. Enough, Xiao Jun said, furrowing his brow. I cannot contain my frustration. Chen Song insisted. Seeing his discontent, Xiao Jun softened his tone and placed a hand on his shoulder. I understand. You have worked hard these years. My master sent you to follow me 2 years ago, intending for me to practice medicine and propagate our skills. Yet I have squandered too much time in Qingqing. He raised his head, his gaze deep as he looked at the crystal chandelier above, a bitter smile gracing his lips. 5 years have passed. There are not many 5-year intervals in life. Fortunately, I have no regrets, and there is still time. Young master, are you now resolved to practice medicine? Chun Song inquired. Certainly. This Yuan family is but the first step, Xiao Jun stated. Let us depart. Very well. Chun Song instantly transformed from a state of despondency to one of excitement. Nothing was more inspiring than seeing Xiao Jun regain his spirit and remember his responsibilities to the medical community. By this moment, the clock approached 6, and the lobby of the Tianlong Grand Hotel was bustling with people. Xiao Jun had no desire to partake in the commotion. But as he and Chen Song reached the entrance, a piercing voice rang out. Xiao Jun, I never expected you to chase her all the way here. Turning around, they encountered a woman clad in a professional suit with vibrant orange curls glaring at them. Xiaoping, Xiao Jun said coolly. Xiaoping, the childhood friend of Zhang Wanxiu, was now one of the partners in her company. The Xiao family, often looking down on Zhang Wanxiu's choice of husband due to their financial status, had openly opposed him more than once. Subsequently, after embarking on a business venture with Zhang Wanxiu, she had frequently treated Xiao Jun with disdain. Are you here to beg Wanxiu to return? How brazen you are! Xiaoping strode towards the two individuals, her tone icy as she remarked, since you have signed the agreement, it is best to part amicably. Leave some fond memories in Wanxiu's heart. Your shameless persistence will only earn you further disdain. Though Xiaoping was of modest height and possessed decent looks, at that moment she exuded an air of superiority, her demeanor remarkably harsh. Xiao Jun chuckled lightly. He had already discerned upon following Yuan Heng to this venue that the conference was indeed the one attended by Zhang Wanxiu. Initially intending to offer some explanation, he found himself disinclined upon observing Xiaoping's demeanor. To his surprise, even Xiaoping, an outsider, was aware of his affair with Zhang Wanxiu. With an indifferent expression, Xiao Jun replied, Where I choose to go is my prerogative. Do you have any authority over me? Wanxiu is my friend. How can I not be concerned? Xiaoping retorted with a cold smirk. This is not a place for you. Wanxiu has shown you enough kindness, even providing you with a sum of money. Your presence here is merely a deliberate attempt to create discomfort. At this juncture, Xiao Jun remained silent, but Chen Song interjected angrily, Xiaoping, silence yourself. The situation they are in today bears an undeniable connection to your instigation. Xiaoping cast a sidelong glance at Chen Song, then laughed derisively. And who might you be? Chen Song, the towering figure and mere lackey of Xiao Jun, a mere apprentice in a dilapidated pharmacy. What qualifies you to converse with me? Fury ignited within Chen Song. Enough, Xiao Jun interjected, restraining him. He turned to Xiaoping and stated, There is no need for your mockery. Out of respect for Zhang Wanxiu, I will tolerate you this final time, but should our paths cross again under such an attitude, do not expect my courtesy. Courtesy? How do you intend to withhold it? Xiaoping laughed scornfully, unfazed. Yet, Xiao Jun chose to disregard her further, hailing a cab with Chen Song and departing from the Tianlong Grand Hotel. Chapter 6. The ruined Xiaoping paid no heed to Xiao Jun's harsh words. Once the two had left, she scoffed disdainfully, a dog without a home. She then clicked her heels as she entered the conference hall. At this moment, the event had commenced. This conference primarily focused on supporting and investing in enterprises led by young entrepreneurs, with prominent business magnates offering their backing. After the host delivered some formalities, several representatives from the business sector took the stage to speak. Among these titans, the Yuan family held the highest standing. While the magnates spoke, Xiaoping leaned toward Zhang Wanxiu, whispering, Wanxiu, guess whom I just saw at the entrance? I spotted Xiao Jun. Zhang Wanxiu's heart skipped a beat. What is he doing here? He likely came to win you back, Xiaoping replied nonchalantly, but I have already sent him away. Why did you send him away? Zhang Wanxiu sighed. The agreement is signed. We are merely a step away from obtaining the certificate. He probably just wanted to see me. Wanxiu, what is there to discuss with him? And remember, this place is crowded with onlookers. You must not forget that you are the esteemed chairwoman of the company. Our cosmetics rely on your persona for investment and promotion. Xiaoping, filled with frustration, remarked, moreover, that fellow has already revealed his true colors, threatening to deal with me next time. His essence is nothing more than that of a rogue, destined to remain a lowly character forever. Zhang Wanxiu shook her head, fully aware of her friend's loquacious nature. After a brief pause, she continued, Let us wait until the conference concludes. We can discuss potential investments then. My friend, General Liu, mentioned he would introduce us to young Yuan from the Yuan family. Xiaoping curled her lips disdainfully and then, with a mischievous glimmer in her eyes, declared, If the Yuan family is willing to invest, our company will undoubtedly soar to great heights. This is a splendid opportunity. You must seize it. However, upon hearing this, Zhang Wanxiu, who had initially felt a flicker of hope, found herself engulfed in turmoil. She managed a forced smile, but remained silent. Meanwhile, After a light meal, Xiao Jun and Chun Song returned to the late autumn medical clinic. This clinic, a modest 50 square meters, housed a storage room as well. It was Zhang Wanxiu who had ceremoniously unveiled it alongside him during its inception. "Tonight, I shall reside here," Xiao Jun stated, proceeding directly into the storage room to begin organizing his belongings. "Young master, how can you stay in such a place?" Chun Song exclaimed in haste. "I shall arrange a hotel for you. The clinic has earned some revenue over the years, and I have my own savings as well. If you intend to remain in Qingcheng, we could purchase a house." "No need. Besides, how could I possibly use your money?" Xiao Jun chuckled. "Just hurry and tidy up the inner room. I will manage to buy a house myself." "Very well. Seeing Xiao Yunis resolutes demina." Chun Song acquiesced and began to assist with the cleanup. "Also, refrain from calling me young master in the future," Xiao Jun stated solemnly. "Just address me by my name. Isn't that blurring the lines of hierarchy?" Chun Song's eyes widened. "If the master were to find out, he would hold me accountable. What hierarchy is there?" "This is not ancient times," Xiao Jun replied, shaking his head. "Moreover, although you have been a medical apprentice since childhood, there is no need to maintain such distinctions in the outside world." Recalling Xiaoping's earlier attitude, Xiao Jun paused before adding, "These past 2 years, you have endured quite a bit alongside me. I assure you, such grievances will not recur." As the young master of the ancient medical sect, Xiao Jun had begun studying medicine at the tender age of 6, mastering it by 16, and earning the title of a prodigy. At that year's ancient medical conference, he had appeared striking and gallant, commanding respect from all corners. Chun Song had witnessed this scene firsthand, marveling at Xiao Jun standing alone, his medical prowess overshadowing even the most esteemed figures of other medical sects. It was a moment of immense pride. However, 5 years ago, after departing from the medical sect to practice medicine across the realm, Xiao Jun inadvertently wed during his first stop in Qingcheng, leading to a gradual severance from the sect. Although the sect leader had dispatched Chun Song to accompany Xiao Jun with occasional reminders, the impact had been minimal. Over the years, Xiao Jun had scarcely practiced medicine, and Chun Song had assumed that the once proud young master had lost his spirit. Yet, upon hearing Xiao Jun's words now, he realized that Xiao Jun's original aspirations remained intact. Chun Song, filled with both emotion and excitement, exclaimed, "If the young master can regain his vigor, that would be splendid." Xiao Jun countered, "Still calling me young master?" Chun Song chuckled softly and expressed his gratitude to the boss. Xiao Jun offered a faint smile. After a flurry of activity, the storage room had been transformed. At Xiao Jun's insistence, Chun Song would spend the night on the foldable wooden bed in the clinic, while Xiao Jun opted for a makeshift bedding arrangement on the floor of the storage room. In the late autumn, a chill lingered in the air. Xiao Jun rested his head on his hands, gazing out the window at the landscape, where a crescent moon hung in the ink-black sky. He found his thoughts drifting back to the events of the day concerning Yuan Dahai. By nature, he preferred to remain aloof from such schemes. However, reflecting on his recent divorce, he felt compelled to advocate for the clinic's reputation, which prompted him to caution Yuan Dahai. Yet, the memory of his divorce brought a pang to his heart. Remnants of the past rushed through his mind like cars speeding down a road, continuous and elusive. As he pondered, sleep gradually enveloped him. At 8 the next morning, Xiao Jun awoke, dressed, and exited the storage room, only to discover that the wooden bed had been folded away and Chun Song was nowhere to be found in the clinic. Nevertheless, Xiao Jun paid little heed to this and proceeded to open the door for business. Although he was resolved to rejuvenate the medical practice, he remained uncertain about his next steps, contemplating whether to leave Qingcheng or to wait a little longer. This clinic represented his first venture after descending the mountain, and he was reluctant to conclude it hastily, even if that were the case. However, the first visitors to arrive were not patients, but a group of young men. They approached the clinic's entrance, and one of them, sporting bleached hair, brazenly kicked over a signpost placed outside. "What are you doing?" Xiao Jun emerged from the consultation area, demanding to know, "Are you the owner?" The young man sneered at Xiao Jun, declaring, "Your lease has expired. I'm here to collect the rent." "Rent?" Xiao Jun was taken aback. The clinic had been established with the assistance of the Zhang family, who had always covered the rent. He had never concerned himself with such matters. Thus, he suppressed his anger and replied, "If you have come to collect rent, let us speak civilly. Why vandalize my property? I'll kick what I please." The young man retorted dismissively, delivering another kick to the consultation table. "You better hurry up with the rent, or I'll shut you down. Did the storefront owner send you?" How much is it? Do you have a contract? Xiao Jun countered. What contract? I don't know anything about that. The young man replied nonchalantly. I'm here to collect the rent. 50,000 in total. So hurry up. Xiao Jun persisted. Wuchang Avenue is located in the western suburbs. Our storefront is quite remote. How could the rent possibly be 50,000 a year? Who said anything about a year? The young man shot back, glancing at Xiao Jun. That as for a month. Isn't that extortion? Xiao Jun frowned. Hey, if you don't pay, you'd better close up shop, or don't blame us for being rude. As he spoke, the young man's companions rolled up their sleeves in readiness. Only then did Xiao Jun grasp the situation, responding in a low voice, You're deliberately looking for trouble, aren't you? Who sent you? The incessant chatter was tiresome. This remote little shop surely contained little profit. Huang Mao declared, Since he refuses to pay and 1T closed the door, let's smash it. With his words, his lackeys surged in, scattering the herbs from the basket onto the floor and overturning the jars on the table. Within moments, chaos ensued. Seeing Huang Mao attempt to break into the traditional Chinese medicine section to smash the drawers, Xiao Jun was filled with rage. He seized Huang Mao's wrist and exclaimed, Stop this at once. Chapter 7. No one to stop Huang Mao, unfazed by Xiao Jun, sneered and intended to continue his rampage. However, he soon realized that Xiao Jun's grip on his wrist was as unyielding as a vice, rendering him unable to break free. Let go, he shouted, his anger boiling over. Or I'll hit you. Who dares to touch my boss? Just then, a furious shout erupted from outside. Chun Song, carrying 2 breakfast portions, stood at the entrance of the clinic, glaring at the young men inside. Standing over one, 85 meters tall and possessing a robust physique, Chun Song's shout carried a certain intimidation, compelling the young men to halt their destruction momentarily. Tossing the breakfast onto the ground, he quickly approached the pair and delivered a resounding slap to Huang Mao's face, causing a tooth to fly from his mouth as he collapsed to the floor. Ignoring Huang Mao, Chun Song hurriedly pulled Xiao Jun to his side, anxiously inquiring, Boss, are you all right? I'm fine, Xiao Jun replied. You arrived just in time. These ruffians were intent on vandalizing our clinic. Chun Song nodded, casting a cold glance at the remaining 4 young men. Boss, how should we resolve this? He asked. Do not go too hard on them. Understood. Chun Song's expression darkened. As an apprentice in the ancient medical arts, he had another duty, to assist his master in eliminating foes. Thus, he had trained in martial arts from a young age, his skills being exceptional. Over the past 2 years, due to Xiao Jun's repeated prohibitions, he had not had the opportunity to showcase his abilities. Now, with Xiao Jun's tacit approval, Chun Song charged at the remaining young men, his formidable frame resembling a bulldozer. The sound of fists colliding with flesh echoed continuously within a minute. Anguished cries filled the air. The 4 or 5 young men were no match for Chun Song, who left them battered and bruised before tossing them out of the clinic like mere chickens. The commotion drew a crowd of onlookers, witnessing Chun Song's bravery. Taking on 5 foes single-handedly left many familiar merchants astonished. They had never anticipated that the usually humble and unassuming Chun Song could be more ferocious than these young ruffians. Damn it, you dare to hit me? You must be tired of living. Huang Mao, having lost a tooth and endured several kicks, lay on the ground, his chest throbbing with pain. Yet, despite his condition, he could not refrain from issuing threats. Want to try again? Chun Song raised an eyebrow, his demeanor fierce. Just wait. With the assistance of his younger brother, Huang Mao clambered to his feet, retreating while exclaiming, a spineless leech, failing to pay rent and resorting to violence. Await your closure. He was clearly intimidated by Chun Song and hastily made his exit after uttering those words. Chun Song inquired of Xiao Jun, Should we detain them? No need. I have discerned the instigator, Xiao Jun replied. I shall step out for a moment. Observing the chaos strewn around him, Xiao Jun's countenance darkened. He first retrieved the breakfast that Chun Song had carelessly discarded and placed it upon the examination table. Without awaiting a response from Chun Song, Xiao Jun departed to hail a cab, leaving Wuchang Avenue behind. Half an hour later, Xiao Jun arrived at a factory district. This was the manufacturing site of the exquisite Mayu Cosmetics Company. The security at the entrance attempted to impede his progress, but he brushed past them forcefully, barreling into the office. Inside the security department's office, he found Zhang Ke leisurely perched in a grand chair, sipping tea and watching television, appearing quite content. Upon noticing Xiao Jun's abrupt entrance, he was initially taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, setting down his teacup with a sardonic smile and inquiring, "What brings you here?" "Those young ruffians, were they summoned by you?" Xiao Jun regarded Zhang Ke with a calm demeanor, pressing, "I am aware of who orchestrated this entire affair since Huang Mao's menacing words earlier. That is why I have come directly to you." "What young ruffians?" Zhang Ke retorted dismissively. "I do not comprehend your meaning." "Do not feign ignorance," Xiao Jun replied coldly. "Zhang Ke, we were once family, and I shall refrain from involving the authorities this time, but heed my warning." "Heed your warning? Involve the police?" Zhang Ke erupted in laughter, rising to his feet, chin held high as he faced Xiao Jun. "Indeed, I'm the one who summoned them. So what? Go ahead and report me. Do you think anyone will take you seriously? Even if they did, I would merely receive a verbal reprimand. And what of you? Do not expect to keep your clinic running." As Xiao Jun attempted to respond, Zhang Ke interrupted him, continuing, "You are the one overreaching, not me. I never anticipated you would remain in Qingsheng. What do you intend? To exploit my sister's compassion or to deliberately provoke us? Let me make it clear. The clinic was established by my family for you, and now that we shall cease your funding, you are to vacate." Despite having mentally prepared himself, Xiao Jun could not suppress the surge of anger at Zhang Ke's sudden hostility after merely a day. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "I have not demanded a single cent from the divorce settlement, and I will personally cover the clinic's rent. I only hope you do not force me into an embarrassing situation." Zhang Ke burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Everyone witnessed this. He dares to extort money. My sister's earnings are her own. What business is it of yours? Xiao Jun, how can you possess such audacity? As a man, I truly feel ashamed for you." Xiao Jun countered, "Zhang Ke, I have come solely for a serious discussion. Since you are unwilling to converse, should you summon others again, I will be compelled to handle the matter through formal channels. Did you think I would allow you to depart unscathed?" Upon witnessing Xiao Jun's intention to depart, Zhang Ke promptly summoned several of his security subordinates, encircling him. Xiao Jun furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What do you intend to do? Do you believe you can come and go as you please, still acting as if you are my brother-in-law?" Zhang Ke retorted with disdain, "Let me make it clear. I shall not indulge you. You possess no remarkable skills, yet parade around with unwarranted arrogance. Do you wish to engage in a physical confrontation? It is not I who shall strike first, but rather you, consumed by jealousy, attempting to steal from our factory, and fortuitously caught in the act." He coldly continued, "Unless I teach you a lesson, you will never understand your proper place. Give him a sound beating. Just don't kill him." The final remark was directed at his subordinates. Xiao Jun's expression darkened, and before he could utter a word, a security guard to his right sneered, clenching his fist and aiming a blow at his face. Xiao Jun deftly sidestepped the punch, while another guard attempted to seize his arm, only to be evaded with equal finesse. Observing this exchange, Zhang Ke gasped slightly, then mocked, "Let us see how long you can evade." Indeed, as Zhang Ke had stated, they were ensconced within the narrow confines of the security department's office, surrounded by 5 or 6 guards, leaving Xiao Jun with limited options for evasion. Yet he remained unfazed, and after dodging another punch, his countenance turned frigid. "You have forced my hand." He grasped one guard's arm, yanked it backward, then thrust forward. The guard, caught off guard, felt an overwhelming force emanate from Xiao Jun, dislocating his arm and sending him hurtling uncontrollably into the office desk, crashing to the ground with a pained scream. This spectacle not only stunned the surrounding guards, but also left Zhang Ke wide-eyed in disbelief. However, there was no time for their astonishment. In that moment, Xiao Jun appeared transformed, as if a switch had been flipped within him, embodying a ferocious tiger rather than a sheep encircled by wolves. In less than a minute, the once menacing guards lay strewn across the floor, nursing dislocations and fractures. Amidst the cacophony of cries, only Zhang Ke remained unscathed, utterly bewildered. He had never anticipated that the typically gentle and refined brother-in-law, who rarely retaliated even when insulted, could unleash such terror. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Jun, steeped in ancient medical knowledge, was intimately familiar with human acupoints and bone structures. Throughout history, mastery of both medicine and martial arts defined a true ancient healer. A practitioner of medicine, if not fortified, cannot preserve their legacy. It is said that the great physician Hua Tuo devised 2 versions of the 5-animal play, one for strengthening the body and another for lethal combat. Having remained dormant in Qingsheng for 5 years, Xiao Jun had not found an opportunity to act against the Zhang family, But now, as Zhang Ke found himself ensnared by Xiao Jun's icy gaze, he felt the palpable terror of the moment. Do not come any closer. Zhang Ke remained oblivious to the fact that his legs had grown weak and his voice began to tremble. I will not strike you. It was merely that Xiao Jun, disinclined to lay a hand on Zhang Ke, after regaining his composure, regarded him with indifference and stated, I have stayed in Qingcheng solely to manage the clinic diligently. I harbor no desire for any entanglements with you. However, out of respect for Wanqiu's elder brother, I shall offer you one final piece of advice. Know when to stop. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. This man, who had remained silent for 5 years, finally revealed a glimpse of his latent hostility. With that said, he turned and exited the security room. Chapter 8. It was not until Xiao Jun had walked for 3 or 4 minutes that Zhang Ke regained his breath, leaning against the desk. His palms and back were drenched in cold sweat. Damn it, a bunch of worthless fools. Upon realizing his own disheveled state, Zhang Ke, consumed by humiliation and anger, kicked his subordinate sprawled on the floor, venting his frustration. Get up and get out. The security guards, too intimidated to express their anger, assisted one another in departing the security office. Zhang Ke lit a cigarette and, with a sullen expression, sat down to collect himself when the phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he hesitated, yet ultimately answered. How is the matter progressing? A young man's voice came through the line. Zhang Ke quickly feigned a smile and replied, There has been a slight mishap. It remains unresolved. A mishap? The voice on the other end darkened immediately. What sort of mishap could arise from such a trivial matter? If you cannot even handle this, how can you expect my support? Calm down, Xiao Lu. This is indeed my fault, Zhang Ke hastily replied. However, I assure you, within 3 days at most, I will ensure that Brad is out of Qingcheng. Speak. How have you arranged this? How could you fail at such a simple task? Came the retort from the other side. Zhang Ke forced an awkward smile, pondering for a moment before divulging the situation, albeit omitting certain details to preserve his pride. Fool, to think you would hire thugs to deal with him. Were it not for your connection to Wanqiu, you would not even be worthy of speaking to me. Listening to the scorn from the other end, Zhang Ke felt displeased but could only offer a forced laugh in agreement. Xiao Lu, one can only say that the brat is rather formidable. I had not realized it before. What shall we do now? Were you not just saying he came looking for trouble? Did he not injure someone? Indeed. Xiao Jun is exceedingly arrogant. I will find someone else shortly to take care of him. Foolish. The voice interrupted him mid-sentence. If he seeks death, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. This incident can be perfectly utilized. 10 minutes later, Zhang Ke ended the call, his expression a tempest of fluctuating emotions. The caller had been Lu Changgong of the Lu family. In truth, Zhang Ke wholeheartedly supported the divorce between Zhang Wanqiu and Xiao Jun primarily because he sought to align himself with Lu Changgong, who had promised him a myriad of benefits. Zhang Ke had always been aware of the latter's desire for his sister, yet he felt no aversion to it. Rather, he welcomed the prospect with delight. After all, the Lu family is considered a prestigious clan in Qingcheng, their business flourishing to an impressive scale, far surpassing the nascent Zhang family. Although Lu Changgong has ventured in entrepreneurship independently and is not the eldest son, he is destined to return to the Lu family and the Lu group eventually. With such a towering figure to provide support, the Zhang family's future path will undoubtedly be considerably smoother. Furthermore, Zhang Ke harbors ulterior motives. Despite currently serving as the head of security at Zhang Wanqiu's luxurious cosmetics company, he is essentially just a mere security guard stationed in a remote factory. However, being associated with Lu Changgong is an entirely different matter. Should Lu take a liking to him, any position granted would elevate him to great heights. Thus, even without Xiao Hui's prompting, Zhang Ke is compelled to act on behalf of Lu Changgong, suppressing Xiao Jun. It must be this way. Reflecting on Lu Changgong's instructions over the phone, a ferocious glint flickered across Zhang Ke's face as he turned and strode towards the factory. Today, Xiaoping arrived at the factory premises, inspecting the shipping processes and a series of quality issues. Upon noticing Zhang Ke's presence, her brows arched in disdain as she remarked, Why aren't you in the office? What brings you here? Xiaoping held Zhang Wanqiu's elder brother in contempt. Not only was he indolent, he had once been a drifter, lacking any ambition. Yet, as a partner, she begrudgingly allowed him to serve as the head of security in the factory, knowing she would have opposed him working in their city office. Xia, you must advocate for me, Zhang Ke lamented, his face a picture of woe. That brat Xiao Jun caused a ruckus early this morning and assaulted both me and my subordinates. He dared to cause trouble and attack you? Xiaoping questioned with skepticism. Regardless of whether Xiao Jun possessed such audacity, Zhang Ke's robust physique hardly suggested he would be the one to suffer defeat. Indeed, it is the unvarnished truth. But I am unscathed because Xiao Jun feared that if he harmed me, Wanqiu would be furious. Zhang Ke replied, his expression woeful. I know you may not believe me, but come see for yourself. Accompanying Zhang Ke to the security office, Xiaoping indeed witnessed several injured security personnel seated by the entrance. Subsequently, Zhang Ke accessed the surveillance footage, and upon viewing it, Xiaoping's expression darkened. Xia, did you see how arrogant Xiao Jun is? Even while watching the footage, I felt a shiver run down my spine. Zhang Ke remarked, recalling how swiftly his subordinates had fallen. The memory of the encounter left his joints aching. Xiaoping let out a cold laugh. Though the surveillance lacked audio and did not reveal the full extent of the altercation, she was not naive. It was evident that Zhang Ke had intended a strike but had been outmaneuvered by Xiao Jun. So this Xiao Jun possesses such impressive skills, she mused, surprised. Turning her gaze back to Zhang Ke, she inquired, What do you mean by showing me this? Zhang Ke remarked, General Manager Xia, I do not seek your favor. I have come to discuss a pressing matter with you. Look at this Xiao Jun, so brazen and reckless. If he dares to create a disturbance in the factory today, he will surely resort to violence against me tomorrow, and who knows, perhaps he will even target you the day after. We must be vigilant against such a desperate rogue. Xiaoping found the situation amusing. After just a few words, Xiao Jun had already been labeled a desperate criminal. Yet, as a smile began to grace her lips, she felt an unsettling sensation. She could not help but recall the fierce words Xiao Jun had uttered outside the Tianlong Hotel yesterday. Initially, Xiaoping had dismissed it as a mere joke, but now, witnessing the ruthlessness displayed in the surveillance footage, she realized that a degree of caution was indeed warranted. At that moment, Zhang Ke continued, You have seen the footage. The evidence is irrefutable. If we present the video to the police, Xiao Jun will certainly face consequences. Xiaoping inquired curiously, You could handle this matter on your own? Why involve me? Zhang Ke chuckled awkwardly. I simply thought it prudent for you to personally report it to the authorities, considering your acquaintance with Captain Wu. A few words from you could ensure that Xiao Jun faces the repercussions he deserves. Xiaoping frowned. What benefit do I derive from this? The benefit lies in driving Xiao Jun out of Qingcheng, Zhang Ke replied. As I mentioned earlier, he is emotionally unstable following his divorce. A potential time bomb just waiting to explode. Our company is currently seeking investment and sponsorship. If that scoundrel decides to act out daily, he could jeopardize our opportunities. Furthermore, should he harass my sister, it would undoubtedly hinder our company's growth. General Manager Xia, I am acting in the interests of both my sister and the company, and I trust you share similar sentiments. Do not hesitate. Now is the opportune moment. After listening, Xiaoping's expression fluctuated. While she recognized that Zhang Ke's seemingly noble words may not reflect his true intentions, she also acknowledged the validity of his points. Very well, I will report it. She finally resolved, but we must align our narratives regarding your prior encounter with Xiao Jun. Indeed, General Manager Xia, your foresight is commendable, Zhang Ke responded hastily. However, we must keep this from my sister. As you know, she possesses a tender heart. Although Xiao Jun is heartless, my sister is bound to show compassion. Xiaoping replied coldly, I do not require your guidance. With that, she turned and exited the security room. Chapter 9. The arrest meanwhile at the Wanqiu Medical Clinic. Upon returning, Xiao Jun found Chen Song refraining from inquiring about his whereabouts, having already prepared everything. The consultation desk was arranged with prescription papers, writing implements, and a pulse examination mat. This was in accordance with Xiao Jun's instructions from the previous day, as he was set to begin seeing patients today. Since the clinic's inception, this would mark Xiao Jun's first consultation. Chen Song, perhaps you should consider changing the name on a day when you have time, Xiao Jun suggested. When he established the clinic, he had chosen the homophone Wanqiu from Zhang Wanxiu's name as the signboard, but now it seemed less fitting. Understood, Chen Song replied. Behind the counter, Chen Song was organizing the medicinal herbs when he remarked, the clinic rarely opens its doors to patients. So Xiao Jun has sat here all morning without a single visitor. Concerned that Xiao Jun might lose his enthusiasm, Chen Song quickly added, Our clinic does have a reputation. It's merely that few are aware of it. Xiao Jun smiled, reassuring him, Rest assured, I am well aware of my own motivations. In truth, over the past 2 years, Xiao Jun had treated no more than 10 patients himself, while Song had handled the minor ailments, such as colds and other trivial issues. Initially, when a Liu family from Tianfu City sought his expertise, it was only after navigating through layers of connections that they learned of Xiao Jun's identity and deliberately sought his services. Just as the morning was about to pass without incident, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, not particularly tall, arrived at the clinic's entrance. He paused, seemingly surprised, before stepping inside. Although he appeared to have wandered in by chance, Song perked up and approached him. "Are you here to see a doctor?" he asked with a beaming smile. After the man nodded, Song continued, "Please, allow me to assist you with registration." The middle-aged man expressed curiosity. "In such a small clinic, do you really charge a registration fee? You are our first patient today. I shall waive it for you." Song chuckled, gesturing towards the center of the clinic where Xiao Jun was seated. "You have such a young doctor?" the man queried without preamble, walking over and casually placing his hand on the examination mat. Young as he may be, his medical skills are exceptionally proficient, Song quickly asserted. Xiao Jun, opting for brevity, nodded at the man and proceeded to take his pulse. After a moment, Xiao Jun fixed his gaze on the middle-aged man and said, "Let me see your tongue." The man complied, extending his tongue, and after scrutinizing it for a while, Xiao Jun's expression grew serious. "Is there a problem?" the man inquired. "Indeed, there is a significant issue," Xiao Jun confirmed, reaching for paper and pen to jot down notes. The middle-aged man chuckled. "Doctor, please don't frighten me. I've been in good health for 20 years. I know you're a practitioner of martial arts," Xiao Jun countered. The man, who had initially regarded Xiao Jun as a charlatan, felt his body freeze as he prepared to stand, but instead sank back into his seat, his voice low. "What do you mean?" "I mean to say that you are a martial artist with considerable skill, which explains your 2 decades of good health," Xiao Jun replied, raising his gaze. "However, just because you have not fallen ill does not mean that there is nothing amiss." The notion that many were unaware of the intricacies of martial arts was well-founded. In this era of peace, ordinary individuals rarely encountered such matters. Thus, when the middle-aged man heard Xiao Jun's assertion, his interest was piqued and a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Do elaborate," he urged. "Have you not realized that the energy within you is often beyond your control? I surmise you are generally a placid individual. Yet you may have experienced bouts of irritability for some time now," Xiao Jun stated calmly. "How do you know this?" the man asked, intrigued. "Not only am I aware of these matters, but I also perceive that you have encountered a formidable obstacle," Xiao Jun remarked nonchalantly. "It is likely due to the fiery essence within you that you attribute your irritability to a psychological barrier stemming from your lack of breakthroughs. However, from my recent pulse examination, I discern that this fiery energy has already permeated your limbs and organs. Had you not crossed paths with me in less than 2 months, this fire would intensify, jeopardizing your mental state and causing your dantian to swell. In severe cases, it may even lead to your demise. Are you also a practitioner of martial arts? How did you ascertain that I cultivate a fiery essence? And how could you predict my potential death?" The middle-aged man chuckled, acknowledging that he had indeed reached a bottleneck. Yet he found Xiao Jun's assertions rather preposterous. "I merely articulated the worst possible outcome. It does not imply that it will inevitably occur." Xiao Jun cast a glance at him, his tone grave as he continued. "I understand your skepticism. Here's what I propose. I will prescribe a remedy for you. If, after a week of consistent use, you find an improvement in the fiery energy within you, then you may return to seek my counsel. You're not about to claim that this prescription is your ancestral secret and holds great value, are you?" The middle-aged man stood up, a mocking smirk gracing his lips as he replied, "Young man, I am not from Qingcheng. My presence in your clinic is merely a matter of chance. I may not return to this city for a long time. So if you intend to exploit this situation for profit, I advise you to abandon that notion." With that, he prepared to leave the clinic. Just then, a cacophony of sirens erupted in the street. Within 10 seconds, 3 or 4 police cars came to a halt outside the clinic. Song inquired, "What is happening?" "They're looking for me," Xiao Jun replied, rising to his feet. However, as he turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man, his eyes narrowed. He noticed that, at the instant the sirens blared, the man had placed his right hand on his waist. Concealed beneath the hem of his Zhongshan suit was an object wrapped in gray oilcloth, though its true nature remained obscured. Simultaneously, his posture had shifted to a forward-leaning bow. clearly indicative of a defensive and aggressive stance. His aura had also grown cold and menacing. It was only upon hearing Xiao Jun's words that he relaxed slightly. Yet, Xiao Jun merely cast a glance before averting his gaze and feigning normalcy as he approached the door. Chun Song, bewildered, asked, "Boss, are you mistaken? They're here for you?" Xiao Jun remained silent, instead focusing on the three officers approaching him, stating, "I am Xiao Jun." The lead officer was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with a situation where the suspect confessed before being questioned. Clearing his throat, the officer said, "I now suspect that you are connected to an incident involving fighting and public disturbance. Please accompany us to the station for questioning." Chun Song was alarmed and quickly protested. "Officers, there must be some mistake. I will go with you." Xiao Jun interjected, saying, "However, I have a patient here. May I first prescribe for him before accompanying you?" The officer pondered for a moment and replied, "That is acceptable." Xiao Jun returned to the consultation table, retrieving the partially written prescription to continue his work. The middle-aged man had regained his composure, yet he was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Jun's actions. How could one be on the verge of arrest and still have the presence of mind to compose a prescription? Xiao Jun wrote with remarkable speed, crafting the prescription without glancing at the medical text nearby or pausing to reflect. Within a minute, he completed the prescription and handed it to Chun Song, gesturing towards the middle-aged man, stating, "This is his medication. Is this for me?" The middle-aged man looked perplexed. Xiao Jun replied, "Remember, if it proves effective within a week, do come back to see me." With that, he offered a few more instructions to Chun Song, ensuring his peace of mind before following the police into the patrol car. Interesting. Observing Xiao Jun's retreating figure, the middle-aged man rubbed his nose thoughtfully. When he saw Chun Song actually going to fetch the medicine, his astonishment deepened. "Aren't you concerned about your doctor's safety?" he asked. "Why worry? He's merely asking questions. There's nothing to be concerned about," Chun Song replied, not turning back as he gathered the medicine. "Our boss just said your condition is quite serious. Perhaps you should be more worried about yourself." The middle-aged man chuckled. Remarkably, he chose not to leave, but waited for Chun Song to procure the medicine before placing 1,000 yuan on the table and finally exiting the clinic. The door was shut. At that moment, due to the police presence, numerous neighbors had gathered outside, whispering amongst themselves. Chun Song addressed the crowd briefly before lowering the large door. His expression shifted from earlier calmness to a hurried demeanor as he entered the inner room, contemplated for a moment while holding his phone, then dialed a number. Chapter 10. Calculations. Half an hour later, in the police station, Xiao Jun sat silently in the dimly lit interrogation room. After visiting the factory to confront Zhang Ku, he had not laid a hand on him, yet he was well aware of Zhang's vengeful nature, having witnessed his propensity to retaliate against those he perceived as weak. He had not anticipated that Zhang would opt to report him, nor did he expect such a swift response. At that moment, a beam of light illuminated the space, and the door swung open, revealing two police officers entering. One began taking notes while the other, a burly figure, stood before Xiao Jun. After a brief inquiry regarding Xiao's situation and noting his cooperation, the officer demanded, "Speak up. Why did you resort to violence?" Xiao Jun replied, "I acted in self-defense." The officer scoffed, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. "Self-defense? You inflicted such severe injuries, multiple fractures, and a young man with 3 broken ribs currently hospitalized. He is only 20. How is that self-defense? You've nearly ruined him." Without needing to think, Xiao Jun calmly responded, "Officer, you may conduct an investigation." "Investigate what?" "The complainant's video evidence has already been submitted. The proof is irrefutable." The officer retorted coldly, "We are currently in a period of strict enforcement. Your conduct is exceedingly egregious." "I maintain that I acted in self-defense," Xiao Jun replied, unperturbed, continuing to assert calmly. "You could inquire with the individual who suffered the broken ribs about how he sustained his injuries." "Having already inquired, how could you have been transferred to our criminal investigation team?" The man coldly remarked, "I have also investigated you. You recently divorced the chairman of a luxurious company, and out of love turned to hatred, seeking revenge through this situation." Xiao Jun shook his head and remained silent. 10 minutes later, Wu Mingxian exited the interrogation room. His brow furrowed. Xiao Jun maintained a tight-lipped demeanor, revealing almost nothing, steadfastly refusing to divulge any information. Wu Mingxian evidently held considerable authority, The passing officers greeted him continuously. Upon reaching the entrance of the police station, he lit a cigarette, and his phone rang. "Captain Wu, how is the situation progressing?" Came the voice of Xia Ping from the other end. "The suspect has been apprehended, but he remains unyielding," Wu Mingxian replied, raising an eyebrow. "What exactly is the situation with that video? Can the audio be restored? If he insists it was self-defense, this matter cannot be conclusively determined." Having reviewed the video Xia Ping sent several times, Wu Mingxian noted that there were clear signs of provocation from Xiao Jun prior to the altercation. Moreover, it was the security personnel who initially resorted to violence. "I apologize for the inconvenience. It is indeed an issue with our equipment," Xia Ping stated. "However, I assure you, Xiao Jun was certainly not acting in self-defense. As you know, he was once Wan Qiu's husband, and he is familiar with Zhang Ku and the security staff. The security guard who struck first was provoked by insults regarding his parents and could not restrain himself. Quite ruthless," Wu Mingxian muttered, then continued. "You need not call me repeatedly. As long as the truth aligns with your assertions, I will handle this grievous incident with impartiality." "Thank you, Captain Wu. However, do exercise caution with Xiao Jun. He is currently devoid of everything and may not be mentally stable. If not controlled, he could easily become a destabilizing factor in society." "Understood. I have matters to attend to, so I must hang up," Wu Mingxian replied. "All right, take care," Xiaoping responded politely as the call ended. After finishing his cigarette and extinguishing it underfoot, Wu Mingxian returned inside. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Zhang Ku immediately pressed Xiaoping for details. "What did Captain Wu say?" "He assured me he would handle it fairly," Xiaoping replied, casting a glance at Zhang Ku. "I know his character. He is consistently just in his enforcement of the law. Rather than viewing this as him doing me a favor, it is more about him maintaining societal order. No matter how righteous he may be, with both witnesses and evidence present, he will inevitably lean in your favor." Zhang Ku felt a sense of relief and chuckled. "Now I can rest easy. Xiao Jun, that coward, is probably trembling in the station right now." Xiaoping chuckled as well, recalling Xiao Jun's 5 years of behavior at the Zhang household, indeed a man of cowardly disposition. Yet, remembering the ferocity displayed in the video, she remained uneasy and cautioned. "By the way, there won't be any issues with Xiao Wu, will there? The testimonies must be consistent. Rest assured, that kid is currently short on cash. I gave him 50,000. There won't be any problems on his end," Zhang Ku guaranteed. Xiao Wu was the security guard who had suffered a broken rib and was currently hospitalized. This was also the plan of Zhang Ku and Xiaoping. If it were merely a case of fighting, he would be out in no more than 10 days or half a month, which would not fulfill their intentions. However, with the charge of provoking trouble, coupled with the deliberate infliction of disability, if Xiao Wu remains unforgiving, the minimum sentence would be 3 years. Should that transpire, Xiao Jun would be utterly ruined. "Well, I shall take my leave." Xiaoping glanced at her watch. It was already 4 in the afternoon, and it was time to return to the City S Company to attend to other matters. In good spirits, upon her return to the office, she made a special visit to Zhang Wanqiu's office, only to find it empty, with only her assistant bustling about at the door. Xiaoping inquired, "Where is Director Zhang?" The assistant replied, "Director Xia, just a moment ago, Director Zhang received a call and hurriedly left." A sense of foreboding arose within Xiaoping. What call could it be? It seemed to be from the bureau, likely concerning some trouble at Director Zhang's home, prompting her to gather information. The assistant quickly added, "It's a family matter." Xiaoping felt a parched throat, silently cursing her misfortune. Although Zhang Wanqiu and Xiao Jun had signed the divorce agreement the day before, the formalities had yet to be completed, meaning they were not officially divorced. Thus, if something happened to Xiao Jun, the police would undoubtedly take his family in for questioning as a matter of routine. How could she have forgotten about this after being incited by Zhang Ku at noon? She had even contemplated concealing the matter from Zhang Wanqiu. Hastily, she returned to her office, retrieving her phone to call Captain Wu once more. But after a moment's reflection, she set it down. She was acutely aware of Wu Mingxuan's principles, since he had summoned Zhang Wanqiu. It was clear he intended to clarify Xiao Jun's motives. Calling now would only serve to embarrass herself. After mentally reviewing Zhang Ku's plan, Xiaoping felt assured there were no oversights. Even if Zhang Wanqiu were to learn of the situation, it would only lead her to plead for Xiao Jun, which would not alter the outcome. With that thought, she exchanged a few words with Zhang Ku. "Rest assured, Director Xia, since I dare to proceed in this manner, My success is virtually guaranteed. You're not the only one with connections. Zhang chuckled over the phone. Who is backing you? Xiaoping furrowed her brows. Someone formidable. Dian Giskivit go rit li succinctly. Although she looked down upon Zhang Wanxiu, they were now inextricably linked in this affair, and she could not afford to be careless. Hearing of Zhang Ke's support, she was surprised yet chose not to press further, noting his confident tone. Director Xia, once Wanxiu returns, let us notify the Bureau to allow Xiao Jun to complete the formalities. Otherwise, if he goes in for 3 years, it will adversely affect us. Yes, I understand. Xiaoping felt a weight lift from her shoulders as she began to work, awaiting Zhang Wanxiu's return. At the same time, a Mercedes-Benz CLS arrived at the entrance of the police station. After parking, a woman clad in a light gray woolen coat emerged from the vehicle. It was Zhang Wanxiu. Chapter 11. Zhang Wanxiu's reaction gazing at the imposing entrance of the police station. Zhang Wanxiu hesitated momentarily before stepping inside. After stating her purpose, a young officer led her directly to the criminal investigation team, arriving at Wu Mingxuan's office. Throughout the journey, Zhang Wanxiu furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Director Wu, you summoned me? Zhang Wanxiu knocked on the door. Ms. Zhang, please take a seat. Wu Mingxian replied courteously, gesturing towards a chair in front of his desk. I wanted to discuss some matters with you. Are you aware that your husband has been involved in an altercation? Is it serious? She inquired. Quite serious. There are 5 victims, one of whom has suffered 3 broken ribs and is currently hospitalized, Wu Mingxian stated gravely. The victims have clearly expressed their desire for severe punishment for the perpetrator, namely your husband. I cannot believe that my husband, Xiao Jun, would resort to violence. Zhang Wanxiu shook her head, asserting there must be some misunderstanding. Over the past 5 years, Xiao Jun had remained unobtrusive within the Zhang household, enduring complaints from neighbors and insults from passers-by with a smile. Such a demeanor, while commendable for its steadiness, could also be perceived as submissive and timid. Zhang Wanxiu found it incomprehensible that Xiao Jun would act violently, let alone against 5 individuals. Did he possess the capacity for such actions? Her doubts deepened. Are you considering divorce? Wu Mingxian suddenly asked. Zhang Wanxiu hesitated before responding. What does that have to do with this situation? According to the victims' testimonies, your husband stormed into your cosmetics factory to cause trouble, Wu Mingxian explained. Moreover, it was your company's general manager, Xia, who reported the incident. Are you not aware of this? Xiaoping reported it. Xiao Jun was violent on my factory premises? Zhang Wanxiu was taken aback, disbelief washing over her features. Wu Mingxian nodded and opened a video on his office computer. After watching, Zhang Wanxiu was left in stunned silence. Indeed, that is your husband, isn't it? Wu Mingxian inquired. Yes. Zhang Wanxiu paused before asking. Has he confessed? Currently, he maintains that he acted in self-defense and has not confessed, Wu Mingxian replied. This is why I sought your perspective, to ascertain if he might be experiencing any psychological issues. Zhang Wanxiu took a deep breath and shared her observations regarding Xiao Jun's behavior. Yet as she spoke, Wu Mingxuan's brow furrowed in concern. So, you are suggesting that Xiao Jun does not exhibit any violent tendencies? Wu Mingxian queried. Then why would he engage in such outrageous behavior? Zhang Wanxiu offered a wry smile. Perhaps he was unable to bear the provocation. Wu Mingxian nodded, aligning with her speculation. Given the current crackdown, your husband's situation is particularly severe and could lead to him becoming a prime example in these cases. I must advise you to communicate with him as soon as possible. Wu, we have already divorced. Zhang Wanxiu's eyes regained their calmness. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, although the final procedure has yet to be completed, the agreement has been signed, indicating a mutual consensus between us. Whatever I say now, he is unlikely to heed. Wu Mingxian expressed his surprise. So, you do not intend to meet him? This time he is at fault. Even though I remain his wife, he must bear the consequences himself, Zhang Wanxiu replied thoughtfully. The security personnel who were assaulted are employees of our company. They have also suffered unwarranted misfortune. I understand, Wu Mingxian nodded. Thank you for your efforts. Wu was being polite. If you need anything, just call me. Zhang Wanxiu rose to take her leave. Wu Mingxian watched her retreating figure and shook his head. This matter is not trivial. Her indifference is striking. One must say that the marriages of today's youth are indeed chillingly apathetic. Upon exiting the bureau, Zhang Wanxiu entered her car, fastened her seatbelt, and called Xiaoping, her tone laced with reproach. Xiaoping, such a significant incident occurred. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? As if anticipating Zhang Wanqiu's call, Xia Ping remained composed. Are you referring to the incident with Xiao Jun? I never expected he would act in such a manner. His aggression was excessive. Xiao Wu is not yet 20 and has several broken ribs, currently hospitalized. You know that is not what I mean. Zhang Wanqiu's voice turned icy. Why was Ti notified before the police were called? Since it happened in our factory and involves my ex-husband, I should have been informed beforehand, right? Shouldn't we resolve such matters privately? Why escalate to the police? Wanqiu, this is not my fault. It was your elder brother who instructed me to act this way. Sensing the shift in Zhang Wanqiu's tone, Xia Ping hastily distanced herself from the matter. My brother? Diang Giskivik. Yes, the security department is under his purview. He mentioned he was nearly assaulted by Xiao Jun and asked me to seek justice for him. I panicked and didn't think it through, so I called the police. Xia Ping explained dryly. I only realized the severity later. You won't hold this against me, will you? Zhang Wanqiu hesitated, then sighed. Which hospital is Xiao Wu in? I will go visit him. After receiving the hospital address, Xia Ping added, Do you want me to accompany you? No need. Zhang Wanqiu ended the call and proceeded to the hospital. She emerged just before dinner, her expression one of resignation. After conversing with Xiao Wu, she found him resolute, especially with his mother insisting on severe punishment for Xiao Jun, even without compensation. Feeling agitated, Zhang Wanqiu stood at the hospital entrance, watching the chilly breeze swirl a cluster of leaves on the street, evoking a sense of desolation. In truth, having viewed the video on Wu Mingxuan's computer earlier in the afternoon, she found Xiao Jun's ruthlessness somewhat unfamiliar, but she had also uncovered certain inconsistencies, including why Xiao Jun suddenly appeared, and how Xiao Wu and others surrounded him when he was leaving. Such evident doubts even caught her attention. Zhang Wanqiu did not believe that Wu Mingxian had overlooked them, coupled with the peculiar behavior of Xia Ping not notifying her before calling the police. An immature thought began to take shape in her mind. Thus, she chose not to meet Xiao Jun at that moment and instead departed to address these matters. However, it seemed her efforts yielded little success. Suddenly, Zhang Wanqiu's phone rang, and to her surprise, it was her mother calling. Upon answering, Xiao said on the line, What are you still doing out there? Xiao Jun is in trouble. Shouldn't you hurry back to discuss this? Did my elder brother tell you? Zhang Wanqiu furrowed her brows. I said Xiao Jun is unreliable. After signing the agreement yesterday, he should have resolved the issue sooner. Look at the mess he has caused now. Xiao complained bitterly over the phone, saying, That scoundrel Xiao Jun, hasn't our family treated them well? How could he leave and do such a thing? Truly an ungrateful wolf raised at our expense. I see this good-for-nothing is intent on sticking to us. Mother, please refrain from saying more. Zhang Wanqiu, visibly exhausted, replied, Let us discuss it when I return. Hurry back and see how frightened your elder brother is. That boy Xiao Jun has hidden his skills from us for years. He must have ulterior motives. We need to act swiftly to resolve this before it affects your company. Xiao continued to ramble on, but Zhang Wanqiu, growing impatient, ended the call. Once back in her car, she recalled Xiao Jun still at the station and decided to return home first. At the station, Xiao Jun had already been seated in the interrogation room for several hours, and Wu Mingxian was gradually losing his patience. Xiao Jun, it might be time for you to confess, Wu Mingxian said coldly, gazing at him. Your wife has already been here, and I am aware of your situation. Wanqiu came? She did, and she was quite disappointed in you, Wu Mingxian pressed, his piercing eyes fixed on Xiao Jun. Even after learning the details, she chose not to meet with you again. Xiao Jun initially stiffened but then relaxed, responding calmly. Is that so? It seems you no longer care for your wife. Wu Mingxian slammed the table in frustration, declaring, The motive for the crime is apparent, and the evidence is irrefutable. Your stubbornness is futile. I hope you comprehend your current predicament. Every word you utter now carries weight. I sit here because I trust the police and believe in justice. Xiao Jun replied, unfazed. I have stated that although I have not seen the surveillance footage, I trust your technical team can verify it. As for my motives, I mentioned that someone caused a disturbance at my clinic, and I know that Zhang instigated it. I want to inquire about him. So, you consider yourself the victim? Wu Mingxian stated flatly. If you do not believe my words, you may bring Zhang in for questioning, Xiao Jun suggested. As long as you ask him a few questions, everything will become clear. Wu Mingxian furrowed his brow and remarked, I've already inquired. Therefore, asking once more will reveal any differences. Xiao Jun glanced at Wu Mingxian and replied, "You are more familiar with the specifics of the procedure than I am. Take him into custody." With a grand gesture, Wu Mingxian indicated that Xiao Jun's demeanor bore no resemblance to that of someone awaiting interrogation. He seemed more like a guest. The officers led Xiao Jun to the holding cell, where the current objective was merely to question him. If the evidence proved insufficient, he would be released after 24 hours. Wu Mingxian understood that relying solely on a somewhat unclear surveillance video and the victim's testimony would not suffice to convict Xiao Jun. Indeed, considering the ambiguities in the surveillance footage, Wu Mingxian planned to summon Zhang Ke for further questioning without needing Xiao Jun's prompting. Just as Wu Mingxian was notifying Zhang Ke to come to the station, a phone call reached Wan Yuan's mobile in a police family compound in Qingqing. Chapter 12. Immediate release. Wan Yuan, the chief of the Wuchang District Sub-Bureau in Qingcheng, had left work early today to spend time with his family, as his only son was home from studying abroad. Upon returning home, he found that his wife had prepared dinner and that his son had laid out special treats from overseas on the table. Wan Yuan was in high spirits, enjoying a harmonious meal with his family. However, an unwelcome interruption occurred just as he was sharing his experiences and future plans with his son. The phone rang, and he glanced at the unfamiliar number on the coffee table. Initially, he had no intention of answering, but the incessant ringing compelled him to pause the conversation and pick up the call. As he answered, a voice inquired, "Is this Chief Wan? Who is this?" Wan Yuan replied, recognizing the tone as official. His irritation was evident as he stated, "If it's urgent, we can discuss it tomorrow." Recently, Qingcheng had been enforcing a strict crackdown policy, resulting in significantly improved public safety in many areas, but it had also exhausted the officers, who sometimes worked late into the night. Finally having a chance to be with his family, Wan Yuan was reluctant to engage in work-related matters. Yet, just as he was about to hang up, a cold laugh echoed from the other end. "Chief Wan, what authority you have to say we can discuss it tomorrow? Today is a crucial period. We are all on high alert and working tirelessly. Are you really going to defer an urgent matter until tomorrow? Is this your attitude towards your work and the public?" Wan Yuan felt a jolt of realization. Having consumed a couple of drinks, his mind sharpened considerably. "Is that you?" he asked, recognizing the voice. "This is my wife's phone. I left my phone at the office," the voice replied coldly. "If that were not the case, I would not have known about your casual attitude towards work, Chief Wan. My apologies, I did not recognize your voice at first. My son is home, and I was enjoying dinner with him. It is a rare occasion for us to be together, and I lost track of time." Wan Yuan perceived the hostility in the other party's tone, wiping the cold sweat from his brow while offering apologies. This Director Ma was indeed his superior. "Did your department apprehend someone named Xiao Jun today?" Director Ma did not allow him the opportunity to explain and directly inquired. Xiao Jun. Wan Yuan pondered for a moment, and indeed recalled the name. During the noon police dispatch, Wu Mingxian had mentioned him, stating that he was acquainted with the person who reported the incident, and that the matter was to be handled by him. There was such an individual. Wan Yuan cautiously asked, "Is there something amiss?" "Something amiss? Of course. It is a significant matter. I must inform you that I just received a call from above, issuing me a stern warning." Wan Yuan, "Do you think you can apprehend anyone indiscriminately?" Director Ma's tone was exceedingly harsh. "Hurry and investigate thoroughly. If there is no issue, release him immediately. Otherwise, it won't matter if you lose your position, but don't implicate me." After finishing, without waiting for Wan Yuan to utter another word, he hung up the phone. At that moment, cold sweat began to trickle from Wan Yuan's forehead. "Above? Which above?" The gravity in Director Ma's tone implied a person of considerable influence, a thought that made Wan Yuan tremble with trepidation. "Who was on the line?" Wan Yuan's wife asked. Just then his phone rang again. Noticing the incoming call, Wan Yuan disregarded his wife's inquiry and answered. "Boss Yuan," Wan Yuan said with a smile, "is this call at such a time to invite me for dinner?" "Dinner can be had at any time, as long as Director Ma wishes to reach out." "You flatter me," Boss Yuan replied. Wan Yuan, with the phone nestled between his shoulder and ear, was preparing to leave while inquiring, "Is there something you need?" "I heard that your department apprehended someone named Xiao Jun today." The voice on the line continued, "I know that individual. He is a doctor." "A doctor?" Wan Yuan was taken aback, for this was news to him. "He is indeed a doctor, and I owe him a favor." The voice chuckled lightly. "Although we have only met a few times, I trust he is not a criminal and would not disturb public order. I implore Director Ma to exercise discernment." "Understood." Wang Yuan replied, hanging up the phone, his expression growing particularly grave. Why were so many individuals reaching out to him, applying pressure for the Xiao Jun? What was his background? I must return to the station. There are matters to attend to. However, he dared not delay or dwell on it further. He donned his clothes and departed. At the station, due to the ongoing situation regarding Xiao Jun, Wu Mingxian had yet to leave for the day. Emerging from the interrogation room, Zhang Ke followed Wu Mingxian with an ingratiating demeanor, yet spoke with righteous indignation. Captain Wu, you are the beacon of justice for us common folk. You must ensure that such a scoundrel as Xiao Jun is dealt with severely. Aren't you related? Wu Mingxian kvistsen, putsled, otserving dion kiskiviko. The earlier questioning mirrored the afternoon's outcome. Zhang Ke steadfastly asserted that Xiao Jun had come to commit violence, claiming it was an act of vengeance following a forced divorce. However, he remained perplexed. Although this could be classified as a criminal case, he believed that as long as both parties could reach an amicable resolution, the worst outcome would merely involve monetary compensation and a brief period of detention. Yet, why did Zhang Ke harbor such an overwhelming desire to ruin Xiao Jun? That scoundrel had severed ties with our Zhang family. I regarded him as kin, but did he reciprocate? He even dared to strike me, his elder brother. What else was he capable of? Zhang Ke declared with resolute indignation. Moreover, my sister has returned and expressed that little Five has sustained grievous injuries. Should such a villain be allowed to roam free in society, the repercussions would be dire. We were compelled to act against our own blood out of necessity. I fail to comprehend your stance. Wu Mingxian shook his head and reassured him. Rest assured, once the investigation is concluded, we will undoubtedly provide a resolution for the victim. With Wu's assurance, Zhang Ke felt a sense of relief and departed from the precinct. No sooner had he left than Wang Yuan arrived in haste. Chief Wan, what brings you here? Wu Mingxian inquired, puzzled. Deliver the information on the individual named Xiao Jun whom you apprehended today to my office, Wang Yuan said briskly, ascending the stairs with purpose. Understood. Wu Mingxian, though perplexed, sensed something was amiss in the chief's demeanor and promptly sought the necessary documentation. 10 minutes later, within Wang Yuan's office, the latter's expression was stormy as he slammed his hand upon the table, causing Wu Mingxian's heart to flutter with trepidation. How can you, as the captain, be so oblivious? Can't you see such glaring inconsistencies? Was Xiao Jun the aggressor? This video clearly shows signs of tampering. Send it to the technical department immediately. Yes. Wu Mingxian, rarely witnessing Wang Yuan's wrath, understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from further comment. Hastily notifying the technical personnel to work overtime. How long has he been detained? Wang Yuan inquired. Around 6 or 7 hours, I believe, Wu Mingxian replied. Release him at once. Wang Yuan insisted vehemently. There is no evidence, based solely on hearsay and this flawed video, what could be substantiated. Yet even so, our procedural guidelines allow for a 24-hour detention. I said release him. Wang Yuan's fierce gaze bore down, and he struck the table once more, adding, also, summon the reporter Xiaoping and the witness Zhang Ke. I intend to conduct the interrogation personally. Wu Mingxian, feeling powerless, could only acquiesce. Subsequently, Wang Yuan hurried to the detention room. It was no wonder he was in such a flurry. It was not only the pressure from Ma Ju and the Yuan family. On his way to the precinct, he had received 3 or 4 calls, each exerting pressure upon him, and he could not afford to offend any of those influential figures. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun sat languidly on the edge of the bed, seemingly in a state of feigned slumber. Wang Yuan forced a smile as he approached. Mr. Xiao, I apologize for the inconvenience you've endured. He grasped Xiao Jun's hand, feeling the sweat in his palm, and shook it vigorously. In the entire detention room, only Xiao Jun was present, and he noticed the respectful demeanor of the surrounding officers upon Wang Yuan's entrance, leading him to curiously inquire, And you are? I am Wang Yuan, the chief of the substation. You may simply call me Old Wang. Wang Yuan lamented. Indeed, heroes have always emerged from the youth. Mr. Xiao, rest assured, I am well aware of your circumstances and shall not allow the wicked to evade justice. I will ensure you receive a fair resolution. Xiao Jun remained in a state of bewilderment. How could such a trivial case provoke the involvement of the director? And what was this about heroes emerging from youth? Frowning, Xiao Jun inquired, Director Wan, has Captain Wu sent for Zhang Ke to clarify the details of the incident? I instructed him to bring back a comprehensive account, as I intend to personally oversee the investigation. Wang Yuan replied resolutely, I have reviewed your statement, and it appears highly probable that you are a victim of framing. You may rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation and ensure justice is served. Thank you, Director Wan, Xiao Jun responded, still somewhat perplexed, yet sensing a hint of assurance in Wang Yuan's words. Release Mr. Xiao. Wang Yuan commanded the officers nearby upon noticing Xiao Jun still restrained by handcuffs. After the cuffs were removed, Wang Yuan and Xiao Jun exited the detention room together, the former fervently assuring Xiao Jun that he would thoroughly investigate the matter, while also expressing his sincere apologies. Thank you, Director Wan. Upon reaching the entrance of the precinct, Xiao Jun turned to Wang Yuan and asserted, I can guarantee that my statement is entirely truthful. Mr. Xiao, you still harbor doubts about me, Wang Yuan replied. Though I must remain impartial in my official capacity, personally, I have complete faith in your character. As for those ruffians, I will promptly bring them in, and I assure you I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. Xiao Jun smiled. Having a leader like you, Director Wan, is indeed a blessing. You flatter me, Wang Yuan said earnestly. The people have entrusted me with this authority, and I am naturally obliged to serve them. With that, the two exchanged a knowing glance and shared a laugh. At that moment, a taxi pulled up in front of the precinct. Zhang Ku emerged and, upon spotting Xiao Jun, was momentarily taken aback, incredulously exclaiming, Xiao Jun, how did you get out? In the same breath, he called out to the nearby officers, this man is a criminal, a dangerous individual. How could you allow him to escape? What nonsense are you spouting? Who is the criminal? Who is the dangerous individual? Wang Yuan, having just reassured Xiao Jun, glared at Zhang Ku, indignantly questioning, who are you? Zhang Ku, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, glared at the plainclothes Wang Yuan and retorted, what is your relationship with this scoundrel? Are you the one protecting him? I am indeed, Wang Yuan replied coldly. I wondered why Captain Wu called me back so soon. It appears you are obstructing the process. Zhang Ku scoffed, are you this brat's lawyer? Let me tell you, I understand the law. Even if this case is not formally charged, he must be detained for at least 24 hours before release. You are in quite a predicament. Xiao Jun remained silent, but Wang Yuan could not suppress a chuckle. Glancing at the officers while playfully pointing at Zhang Ku, this individual claims to be knowledgeable about the law. The officers regarded Zhang Ku with expressions that conveyed both disdain and a hint of pity. Cease your frivolous demeanor, Zhang Ku exclaimed with indignation. Which law firm do you represent? Who granted you the audacity to act with such impunity? Can you truly bear the responsibility of releasing such a dangerous individual? Wang Yuan did not respond directly. Instead, his expression hardened as he bellowed. You claim to understand the law. Are you aware of the penalties for filing a false report? Do you comprehend the gravity of framing another? Do you recognize the consequences of contempt towards public officials and obstructing their duties? At that moment, the authoritative presence of the bureau chief emanated from Wang Yuan, and his thunderous inquiries struck Zhang Ku like a bolt of lightning, leaving him momentarily deafened. I neglected to introduce you. At this juncture, Xiao Jun finally spoke, addressing Zhang Ku. This is Chief Wan of the Sub-Bureau. He is the one who permitted my departure. What? At this revelation, Zhang Ku was rendered speechless, his hands turning cold. He gazed incredulously at Xiao Jun, who maintained a stoic expression. Yet a faint trace of mockery lingered at the corners of his mouth. Turning his attention to Wang Yuan, Zhang Ku noted the latter's austere countenance, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. This was the chief of the Sub-Bureau, Wang Yuan. He facilitated Xiao Jun's release. Why? When did Xiao Jun come to know such a figure? Moreover, upon Xiao Jun's arrival, Wang Yuan had indeed displayed a hint of obsequiousness. Thoughts raced through Zhang Ku's mind, and he stammered, See, Chief Wan? Was it you who summoned me back? I heard that the video of the report was provided by your security department. Wang Yuan replied with indifference. And you were present at the scene? Why, yes, indeed. I have already briefed Captain Wu on all these details, Zhang Ku awkwardly asserted. I wonder if there is anything else you wish to clarify. Chief Wan? Of course, it is precisely because there remains uncertainty that I called you back. Wang Yuan responded icily. Under the weight of that gaze, Zhang Ku, already feeling guilty, began to sweat profusely, coming to a troubling realization. At that moment, Xiao Jun interjected. Chief Wan, if you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Mr. Xiao, please rest assured, I will provide you with a thorough account. Wang Yuan stated with a serious demeanor. Xiao Jun nodded and descended the steps of the precinct, brushing past Zhang Ku. I need to make a phone call. Zhang Ku stammered after Xiao Jun had departed. Certainly, That is your right, Wang Yuan replied with a chilling indifference, instructing an officer nearby, allow him to make his call. And once he is done, bring him in for questioning. Without concern for Zhang Ke's potential escape, he turned and returned to the bureau. Under the watchful gaze of the officers at the entrance, Zhang Ke, visibly anxious, retrieved his phone and nervously dialed Lu Changong. As Xiao Jun exited the precinct and approached the street to hail a taxi, a cab pulled up right before him. Driver, he called, noticing Chun Song seated in the back, who greeted him with an innocent smile, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. A smile spread across Xiao Jun's face. Through his earlier interaction with Wang Yuan, he had come to understand the chief's intentions and the urgency behind his actions. This matter must have been instigated by Chun Song through the medical faction. Although the ancient medical sect remains inconspicuous in the mundane world, its influence is immeasurable. Are you all right, boss? Chun Song inquired as he exited the vehicle, encircling Xiao Jun, seemingly inspecting for any signs of injury. You brat. Xiao Jun shook his head, stating, we live in a society governed by law, and I am within the bureau, a bastion of justice. I am perfectly fine. I was just concerned, Chun Song replied, slightly embarrassed, scratching his head before opening the car door for Xiao Jun. Once seated, Xiao Jun felt somewhat fatigued after lingering inside for a while, choosing not to engage with Chun Song and instead closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, he could already surmise the fate that awaited Zhang Ke after Wang Yuan's intervention. Yet despite this, he felt no guilt whatsoever. The nominal elder brother of the Zhang family. It could be argued that his initial transgression was merely hiring thugs to vandalize his clinic. However, the subsequent actions, filing false police reports and fabricating evidence, were intended to eliminate him entirely. If such charges were substantiated, an ordinary individual would find it impossible to recover. Unfortunately for them, Xiao Jun was not an ordinary person. Thus, regardless of Zhang Ke's eventual outcome, it was a result of his own making, and there was nothing further to discuss. Upon returning to the clinic, Xiao Jun observed that Chun Song seemed to have more to say, but he gestured to halt him and proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. Chapter 14. The arrival of Zhang Wanqiu that night. Xiao Jun slept soundly, oblivious to the fact that many, including the Zhang family, were stirred by the events unfolding. Under Wang Yuan's firm hand, the investigation into the entire case proceeded at an astonishing pace, with overnight shifts in full swing. Soon enough, Xiao Ping could no longer withstand the pressure and divulged everything at the bureau. Of course, she crafted her narrative to shift all blame on Zhang Ke, claiming she had merely acted on his request to report the incident. As for why Zhang Ke resorted to such measures or who might have instigated her, she professed ignorance. Zhang Ke, initially defiant, found himself powerless when Wu Mingxian apprehended the yellow-haired thug, along with the security personnel, including the severely injured Xiao Wu, all of whom corroborated the evidence against him. The subsequent developments unfolded smoothly, with Zhang Ke facing charges of conspiracy to frame another and filing false police reports, while Xiaoping's complicity in the matter led to their detention, awaiting transfer to the court. By 11 o'clock that evening, everything was conclusively determined. However, Zhang Ke ultimately did not implicate Lu Changong, shouldering all responsibility alone. After all, he still hoped to rely on the influence of the Lu family to extricate himself. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Changong had already placed a call to Wang Yuan, probing for a way to secure a lawyer for Zhang Ke's release, but was met with a curt dismissal. The following day, when Xiao Jun finally awoke, it was already 10 o'clock. Upon retrieving his phone, he discovered an astonishing number of missed calls, over a dozen, primarily from Qiu Hui and Zhang Wanqiu. The sight of Zhang Wanqiu's number left him momentarily dazed. After a considerable length of time, this string of numbers had not appeared. However, after some contemplation, Xiao Jun did not immediately respond. Instead, he rose to freshen up and proceeded to the main hall of the medical clinic. Chun Song had already opened for business, aware of Xiao Jun's exhaustion from the previous day, and thus he intentionally refrained from waking him. On the table from the back room to the front hall, a breakfast had been laid out. Boss, you're awake? Chun Song remarked, just a moment, I will be with you shortly. An elderly woman was currently receiving treatment, while Chun Song busily penned a prescription. As an assistant in the medical establishment, Chun Song was naturally well-versed in pharmacology and capable of addressing minor ailments. Otherwise, the clinic would not have been able to continue operating without a primary physician for an extended period. Indeed, Xiao Jun nodded and began to eat. Yet, After just a couple of bites, the phone rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was Xiao Hui calling. Xiao Jun, you finally answered the phone. You scoundrel. Are you trying to ruin our Zhangke? As soon as he picked up, Xiao Hui's tirade erupted. Her voice was so loud that even the elderly woman at the entrance cast a peculiar glance in her direction. Xiao Jun held the receiver a bit farther from his ear, waiting for her to finish her outburst before calmly responding. What is it? Xiao Jun, you ungrateful wretch. Our Zhang family. Enough. Xiao Jun interjected coldly. If you continue like this, I will hang up. Try hanging up. Xiao Hui seethed. But before she could finish a retort, Xiao Jun decisively ended the call. Not long after, another barrage of calls ensued. Xiao Jun, disinterested, leisurely finished his soy milk before pressing the answer key once more. The previous words still stand. Mind your language, Xiao Jun stated coolly. However, Xiao Hui paid no heed to his warning and continued her tirade. You heartless scoundrel, you've consumed from and benefited from the Zhang family. And now you've gotten your elder brother into trouble. He is not only Wan Xiao's elder brother, but also yours. It's truly shocking to see you are so ungrateful. With a swift motion, Xiao Jun hung up again. Yet, Xiao Hui was relentless, calling back immediately. After 5 or 6 attempts, Xiao Jun finally answered once more. On the line, only heavy breathing was audible, clearly indicating that Xiao Hui was struggling to contain her anger. Speak, I'm listening, Xiao Jun offered, taking the initiative. Xiao Jun, what exactly do you mean? Xiao Hui asked through gritted teeth. What do you mean? Xiao Yun finally in Yuangs. Don't play dumb with me. Xiao Hui snapped. You scoundrel. Tell me, last night your elder brother didn't return home, and you got Zhang Ke into trouble. What benefit do you gain from this? Since Xiao Hui possesses such an attitude, Xiao Jun decided to speak frankly, raising his eyebrows and stating, Auntie, you seem to be misinformed. Firstly, now that the divorce has occurred, Zhang Ke is no longer my elder brother, and I do not regard him as such. Secondly, it was not I who put him in this predicament. He brought this upon himself and must face the consequences. As for benefits, Xiao Jun paused momentarily before continuing. What advantages do I need? It is he who sought to ruin me, not the other way around. If it weren't for the police's keen insight, you might not even have been able to reach me by phone. Can you compare yourself to our family as Zhangke? Are you on the same level as him? Xiao Hui, filled with rage, retorted, Xiao Jun, if you do not provide me with an explanation, then hurry to the police station to clarify matters and have Zhang Ke and Xiaoping released. Annie, I had thought you were reasonable. Yet your current demeanor is quite enlightening, Xiao Jun said, a sardonic smile forming on his lips as his tone cooled. What? Are you permitted to conspire against me while I am not allowed to retaliate? Besides, all of this is a result of Zhang Ke's own actions. If he and Xiaoping had no ill intentions, how could they have ended up in such a dire situation? Furthermore, do not call me again. I have nothing to say. If you're dissatisfied, go directly to the police. With that, Xiao Jun hung up the phone without a trace of mercy and chose to turn off his device. Boss, what happened? Chen Song approached Xiao Jun after finishing with a patient, inquiring, was it a call from the Zhang family? Yes, Xiao Yun nodded. They sought an explanation. Chen Song laughed in exasperation, saying, this family is truly amusing. It was Zhang Ke who set a trap for you. Yet they still have the audacity to demand an explanation from you. Shameless. Was it Zhang Wanqiu who called? Although Xiao Jun had not explained yesterday's events to him, Chen Song was no fool and had already deduced the situation. Young master, I believe we should not change the sign. There is no need to remain in this city any longer. Staying in the same city as this family brings nothing but misfortune. Let's close shop early and travel elsewhere. Just as Chen Song was about to vent more frustration at Zhang Wanqiu and the Zhang family, a car suddenly arrived at the clinic's entrance, a red Mercedes-Benz GLS. Upon seeing the vehicle, Xiao Jun rose to his feet, and Chen Song's words were abruptly silenced. Zhang Wanqiu emerged from the car, her softly curled long hair and exquisite makeup accentuating her figure, clad in a tailored suit that showcased her impeccably long legs. Encased in nude stockings, she approached in high heels, standing at the entrance of the clinic, appearing utterly flawless. Even Chen Song had to concede that this woman had an undeniable allure. What brings you here? Chen Song frowned, preparing to confront her. However, Xiao Jun restrained him and quietly observed Zhang Wanqiu. The two locked gazes for what felt like an eternity, neither uttering a word. The atmosphere was tranquil and harmonious, reminiscent of a reunion between old friends. After a long moment, Zhang Wanqiu finally broke into a smile. Xiao Jun, it has been quite a while. She exuded a graceful charm, akin to a black chrysanthemum, elegant yet measured. Xiao Jun nodded, remarking, "It has indeed been quite a while, perhaps 3 months. In truth, 3 months is not a lengthy period, yet for the two of them, it felt as though many years had passed. I am not here for my elder brother," Zhang Wanqiu said, casting a fleeting glance at Qinsong before her beautiful eyes turned to Xiao Jun. "Rest assured, everything will be handled by the police. If he has erred, he shall bear the consequences alone." Xiao Jun smiled in return, noting that she remained, as ever, resolute, rational, and full of character, even when dealing with her ex-husband or her own brother. As Wu Mingxian had mentioned the day before, she had visited the bureau but had not seen him. Perhaps from that moment, she had comprehended everything. "What brings you here?" Xiao Jun inquired. "To persuade me to leave Qingcheng? Whether you depart or not is entirely your choice. I have no authority to intervene," Zhang Wanqiu replied, retrieving a document from her handbag. "This is the divorce agreement. You forgot to collect it the day before yesterday." "Thank you," Xiao Jun said as he accepted the document. "That sum of money was your choice to forego," Zhang Wanqiu continued, "but since you have signed the agreement, a supplementary clause is necessary, which I have prepared. Rest assured, I will not trouble you over monetary matters. That money is yours, and I shall not claim a single cent. I am capable of supporting myself," he stated. His pride remained as strong as ever. Zhang Wanqiu gently shook her head. Furthermore, Zhang Wanqiu inhaled deeply. "It is still early. The Civil Affairs Bureau should not have closed yet. Let us finalize this matter." Xiao Jun gazed at Zhang Wanqiu's familiar, yet distant visage. Her once adoring eyes now resembled a tranquil lake, devoid of ripples. "Aren't you tired?" he suddenly asked. Zhang Wanqiu paused, quickly grasping his intent. "Tired? Over these years, I have often contemplated giving up, considered whether it would suffice to run a small cosmetic shop and lead a modest life. However, I have already ascended halfway up the mountain. I do not wish to abandon my journey. I aspire to reach the summit and behold the more splendid vistas it offers." A fleeting weariness flickered in her calm eyes, soon replaced by a fervent determination and zeal. Xiao Jun nodded, saying, "Understood. Let us proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau." "Xiao Jun, we cannot return to the past. Can we?" "There is no need to dwell on this," Zhang Wanqiu began, but Xiao Jun interrupted, smiling. "Over the past year, I have sensed your transformation. I merely refuse to accept it. Yet hearing your explanation now brings me relief." As she beheld Xiao Jun's smile, an inexplicable tightness gripped her heart. Ultimately, she said nothing, opening the driver's door and getting in. 40 minutes later, at the Qingqing Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhang Wanqiu and Xiao Jun emerged together, each holding a dark red booklet. "I am leaving. I wish you happiness in the future." Xiao Jun revealed a faint smile. In truth, as he gazed upon this woman, he felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her. Yet, in the realm of adulthood, one must learn to restrain such impulses. In contrast to Xiao Jun's nonchalance, Zhang Wanqiu appeared to suffer even more, her eyes slightly reddened. She nodded, and after a few moments of silence, asked, "Do you regret being with me?" Xiao Jun took a deep breath, suddenly drawing Zhang Wanqiu gently into his arms. This act transcended the rationality of adulthood. It was merely a final farewell. Inhaling the unfamiliar scent of her perfume, he noted that it was no longer the fragrance he once cherished. "I do not regret it. I once loved you and considered you my pillar and home. You have made your decision, and I respect you and your choice. As you said, let us both look forward. This is life." Zhang Wanqiu pushed Xiao Jun away and offered a smile. "That's good. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." She tidied her slightly disheveled bangs and waved goodbye to Xiao Jun as she got in her car, exhibiting grace and composure. Her emotions had been meticulously organized. Amidst the crowd, that figure remained radiant, yet like grains of sand, it quietly slipped through his fingers. Xiao Jun felt a profound sense of loss and remained silent for a long while. Zhang Wanqiu's car stopped in a blind spot at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Through the rearview mirror, she could see Xiao Jun standing there. Her gaze was complex. For as long as he stood there in a daze, she mirrored his contemplation. When Xiao Jun finally snapped back to reality and departed in a taxi, she pressed the accelerator with determination. She picked up her phone from the passenger seat. Noticing a missed call from her mother, Xiao Hui, she knew well what her mother wished to convey, so she set the phone down and dialed another number. "Mr. Liu, Where are you? Zhang Wanqiu inquired. At the Western restaurant in Bali, he replied. All right, I will come immediately, she responded. By the way, what did Mr. Yuan say? This afternoon, I invited Mr. Yuan for tea, and he agreed, Lu Changgong answered. You two can meet first. Perhaps discussing the investment matter will yield favorable results. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Wanqiu's heavy heart lightened somewhat. Thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Lu. We're beyond such formalities, Lu Changgong chuckled, then asked. By the way, has your issue been resolved? Zhang Wanqiu replied in a relatively calm tone. It has been resolved. That's good. Lu Changgong's tone brightened significantly. He no longer addressed her as Ms. Zhang but directly said, Wanqiu, you are an exceptional woman. That man truly does not deserve you. Consider this marriage a failed attempt. You will undoubtedly encounter better prospects in the future. Zhang Wanqiu slightly furrowed her brows. Such sentiments were not unfamiliar to her in recent years. However, her nature disinclined her from discussing personal matters openly. Had it not been for Lu Changgong facilitating such an important meeting, she might not have mentioned it at all. However, Lu Changgong's blunt remarks made her feel uncomfortable, and she stiffly replied, Mr. Lu, this seems to be none of your business. Zhang, you misunderstand me. I am simply forthright. Lu Changgong quickly responded, sensing the discord in Zhang Wanqiu's tone. What I mean is that you should focus on your work and not be troubled by other matters. I've already ordered the food. Let's eat first and then meet with Mr. Yuan. All right. Zhang Wanqiu ended the call and gazed down the road. For some inexplicable reason, what initially felt like an eagerly anticipated introduction now stirred a sense of irritation within her. At the late autumn medical clinic, Chen Song stood at the entrance and rushed to greet Xiao Jun upon his return. Boss, you're back. The Yuan family has called several times, Mr. Yuan insists you come and treat him. They've even sent a car for you. I didn't know how long you'd be busy, so I told him to wait. Xiao Jun noticed the Bentley parked at the curb, unmistakably belonging to the Yuan family. He nodded and replied, understood. Boss, about yesterday's incident, the Yuan family was also involved. Chen Song leaned in closer to Xiao Jun, whispering, they didn't have your number, but they called me. Taken aback, Xiao Jun had initially been disinclined to see patients today. But upon hearing this, he changed his mind. Let them wait a bit longer. I'll change my clothes. All right. Chen Song could sense Xiao Jun's discontent, but chose not to press further. Although he was close to Xiao Jun and wished for him to leave the sorrowful city of Qingcheng, he felt unqualified to make decisions on his behalf. Shortly, Xiao Jun emerged after washing his face and changing his attire. He patted Chen Song on the shoulder, saying, keep an eye out. Upon exiting, the Bentley's driver spotted him and promptly stepped out, greeting Mr. Xiao. Perhaps due to prior instructions from the Yuan family, he displayed an unusually courteous demeanor toward Xiao Jun. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Jun replied with a smile. The driver immediately opened the car door for him, and they proceeded inside. The Bentley turned off the street and onto the main thoroughfare of Wuchang Avenue. Chapter 16. You have been poisoned. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at the Yuan family's estate. Situated atop Nanshan, this estate was nestled between mountains and water, representing one of the rare feng shui treasures of Qingcheng. The ability to possess such an expansive estate in this location underscored the Yuan family's formidable power. As the car passed through the heavy gates of the estate and entered the landscape road, the verdant canopy on either side filled with birdsong and floral fragrance, rivaled that of a modest public park. Even Xiao Jun could not help but marvel at the opulence of the wealthy, a world far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After disembarking at the villa's entrance, Xiao Jun was led inside Mr. Yuan's residence by the butler. Dr. Xiao, just as he was about to ascend the stairs, a melodious voice called out. Yuan Yinner gracefully descended from the upper floor, her face lighting up with a radiant smile upon seeing Xiao Jun. Perhaps it was the warmth of the home or the cozy heating that emboldened her. Despite it being deep autumn, she wore a short-sleeved top and exceedingly short shorts. Standing an impressive height of 1.7 meters, her fair thighs were strikingly accentuated by her attire. Xiao Jun did not linger on her appearance. Merely returning her smile and addressing her, Miss Yuan, my father has been waiting for you in the bedroom for quite some time. Yuan Yinner promptly expressed her mild annoyance. It's almost mealtime. Why did you take so long? I was held up by a few matters. I apologize, Xiao Jun replied. Then please attend to my father's medical needs first, and we shall dine together afterward, she stated candidly, taking his hand and leading him upstairs. The essence of youth enveloped them as she grasped his hand, and Xiao Jun found himself momentarily taken aback by the softness of her touch. Yet, She seemed unguarded and carefree, seemingly accustomed to such familiarity, which made him dismiss any hesitation. Thus, he allowed her to lead him to Yuan Dehai's bedroom. Inside, Yuan Dehai sat on an Ada Mortal's chair, his reading glasses perched on his nose as he perused his phone. "Father, Dr. Xiao has arrived." Upon entering the room, Yuan Yin'er immediately claimed credit for his visit, as if she had summoned him herself. "Dr. Xiao, welcome." Yuan Dehai removed his glasses, lifting his gaze to Xiao Jun with a smirk that hinted at amusement. "You are indeed difficult to summon." "Ah, Chairman Yuan, you exaggerate. I am here now, are I not?" Xiao Jun chuckled, then added, "But Chairman Yuan, you must be under 60. Why are you resorting to reading glasses?" "Alas, this ailment has taken its toll." Yuan Dehai sighed, then continued, "However, I am grateful for your assistance, Dr. Xiao. After your treatment and the herbal concoction you prescribed, I feel significantly rejuvenated, as if I have regained 5 or 6 years of vitality." Indeed, as he spoke, the transformation in Yuan Dehai was palpable. He appeared far more spirited than when Xiao Jun first encountered him, shedding the pallid demeanor that had characterized his earlier state. "That is splendid to hear," Xiao Jun remarked. "However, Chairman Yuan, it is crucial to prioritize rest. While treating the illness is paramount, long-term wellness requires steady recuperation, for the body is akin to a wall. Once damaged, it is better to mend it gradually than to force a hasty repair." "I have been recuperating at home for 2 days," Yuan Dehai replied. "Yet, Dr. Xiao, you are not in my position and cannot comprehend our struggles. How I wish to rest, but circumstances dictate otherwise. My father simply neglects his health," Yuan Yin'er interjected. "If I did not intervene, he would have returned to the office the very next day." Yuan Dehai chuckled at her remark, displaying no irritation but rather a fondness as he affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Turning his attention back to Xiao Jun, he inquired, "Dr. Xiao, the purpose of your visit today is to ask if you could prescribe that herbal remedy once more?" "Of course. I should have provided you with that formula the other day," Xiao Jun affirmed, though a flicker of hesitation crossed his face as he spoke. "Is there something troubling you, Dr. Xiao?" Yuan Dehai asked, intrigued. "Indeed, I do have some reservations," Xiao Jun admitted. Xiao Jun turned to Yuan Yin'er and said, "Miss Yuan, I kindly ask you to step outside for a moment. I have a few words to discuss privately with your father." "Why can't I listen?" Yuan Yin'er responded, her delicate face revealing her displeasure. Previously, at the Tianlong Grand Hotel, Xiao Jun had asked him to leave, and now he was doing the same again. "This concerns your father's ailment, which is of great significance," Xiao Jun replied. "As medical practitioners, we must uphold our confidentiality. I hope you can understand, Miss Yuan." Seeing the seriousness etched on Xiao Jun's face, Yuan Yin'er, despite her lingering dissatisfaction, acquiesced. Once she left the bedroom, Yuan Dehai remarked, "Dr. Xiao, please speak candidly. It seems you have not taken my previous words to heart." Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly, "Did I not instruct you to remove the orchid fragrance from your bedside? And the lavender on the balcony is rather excessive." Yuan Dehai chuckled dismissively. "I simply enjoy a variety of flowers and plants. They aid in sleep and alleviate fatigue. Is it not permissible to have them by my bedside?" Changing the subject, Xiao Jun inquired, "You called the bureau yesterday, did you not?" "That was indeed my call. I am acquainted with Director Wan, but you need not concern yourself. It was merely a trivial matter," Yuan Dehai admitted without much thought. "Of course, it was also because of your integrity, Dr. Xiao, that you were released so swiftly." Xiao Jun replied calmly, "Since you have aided me, I will be forthright with you. Mr. Yuan, someone wishes to harm you." Yuan Dehai's gaze sharpened, incredulity etched on his face. "Someone wants to harm me?" Xiao Jun continued. "Do you believe your frail health over the years is solely due to the resurgence of old injuries?" Yuan Dehai paused, momentarily taken aback. "Is it not? Many doctors have stated that it is due to untreated injuries from my military service that have led to organ atrophy as I age." Xiao Jun shook his head. "That theory lacks merit. Although your old injuries appear severe, they are insufficient to account for your current level of weakness. The primary cause is that you have been poisoned." The last few words were pronounced with deliberate emphasis, resonating with gravity. Yuan Dehai was taken aback. "Poison?" Xiao Jun asked. "Do you recall the questions I posed to the Tianlong Grand Hotel?" "Yes," Yuan Dehai nodded. "You inquired about the plants in my room and the tea I prefer." Xiao Jun replied gravely, "Indeed. While I was previously uncertain, I can now assert with confidence that the blue lavender in your room, combined with the orchid fragrance at your bedside and the pu'er tea you habitually drink, has led to your poisoning." How can that be possible? Yuan Dahai laughed in disbelief. It is indeed possible. Xiao Jun's tone was resolute. Individually, these items may be harmless, but together they can infiltrate your respiratory system and bronchial passages, ultimately spreading throughout your lungs and inflicting immeasurable harm on various organs. Your frailty stems from this very source. Dr. Xiao, I respect your expertise. But in this day and age, who speaks of poisoning? This is not a martial arts novel. Yuan Dahai, a man well acquainted with the tempests of life, chuckled lightly, unperturbed by the words spoken. In the past 2 years, my sleep quality has been rather poor, so I've taken to placing some aloe or lavender to promote slumber. This blue lavender was a gift from a friend, and in just a month it has blossomed, which I find quite delightful. My young friend, is there an issue with this? Were it not for your phone call yesterday, I might not have intervened in your affairs. Xiao Jun let out a cold laugh, then composed his expression, declaring, this is a complex chronic toxin that requires several specific conditions to manifest. It has lingered long enough to infiltrate your internal organs, thereby affecting your viscera. Of course, such notions may seem fantastical to the average individual, yet for one well-versed in pharmacology, concocting a toxin through subtle means is not a daunting task. If Mr. Yuan remains skeptical, I must point out that upon entering the estate earlier, I noticed several Rottweilers at the entrance. This toxin acts slowly on humans, but is lethal to canines. Perhaps you might consider bringing one here for me to test its potency. Observing Xiao Jun's resolute demeanor, Yuan Dahai retrieved his mobile phone from the table and made a call. Soon, the butler entered, leading a Rottweiler. Xiao Jun first offered the dog a full cup of pu'er tea, then mixed 2 other elements in specific proportions before placing them before the Rottweiler. After a mere 10 minutes, the previously vibrant Rottweiler exhibited alarming signs of distress. It struggled to breathe and, moments later, erupted into a fit of coughing, drool spilling from its mouth. Despite appearing outwardly robust and managing to stand, this transformation was shocking enough to leave Yuan Dahai's expression drastically altered. Chapter 17. The meeting given that the Rottweiler possesses one of the more resilient immune systems among dogs, if it was affected so severely. One can only imagine the plight of the ever-present Mr. Yuan. Xiao Jun's voice broke the silence, gesturing for the butler to take the dog away. He then fixed a piercing gaze upon Yuan Dahai, solemnly stating, Mr. Yuan, the evidence lies before you. You must now believe my words. Yuan Dahai remained silent, yet his countenance shifted, revealing his discomfort. If my conjecture is correct, someone has deliberately gifted you the fragrant orchid, taking advantage of your physical ailment to facilitate their own agenda. If you still doubt, may I inquire about these 3 items? Perhaps some are purchased by you, but is it not likely that the majority were given to you by someone with ulterior motives? Xiao Jun's reasoning was sound, compelling even Yuan Dahai to entertain doubts. Suddenly, a realization struck him, causing his expression to change once more. With a resounding thud, Yuan Dahai slammed his fist against the wall, cursing vehemently, his face contorted with rage, an aura of menace radiating from him. However, Xiao Jun remained unfazed, coolly remarking, it seems, Mr. Yuan, that you have already identified a suspect. Yuan Dahai took several deep breaths, then shook his hands and said, Dr. Xiao, I lost my composure just now. It's nothing. Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly, Mr. Yuan, you must have a primary physician. He should be aware of the specifics. Understood. Yuan Dahai nodded, smiling. Dr. Xiao, it's already past mealtime. Shall we go downstairs for a meal? Observing how quickly Yuan Dahai regained his composure, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Jun's eyes. Truly, as a businessman at the pinnacle of Qingsheng, his ability to adjust his emotions was indeed remarkable. However, what he did not know was that Yuan Dahai was also deeply astonished. Firstly, due to the toxicity. Secondly, having served in the military and witnessed the brutalities of war. Coupled with the vicissitudes of business, he had cultivated a unique authority. For instance, the aura of anger he had just exuded was something few younger individuals could withstand. Yet, Xiao Jun remained unfazed, not even blinking. This esteemed doctor was indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, Xiao Jun was unaware of Yuan Dahai's inner thoughts and assumed he preferred not to discuss the matter further. Thus he said appropriately, Very well, let us dine. And afterward, I shall take your pulse and prescribe medicine. Thank you, Yuan Dahai responded. Having reached this point, Xiao Jun merely performed the duties expected of a physician, and other matters were truly beyond his concern. Upon descending, They found that the chef of the Yuan family had already prepared the meal. Dinner lasted over 20 minutes, during which only Yuan Yin'er spoke incessantly, while both Xiao Jun and Yuan Dehai remained remarkably silent. Soon, they returned to the bedroom. During the time they spent dining, the plants in the bedroom had been entirely cleared away. After taking Yuan Dehai's pulse, Xiao Jun prescribed a remedy, instructing Yuan Dehai's servant to procure the necessary ingredients. Subsequently, Xiao Jun personally prepared the medicine and imparted essential brewing techniques to the Yuan family's servant before returning to Yuan Dehai's chamber. The latter seemed to have just finished a phone call regarding Xiao Jun with a gaze imbued with significance. "Dr. Xiao, I must trouble you once again," Yuan Dehai said in a somber tone. "I just called an old friend and did not expect you to have such a remarkable background. I have been neglectful." "Old friend?" Xiao Jun pondered, then replied, "You must be referring to Lu Hong." Lu Hong was indeed an elderly gentleman whom Xiao Jun had treated not long ago, the head of the Lu family in Tianfu City. The Lu family had initially contacted Chun Song through the ancient medicine sect to seek Xiao Jun's assistance. Although the facts surrounding the runaway hound were evident, after years of navigating the martial world, even with a sense of caution, Yuan Dehai would certainly seek to understand Xiao Jun's circumstances thoroughly. This was entirely reasonable, and Xiao Jun could comprehend it. Given Yuan Dehai's standing in Qingcheng, it was likely he could easily reach out to the Lu family. While I have indeed been in contact with the Lu family, I'm not yet worthy of calling Lu Hong an old friend. Before him, I am merely a junior. Yuan Dehai took a deep breath and said, "However, Dr. Xiao, given your esteemed status, I believe there was no need for me to call yesterday for you to remain unharmed. As Chairman Yuan expressed, I am quite innocent. Even without your call to Manager Wan, I would have been safe. Yet, since you did reach out, I am grateful for your kindness." Xiao Jun replied. Yuan Dehai, gazing at this man who was over 30 years his junior, earnestly remarked, "I hope you will not only serve as my physician, but also become my friend in the future. I may soon be departing from Qingcheng." Xiao Jun shrugged, indifferent to Yuan Dehai's eager gaze. In the past, within the realm of ancient medicine, he had received respect and admiration from individuals of much higher status than Yuan Dehai. He had long grown accustomed to it. "You intend to leave Qingcheng?" Yuan Dehai furrowed his brow. "Rest assured, if I truly plan to depart, you will be my last patient in Qingcheng," Xiao Jun assured him. "I will do my utmost to ensure your well-being, so you need not worry." At 3:30 in the afternoon, after the medicinal concoction was completed, Xiao Jun bid farewell to Yuan Dehai, who did not attempt to keep him. For Yuan Dehai, upon realizing he had been poisoned, there were many matters requiring his attention. "By the way, Dr. Xiao, my brother asked if he could give him a call." Just as he was about to leave, Yuan Dehai recalled something and added, "He is aware you are here today to assist with my treatment, and he wishes for you to take a look at him as well. Would that be convenient for you?" Upon their first meeting, Xiao Jun had immediately discerned Yuan Hang's chronic ailment, which was likely why he had specifically instructed his elder brother, Yuan Dehai, to reach out. "That is quite convenient." Xiao Jun responded without hesitation. Treating one patient or two was of no difference to him. "He has matters to attend to today. I will ask him to visit your clinic tomorrow." In the past, Xiao Jun would have been expected to wait at home, as it was quite an honor for an ordinary doctor to be received by a prominent family. However, upon learning of Xiao Jun's true identity, Yuan Dehai, while not subservient, at least regarded Xiao Jun as an equal and was considerably more courteous. Therefore, he intended for Yuan Hang to visit in person. "I happen to have no engagements today. I shall seek out young Master Yuan. Please provide me with his phone number and address." Chapter 18. Important Figures. Qingcheng, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Shufan Tea Restaurant. This establishment is a high-end dining venue situated in the Zhongbei district, and aside from a few private tea houses, it serves as a gathering place for many influential figures from both the business and political spheres in Qingcheng. In one of the private rooms, Yuan Hang sat at the head of the table, sipping his coffee delicately. The table was laden with an array of delicacies, while Lu Changgong engaged in lively conversation with Yuan Hang. Uncle Yuan, the Yuan Group, is truly flourishing now, having established a foundation and hosting investment conferences to assist young entrepreneurs. It is widely said that you and Chairman Yuan are the pride of Qingcheng. Lu Changgong's flattery was somewhat clumsy, yet Yuan Hang received it with great pleasure. He set down his cup, chuckling softly, and remarked, "Dear nephew, your words are rather excessive. My elder brother, and I merely wish to give back to society, Supporting these young entrepreneurs and nurturing newcomers is a tradition of our Dragon Nation. Lu Changgong immediately responded. No wonder my father often speaks of the Yuan brothers as paragons of integrity and altruism, esteemed role models for entrepreneurs in Qingqing. In light of his admiration, Yuan Hang's smile grew even brighter as he replied, in our earlier years, your father and I were acquaintances, having developed alongside one another. Those times were indeed challenging. Nevertheless, you have done well for yourself, establishing your own company without relying on your family. I truly admire that. The current era differs greatly from the past, with opportunities abounding. After stepping into the world, I too aspired to prove myself independently, carving out my own path. Such ambition, Yuan Hang praised. May I inquire about the scale of your company now? Lu Changgong humbly responded, barely sufficient. If I can reach even a tenth of the Yuan group in the future, I shall be content. The younger generation shall indeed surpass the older, Yuan Hang remarked. Your accomplishments may yet rival ours. Do not underestimate yourselves. Yuan Hang then chuckled. By the way, you did not summon me merely to shower me with compliments, did you? Lu Changgong, as if recalling something, replied sheepishly, Uncle Yuan. Our conversation was so engaging that I almost forgot the matter at hand. This is my friend, Zhang Wanxiu, the founder of Ximei Company. Zhang Wanxiu promptly stood, extending her hand. Hello, Mr. Yuan. I am Zhang Wanxiu. I have long heard of your esteemed name, and it is a great honor to meet you today. Her delicate face displayed a hint of nervousness as her palm grew clammy, not from anxiety, but from excitement. Although she had previously heard Lu Changgong speak well of the relationship between their families, the Lu family, despite its affluence, was not on the same level as the distinguished Yuan family. Consequently, she could not suppress her trepidation. However, witnessing the harmonious rapport between Lu Changgong and Yuan Hang, the second in command of the Yuan family, left her unable to contain her exhilaration. I have indeed heard of you, Ms. Zhang, Yuan Hang said, reciprocating the handshake. Ximei Cosmetics has emerged as a leader among the new contenders in the market. I did not expect you to be so young. Having founded the company and achieved such success, surely you possess exceptional talents. Her capabilities are undeniable, Lu Changgong interjected. Ximei's factory currently commands a significant market share, attracting collaboration from many major brands. She is also a strong contender for this year's top 10 young entrepreneurs in Qingqing. Indeed, the younger generation is formidable. Yuan Hang could not help but exclaim. You must be here regarding an investment opportunity, am I correct? Nothing escapes Uncle Yuan's keen insight, Lu Changgong chuckled. I am indeed advocating for my friend. Her company is undoubtedly a worthy investment, with excellent prospects for development. As one of the initiators of the investment conference, our Yuan Group aims to infuse fresh talent into the market. Young entrepreneurs like Miss Zhang inspire hope within me. Yuan Hang chuckled. Since we have a capable relative as a guarantor, please provide me with the company's documents, and I shall endeavor to secure investment for you. Thank you. Zhang Wanxiu exclaimed with joy. She had prepared a series of arguments, but to her astonishment, they were rendered unnecessary, as Yuan Hang readily agreed. I assure you, I will not disappoint. Lu Changgong, also beaming with delight, remarked, moreover, my company has already commenced collaboration with Ximei. The domestic cosmetic industry is on the verge of a tremendous surge. As long as you invest, the prospects will undoubtedly be bright. I naturally trust you, Zhang, and have faith in your vision, Yuan Hang replied with a smile. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his phone suddenly rang. I must take this call, Yuan Hang said hurriedly. Lu Changgong nodded respectfully. Yuan Hang stepped aside, inquiring, who is this? The voice of Xiao Jun resonated on the other end. It's me. Xiao Jun, Mr. Yuan has informed me, and I'm bringing the prescription over. Dr. Xiao? Yuan Hang replied courteously. I feel rather embarrassed to trouble you with the trip. Prior to this call, Yuan Dehai had already communicated with Yuan Hang, so he was aware of his elder brother's predicament involving poisoning and was also informed of Xiao Jun's identity. Compared to his elder brother, Yuan Dehai, Xiao Jun's status felt slightly lesser, thus prompting a more respectful demeanor. You are too kind, Mr. Yuan. Although a doctor does not knock before entering, I do not mind such trifles, Xiao Jun stated. However, while I have prepared the prescription, I still need to take your pulse to ascertain the specifics. I am arriving at Shufan Tea Restaurant shortly. Thank you, thank you. I truly feel ashamed to have you make a personal trip, Yuan Hang hurriedly replied. I will come down to greet you. There is no need for such formality, Xiao Jun said. If you have matters to attend to, do not worry. Just provide me with the room number, and I shall come directly up. Let us meet in the peony room. I have reserved it in advance. Yuan Hang pondered momentarily before adding, I will handle things here first, and do let me know when you arrive. Understood, Xiao Jun affirmed before ending the call. Once Yuan Hang returned, after putting away his phone, Lu Changgong inquired, Mr. Yuan, do you have an esteemed guest to meet? The peony room has been reserved. Should we take our leave? Although Yuan Hang had been leaning against the window for the call, he had returned by the time Lu Changgong spoke the last sentence. And Lu Changgong had certainly heard him. At the Shufin Tea Restaurant, the private rooms are divided into several tiers, with the peony room being the largest and reserved for the most distinguished guests. Even though Lu Changgong invited Yuan Hang for discussions, he could not secure the peony room. While the guest is indeed distinguished, I'm already aware of your matters and will soon resolve them, so it is not an inconvenience. Yuan Hang said as he settled back down, sipping his coffee. Mr. Zhang, please provide me with your letter of intent. Certainly, Zhang Wanqiu nodded eagerly. Handing the documents she held to Yuan Hang. The three conversed for a while longer, observing Yuan Hang frequently glancing at his watch. Lu Changgong deemed it an appropriate time to take his leave. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Wanqiu and stood up to bid farewell. By the way, my dear nephew Lu, let us settle the bill together when I depart. Yuan Hang replied, you may leave without any concern. How could I impose? This response caught Lu Changgong off guard. Given my relationship with your father, this is but a trivial matter. Yuan Hang waved his hand dismissively, saying, please, do attend to your own affairs. Very well, I shall not intrude further upon Uncle Yuan. Lu Changgong nodded in understanding. As he descended the stairs, he turned to Zhang Wanqiu and remarked with a gentle smile, late autumn, what seems to be the matter? Are you so overjoyed that you're still in a daze? As Lu Changgong had observed, Zhang Wanqiu felt as though she were in a dream. Astonished that what she had anticipated to be a daunting task was resolved with but a few words. She then exclaimed with excitement, Mr. Lu, I cannot express my gratitude enough. It is worth noting that her company, Shimei, was at a pivotal stage of development, and the recent events have been anything but favorable. Even her partner, Xia Ping, was currently in custody. The prospect of receiving investment from the Yuan family could dispel the clouds of despair that had settled over her heart. You are far too gracious, Lu Changgong responded, a hint of pride gracing his features. After all, it was his initiative that had facilitated this agreement, and even he had not anticipated such smooth progress. However, he paused momentarily before humbly adding, the reason Uncle Yuan agreed is not solely due to my influence, but also because of Shimei's inherent strength. The Yuan family does not invest in just any new enterprise in Qingcheng. I am well aware of that, Zhang Wanqiu declared with determination. I will diligently develop the company and ensure that the Yuan family is not disappointed. I shall honor this investment. I have every confidence in you, Lu Changgong chuckled, then mused, nonetheless, I wonder why Uncle Yuan has reserved the Peony Hall. I am curious about the important guest he intends to meet and whether I am acquainted with them. Is the Peony Hall exceptional? Zhang Wanqiu inquired. Late autumn. I presume this is your first visit to the Shufin Tea Restaurant? Lu Changgong continued, noticing her nod of affirmation. He elaborated. This tea restaurant was established by Hong Kong merchants in Qingcheng during the 1990s, boasting a history of 3 decades, primarily serving Hong Kong-style afternoon tea. Due to the owner's notable connections, it has garnered a reputation among the business elite of Qingcheng. The Peony Hall is reserved for the most esteemed VIPs. I attempted to make a reservation this afternoon, but was informed that I lacked the requisite status. Perhaps only individuals of my father's caliber or Uncle Yuan's would qualify. I see, Zhang Wanqiu replied earnestly, realizing, if Mr. Yuan places such importance on this and has secured the Peony Hall, the guests expected must be remarkable. Unfortunately, she added, I am currently focused on my entrepreneurial journey and prefer not to rely on family resources. Lu Changgong clicked his tongue and remarked, had it been in the past, I would certainly have sought to familiarize myself with the prominent figures. With Master Lu's remarkable talent, even embarking on an entrepreneurial venture presents a promising opportunity. Zhang Wanqiu smiled in agreement, adding, you may either address me as President Lu or Long Gong. Master Lu seems rather awkward. Lu Changgong chuckled softly and said, it is still early. Wanqiu, why not visit my company for a while? We can dine together later. Very well. After pondering the significant favor he had done her, Zhang Wanqiu ultimately consented. Just as they stepped outside, a taxi halted at the entrance of the tea restaurant. Upon seeing the person alight from the vehicle, Zhang Wanxiu was momentarily taken aback. It was Xiao Jun. Like Zhang Wanxiu, Xiao Jun noticed her presence and involuntarily slowed his pace. What brings you here? Yet, the first to speak was not Zhang Wanxiu or Xiao Jun, but Lu Changgong. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhang Wanxiu, frowning with an unfriendly expression as he regarded Xiao Jun, his tone icy. What I do is none of your concern, Xiao Jun retorted with a hint of amusement. Are you here to see Wanxiu? Lu Changgong's voice remained cold. Even if I were, what does it matter to you? Xiao Jun counseled. Lu Changgong scoffed. It matters a great deal. I'm a friend of Wanxiu, and I am aware of your circumstances. Since Zhang Wanxiu's venture in entrepreneurship, she had grown close to Lu Changgong, though they had not met frequently. They were aware of each other's existence. However, hearing Zhang Wanxiu's name spoken by another man left Xiao Jun feeling somewhat uneasy, especially knowing this man was aware of their divorce. Glimpsing Zhang Wanxiu, Xiao Jun decided against escalating the situation further, responding calmly, "You misunderstand. I am here for another matter. Not for the reasons you suspect." Lu Changgong dismissed him with disdain. "You arrive here not to see Wanxiu, but rather to sip tea at Shufan Tea Restaurant? Indeed, I am merely here to enjoy some tea." Xiao Jun nodded. "I was invited." "Ha ha ha." Lu Changgong laughed, raising his chin with a look of contempt. "Xiao Jun, you truly are not a man if you wish to deceive. I do not know how you discovered our whereabouts, but do you believe this is a place you can simply enter? Someone invited you? Have you considered whether this is a venue suitable for you? I will give you one warning. Do not pursue Wanxiu any further. You need not instruct me." Xiao Jun shot back, anger flaring as he glared at Lu Changgong. "Who do you think you are? Even if I am here to see Zhang Wanxiu, what business is it of yours?" He then turned to Zhang Wanxiu, asking, "Is this your wish? We are here to discuss matters, Xiao Jun. This tea restaurant is certainly not a place for you," Zhang Wanxiu articulated delicately, believing this to be a means of protecting Xiao Jun. After all, it was her first time at this tea restaurant, and she did not wish for Xiao Jun to offend Lu Changgong post-divorce. The influence of the Lu family was far beyond what Xiao Jun could contend with. Upon merely hearing her words, a tinge of bitterness welled up within Xiao Jun's heart. He cast a cold glance at Lu Changgong, uttering no further words, and brushed past the two, making his way toward the tea restaurant. "Stop right there." Lu Changgong, feeling disregarded, was instantly filled with displeasure, stepping forward to grasp Xiao Jun's arm. "Get lost." Xiao Jun forcefully shrugged off Lu Changgong's hold, stumbling back a couple of steps. Lu Changgong was immediately engulfed in rage. How dare this brat push him? Initially wishing to maintain his composure in front of Zhang Wanxiu, Lu Changgong could no longer contain himself, bellowing, "Xiao Jun, you uncouth barbarian. Aside from using your fists, what else are you capable of? When bullied by thugs, you seek trouble with Wanxiu's brother. You ought to be locked away for life." In that instant, Xiao Jun halted. He then turned, his gaze icy as he regarded Lu Changgong. "How could you possibly know that thugs are bothering me?" This matter, known only to the parties involved, had been briefly mentioned by Xiao Jun in the guardroom. Even Zhang Wanxiu, it was likely, remained unaware of her brother's actions. How could an outsider like Lu Changgong be privy to such information? There was undoubtedly something amiss. Perhaps realizing he had misspoken, Lu Changgong hesitated for a moment before hastily redirecting the conversation, stating, "Xiao Jun, you are truly not a man. Haven't you harmed the Wanxiu family enough? Why are you still here causing a scene? I ask you, how did you know?" Xiao Jun's tone grew heavier, his eyes a frigid expanse. Perhaps out of guilt, Lu Changgong dared not meet Xiao Jun's gaze. Instead, he became infuriated, retorting, "What? Do you really dare to hit me? Go ahead, try it." Bang! In the next moment, Xiao Jun's fist connected with Lu Changgong's face. Zhang Wanxiu covered her mouth, her expression one of disbelief. Xiao Jun truly dared to act. Moreover, he had struck Lu Changgong of the Lu family. Even Lu Changgong, who had just been punched, lay on the ground dazed for a few seconds before he let out a furious roar. "Catch him." This command was directed at the security personnel at the entrance of the tea restaurant. Having just emerged from a private room, Lu Changgong was easily recognizable. Those who frequented this establishment were either affluent or noble, and although the scuffle did not occur within the premises, the security staff could not afford to be negligent and promptly surrounded Xiao Jun, one on each side. "Rest assured I won't flee." Xiao Jun made no attempt to resist. replying calmly while his gaze remained fixed on Lu Changong. Lu Changong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose from the ground. Zhang Wanqiu immediately stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Lu, Xiao Jun didn't mean it. He surely." Lu Changong laughed in anger. Of course it wasn't unintentional. It was intentional. Zhang Wanqiu anxiously turned to the still motionless Xiao Jun. Irritated, "Xiao Jun, come over and help him up. Apologize, and Mr. Lu will surely not hold it against you." Xiao Jun remained unmoved, coolly responding, "I will not apologize. I was justified in my actions." What a spirited lad. Noticing that Zhang Wanqiu seemed to have more to say, Lu Changong waved his hand impatiently and said, "Wanqiu, enough. This fellow is clearly seeking trouble. I know how to handle it." Seeing Lu Changong genuinely enraged, Zhang Wanqiu looked at Xiao Jun with deep concern, yet felt utterly helpless. Rising from his seat, Lu Changong slowly approached Xiao Jun, who was subdued by two security guards, and leaned down to coldly remark, "Kid, I retract my earlier statement. You indeed have some guts." Xiao Jun scoffed, but offered no reply. A surge of murderous intent quickly flooded Lu Changong's eyes. As one of the most prominent heirs in Xinsheng, he could not possibly suppress his fury after suffering such humiliation. He would not simply let it go. Yet, he refrained from retaliating, for that would be the act of a barbarian. He leaned in closer to Xiao Jun's ear and whispered, "Do you have any idea what the cost of throwing that punch would be? You were fortunate to escape trouble before, but this time, there's no way out. By saying that, do you admit to something?" Xiao Jun replied coolly. Previously, he had found Zhang Ke's audacity puzzling. Even if the Zhang family had turned their backs on him post-divorce, there was no need for such drastic measures. But at this moment, the truth dawned upon him. Lu Changong neither confirmed nor denied, merely revealing a disdainful smile. In his view, Xiao Jun was finished and had lost the right to converse with him. However, just as he reached for his phone to make a call, an urgent and commanding voice rang out from the entrance of the tea restaurant. "What are you doing?" "Lu Changong, stop this at once." The voice belonged to Yuan Hang. After bidding farewell to Lu Changong and Zhang Wanqiu, Yuan Hang had awaited Xiao Jun in the peony private room. However, after some time without news of Xiao Jun, he was about to make a call to inquire when he heard a commotion downstairs. The tea restaurant had excellent soundproofing, yet Yuan Hang had just opened a window, and upon witnessing the scene below, his expression changed drastically as he hurried downstairs. "What are you doing? Stop this at once." Yuan Hang forcefully intervened, pulling apart the two men who had restrained Xiao Jun. "Uncle Yuan, what are you doing here?" Lu Changong was equally surprised. "Is this a place where you can create a disturbance at will? If I and T come down, who knows what you would have done to Mr. Xiao?" Yuan Hang glared at Lu Changong, his tone devoid of the earlier warmth. Lu Changong remained oblivious to the change in Yuan Hang's demeanor and the significance of the title Mr. Xiao, simply explaining, "Uncle Yuan, it's not me causing trouble. This person assaulted me, and I was about to call the cops." "Oh." Yuan Hang frowned, turning to Xiao Jun. "Mr. Xiao, is that true?" Xiao Jun nodded, stating, "I did strike first, but this person deserved it." Damn it. Lu Changong was so infuriated that he could hardly maintain his composure, finding the provocation utterly intolerable. At this moment, he suddenly realized something and, with a hint of astonishment, inquired of Yuan Hang, "Uncle Yuan, what did you just call him?" Yuan Hang remained silent, directing his attention towards the two security guards, stating, "This matter does not concern you." Of course, Lu Changong was unwilling to relent. Just as he attempted to say something further, Yuan Hang sternly interjected, "Silence. If you utter another word, do not blame me for being impolite. Remain here and do not devise any schemes. Otherwise, even your father, Lu Tianming, will be of no use." Lu Changong was taken aback, rendered speechless. He then watched as Yuan Hang entered the tea restaurant with Xiao Jun, leaving him and the equally stunned Zhang Wanqiu standing there, utterly bewildered. The esteemed guest that little Yuan was to entertain was indeed Xiao Jun. A thought flashed through Zhang Wanqiu's mind. This notion was utterly absurd, yet for some reason, she suddenly recalled the silhouette she had seen at the Tianlong Grand Hotel, and her heart began to race. "Xiao Shini, do you have a conflict with this Lu Changong?" Upon reaching a corner of the tea restaurant, Yuan Hang inquired in a low voice. "The incident leading to my arrest was orchestrated by him," Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly. "Since you all are aware of my arrest, you must also know that I have just divorced, and that woman at the entrance is my ex-wife. Zhang Zong is Mr. Zhao's ex-wife." Yuan Hang was taken aback by this coincidence. Yet being a clever man, He quickly connected the dots. In fact, the Yuan family had approached Xiao Jun the day after he treated Yuan to high, but upon learning of his arrest, they only called Wan Yuan to exert pressure after understanding the circumstances. Indeed, Xiao Jun's expression was inscrutable as he continued, "I apologize for losing control of my emotions earlier. I may have caused you some trouble." "What trouble is this?" Yuan Hang regained his composure, chuckling lightly. "Youth is characterized by passion. I was even more impulsive at your age." His statement was a declaration, while also leading him to ponder further. After all, Zhang Wanqiu's beauty was universally acknowledged, and as a man, it was not difficult to surmise Lu Changong's intentions. "Xiao Shini, you should head upstairs to rest. I will handle this matter." "Thank you." Xiao Jun nodded in agreement, not wishing for the day to become overly unpleasant. Yuan Hang soon made his way downstairs, where he found Zhang Wanqiu and Lu Changgong still lingering in place. Noticing the persistent gloom on Yuan Hang's face, Lu Changgong hurriedly approached, nervously asking, "Uncle Yuan, do you know Xiao Jun?" He swallowed hard, his expression markedly tense. However, Yuan Hang's next words left Lu Changgong dumbfounded. "Lu Changgong, do not call me Uncle Yuan. While I know your father, we were once rival enterprises and have had our share of discord. We are not that familiar." Lu Changgong's expression shifted between suspicion and confusion, as Yuan Hang's demeanor now starkly contrasted with the earlier warmth he had displayed when addressing him as nephew. "Moreover, take this proposal back with you." Yuan Hang retrieved the document that Zhang Wanqiu had just handed him and forcefully tossed it onto Lu Changgong. Startled, Lu Changgong exclaimed, "Uncle Yuan, what do you mean by this? I was unaware of the rival companies you mentioned, and aren't those matters of the past? Why don't you try calling me uncle again? Am I not deserving of respect? Don't go around making unwarranted familial connections." Yuan Hang replied with a cold sneer. "Past matters? That merely showcases our magnanimity, choosing not to hold grudges. If the Yuan family were to take matters seriously, not only would your insignificant self be affected, but even Lu Tianming and your Lu group would find themselves obliterated at my whim." The Yuan group had undeniably ascended to a different echelon compared to the Lu family. Yuan Hang's words were laden with an ominous certainty, filled with conviction. Lu Changgong felt a chill run down his spine, baffled by the sudden shift in Yuan Hang's demeanor. Forcing a smile, he said, "Even if there are old grievances between young Master Yuan and my father, the investment for my friend you just mentioned is feasible, isn't it?" "Did I not say that? I seem to have forgotten." Yuan Hang raised an eyebrow and responded, "Our group has indeed established a foundation, but not every company is eligible to qualify. If your friend meets the necessary criteria, he may apply to the foundation. Once we have reviewed and approved the documents, we will conduct an evaluation." Yuan Hang's impeccably formal rejection left Lu Changgong feeling utterly frustrated. Yet, faced with the second-in-command of the Yuan group, he dared not express his anger. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanqiu stood by, feeling an icy weight in her heart, as if she had plummeted from paradise to the depths of despair. "Did that young man say something to you?" Lu Changgong still refused to accept the reality, bewildered as to how an agreement could shift so drastically with Xiao Jun's arrival. After all, Xiao Jun had struck him. He was the victim. Yuan Hang had initially intended to leave, but paused upon hearing Lu Changgong's words. Lu Changgong noticed the sharpness in Yuan Hang's gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat. "Is the esteemed Dr. Xiao someone like you can trample upon at will?" Yuan Hang approached and, with a swift motion, delivered a stinging slap across Lu Changgong's face. The sound echoed loudly, leaving Lu Changgong utterly stunned, while even Zhang Wanqiu took a step back in shock. "Your upbringing is lacking. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your father," Yuan Hang stated coldly. "This matter ends here. While my temper remains in check, I suggest you leave promptly." With that, Yuan Hang let out a low grunt and turned to depart. Chapter 21. Not leaving, Mr. Lu? Are you all right? After a minute, Zhang Wanqiu regained her composure and couldn't help but ask, noting Lu Changgong's bloodshot eyes and labored breathing. I'm fine." Lu Changgong forced a smile that was more painful than tears, attempting to appear nonchalant. Yet his clenched fists behind his back were taut with suppressed rage, the veins bulging ominously up to his wrists. "I am fine." Zhang Wanqiu managed a forced smile. Though she felt a profound sense of disappointment, she recognized that this was not the moment to discuss investments. "I shall return to the company now," Lu Changgong stated, striving to control the tremor in his voice. "I apologize for today's mishap. It was not anyone's intention. Zhang Wanqiu shook her head. However, it was still a chance to meet young Master Yuan. Although he did not make an immediate decision, I will submit the proposal to his foundation and follow the proper channels. Do not fret about the Yuan family's inconsistency. I will have my father invest for you. Lu Changong opened his mouth, yet the words remained unspoken at the threshold of his throat. He was not the type of wealthy heir who idly awaited fate. Such promises were not made lightly. Furthermore, everything that transpired today felt exceedingly abnormal to him. He had never endured such humiliation before. He needed to return home to gather his thoughts and reflect. With a forced smile, Lu Changong feigned nonchalance as he bid farewell to Zhang Wanqiu and hurriedly departed the tea restaurant. Zhang Wanqiu remained rooted in place, gazing upward. She was unaware of the location of the private room in the peony hall, yet she sensed that Xiao Jun was somewhere invisible, observing her intently. An inexplicable heaviness settled in her heart, accompanied by an ambiguous feeling she could not articulate. To her, Xiao Jun's earlier punch at Lu Changong stemmed merely from a misunderstanding, as the latter stood too close beside her. Like Lu Changong, she was equally oblivious to the connection between Yuan Hang's abrupt change of heart and Xiao Jun. Yet they were divorced now, having become strangers. If Xiao Jun indeed had dealings with the Yuan family, there was no necessity for such extremes. 5 years have passed. Is there something you still conceal from me? Zhang Wanqiu pondered, biting her lower lip lightly as she murmured to herself. After staring for several seconds without any revelation, she finally drove away. Dr. Xiao, I apologize for keeping you waiting, Xiao Jun murmured as Zhang Wanqiu's red Mercedes disappeared from sight. He gradually withdrew his gaze from the window. At that moment, the door opened, and Yuan Hang entered with a beaming smile. Let's get straight to the point, Xiao Jun said. Young Master Yuan, please take a seat. I will take your pulse. Very well, Yuan Hang replied, showing no inclination to claim credit as he nodded and sat down. Xiao Jun had witnessed the entire episode of Yuan Hang reprimanding Lu Changong upstairs, and he was also aware of Zhang Wanqiu's investment, which had indirectly affected him. However, Xiao Jun bore no resentment nor felt any relief. Like Zhang Wanqiu, he understood that they were divorced, and it was not a chaotic separation. Everything had been articulated clearly. As for Zhang Wanqiu's future endeavors, that was her affair. Xiao Jun would neither exacerbate the situation nor intervene, for such a relationship should remain as tranquil as water. A few minutes later, Xiao Jun concluded taking Yuan Hang's pulse and requested him to lift his shirt to examine the root of his ailment. There lies a wound, though it has somewhat healed, measuring over 10 centimeters, twisting and turning like a centipede, grotesque in its appearance. When the Yuan group was initially established, it weathered many storms, enduring the glimmer of blades and the shadows of conflict. Sensing Xiao Jun's bewilderment, Yuan Hang smiled and elucidated. This scar is a remnant from my entrepreneurial days. It was 3 centimeters deep at the time, yet I gritted my teeth and persevered. Although Yuan Hang spoke with an air of nonchalance, Xiao Jun could easily envision the perils of those tumultuous years. After all, a depth of 3 centimeters is no trivial matter. Xiao Jun pondered that Yuan Hang's earlier remark about being more impetuous than himself in their youth was indeed true. I believed this injury to be inconsequential, but after a recent consultation with Dr. Xiao, it appears there is indeed some discomfort, Yuan Hang remarked. Dr. Xiao, have you discerned anything amiss? It's not a grave issue, Xiao Jun replied, but the manner in which you initially treated the wound was certainly flawed, leading to lingering repercussions. He continued, moreover, with time you became complacent, believing the wound had healed without any lingering pain. What remedy is there? Duanhang in guit? Will it have repercussions? Undoubtedly, Xiao Jun replied, his tone measured. Your intestines have already begun to atrophy. The adverse effects may not be immediately evident, but in 5 or 10 years, this condition could severely impair your bodily functions, potentially resulting in paralysis below the abdomen. What? Yuan Hang's expression shifted dramatically. The gravity of this consequence was undeniable. However, over the years, he had undergone annual health checkups and routinely visited the hospital, never having received such alarming news from any physician. Yuan Hang hesitated to question this revelation, but suddenly recalled Xiao Jun's esteemed background. He hailed from the legendary school of ancient medicine. Did he possess the standing to challenge such a claim? Realizing this, a cold sweat broke upon Yuan Hang's brow as he implored, Dr. Xiao, you must save me. Xiao Jun chuckled softly, As I mentioned earlier, it is not a grave problem. If you adhere to my prescribed medication, rest adequately, and heed certain precautions, you shall recover within 3 years. Very well. I shall diligently follow your medical advice. Yuan Hang nodded earnestly. I will begin with acupuncture, Xiao Jun declared, producing a set of silver needles he had prepared earlier, laying them out upon the table. He then selected one, instructing Yuan Hang to remove his clothing and lie flat on the table. As a successful middle-aged man, Yuan Hang felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet there was no alternative. The private room lacked a proper bed, and seeing Xiao Jun's earnest demeanor, he felt compelled to proceed, steeling himself for the treatment. Before long, Xiao Jun commenced the acupuncture session. With his esteemed background in ancient medicine, Xiao Jun was not only well-versed in pharmacology, but also exceptionally skilled in acupuncture. Each needle was expertly administered with fluid precision. After several needles had been placed, Yuan Hang's breathing grew increasingly labored. Initially, the silver needles felt cold against his skin, but gradually, he became aware of a sensation akin to a fire igniting within his abdomen, particularly surging from the site of his old injury, ascending with fervor to his mind. Half an hour later, the sensation gradually subsided. Xiao Jun began to remove the needles. Xiao Shini, I feel much better, Yuan Hang exclaimed with delight. In truth, he was unsure if it was a mere psychological effect or an illusion, but after the silver needles were withdrawn, he indeed felt a certain clarity of mind. What a pity, Xiao Jun sighed, shaking his head. Before descending the mountain, his master had bestowed upon him a set of incomplete Tai divine needles. Though only 2 sets of 24, they were extraordinarily precious, far surpassing ordinary silver needles. Unfortunately, he had previously lacked the opportunity to practice medicine and had forgotten to retrieve the tying needles from the Zhang family. Had he employed that set, the results would surely have been vastly superior to the current ones. The weather had begun to turn cool. Young Yuan, you should put on your clothes, Xiao Jun advised. I will prepare a prescription for you. After the waiter brought paper and ink, Xiao Jun meticulously penned the details and handed it to Yuan Hang. The prescription clearly outlined the specifications and dosages of the herbal ingredients, along with detailed instructions for preparation. Filled with gratitude, Yuan Hang could not help but inquire, Xiao Shini, I heard from my elder brother that you plan to leave Qingshun? Having exerted himself with the silver needles, Xiao Jun appeared somewhat fatigued. As he raised his cup for coffee, he paused at the question and replied softly, that was the case, but it is no longer. In surprise, Yuan Hang exclaimed, so you are not leaving? Not for the time being, Xiao Jun replied, taking a sip of coffee, his eyes glinting with a cold light. After the divorce, he had indeed contemplated leaving Qingshun, for he had no remaining ties in the city and intended to fulfill the ancient medical duties entrusted by his master, wandering the world. However, the scene he had just witnessed downstairs compelled him to reconsider this notion. He was indifferent to whom Zhang Wanxiu was currently involved with. After all, they were divorced. Even if Zhang Wanxiu and Lu Changgong shared a relationship beyond mere collaboration, it was of no concern to him. Yet, Lu Changgong's audacity in instructing Zhang could harm him, even attempting to ruin him completely, had transformed their conflict into a matter of life and death. Such a malicious scheme, had he been an ordinary person, might have ensnared him without a chance for redemption. Given the Lu family's vast resources, orchestrating this affair to yield a predictable outcome was hardly a challenge. Xiao Jun had previously wondered what emboldened Zhang Ku to take such risks, engaging in actions that could lead to his own downfall if they were ever exposed. It was only after his conversation with Lu Changgong that he comprehended the truth. Zhang Ku had evidently received support, emboldened by Lu Changgong's backing to recklessly frame Xiao Jun. Thus, Xiao Jun made a resolute decision. Even if he were to leave Qingshun, he would first ensure that Lu Changgong paid a price for his deeds. This man had persistently sought to ingratiate himself with Zhang Wanxiu. Yet such underhanded tactics had truly crossed Xiao Jun's threshold of tolerance. Did he truly believe that a lion, having merely dozed, could be easily bullied by hyenas? Xiao Shuni, are you staying for Lu Changgong? Yuan Hang, being an experienced figure in the world, discerned Xiao Jun's intentions and cautiously inquired. Xiao Yun maintained a placid demeanor, neither affirming nor denying. Yuan Hang continued, should you require assistance, Mr. Xiao, do not hesitate to speak. I believe our Yuan family can still be of service in Qingshun, and we are among your most dependable allies. Such a promise would not have been uttered lightly had Xiao Jun merely been an ordinary physician who had treated him and his elder brother. However, given Xiao Jun's significant background, the prospect of forming a friendship felt like an elevation for the Yuan family. I shall visit regularly to administer acupuncture every 2 days. Xiao Jun's titit. Please remind Chairman Yuan to take his medicinal concoction on schedule, as I will also provide him with acupuncture treatment in due time. Thank you. Noticing Xiao Jun's lack of a direct response, Yuan Hang refrained from pressing further. After exchanging pleasantries, both Xiao Jun and Yuan Hang departed from the tea restaurant. As they were leaving, the manager of the establishment hurried out to present Xiao Jun with a VIP card. In a manner typical of the tea restaurant's interactions with various influential figures, even without knowledge of Xiao Jun's true identity, they would deem him a worthy investment. Given Yuan Hang's courteous demeanor, having decided to accept the card, Xiao Jun graciously accepted it. In Qingcheng, within a villa in Central Park, a room echoed with roars and the sounds of objects being hurled. A servant, opening the door to investigate the commotion, was struck on the head by a ceramic cup, leaving him dazed. "We'll let you in. Get out." Lu Changong's face contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot, as if he were ready to commit murder. "Second young master. I'm so sorry," the servant stammered, terrified, for it was the first time he had witnessed Lu Changgong in such a furious state. Not daring to inquire further, he endured the pain and closed the door. After venting his frustrations for a while, Lu Changgong collapsed onto the sofa, gazing at the chaos strewn about him, panting heavily. Damn it, he seethed through clenched teeth. Since returning from the tea restaurant, his anger had only intensified, spiraling beyond control, leading him to lash out destructively. A glint of hatred flickered in his eyes. While he dared not confront Yuan Hang, he could not swallow the humiliation of Xiao Jun striking him, especially in front of Zhang Wanqiu. "Have you found anything out?" Lu Changgong demanded as he made a call. On his way home, he had instructed someone to investigate Xiao Jun's background. Previously, he had only known Xiao Jun as Zhang Wanqiu's husband, a seemingly ineffectual individual, and had paid little attention to him. However, today's events were too peculiar, necessitating a more cautious approach. "We've uncovered some information," came the voice on the other end. "Xiao Jun runs a traditional Chinese medicine clinic and is a physician. A few days ago, he was invited by the Yuan family to treat Chairman Yuan Dezai. Is that all?" "Yes, that is all." As he hung up the phone, Lu Changgong's expression shifted between shadows and light. "So, this brat is merely a doctor." In Qingcheng, there had long been rumors regarding the deteriorating health of the Yuan family's patriarch, who had consulted numerous doctors without any improvement. If Xiao Jun were to stumble upon a solution for Yuan Dehai's ailment, it would be no wonder that Yuan Hang would come to his defense. However, for him to exhibit such arrogance merely because he had once treated Yuan Dehai's illness is rather presumptuous. In his eyes, even the Zhang family is nothing more than inconsequential, let alone the former son-in-law of the Zhang family. "He thinks I cannot bring you to ruin." Lu Changgong paid no heed to his previous conversation with Xiao Jun, confident that Zhang Ke would not dare to betray him. Since he had survived their last encounter, this time he would adopt a more straightforward approach. Ruffling his disheveled hair, Lu Changgong revealed a fierce smile and dialed a number. "Brother Xiong," Lu Changgong said in a deep voice, "there's a matter that requires your assistance." Zhuo Xiong, known as the Gray Bear, is a figure of considerable reputation, unlike the thug Zhang Ke had associated with. He owns several KTV establishments and is a well-known personality in Qingcheng. As a wealthy heir, Lu Changgong mingled with various circles and had dined with Zhuo Xiong on several occasions, forging a brotherly bond. "Of course, I cannot turn a blind eye to my brother's troubles." Zhuo Xiong chuckled on the other end of the line. "But who dares to offend the esteemed young Master Lu? They must be courting death. I need you to handle someone. That brat has no substantial backing, so it should pose no challenge for you." Lu Changgong instructed. "Very well. Since it's the first time you've sought my assistance, I shall ensure it is done splendidly," Zhuo Xiong replied nonchalantly. For him, it was indeed a trivial matter. "Just say whether you want an arm or a leg. I will send you a message shortly. As for how it's done, you may decide. Just don't kill him," Lu Changgong warned. "However, do it promptly. I do not wish to see that brat prancing about. Rest assured, within 2 days, it will be taken care of." "Excellent." After ending the call, Lu Changgong gazed at the darkening sky, his expression malevolent. "You seek your own demise. Do not blame me for what follows." Even if the Yuan family were to rage afterward, the blame could not fall upon him. Lu Changong's spirits lifted instantly as he arranged to meet a couple of his rascally friends and took off in his Ferrari for a night of revelry. Chapter 23. Qiu Hui's plans. Meanwhile, at Zhang Wanqiu's residence, the family of three sat at the dining table. Although the dishes had been laid out before them, none made a move to eat, nor did anyone utter a word. The atmosphere was palpably tense. You spend your days busying yourself outside, yet you neglect the significant troubles at home. Qiu Hui lamented, tears streaming down her face. Now look, our son is incarcerated, and from my inquiries, it will be at least 3 years. I understand. How tiresome, Zhang Yongshan replied. He is reaping the consequences of his own misdeeds. Punishment is warranted. As the father of Zhang Ku and Zhang Wanqiu, Zhang Yongshan, initially a company employee, chose to retire only after his daughter's business flourished. His recent days were spent tending to flowers, playing mahjong, and promoting the essence of traditional culture. Zhang Ku's predicament has reached his father's ears, who is acutely aware of his eldest son's character. At over 30 years of age, he remains idle and unproductive. Were it not for his daughter's successful business endeavors, he would hardly have even secured the position of a security chief. Although the news of Zhang Ku's troubles brings him sorrow, his perspective diverges from Qiu Hui's. Zhang Ku's transgressions against the law are indeed a source of great shame, and he harbors no desire to advocate for his son. Moreover, 3 years is not an excessively long duration. Listen to this. Is this even human discourse? Qiu Hui lamented, you two, father and son, are driving me to the brink of despair. Even if he must bear the consequences, this will forever stain his life. And this stain was not even of his own making. Zhang Yongshan, in a fit of exasperation, retorted, is it not your indulgence, as a mother, that has led him to such lawlessness? If your second brother and third sister were to discover this, what would they think of us? He is my son, not just yours. What do you mean by saying I spoiled him? Qiu Hui erupted in anger. Zhang Yongshan, you may lack many talents, but shirking responsibility is your forte. I must have been blind to have chosen you. Enough from both of you, Zhang Wanqiu interjected. Her brow furrowed. Will we not be allowed to eat in peace? Eating? What is there to eat? Qiu Hui's temper flared new. None of you are even attempting to help Zhang Ku, yet you still think about meals. How is my life so wretched? Is my father wrong? Zhang Wanqiu replied earnestly. Mother, I have already inquired into the situation. Eldest brother has acted recklessly this time, daring to file a false police report against Xiao Jun, and the matter is exceedingly grave. After a brief pause, she continued, moreover, he has deliberately concealed the truth, causing trouble for Xiaoping as well. You know Xiaoping is a partner in our company. Now she is also detained, and her situation is unclear. If the company faces difficulties, I will have no one to consult. Recalling the recent turmoil, Zhang Wanqiu's tone grew increasingly somber. It all stems from that scoundrel Xiao Jun. Upon mentioning Xiaoping, Qiu Hui hesitated to defend her son, yet she gritted her teeth and declared, if it weren't for Xiao Jun, how could he possibly have found himself in this predicament? Zhang Ku is utterly ignorant of what constitutes conspiracy. It is undoubtedly Xiao Jun's malice that has brought this upon us. Do you know? I called him today, and he had the audacity to hang up on me. That ingrate has lived off our family for years, and in the end, he has managed to land your only elder brother in trouble. What could he possibly be scheming? Zhang Wanqiu's brow knitted tighter. In truth, Xiao Jun is the real victim in this affair. Rather than a vendetta, it is more accurate to say Zhang Ku has reaped the consequences of his own actions. However, witnessing Qiu Hui's fierce expression, Zhang Wanqiu could only state, Mother, this is a judgment rendered by the police, and it is unrelated to Xiao Jun. Furthermore, I am no longer married to him. How he chooses to act is his own affair. You should never have married him. Qui lui retorted, otherwise. Our family would not be facing such calamity today. Zhang Yongshan grunted in discontent. This is absurd. You did not oppose this matter initially. It was the old man who made the final decision. Moreover, it must be said that Xiao Jun was quite a fine young man in his day. The dissolution of the marriage between Wanqiu and him stemmed from a lack of affection, rather than any other reason. Over the years, he has worked diligently and selflessly for our family, and I have come to hold him in high regard. You like him, do you? Is that why you allowed him to send your son away? Qiu Hui retorted angrily, gripping Zhang Wanqiu's delicate wrist. Wanqiu, regardless of the situation, Zhang Ku is still your elder brother. It is sufficient for him to recognize his mistakes. Xiao Jun is now an outsider. You cannot assist an outsider in dealing with our own family. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Hui added, I no longer have any expectations of your father. My only hope rests with you. Zhang Wanxiu's heart softened at her mother's sorrowful plea. Mother, I am powerless in this matter. It is my brother who has erred, and the charges against him are indisputable. I am neither a police officer nor a judge, and I cannot alter the outcome. I'm not asking you to be a judge, Xiao Hui replied. I have consulted a lawyer, and if Xiao Jun is willing to present a letter of leniency during the trial, the judge may exercise discretion in his sentencing. Is that truly the case? Zhang Yongshan inquired, feeling a flicker of hope. Although he had previously expressed frustration, the possibility of a reduced sentence under unchangeable circumstances was certainly appealing. Of course it is true. Otherwise, why would I have called him? He exclaimed bitterly. But that scoundrel did not even grant me the opportunity to speak. 3 years is an eternity. You must consider your brother's future and our family's well-being, she urged, her final statement directed at Zhang Wanxiu. Zhang Wanxiu felt discontent with her mother's capriciousness. Just moments ago, she had referred to Xiao Jun as an ingrate, and now she wanted to seek him out for this matter. Yet, recalling the events of the day, she felt a surge of frustration. Xiao Jun may not even be willing to listen to me. We are divorced now. You only completed the formalities this morning. After all, you were family for 5 years. Surely, Xiao Jun would not wish to see your brother in such a predicament? Zhang Yongshan pondered for a moment before adding, Wanxiu, you might consider finding a way to address this. Furthermore, with the letter of leniency, Xia Ping could potentially be released early. Perhaps her confinement will not last long. Faced with her father's encouragement and recognizing Xia Ping's significance to her, Zhang Wanxiu could only shake her head. I have no means to do anything, mother. Please tell me directly what you are thinking. I have a plan. Let Xiao Jun return for farewell dinner, Xiao Hui proposed hastily. Doesn't he still have his belongings at our home that he hasn't collected? We can use that as an excuse. Besides, sharing a meal would demonstrate our kindness. At that moment, I will inform him that I will renew the lease on his clinic for another year, or even 10. This will allow him to run it without worry. He did not even demand the 10 million he is owed. How could he possibly care about such trifling matters? Zhang Wanxiu sighed internally. Yet faced with her mother's hopeful gaze and her father's focused attention, she could only acquiesce. I will give it a try, but not tomorrow. Xia Ping is not here, and there are many matters at the company to attend to. The sooner, the better. Xiao Hui exclaimed joyfully. Remember to tell Xiao Jun that I will be the one cooking. Chapter 24. Revenge for revenge. After parting ways with Yuan Heng, Xiao Jun returned to the clinic. Chen Song had already prepared a meal of 3 dishes and a soup, eagerly awaiting Xiao Jun's return. In the past 2 years, Chen Song has not acquired many skills, but his culinary expertise has improved significantly since his time at the ancient medical school. Being in Qingcheng, a city renowned for Sichuan cuisine, this northeastern lad has spent his idle days delving into the art of cooking. From initially shying away from spicy dishes, he has now come to relish them. By the way, I will not be leaving. Please prepare the new plaque for the medical clinic by tomorrow, Xiao Jun said to Chen Song during their meal. Huh? Young master, what is going on? Chen Song was taken aback, intending to address him as young lord. But a glare from Xiao Jun prompted him to alter his words immediately. He had already begun packing up the clinic's belongings that afternoon, believing his departure was imminent. So he was astonished by Xiao Jun's sudden change of heart. It is not Zhang Ke who wishes to harm me, but Lu Chonggong, Xiao Jun remarked calmly. Lu Chonggong? Who is that? Chen Song inquired, puzzled. Why does he wish to harm you? Xiao Jun recounted the events of the day and his speculations, causing Chen Song to erupt in fury. I find it perplexing that Zhang Ke, a coward who preys on the weak, would dare to undertake such actions. It turns out he has someone backing him. What are you planning to do, boss? Naturally, I shall repay enmity with enmity, Xiao Jun said, a hint of coldness gracing his expression. If he wishes to keep me down, then I shall not let him off easily. This is the very purpose of my staying. A dragon in shallow waters is mistaken for a mere loach, easily trampled by all. Little do they know, this is the prodigy from 5 years ago, once clad in fine garments, looking down upon the world of medicine. Now, he has finally returned. Excellent. I shall not leave. Chen Song tightened his fists. Why are you even more excited than I am? Xiao Jun regarded him with surprise. Chen Song chuckled, of course. For the past few years, your temper has been far too gentle. I thought you were emulating those reclusive old men in the faction, focusing on self-cultivation. So you think I have lost my vigor? Xiao Jun replied with a faint smile, and to be honest, he found the thought of his past 5 years somewhat laughable. Not all. Chen Song rubbed his nose and continued, Boss, let's discuss serious matters. What is Lu Changgong's background? Lu Changgong is affiliated with the Lu family, which is involved in supermarkets, real estate, and electronic components. Though not a top-tier family in Qingcheng, they are still considered a second-rate clan, Xiao Jun pondered. Lu Changgong is the second son of the Lu family. He returned from studying abroad and established a cosmetic surgery clinic, forming a connection with Wan Xiu's company and getting acquainted with her. I see. This fellow harbors ulterior motives, Chen Song suddenly realized and added, I suspect he has been eyeing the position of the boss. Do you think Zhang Wanqiu has had any involvement? Impossible, Xiao Jun declared firmly. Zhang Wanqiu is not that kind of person. Though Xiao Jun had contemplated the idea, the thought barely surfaced in his mind before he dismissed it. After spending so much time together, if he did not understand Zhang Wanqiu's character, he would not have so willingly devoted himself to the family, silently sacrificing 5 years. I understand, Chen Song said, no longer elaborating. Does the boss require my assistance in dealing with a small Lu family? Chen Song listened intently as Xiao Jun elaborated on the Lu family's background, yet he found no insurmountable challenges therein. After all, for the ancient medical sect, such familial powers hardly posed a significant threat. Should action be required, it was certain that numerous forces far grander than the Lu family would eagerly vie for the opportunity to assist Xiao Jun. The favor of the ancient medical sect was not easily acquired. The Lu family was not entangled in this matter. My quest for vengeance is solely directed at Lu Changgong. Do you have any thoughts on how to proceed? Previously, in Zhang Ke's security office, Xiao Jun had made his stance abundantly clear. He was of the mindset that he would not initiate conflict unless provoked. Since it was Lu Changgong alone who had instigated the situation, it was only fitting that he bear the consequences. As for the Lu family, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Although we lack a strong foundation in Qingcheng, since the Yuan family is aware of the boss's identity and is willing to assist, it would be prudent to allow them to take action. Chen Song remarked, I am certain the Yuan family possesses myriad methods to deal with Lu Changgong. Xiao Jun shook his head, stating, I prefer not to involve the Yuan family. And besides, Lu Changgong's business is merely a beauty salon, which is not difficult to handle. You should refrain from visiting the medical clinic for the next couple of days. Then what should I do? In Qingcheng, Lu Changgong operated 3 chain beauty and cosmetic institutions, with a primary focus on their products. Spread the word that there are issues with their products, Xiao Jun said earnestly. Then, in the next few days, acquire all the shops surrounding the 3 beauty establishments. The financial outlay for purchasing those shops was not insignificant, yet Chen Song did not even frown as he nodded in agreement, saying, understood. For the ancient medical sect, such an expenditure was trivial. After a moment's pause, Chen Song inquired, but boss, what is the purpose of buying those shops? To sell vegetables, collect trash, or even to serve stinky tofu? Anything will suffice, as long as it does not appear too pristine. The aim is to make it so uninviting that customers will hesitate to step inside. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Jun added, moreover, in this age of social media, Lu Changgong's beauty salon is not a large-scale institution. Remember to enlist a few local online influencers. Once his reputation is tarnished, his business will falter. Brilliant. Chen Song's eyes lit up. The boss is indeed a master of subtlety. This approach merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. At best, it will simply unsettle Lu Changgong and cause him some distress. Xiao Jun shook his head, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. However, once he is flustered, he will reveal vulnerabilities. Given his propensity to instigate Zhang Ke, he will inevitably fall into my trap. Understood, Chen Song responded. This is akin to capturing a turtle in a jar. He refrained from probing further into Xiao Jun's subsequent strategies, trusting that the boss had his reasons and that he should simply follow the plan. Over the next 2 days, Chen Song diligently executed Xiao Jun's directives. The Xiamen Beauty Institution was the latest of Lu Changgong's 3 chain stores to open. As a minor affluent second generation and a returnee, Lu Changgong had recognized the promising prospects of the domestic beauty and cosmetic market upon his return. Even a hollow establishment could yield substantial intermediary fees if aligned with larger external organizations. Moreover, with the emergence of beauty loans and cosmetic surgery financing, it has undeniably become a lucrative venture. Upon returning to his homeland, armed with an entrepreneurial fund of 10 million from his family. Lu Changgong plunged headlong into the beauty industry, successfully establishing 3 chain stores within just over a year, multiplying his initial investment by more than 5 times. However, Lu Changgong's aspirations extend far beyond these 3 establishments. As the second son in the Lu family, with an elder brother overshadowing him, he is determined to prove his worth to his father. He is already strategizing to expand his operations beyond local territory, driven by grand ambitions. This morning, upon arriving at his store, he noticed the neighboring establishment busily erecting a canopy. Employees were hauling out barbecue tables and setting them up in the corridor, which stretched at least 7 or 8 meters. Upon observing the items placed on the barbecue tables, Lu Changgong's expression shifted dramatically. To his astonishment, the tables were laden with nothing but stinky tofu. 2 days prior, Lu Changgong had been aware of the renovation activities next door, but had not given it much thought. He never anticipated that they would open for business so swiftly, and even more shockingly, that they would be selling stinky tofu. His own shop was the last to open and located in a relatively obscure part of the new commercial district of Qingqing. Wait a moment, this is a commercial building. Would anyone really come here to buy stinky tofu? Excuse me, sir, could you please step aside? Before Lu Changgong could fully comprehend the situation, another individual wheeled a cart past him, politely making a request. Instinctively, Lu Changgong stepped aside, only to have his eyes widen once more. This person was pushing a cart filled with fragrant snail noodles, steaming hot, heading towards the adjacent shop on his left. Lu Changgong quickly covered his nose, retreating in distaste. And upon looking up, he was met with the sign proclaiming the establishment as Qingqing's premier snail noodle shop. Boss, you're here. As Lu Changgong stood in bewilderment, the automatic glass door swung open, and an employee at the entrance greeted him. What on earth is happening here? Lu Changgong fanned the air in front of him, exclaiming, "Who permitted them to sell such items here?" "I have no idea," the employee replied. "I was just as surprised to discover they were selling food. And such a pungent variety at that." Another employee chimed in. "That snail noodle vendor is wheeling his cart everywhere. The corridor is filled with their aroma." As they spoke, they too covered their noses, unable to endure the overwhelming odors wafting from the stinky tofu and snail noodles. "Let us take a look. This is a commercial building. Are they not making a fool of themselves by selling this? This isn't a pedestrian street or a food court. Who would come here for snail noodles? Moreover, that stinky tofu is being displayed in the corridor. This is completely against regulations. You must send someone to consult with the property management immediately." Lu Changgong distinctly observed 2 young women ascending the elevator, elegantly dressed, clearly intending to visit the cosmetic clinic. Yet, overwhelmed by the mingling scents, they opted not to inquire and promptly descended the stairs. Instantly, Lu Changgong's irritation intensified. He first arrived at a shop selling snail rice noodles, only to find it resembling a bare and unadorned space, furnished with merely a few scattered stools and tables, devoid of even a kitchen. Against the walls lay dozens of boxes filled with takeout containers of snail rice noodles, evidently meant to be poured into bowls. It was no wonder they managed to open for business just 2 days after their so-called renovation. There had been no renovation at all. "Who allowed you to sell snail rice noodles here?" Lu Changgong inquired, seizing the individual who had just pushed a cart. "Of course, it was our boss," the person replied, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Changgong. While the latter appeared rather presentable, the former was undeterred and retorted, "What business is it of yours? Don't disrupt my noodle making." "What business is it of mine? I am the owner of the establishment next door," Lu Changgong exclaimed, a mix of amusement and disgust creeping in as he picked up a bowl of noodles from the shop, saying, "You call this making noodles? This is instant noodles. Moreover, this place is deserted. You claim to have prepared over 20 bowls. Who are you selling them to? Ghosts. I can sell to whomever I please. What concern is it of yours?" The man scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the sign of the neighboring establishment. "Everyone is in business. Why should you be allowed to operate while I am not?" "You may operate, but you are gravely undermining my business," Lu Changgong retorted angrily. "Furthermore, I heard from my employees that you are not just making noodles. Why are you pushing a cart around? With my feet on the ground, I can go wherever I wish." The man replied impatiently, "What do you want? If you wish to eat noodles, I will prepare them for you. If not, then kindly step aside." With that, he ignored Lu Changgong entirely, calling to his staff to resume preparing bowl after bowl of instant noodles. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and unable to bear it any longer, Lu Changong exited the snail rice noodle shop. He then proceeded to a stinky tofu shop, but the outcome was no different. The staff paid him no mind. Instead, they set out 2 grills for stinky tofu in the corridor, with an endless stream of people fanning the air. Has the property management arrived yet? Lu Changong stormed back into the shop, his anger palpable. Right away, an employee promptly replied, assuring him that they were already addressing the matter and that it would only take a few minutes. Hurry and urge them. Lu Changong entered his office, expecting a moment of respite, but was soon interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Within 2 minutes of answering, his expression soured once more. The call was from the managers of 2 other shops, informing him that the neighboring store had been purchased and renovated, now operating under circumstances strikingly similar to his own. One of the shops, a small supermarket, had even transformed into a durian processing facility, with heaps of durian peels piled outside, emitting a foul odor. Nearby, tables were set up for tasting herring canned products, alongside a garbage collection area, effectively creating a stench-laden industry chain. Upon hearing this, Lu Changong was incredulous. It was important to note that those 2 shops were located in a bustling commercial district, where the rental prices were exorbitant. How could anyone possibly rent them and convert them into such a business in just 2 days? Wouldn't that be a guaranteed loss? After the initial wave of anger, he realized something was amiss. The surroundings of those 2 stores, once bustling with clothing sales or small supermarkets, have undergone an unexpected transformation. With urgency, he contacted the owner of the small supermarket, for the Lu family was among the suppliers for Qingchang Supermarket, possessing the necessary connections. Upon answering the call, the supermarket owner, faced with Lu Changong's inquiries, simply stated that the premises had been leased out to someone else. This new tenant, having offered 2 years' worth of rental income for just 1 month of occupancy, even permitted the owner to return and resume operations at any time without the need for a refund. In essence, it was a reluctant sublease. But the offer was simply too generous to refuse. After hanging up, Lu Changong fell into a contemplative silence, an ominous premonition gnawing at him. Was someone targeting him? It seemed improbable that anyone could be so bored as to convert a small supermarket into a durian processing facility. The revenue from those 2 years would amount to several million. Such money does not simply vanish. At that moment, his phone rang again. "Boss, have you seen the news?" "What news?" The caller was Huang Fei, one of his capable subordinates managing one of the Qianman stores. Upon hearing this, Lu Changong's agitation only intensified. Something has gone wrong. Huang Fei swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "We've been blackmailed. Previously, some individuals purchased our products and underwent procedures. Now, they're exposing us online, accusing us of endangering lives and scamming customers." Chapter 26 Duo Go, what is going on? Lu Changong collected himself and urgently inquired. "Just take a look at the news. I've shared it in our internal group." A tightening sensation gripped Lu Changong's heart, and the ominous premonition deepened. He hastily opened his computer to browse the messages circulating in the group. Shock. Qingchang Qianman accused of selling carcinogenic beauty products. Have you fallen victim? The dark underbelly behind Qianman's cosmetic procedures. Beware, beauty enthusiasts. Testimonials from victims. After undergoing a nose job at Qianman, the results fell apart within 15 days. When demanding an explanation, the business displayed a callous attitude. Eye-catching headlines flooded his vision, particularly the last one, which vividly depicted the various details of consumers' grievances, how their rights were disregarded, their cries for help went unanswered, and the subpar products resembled something grotesque. The more he read, the more his breath quickened, his hand gripping the mouse, tightening with tension. This absurd claim of results falling apart within 15 days, such a decline in technology over the past 2 decades, was inconceivable. In a fit of rage, Lu Changong hurled the mouse to the ground, cursing vehemently. A plethora of similar articles inundated the platform, evoking a sense of dread. Huang Fei had merely extracted a selection of the more sensational and impactful pieces, yet even this provoked a torrent of comments from countless netizens, nearly all condemning the situation. If this trend continued, Qianman would find itself in a predicament beyond words, as even the purest of intentions could be tarnished. Who was responsible for this? Lu Changong struck at Huang Fei, his tone brimming with uncontrollable fury. Huang Fei replied, "I am uncertain, but in the past couple of days, news and rumors have emerged like mushrooms after rain. Initially, we paid little heed, but starting today, the frequency has escalated, and just an hour ago, My shop was subjected to a covert investigation by reporters. Covert investigation? Lu Changgong inquired. How did that transpire? Well, I discerned it with my keen eye. The reporter's earphone wire was dangling from his collar. Huang Fei solemnly explained. Rest assured, boss, I chased him away, though I do not know his origins. Fool! Lu Changgong exclaimed. With someone deliberately slandering us, a reporter's investigation could have presented them with the truth, and you chose to expel him. How did you even become a manager? If the individual was from the Qingcheng TV station, it would only amplify our guilt. Huang Fei remained silent, enduring Lu Changgong's tirade for 2 to 3 minutes over the phone. Finally, seizing a brief pause, he cautiously asked, So, boss, what should we do now? Investigate. Find out who is plotting against me. Lu Changgong commanded, his voice laced with anger. And issue a lawyer's letter to the rumor mongers, releasing a clarification statement. Inform the beauty media and apps we are associated with. We have numerous partners who have previously advertised with us. Let them convey the truth about Xianman to the public. We cannot allow this situation to escalate further. Understood. Huang Fei concurred, awaiting Lu Changgong's decisive action. The beauty and cosmetic industry thrives on reputation and marketing, and Xianman, having gradually improved over the past year in Qingcheng, must not allow its hard-earned reputation to be tarnished. However, just as Lu Changgong was poised to continue his discourse, a cacophony erupted from outside. An employee burst into the office, panic-stricken, exclaiming, Boss, it's bad. There's a fight outside. A fight? Lu Changgong ended the call and stepped outside, only to witness a chaotic brawl in the corridor involving several individuals from a neighboring shop and the property management staff. The stench of spilled stinky tofu and river snail, rice noodles wafted through the air, nauseatingly pervasive. Boss, the property management just arrived, demanding they remove their things from the corridor. Initially, they cooperated and prepared to take them back inside, but somehow one of them slipped and spilled everything on the ground. Then he began wailing, claiming the property management assaulted him, enforcing violence. Seeing this, the staff from the River Snail, rice noodle shop overturned their cart to assist, igniting the brawl further. Listening to the employee's report, Lu Changgong gritted his teeth. How long has this been going on? Several minutes, the employee replied. Then why are you only informing me now? Lu Changgong growled. I was at the door, and I heard you on the phone, boss, the employee stammered. At that moment, Lu Changgong had indeed been berating someone. Damn it, these people are determined to sabotage my business. At this moment, Lu Changgong could no longer restrain his fury. He stepped forward and seized the collar of a youth from the stinky tofu shop, bellowing, Speak. Who sent you here? Who is your boss? Help! I'm being assaulted. The boy screamed in a frenzied manner, though Lu Changgong merely had a grip on his collar. The boy's flushed face suggested that he was being choked. The shrill cries echoed, causing the chaotic brawl in the corridor to momentarily cease. What are you shouting for? Lu Changgong's complexion flushed crimson. Help! The boss of Xianman is attacking. Yet the youth, unfazed by the gravity of the situation, continued to wail. And with a sudden burst of strength, he pushed Lu Changgong away and collapsed limply to the ground. Ergo! The patrons of the stinky tofu shop gasped in alarm. They rushed forward, finding Ergu with his eyes tightly shut, appearing as though he had ceased to breathe. One cried out in despair, Ergu, we were supposed to leave the village together. You were just fine this morning. How could you leave me like this? Lu Changgong retorted angrily. He pushed me. It wasn't I who pushed him. With such strength, how could he possibly be dead? You must be the boss of Xianman reported in the news, right? The one who had been wailing turned to Lu Changgong, saying, You truly are tyrannical. I couldn't believe it before. But do you really treat us ordinary folk with such brutality? He is just a child. How could he possibly push you? I am indeed the boss of Xianman. You bunch of bastards. Lu Changgong was poised to unleash another tirade, but upon witnessing the grievance on the man's face, his heart sank. Suddenly, he realized the severity of the situation. How could this person so pointedly reference the boss of Xianman from the reports? It was all too calculated. He quickly scanned his surroundings and was horrified to discover individuals across the corridor wielding cameras and smartphones, capturing the spectacle. Trapped, cold sweat broke out along Lu Changgong's spine. He was no foolish scion. In an instant, he understood the gravity of the predicament. Chapter 27. At a loss, after a moment of reflection, Lu Changgong's expression returned to one of stoic indifference. He said nothing further and dared not chastise the man or the fallen youth. Instead, he turned and re-entered Xianman. Lu. The boss attacked and fled. The wealthy bully us poor folk. We all run shops. He has the property management come and smash our stores. And now he's resorted to violence. What kind of justice is this? The voices behind him made Lu Changong's lips twitch as he quickened his pace. I must check on the situation at other shops. You all stay here and ensure nothing untoward occurs. If there are any issues, contact property management directly. If that fails, call the police. With a gloomy countenance, Lu Changgong instructed his employees before exiting through the back door. Half an hour later, he arrived at Xiamon's main store, where the situation mirrored that of the previous establishment. A pungent odor assaulted his senses as he approached. Today's business is rather dismal, coupled with the embellishments circulating online. Not only have customers vanished, but many prior reservations have also been canceled. However, the sole piece of good news is that no one has requested a refund of their deposits as of yet. In the store, the manager, Huang Fei, reported to the owner, Mr. Liu, I have just contacted our partners and spent some funds to have them release a public relations article. But the earliest we can expect it is in an hour or two. We can afford to wait, but what about our clarification message? Lu Changgong replied coldly. Will it be sent out? I have people working overtime on it. It may not be ready until noon, and I still need your approval. Noon is too late. I want to see the clarification by 11:30. Lu Changgong snapped. It was already 11, and the sooner they could disseminate the clarification, the better. After a brief pause, Lu added, also, ensure we explicitly condemn those spreading falsehoods and work to restore our brand image. Understood, Huang Fei said, his forehead glistening with sweat. This was undoubtedly the most significant crisis they had faced since the establishment of their company. You know nothing. Lu Changgong berated him. What about the investigation I asked you to conduct? Have you discovered who is behind this? And what about the journalist who conducted the covert visit? I don't know. We couldn't trace them, Huang Fei lamented. As for that reporter, I have no idea where they came from. They seem to have vanished. Boss, you making the news. Suddenly, the assistant manager burst in, exclaiming, You need to see this. Lu Changgong picked up his phone, and to his dismay, he found that the midday urban news in Qingsheng had featured an article about him assaulting someone, complete with a detailed account of the incident and his menacing demeanor, particularly highlighting the moment a young man named Go fell unconscious, alongside the distraught expressions of his companions, depicted with vivid accuracy, accompanied by several photographs. The article carried significant weight. Moreover, there were also images of Huang Fei ruthlessly expelling customers included in this news segment. Slander. This is a deliberate smear campaign. Lu Changgong seethed with fury. Maintaining a brand's image is laborious, especially in their line of work. As the owner, one must treasure their reputation. After all, in this age of rapid media dissemination, a single piece of negative news can become widely known in mere hours. And you still want to find that reporter? I now suspect that you might be an undercover agent sent by a competitor. Lu Changgong's gaze bore into Huang Fei, as if he were ready to devour him, causing Huang to tremble in fear. The midday urban news is regarded as one of the more authoritative news sources in Qingqing. While the reputation of their company may not be irreparably damaged, it will undoubtedly lead to adverse impacts and consequences. Someone is targeting us, but it may not necessarily be a competitor, Lu Changgong said, his eyes ablaze with indignation, gritting his teeth. This is truly despicable. For the remainder of the day, Lu Changgong was too agitated to eat, hastening the review and release of the clarification message. However, the clarification appeared as a mere pebble cast into a pond, creating ripples that quickly faded from sight. In this era, the internet is rife with disinterested individuals who seldom concern themselves with the authenticity of a matter. As long as a topic garners sufficient attention and provokes excitement, it becomes the subject of fervent discussion. The lucrative beauty industry, coupled with counterfeit products, consumer complaints, and instances of violence from proprietors, creates a volatile concoction that ensures the sensationalism remains unabated for an extended period. Lu Changgong found himself in a state of utter turmoil. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, amidst the anxious glances of his staff, he finally encountered his first customer seeking to cancel an order. The young woman, who had initially scheduled a double eyelid procedure for the following week, concocted a myriad of excuses to avoid coming in. No matter how the staff of Qianman pleaded, she remained resolute in her demand for a refund. Even Huang Fei's personal intervention proved futile. Faced with this predicament, Lu Changgong felt compelled to acquiesce. Otherwise, public opinion would undoubtedly escalate, solidifying accusations of their tyrannical business practices and disregard for consumer welfare. However, once he conceded to the first cancellation, a cascade of subsequent cancellations ensued. By the end of the day, 5 customers had followed suit, all within a mere half-day since Lu Chonggong first perceived an issue. His expression darkened as he dealt with these 6 clients, and upon reaching his car, he was overcome with a profound sense of heaviness. It became abundantly clear to him that someone was conspiring against him, yet the source of this animosity remained shrouded in mystery. Many potential adversaries crossed his mind, yet none seemed to fit the bill. Even competitors in the beauty industry would not resort to such overt financial aggression. It would be a futile endeavor. Curse it. May I never cross paths with you? Lu Chonggong muttered through clenched teeth, pressing the accelerator with determination, the engine roaring in response as he sped away. The following day, the situation continued to escalate. Every strategy Lu Chonggong devised yielded little fruit. Online, Qianman had become the target of widespread scorn, while neighboring businesses thrived on the opportunity to spread further discontent, driving away unsuspecting passersby. Observing his boss's despondent demeanor, the employees of Qianman felt disheartened, their spirits low. Even as they witnessed the crumbling reputation, some beauty consultants and physicians, untroubled by future prospects, contemplated departing. In this society, solidarity in times of adversity is regrettably scarce. Given the current trajectory, it was not difficult for them to surmise that Qianman had undoubtedly offended someone, who was now mercilessly pursuing a vendetta, sparing no expense to dismantle their establishment. Let's not wear long faces. Rally your spirits. Lu Chonggong urged his team. In no more than 10 days, this crisis shall pass. He sought to uplift their morale and stepped outside into the corridor, lighting a cigarette, his agitation palpable. Around him, he sensed many individuals lurking with smartphones or cameras, seemingly poised to capture any moment that might yield another scandal for Qianman. Thus, he lacked the courage to take action against the neighboring businesses, fearful of inciting further complications. However, this state of affairs was unsustainable. Uncovering the puppet master behind this scheme was the only path to lasting resolution. As Lu Chonggong was about to turn back to the shop, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a man standing not far down the street. Noticing Lu's attention, the man boldly met his eyes, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Xiao Jun. Lu Chonggong's expression darkened. Chapter 28. Guess what? It was already dusk. In the southern city of Qingcheng, the autumn days grew dark rather early. The enigmatic smile on Xiao Jun's face under such dimming light sent a chill down Lu Chonggong's spine. Yet in the next moment, a surge of intense anger welled up within him as he swiftly approached and stood before Xiao Jun. What do you want? Though Lu's voice was sharp, his shorter stature necessitated that he look up at Xiao Jun, diminishing his imposing presence. Why does that sound so familiar? Xiao Jun chuckled lightly, replying nonchalantly, Where I go is my own prerogative. This is a pedestrian street, not your Lu family domain. And what are you laughing at? Lu Chonggong pressed on. Is it illegal to laugh? Are you accusing me of mocking you? Lu Chonggong clenched his fists. For the past few days, anyone who had followed Qianman would be aware of the situation, and Lu suspected that Xiao Jun had come specifically to revel in his misfortune. What a despicable person. If that is what you believe, so be it, Xiao Jun said, his smile widening. Lu Chonggong, barely able to contain his rage, managed to suppress his outburst and retorted coldly, What? Do you also wish to create a sensational story? Let me tell you, dreaming of watching me fail will get you nowhere. My current predicament is merely temporary. My company will not collapse over such trivial and unfounded matters, and time will reveal the truth. You should realize that most people, like you, are foolish and easily swayed. When the truth emerges, they will feel ashamed, and my company might even rise to greater heights. Xiao Jun found Lu's sense of superiority utterly laughable, responding coolly, Is that so? What if your company lasts only as long as the slander against you, including the shop beside you? What if it remains under a cloud of negativity indefinitely? Lu Chonggong's eyes narrowed as he exclaimed, Did you orchestrate all of this? He was filled with uncertainty. Although the notion seemed absurd, he could not deny that aside from Xiao Jun, he had no other enemies. Moreover, Xiao Jun was aware that the adjacent shop had just been leased. Xiao Jun smiled again. Gis. Lu Chonggong's eyes turned crimson. Xiao Jun's response and demeanor infuriated him further. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, Xiao Jun, it was you, wasn't it? Xiao Jun, of course, would not be foolish enough to admit it outright. He simply maintained his smile, regarding Lu Changong as one mighty simpleton. Lu was tempted to throw a punch at Xiao Jun, but he restrained himself. If it were indeed Xiao Jun's doing, then there must be spies in the vicinity. An indiscreet action could lead to further exposure. He propped himself against the flower bed with one hand, gasping for breath. After a moment, he gradually calmed down. I see. Zhang Wanqiu must have given you money during your divorce, right? Lu Changgong coldly scrutinized Xiao Jun, and within a few seconds, he regained his composure, displaying remarkable self-control. After a brief pause, Lu Changgong sneered. However, no matter how generous Zhang Wanqiu is, the agreement would only grant you a few million. Do you intend to use this paltry sum against me, resorting to such petty tactics? Lu Changgong was mistaken. The sum Zhang Wanqiu provided was not merely a few million, but indeed 10 million. Yet, Xiao Jun had not accepted it. Of course, he would not divulge this, merely responding with a faint smile, What do you think? Again with this phrase, What do I think? I think you're a fool. Lu Changgong's unbridled anger caused his fists to clench tightly. He had to admit, this young man possessed a knack for infuriating others. However, he quickly regained his cool, leaning closer to Xiao Jun and declaring, You despicable scoundrel. Yet your calculations are flawed. You wish to confront me, do you? But that trifling amount of money is hardly sufficient. I know not how you procured those hired thugs or managed to rent the shop adjacent to my Qianman establishments, but at this rate, your financial recklessness will lead to your own demise long before my business falters. Is that so? Xiao Jun's tone shifted. Are you threatening me? And if I am? Sensing Xiao Jun's growing trepidation, Lu Changgong chuckled coldly. Regardless of whether you orchestrated this, it undeniably involves you. Xiao Jun, I am acutely aware of your thoughts. Yet, do not forget, aside from being the owner of Qianman, I'm also a member of the Lu family, a prestigious lineage in Qingsheng. In that moment, Lu Changgong seemed to find an outlet for his frustration, reigniting a cigarette and exhaling smoke toward Xiao Jun. Even if I lose this business, there are other paths I can pursue. But you, once your tricks are exhausted, will be doomed. Are you implying that being part of a noble lineage grants you the right to disregard the lives of others? Must you elevate yourselves above all? Including me and the Zhang, could you command? Xiao Yun call me inquieth. Quit trying to entrap me. Lu Changgong's mind finally cleared as he disdainfully regarded Xiao Jun while puffing on his cigarette. You did not come here merely to exchange pleasantries, did you? Do you carry a recording device, attempting to elicit incriminating statements for evidence? Xiao Jun's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Lu Changgong, convinced he had struck a nerve, erupted into laughter. Xiao Jun, this is where our differences lie. The education, knowledge, and wisdom I possess are beyond your comprehension. If you can restrain yourself from speaking the truth, how could I possibly hold back? To think you could undermine me with such trivial schemes is nothing short of delusion. With that, Lu Changgong flicked the cigarette but away and ground it forcefully underfoot. You are like this cigarette, but expending all your energy for but a flicker of flame, merely for others' amusement. With a little pressure, you will be utterly extinguished. Lu Changgong patted his trousers and mockingly glanced at Xiao Jun, saying, Renting that supermarket must have cost you quite a fortune, right? Xiao Jun, I never imagined you could be so foolish. Once your money runs out, I wonder what ways you can still stir. A shadow lifted from Lu Changgong's face as he cast a triumphant look at Xiao Jun before turning back toward the store. Wait, Xiao Jun's voice resonated once more. Is there something else? Lu Changgong replied, his gaze toward Xiao Jun laced with disdain. The state of your company is entirely due to my doing. Xiao Jun suddenly leaned closer to Lu Changgong, his voice low yet imbued with a commanding strength as he articulated each word. Are you not attempting to frame me? To have Zhang ruin me? Well, I shall ensure you taste that bitterness too. Furthermore, compared to you, I cannot be deemed a despicable villain. At least in my eyes, you are not even a man. Shameless while seeking to uphold a facade. You cower in silence when struck, resorting to underhanded tactics, yet lacking the courage to own up to them. Your upbringing surely did not teach you that, at your core, you are a coward, did it? With those words, Xiao Jun did not await Lu Changgong's response and strode away. Lu Changgong stood rooted in place, his face alternating between shades of blue and red, before he kicked the nearby trash can with his polished shoe. Damn it, that little brat, I want him dead. Chapter 29, A Banquet Not a Man. Shameless. At Shufen Tea House, Lu Changong had once uttered similar words to him. Yet, he never expected them to be thrown back at him by Xiao Jun. Reflecting on the punch Xiao Jun had delivered, Lu Changong's teeth ground together, a conflation of old and new grievances igniting a fury that had previously simmered down. Lu Changong fixated on Xiao Jun's figure disappearing into the crowd, and only after he was completely out of sight did Lu Changong feel a surge of determination. He retrieved his phone and called Zhuo Xiong. Brother Xiong, how is it that you have yet to resolve this matter for me? It's young Master Lu. Apologies. I've been a bit preoccupied these past few days. Rest assured, once I finish my current engagements, I will attend to it immediately. Zhuo Xiong responded apologetically, though his tone suggested he was not overly concerned. Preoccupied? More like forgotten. Lu Changong seethed internally. Had Zhuo Xiong dealt with Xiao Jun sooner, he wouldn't be in such a predicament these days. How could this impoverished boy be such a nuisance? Yet, knowing he needed something from Zhuo Xiong, he dare not speak plainly. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, Brother Xiong, I cannot afford to wait any longer. I do not wish to see this brat continue to thrive. Today, I require a definitive answer. Perceiving the agitation in Lu Changong's voice, Zhuo Xiong paused before replying. Very well, since you have asked a second time, I shall instruct my men to take care of it for you. After hanging up the phone, Lu Changong kicked over a nearby stall's durian table, unbothered by the angry shouts from those behind him, as he walked expressionlessly into the store. Xiao Jun, you impoverished fool. Do you think you can challenge me? Claiming I am not a man. Very well, I shall show you what it means to be a man. Boss, is that guy walking into a trap? On the pedestrian street, Chun Song drove a Buick, and after Xiao Jun settled into the back seat, he wore a smug grin of schadenfreude and eagerly inquired. No, Xiao Jun replied cautiously, placing the voice recorder from his pocket into the armrest compartment in front of him. Did he catch on? Chun Song muttered, but he must be feeling quite miserable now, utterly disheveled. If it weren't for your orders, I would have certainly taken the opportunity to insult him. Predictably, despite being a top student, his earlier missteps did not signify a lack of rational thought. Xiao Jun did not underestimate Lu Changong. Based on the subsequent handling of matters over the past few days, although negative news about him proliferated, it remained within a controllable scope. He turned to Chin Song and remarked, However, you have executed this matter exceptionally well. Not at all. It is merely your guidance that has been commendable. I have only performed a trivial task, Chun Song replied, though his demeanor betrayed a sense of pride, lacking any semblance of humility. He cannot endure this for much longer. So what shall we do next, boss? Should I stoke the flames further? All the tribulations Lu Changong faced in recent days were orchestrated by Chun Song. Naturally, executing such plans required substantial financial resources and connections, which he leveraged through the influence of the ancient medical sect. This was the first time Xiao Jun had aimed to confront an individual since arriving in Qingcheng. Thus Chin Song was determined to go all out. In just 3 days, such momentum had been built. He truly cannot last much longer, Xiao Jun mused, tapping his fingers lightly on the central console. However, you should maintain the current state of affairs. No further actions are necessary. Chun Song was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend. If that was the case, why not seize the opportunity to strike a decisive blow? Do you believe such tactics could bring him down? Lu Changong is a wealthy heir. Even if his business were to fail, the repercussions would hardly be severe. Then why instruct me to proceed in this manner? Chun Song questioned, increasingly perplexed. My aim is not to ruin his company, but to provoke him into action. Xiao Jun replied, casting a glance at Xian Kang. If you're Lu Changong and discovered that I was the one pulling the strings, what would you do? Chun Song initially frowned. Then gradually his expression softened as he exclaimed, I see. Boss, given Lu Changong's nature, he would never swallow this insult. He will undoubtedly retaliate against you. Your intent is to force him into action. Precisely. The reason I chose to meet him today was for this very purpose. In his eyes, I am merely an insignificant figure, a spineless parasite, a mere ant he could crush at any moment. Xiao Jun recalled the image of Lu Changong crushing a cigarette but underfoot, his expression turning cold. Thus, with his pride, he will never allow me to push him to such an extent. Since he has used extreme measures against Zhang Ke, he will similarly retaliate against me now that I have provoked him. Faced with the provocations of mere ants, humanity resorts to a brutal and simplistic means of extermination, believing it will incur no repercussions. At this juncture, a remarkable aura emanated from Xiao Jun, who calmly remarked, "Unfortunately, I am not an ant." Chun Song, finally grasping the implication, was instantly invigorated and exclaimed, "Is this strategy known as luring the tiger out of its den?" "Ino, Xiao Jun replied, "For Lu Shangong." It is akin to presenting one's neck for slaughter. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Should he choose to act, it will be within the next couple of days. You must remain vigilant. This time, he must not be allowed to recover. Understood. Chun Song nodded, feeling a thrilling sense of impending accomplishment. Drive to the Zhang residence. To the Zhang residence? Chun Song hesitated, momentarily halting the vehicle. What purpose do we have there? Xiao Jun stated, "The Zhang family has invited me for a meal. I shall pay them a visit." They invited you for a meal? Was it Zhang Wanqiu or her unscrupulous mother? I suspect it pertains to Zhang Ke's matter. Does it not? Chun Song expressed his discontent. What is there to discuss with this family? Although Zhang Ke was manipulated, he is fundamentally culpable. Do you intend to assist him? No more chatter. Let us depart, Xiao Jun urged, giving a swift kick to Chun Song's seat. Grumbling under his breath, Chun Song reluctantly drove in the direction of the Zhang residence, while Xiao Jun closed his eyes in the back seat. In truth, when he received the invitation from Zhang Wanqiu that morning, Xiao Jun was somewhat taken aback. After all, both were embarking on new chapters in their lives. Why would she invite him to dinner just days after their divorce? However, upon hearing that it was due to Qiu Hui's suggestion, Xiao Jun understood that the former was yielding to familial pressure regarding Zhang Ke's situation. Yet, Zhang Wanqiu's stance was not resolute. She merely conveyed that if he wished to come, he was welcome, and if not, that was also acceptable, given their current relationship, devoid of any debts to one another. And considering that the Zhang family owed Xiao Jun a debt of gratitude, he ultimately agreed. This was not solely due to the emotional ties he had formed with Zhang Wanqiu and her family over the past 5 years, but also because he sought to retrieve an important item, the Tai sacred needle, a relic of the ancient medical sect, which held great significance for him. Chapter 30. Elder Zhang Xia under Chun Song's leisurely driving. They traversed from the pedestrian street in Yuzhong for over an hour before arriving at the Zhang family's community in Yubei. Upon reaching the garage of the Zhang residence, Xiao Jun alighted from the car, while Chun Song remained behind. Yet, as Xiao Jun departed, Chun Song, still concerned, wore a solemn expression and imparted a few earnest words. "Boss, we are individuals of lofty ideals. Do not be swayed by the petty schemes of the Zhang family. They will undoubtedly seek to curry favor with you, but do not be deceived by their honeyed words. I understand your emotional attachments, but remember, a woman is merely a beautiful facade." Before he could finish his third admonition, he received a swift kick from Xiao Jun and begrudgingly returned to his seat. Exiting the garage, Xiao Jun made his way to the modest villa belonging to the Zhang family. Gazing upon the familiar courtyard, he could not help but be overwhelmed with emotion. Though only a few days had passed since his departure, certain individuals and events felt as if they belonged to a distant past. The sentiments and stirrings within his heart had already transformed. He knocked gently on the door, and it was soon opened by none other than Zhang Wanqiu, dressed casually. "You've arrived? Come in." She greeted him with a nod and a smile. "Yes, just here to scrounge a meal," he replied, slipping off his shoes, and the two exchanged pleasantries like old friends. Yet, only they understood that, in the fleeting moment of their gaze, a flicker of complex emotions passed between them, quickly concealed once more. Since purchasing this house, Zhang Wanqiu had seldom returned home due to work commitments, while Xiao Jun spent more time within these walls. Despite this, upon entering the abode, he was struck by a profound sense of unfamiliarity that tingled his senses. "Xiao Jun is here," Qiu Hui exclaimed as she emerged from the kitchen, a broad smile illuminating her face as she warmly approached him. Noticing Xiao Jun's empty hands, a fleeting look of dissatisfaction crossed her features before she masked it. Taking hold of his hand, "Why are you still taking off your shoes? Hurry in and have a seat." In contrast to her previous sharp reprimands, Qiu Hui now exuded an extraordinary warmth, as if she had transformed entirely. Yet, Xiao Jun was acutely aware of her motives. He greeted her with composure and settled onto the sofa. As Zhang Yongshan produced sunflower seeds and fruit, Qiu Hui fussed over him, and instead of feeling the sting of irony, Xiao Jun was engulfed by an inexplicable sorrow. In that moment, he fully grasped that he was but a guest in this household. "I've packed all your belongings, and they are in your former bedroom. If you wish to retrieve them, I can ask Wanqiu to bring them out," Xiao Hui mentioned while peeling an apple for him. She had invited Xiao Jun under the pretense of his forgotten possessions at the Zhang residence. He placed the apple on the table and replied, "There's no rush regarding my belongings, Auntie. Is dinner ready?" Almost, Xiao Hui responded, rising with a smile. "You must be hungry. Let me bring out the dishes first and prepare a pig's trotter soup to start the meal." Throughout this exchange, Zhang Wanqiu remained silent, seated on the opposite end of the sofa, seemingly scrutinizing Xiao Jun. "By the way," Zhang Yongshan interjected as Xiao Hui went to fetch the food, "Dad, dinner is ready. Is the old man also here?" Xiao Jun inquired with curiosity. "Yes, he insisted on coming to see you when he heard you were returning," Zhang Yongshan chuckled. "You know his health is poor. We had intended for him to rest at the nursing home, but he wouldn't hear of it." Looking up, he saw an elderly man descending slowly with the aid of cane. It was none other than Zhang Wanqiu's grandfather, Zhang Xia, nearly 80 years of age, with hair now white and hands trembling. His health had always been frail. 5 years ago, when Xiao Jun arrived in Qingcheng, the first patient he treated was Zhang Xia. Consequently, he married Zhang Wanqiu. Upon seeing her grandfather preparing to descend the stairs, Zhang Wanqiu rose from the sofa to offer her assistance. However, Zhang Xia let out a suppressed grunt and brushed aside her outstretched hand, making his way down the stairs independently. It was only upon encountering Xiao Jun that a smile graced Zhang Xia's face as he greeted Xiao. "Hello, grandfather," Xiao Jun responded with a slight bow. "I have heard about your matters." Zhang Xia shook his head and grasped Xiao Jun's hand, saying, "You've endured much hardship." "Grandfather, there's been no hardship," Xiao Jun replied, taking a deep breath and shaking his head. He inquired, "How is your health?" Xiao Jun held a profound respect for Zhang Xia, not only for the care he received from him during his early years of the Zhang family, but also because it was this elder's resolute decision that allowed him and Zhang Wanqiu to forge a bond. It is worth noting that several years prior, the Zhang family's circumstances were rather dire. Zhang Xia was an employee of a state-owned enterprise, and Zhang Yongshan inherited a modest livelihood from his father. Moreover, Zhang Xia had a second son and a daughter, and the family of over 10 members resided in a cramped, dilapidated flat of merely over 100 square meters. The situation only began to improve after Zhang Wanqiu ventured into entrepreneurship, leading the Zhang Yongshan family to move out and relinquish the old house to his younger brother. In a bid not to disturb his children, Zhang Xia willingly gave the old house to his younger son and daughter, opting instead to reside in a nursing home, where he spent time with a group of unfamiliar elderly individuals. This devoted elder dedicated his life to his family. Even when he arranged for Zhang Wanqiu to marry Xiao Jun, he saw potential in the latter. Yet in his twilight years, he was beset with various ailments and had not reaped the rewards of his labor. "Thanks to your care, my health has improved significantly over the past few years. The residents at the nursing home say I could live to 90 years old. Surely, I would surpass 90. One must aspire to a century." Zhang Yongshan interjected. "Be quiet." Zhang Xia shot a cold glance at Zhang Yongshan and admonished, "In life, ailments can be treated, but if the heart is fractured, that cannot be healed. Some individuals endure hardship for a time, but once they experience a taste of prosperity, they become deceitful. I told you in your youth, being poor is inconsequential. What matters is that you must not forget your roots." Listening to the elder's veiled reprimands, Zhang Yongshan forced an awkward smile, lowering his head in silence. "With such significant matters at home, not a soul has informed me. Am I still not the one who decides in the Zhang family?" The elder grew increasingly agitated, his cane clattering against the floor tiles with a sharp sound. "Father, what are you saying?" Xiao Hui interjected, emerging from the kitchen with a dish in hand. "What do you think I'm saying?" Zhang Xia's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "This marriage was my decision, and yet not a single person consulted me before dissolving it. Has Xiao Jun, throughout these years, ever wronged us Zhang family? Is it because you have ascended to success that you no longer regard this old man?" "Father, your words are too severe." Xiao Hui's expression shifted upon hearing this. She invited the elder back, not to bolster her own military, but to allow Xiao Jun to save face for Zhang Xia, in hopes of interceding for Zhang Ko. The dishes had yet to be served, yet the elder was already casting disapproving glances at them on behalf of an outsider. Chapter 31. Impossible have I erred in my words? Zhang Xia stated with a solemn expression, "I have lived a life of integrity, never engaging in morally reprehensible acts. You are jeopardizing my reputation. Grandfather, this decision was mine alone and has nothing to do with my parents, Zhang Wanqiu interjected calmly. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at me. I am well aware that this is your doing. I have yet to admonish you. Zhang Xia retorted sharply toward Zhang Wanqiu. Is Xiao Jun not a good man? Why must you choose this moment to divorce him? He is indeed a fine person, yet this is neither his fault nor mine. It is a fault shared between us, Zhang Wanqiu replied, shaking her head. Grandfather, we no longer share feelings for one another. Remaining together would only serve to exacerbate our mutual distress. Parting ways is the most prudent course. The elder chuckled lightly, saying, such excuses. Were it not for your status as my granddaughter, I would hardly entertain them. What do you mean it is not his fault? That it is the fault of both of you? This is entirely your fault. Do you believe your standing has changed, that he is no longer worthy of you? That is not the case, Zhang Wanqiu pleaded, glancing at Xiao Jun for support. Xiao Jun, please speak to grandfather. Observing Zhang Wanqiu's gentle demeanor, Xiao Jun sighed, confident. Wanqiu speaks the truth. We have grown apart, and our relationship has become nominal. Separation may indeed be a healthy release for us both. Xiao Jun, you need not pander to her. I know your character, Zhang Xia interjected, raising his hand to halt his granddaughter's intent to continue. He turned to Xiao Jun with solemnity. Rest assured, I am here to grant you justice. Grandfather, I seek no justice. I speak only the truth, Xiao Jun replied earnestly. Let us first partake in a meal. Yes, father, let us eat, came the suggestion amidst the tense atmosphere, as Qiu Hui swiftly stepped forward to ease the situation. Xiao Jun, if you do not mind this old man, please sit beside me. Zhang Xia proceeded to the dining table. Of course I do not mind. Xiao Jun responded with a smile, taking a seat next to Zhang Xia. The elder's sincere demeanor tugged at Xiao Jun's heartstrings, yet at this juncture, words seemed futile. A more carefree approach appeared preferable. Zhang Yongshan exhaled in relief, promptly assisting Qiu Hui in serving the dishes. Soon, the table was brimming with an array of delicacies, more than half of which catered to Xiao Jun's tastes. Annie has not cooked in quite a while. Yet these are all your favorites. Do see if they suit your palate, Qiu Hui remarked as she sat down, serving Xiao Jun a dish first. Thank you, Auntie, Xiao Jun replied, his expression inscrutable, yet he made no effort to refuse. Qiu Hui's face instantly brightened with joy as she served Xiao Jun another helping of sweet and sour ribs. Being from the north, Xiao Jun still found himself not particularly accustomed to spicy food, and the meal was quite mild, considerate of the elderly Zhang Xia. Zhang Yongshan then produced a bottle of Maotai, a treasured vintage he had aged for 5 years, which he seldom indulged in. Today, however, he was willing to splurge. After several rounds of toasting, as the atmosphere reached a pleasant crescendo, Qiu Hui raised her glass and smiled, saying, Xiao Jun, although we are not officially family anymore, we have shared many years of affection. In my heart, you will always be like family, no matter where you go. This toast is not a farewell. It is a celebration of your promising future. Her words were beautifully articulated, yet lacked any substantial reasoning, merely conveying an acceptance of the inevitable. Xiao Jun, having spent so many years in close proximity, chose not to dwell on these nuances. He stood and clinked his glass with Qiu Hui's, downing the contents in one gulp. There is one more thing Annie would like your assistance with, Qiu Hui said, taking another sip but not resuming her seat. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Xiao Jun. This was all foreseen by Xiao Jun, who calmly responded, You wish to discuss Zhang Ko, correct? Since the matter was to be laid bare, Xiao Jun decided to address it directly. Yes, it pertains to your older brother, Qiu Hui confirmed, irrespective of Xiao Jun's agreement. She proceeded to assign the title of older brother to Zhang Ko, pouring another drink and raising it as she continued. Xiao Jun, Auntie is humbly requesting that you show leniency towards Zhang Ko. As she downed her drink, Zhang Wanqiu and the father-son duo of Zhang Xia turned their attention to Xiao Jun. His expression remained unchanged, deep in thought. Qiu Hui, mustering her courage, continued, Xiao Jun, we have all lived under one roof as a family for quite some time. It is better to resolve conflicts than to hold grudges. Your brother has acted foolishly. As a magnanimous person, could you not let him off the hook this once? After a few tense seconds, Xiao Jun finally revealed a smile and replied, The decision is not mine to make, but that of the police. After all, I am still the victim in this situation. I understand, Qiu Hui interjected, fearing Xiao Jun might remain obstinate. Seizing on his willingness to engage, she quickly added, It was your brother's folly, a lack of judgment. But he recognizes his mistakes. He truly does. He is my only son, and Wan Xiao is his only older brother. Surely, you cannot let him be imprisoned without cause? Zhang Yongshan cleared his throat and interjected, Xiao Jun, we have been in a familial bond for 5 years. You know Zhang Ke's character. He is reckless and ignorant of the law. This time, he has simply made a grave error. But knowing he is wrong and willing to amend his ways is significant. As your former brother-in-law, you must not wish for his path to be fraught with difficulty, do you? Observing the couple leveraging their emotional appeal, Xiao Jun felt a chill within. He had thought Zhang Yongshan would grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet he too insisted on his assistance without a single concern for Xiao Jun's own plight. Was a mere acknowledgement of wrongdoing sufficient to brush everything aside? Or was ignorance of the law truly a valid excuse? Or perhaps you still believe that you can easily gloss over matters with a few casual words. The path ahead for Zhang Ke is fraught with challenges, yet if he were to enter this predicament, would there be any future left for him? Do Zhang Yongshan and the others truly comprehend this? Reflecting on the sacrifices made over the past 5 years, Xiao Jun is engulfed by a profound sense of sorrow. I apologize, but I cannot assist with this matter. Xiao Jun shook his head and spoke solemnly. The Bureau is already proceeding with the formalities. And I have given my statement once more. The situation has been classified. While it is indeed classified, I am acutely aware of the difficulty in altering it. Seeking Xiao Jun's aid was merely the first step. Qiu Hui promptly introduced the second step, stating, It is not a matter of asking you to intercede, Xiao Jun. All I need is for you to write a letter of understanding. When the court renders its judgment, it is impossible. Xiao Jun set down his chopsticks and declared with unwavering conviction, Auntie, I cannot forgive Zhang Ke, and I will never write a letter of understanding. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Yongshan and Qiu Hui's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated such a resolute response from Xiao Jun. Even Zhang Wanqiu's face betrayed a hint of surprise. Xiao Jun had changed. He was somewhat different from the memory she held. In the past, even if he wished to refuse, he would not have done so decisively. Yet at that moment, the atmosphere became awkward and tense. The individuals at the table fell silent. Qiu Hui's face darkened, showing signs of brewing anger, while Zhang Yongshan stroked his glass, lost in thought. Xiao Jun, may I speak a word? At that moment, Zhang Xiao's voice unexpectedly broke through the tension. Chapter 32, Severing Ties. Xiao Jun glanced at the elder, who appeared hesitant, and he softly urged, Grandfather, please feel free to speak your mind. Very well. Then I shall say a few words. Zhang Xia nodded and began. Xiao Jun, I understand that you have suffered grievances and harm. I recognize that the Zhang family has wronged you, and this family cannot repay you adequately. No, I have not suffered any grievances, nor have I been harmed. Xiao Jun shook his head. The Zhang family does not owe me anything. My choices over these years were my own, and regardless of the outcome, I hold no resentment towards anyone, so there is no need for you to mention this, grandfather. Zhang Xia seemed to be gathering his thoughts before continuing. Then let me address something else. You know that I have only one grandson, while the rest are granddaughters. Zhang Ke is the sole heir of the Zhang family, and although he has wronged you, I do not seek to excuse him. However, now that he has faced punishment, I do not wish to be a parent burying their child in my lifetime. These words were difficult to articulate, yet Zhang Xia spoke them under the watchful eyes of his children. The notion of a parent burying their child is not entirely accurate. The punishment Zhang Ke faces is not so severe, and it is not a death sentence. Xiao Jun turned to Zhang Xia and remarked, Grandfather, if you have something to say, please do so directly. Zhang Xia dared not meet Xiao Jun's gaze, but lowered his head and cleared his throat before stating, What I mean to convey is whether you could find it in your heart to forgive my unworthy grandson. Since he acknowledges his mistakes, let him endure less suffering. In this way, should I find myself unable to endure one day, the Zhang family would still have a future, and I would find solace. The elderly man spoke with deep emotion, embodying a lifetime of toil for his descendants. Yet, to Xiao Jun's ears, it sent a chill through his heart. He understood that Qiu Hui's summoning of the old gentleman was far from a trivial matter. If the couple had previously played on sentiments at the table, presenting the elder now signified a more formidable strategy. For everyone in the Zhang family knew that during these past few years, it was Zhang Xia who had shown Xiao Jun the greatest kindness and favor. Thus, a request from such an elder was one Xiao Jun could not possibly decline. Regrettably, I cannot comply. Surprisingly, after a few seconds, Xiao Jun tightened and then relaxed his fists, ultimately shaking his head in resolute refusal. Zhang Xia was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Xiao Jun's unequivocal response to his plea. Old sir, while I was initially enjoying this meal, I now see no reason to continue. Xiao Jun stood up and addressed Zhang Xia earnestly. Perhaps you are unaware of the full circumstances, but I must clarify that Zhang Ke did not act carelessly. Rather, he deliberately sought to ensnare me. If I were to be imprisoned this time, my life as I know it would be irrevocably altered, not to mention standing here to share a meal and converse with you all. Zhang Xiao's expression fluctuated between despair and confusion, yet he found no words. Of course, from your perspective, I can understand your actions, but regrettably, I am unable to assist you. With that, Xiao Jun turned toward the direction of the former bedroom. As Qiu Hui had mentioned upon his arrival, his belongings were already packed, containing little more than a few clothes and some letters. Most importantly, the sandalwood box still held the Tai divine needle, which brought Xiao Jun a sense of relief. However, as he descended the stairs with his bag, he noticed that the dining area was devoid of the others. Zhang Xia sat on the sofa, lost in thought with a look of melancholy on his face. Zhang Wanqiu was beside him, casting a peculiar glance in Xiao Jun's direction as he emerged from the bedroom. Meanwhile, Qiu Hui and her husband stood at the staircase. And upon seeing Xiao Jun, Zhang Yongshan prodded him, asking Xiao Jun, "What is this?" "I have finished my meal, and I am leaving." "Leaving?" Qiu Hui exclaimed, anxiously clasping Su Yunisao. "Why must you depart now? The matter is far from resolved." "Resolved? I believe I am quite aware of your intentions, Auntie," Xiao Jun replied, his tone calm yet firm. "But have you considered what my fate would be if I were to be victimized by Zhang Ke's machinations? If it were you, could you forgive someone who treated you in such a manner? He is, after all, Wanqiu's elder brother, your brother as well. We were once a family. Qui vient prohed." With a sigh, Xiao Jun responded, "He is not my brother, and I do not recognize him as such. Until the stone strikes one's own foot, one cannot truly empathize with another's pain and injustice, believing instead that the suffering of others can simply be soothed. That is precisely the mindset Qiu Hui possesses at this moment, dismissing the gravity of Xiao Jun's experiences. But how could she comprehend the gravity of the situation? Even if she did, she would rather feign ignorance. "Xiao Jun, you cannot leave," Qiu Hui exclaimed, tightening her grip on his arm as he attempted to bypass them. "In these 5 years, have we, the Zhang family, wronged you in any way? Now, at this critical juncture, what harm is there in doing something for us? It's not as though we're asking you to replace Zhang Ke. It's merely a letter of understanding. Will writing it truly cost you your life?" "Auntie, your words are too simplistic." Xiao Jun inhaled deeply and replied, "Some things can be written, while others, if inscribed, may indeed cost me dearly. That is my integrity, my bottom line. Such matters leave no room for compromise." "You scoundrel!" Qiu Hui's face flushed crimson as she shouted, "We have already lowered ourselves. What more do you want? Are you trying to force us into a corner? Is it money you seek? Name your price. How much would it take for you to pen this letter?" Observing Qiu Hui's true colors emerge, Xiao Jun shook his head once more, stating, "I do not seek monetary compensation. I did not ask for a single cent in the divorce agreement given by Wanqiu." As he spoke, Xiao Jun pushed past Qiu Hui, who stumbled, her face a mix of bruises and rage. Zhang Yongshan was also incensed, declaring, "Xiao Jun, you have profoundly disappointed me. Your cold-heartedness signifies a complete severance of ties with our Zhang family. It is not I who wishes for such severance." Xiao Jun paused momentarily, turning to face Zhang Yongshan. "If you perceive this as a severance, so be it. Let it be as you wish." In that moment, Xiao Jun no longer lingered, pushing open the door and striding out. What a wretched person, a ingrate, a scoundrel. After Xiao Jun departed, Qiu Hui pounded her chest in despair. Zhang Yongshan, equally furious, gasped for breath. Crash! A loud noise resounded as something heavy hit the floor, startling everyone. Turning around, they beheld Zhang Xia, his face flushed and veins bulging, having hurled a teacup from the coffee table to the ground, shattering the ceramic into countless pieces. "Grandfather, what is the matter?" Zhang Wanqiu exclaimed, rushing to support the enraged Zhang Xia. Zhang Yongshan quickly interjected, "Father, please do not let your anger consume you. It is not worth it for that insufferable lad." "Not worth it for that boy." Zhang Xia laughed bitterly. Am I doing this for him? I am here for you, two unfilial children. Chapter 33. Unwelcome arrivals. Look at the good deeds you have done. With Zhang Wanqiu's assistance, Zhang Xia suddenly rose from the sofa, one hand thumping his cane while the other pointed accusingly at his son and daughter-in-law, his finger trembling with fury. Zhang Yongshan, intimidated by his father's presence, dared not speak. Then Zhang Xia lamented, I have thrown away my dignity to plead for you, yet you have not revealed the truth to me. What is Zhang Ko planning? He seeks to harm Xiao Jun. How can such grievances allow him to write you a letter of understanding? Zhang Yongshan remained silent, but Qiu Hui, dissatisfied, retorted, Father, how can you side with him? Zhang Ku is your grandson. Can Xiao Jun even compare? Zhang Ku has erred, yet the gravity of his mistake is not as severe as one might assume. Moreover, you have witnessed that young man's arrogance. He has consumed everything, showing no regard for our Zhang family. Can we truly be blamed for this? After a brief pause, Qiu Hui turned her gaze to Zhang Wanqiu, gritting her teeth as she said, And you could have spoken up just now. What was I to say? I have already invited Xiao Jun to dinner, as you requested. Who could have foreseen your severance of ties? Zhang Wanqiu replied calmly, her face betraying no emotion. Yet, the resoluteness with which Xiao Jun departed left her feeling constricted. Observing her parents' behavior, she felt hesitant to voice her discontent. Severance of ties? Does the Zhang family truly fear his dismissal? Qiu Hui laughed mockingly, her voice laced with disdain. Fine, if he chooses not to assist us, so be it. After all, it's merely 3 years. Do we truly intend to cling to his legs and his supplication? Utter nonsense. Zhang Xia was at a loss for words in his frustration with this obstinate daughter-in-law. The lack of guidance from the parents had led these children to disgrace him thoroughly. Wanqiu, take me back to the nursing home. I cannot bear to see your parents. Zhang Xia exclaimed, his face ashen, before he stormed out. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun returned to the garage. Noticing his grim demeanor as he entered the vehicle, Chen Song promptly started the engine and left the community. After driving for several minutes, Chen Song finally halted at a red light and, glancing at Xiao Jun in the rearview mirror, inquired, Boss, how'd it go? I acquired the items. Xiao Jun replied coolly, Had I lost them, the master might have sent you to hunt me down. Chen Song chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to engage with Xiao Jun's jest. Instead, he continued, You know that's not what I meant. I was referring to the Zhang family. They didn't say anything too outrageous, did they? Whether they did or not is inconsequential now. Xiao Jun exhaled deeply, gazing out at the neon lights, and stated calmly from now on, I shall have no ties with the Zhang family. Chen Song was elated upon hearing this. How splendid. You're insane. Xiao Jun could not help but kick him lightly. Drive properly. In truth, prior to visiting the Zhang family, Xiao Jun had already contemplated how to confront Qiu Hui and the others. It was impossible for him to draft a letter of forgiveness. In his heart, Zhang Ku had become his adversary. To extend forgiveness to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Presently, Zhang Ku had been designated as the principal offender, unable to reveal the mastermind Lu Changgong due to the repercussions of crossing the Lu family, while simultaneously relying on Lu Changgong as support. Even if Lu Changgong ultimately turned a blind eye, for Zhang Ku, these 3 years would be inconsequential. Perhaps this incident might even garner him Lu Changgong's favor in the future. Moreover, establishing a connection with Lu Changgong and working for him was, in Xiao Jun's eyes, Zhang Ku's aspiration. However, should Lu Changgong be apprehended, everything would fall into place without the need for Xiao Jun's letter of forgiveness, and Zhang Ku would be reclassified as an accomplice, leading to a corresponding reduction in his sentence. Initially, Xiao Jun had intended to reveal a detail or two during the dinner, but Qiu Hui's attitude left him disheartened, prompting a change of heart. The unexpected arrival of the elder Zhang Xia caught Xiao Jun off guard. Zhang Xia's presence was not solely to seek justice for himself. He would undoubtedly also advocate for his grandson, a notion that did not surprise Xiao Jun. However, the thought of the old man's desolate demeanor after being rejected stirred some ripples within Xiao Jun's heart. It was precisely this sentiment that prompted him to take his leave, bowing slightly as he departed. The journey was silent, and before long, they arrived at Wuchang Avenue. Yet, just as the vehicle was about to turn into the street leading to the clinic, an unforeseen incident occurred. A black Jeep suddenly emerged from the darkness of the night, violently colliding with the side of their Buick. Bang! The impact nearly overturned the Buick. Chen Song swiftly jerked the steering wheel, managing to stabilize the car's trajectory before turning to inquire, "Boss, are you all right?" Xiao Jun, having been in a meditative state, was caught unawares by the event, and upon noticing Chen Song's furrowed brow, he asked, "Are you injured?" Blood trickled from Chen Song's forehead as the Jeep had struck the side where he was seated. "I'm fine. Damn it, this driver has no idea how to operate a vehicle." However, before Chen Song could finish his sentence, another crash resounded. Bang! Their bodies jolted, and Chen Song even slammed against the windshield. Xiao Jun braced himself against the front seat and turned to look back, only to see the previous Jeep making a U-turn and crashing into the rear of their vehicle. "This isn't right. We need to get out of here." A sense of alarm surged within Xiao Jun. Chen Song also grasped the gravity of the situation. If the first collision was accidental, a second impact was surely intentional. Ignoring the pain, he pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. The Jeep was indeed pursuing them relentlessly. "They are coming after us." Xiao Jun gritted his teeth and declared, "Forget the clinic. Let's stay on Wuchang Avenue and head for the inner ring." "No problem." Chen Song wiped the blood from his forehead, cursing under his breath while focusing intently on driving. Soon, their speed reached 100 miles per hour. The scenery outside blurred past, and amidst the chase, Chen Song felt a thrilling rush of tension. "We're approaching the inner ring." Chen Song licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. "This bastard. Let us see if I can shake him off." However, no sooner had he spoken than blinding headlights appeared at the toll booth, followed by 3 identical Jeeps charging toward them head-on. It seemed these vehicles had been waiting there, not only driving against traffic, but doing so at full speed. "Boss, they have reinforcements." A hint of panic crossed Chen Song's face. The glare of the opposing headlights was blinding, and it was evident they intended to collide without any intention of slowing down. A direct confrontation was utterly impossible. At this speed, if they were struck, the outcome for both would likely be either death or severe injury. "I see it." Yet, the more dire the situation became, the calmer Xiao Jun appeared. Suddenly, he unbuckled his seatbelt, stood up, and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "The sunroof. We must leap from the top. Quickly." Chapter 34. Slaying the enemy as Xiao Jun had foretold. Their vehicle was nearly encircled by adversaries, with peril lurking on every side. The sole recourse was to ascend to the roof via the sunroof, and then execute their escape. Thus, Xiao Jun made a decisive judgment. In the next moment, he flung open the sunroof, placed his hands on either side, and leaped upward with the grace of a soaring dragon, landing atop the vehicle. He then crouched low to steady himself against the turbulence, extending his hand and shouting, "Chen Song." Chen Song nodded, regaining his composure. He hastily unfastened his seatbelt and was about to rise from his seat when bang, another violent collision erupted. The pursuing Jeep, undeterred by Chen Song's deceleration, surged forward with relentless force. The impact sent Chen Song off balance, causing him to stumble and crash against the center console. This time, without the protection of seatbelt, the collision was far more brutal. In swift succession, 3 more vehicles barreled toward them, unhesitatingly crashing into the front of the Buick. "Boss, don't worry about me. You go first," Chen Song shouted, realizing he had no time to escape. In the midst of the chaos, he forcefully pushed Xiao Jun's hand away and closed the sunroof, severing Xiao Jun's chance to rescue him. Xiao Jun's body jolted in shock. He had not anticipated Chen Song's actions. Yet, there was no time for further reaction, as the second wave of collisions from the pursuing vehicles was imminent. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Jun gritted his teeth and leaped off the side of the vehicle. Simultaneously, the Buick was subjected to a barrage of impacts, akin to a dumpling being pinched, lifting several centimeters into the air before crashing down heavily. Smoke began to billow from the hood. After rolling to the ground and stabilizing himself against the guardrail, Xiao Jun quickly looked up. He beheld the Buick's windshield shattered beyond recognition, and amidst the smoke, Chen Song's limp body slumped against the now-deformed door, his fate uncertain. Witnessing this, Xiao Jun's heart quaked, rage surging within him. From the 4 vehicles emerged a dozen individuals, clad in black attire, their expressions menacing, as though the words "I am a villain" were emblazoned on their foreheads. In the dim light of the ramp, they whispered among themselves while advancing toward the Buick. They were evidently familiar with one another. One individual produced a pack of cigarettes, and several lit up, taking leisurely puffs. Despite the chaos of the accident, their faces betrayed no hint of panic. Rather, they appeared unervingly composed. Where's the other one? I saw him leap onto the roof, darting like a cat. Let's check if this one inside is dead, and compare with the photographs to ascertain if he is the target. Monkey, go find that reckless kid who jumped out of the car. He truly has some audacity, but he should still be alive. The monkey, grumbling under his breath, took a cigarette and a flashlight, making his way to the edge of the railing, beginning his search across the grass. After taking a few steps, just as he was about to turn his head, he was startled by a sudden sight. Emerging from the thicket was a face, none other than Xiao Jun. His visage was marred by cuts, blood trickling down his cheek, his eyes seemingly ablaze with an intense fury. Dare to make a sound, and I will end you. Xiao Jun's voice was low and laced with a palpable menace. His face contorted in rage and, combined with the faint blood, rendered him even more terrifying in the darkness. Even the monkey, accustomed to a life on the edge, was momentarily paralyzed with fear, his expression betraying his terror as he instinctively nodded. However, he soon regained his composure, preparing to call for help. Yet, just as he made this move, a searing pain erupted from his abdomen. His body became rigid, as if bound by some unseen force, rendering him utterly voiceless. It appears you have taken my words lightly. Xiao Jun retrieved the monkey's fallen cigarette, slowly rising from the grass, and forcefully shoved the lit end into the monkey's mouth. The monkey's fear intensified, but he realized he was powerless, as if his vital points had been seized, allowing the still glowing ember to burn in his mouth. The agony brought tears to his eyes, yet the pain was fleeting, with a swift chop to his neck. Xiao Jun rendered him unconscious in an instant. In the following moment, Xiao Jun, like a specter, surged toward the group. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of collisions and bodies hitting the ground echoed, and in less than 30 seconds, 3 or 4 individuals on the periphery collapsed. Using the massive body of a jeep as cover, Xiao Jun dismantled them one by one in the night. Although the sounds of traffic filled the air, the increasing number of fallen bodies made those noises more pronounced. What is happening? Finally, someone reacted, but by then, Xiao Jun had already dispatched 5 or 6 men, emerging from the shadows. It's that kid, including the monkey. It had barely been a minute. The individuals near the Buick had not yet had the chance to assess Chun Song's fate when the commotion behind them caught their attention, causing them to turn an alarm. He's taken out our people. Damn it. The intel said he was skilled. It seemed to be true. They rallied together, refusing to scatter. At that moment, the remaining 7 men gathered, their expressions fierce as they glared at Xiao Jun. Some drew knives and daggers, sneering at him. You little brat, you've got quite the nerve. But now you have nowhere to hide. So tell me, how do you wish to die? Xiao Jun's gaze was icy, his expression impassive as he enunciated, die. Amused by the unfolding situation, the crowd found it laughable that this young man held himself in such high regard. Even though he had managed to take down a few of their companions through a surprise attack, there were still 7 of them left. What audacity possessed him to utter such words? However, upon witnessing their fallen comrades and the bloodied visage of Xiao Jun advancing towards them, they began to entertain an absurd notion. 7 individuals, encircled by a single person? They could hardly fathom that Xiao Jun possessed such prowess. A normal person, struck by a vehicle and subsequently leaping from it, could not possibly defeat several robust men. Even the most skilled would be utterly drained, seeking to suppress their trepidation. The man who had brandished a dagger wore a fierce expression and charged forth. Yet, when faced with the glinting blade, Xiao Jun merely sidestepped, evading the attack with grace, then swiftly seized the assailant's wrist. With a gentle squeeze, a distinct crack echoed as the bone shattered. Ah! The man's fierce demeanor froze for a brief moment before contorting into anguish, his screams piercing the air. Their assumptions had been correct. Yet Xiao Jun did not rely on brute strength, but rather on deft skill. As a healer, he could unleash his formidable prowess with precision, akin to plucking a flower from a garden. The others were taken aback. It was not a mere ambush. Yet, how had a single exchange resulted in one of their own collapsing? Before they could react, Xiao Jun propelled himself forward like a serpent slithering through the night. The only sign of his bloodied state, a faint glimmer. The 6 men had no chance to resist and were swiftly taken down, all within 3 minutes. Afterward, Xiao Jun dislocated their joints, leaving them writhing in agony on the ground, while he approached the Buick. Chapter 35. Fury as he neared the vehicle. Xiao Jun leaped on a hood, first clearing away the shards of glass surrounding him before crouching down to gently extract Chun Song from within. While others might have hesitated, fearing that any movement could exacerbate Chun Song's serious injuries, Xiao Jun, being a healer, was confident in his ability to respond to any potential crisis. Despite his robust physique, the impact had rendered Chun Song unconscious. Xiao Jun's fingers trembled as they neared Chun Song's neck. This mere span of a few centimeters required immense courage. Finally, he made contact. The pulse was faint, yet it was present. A wave of relief washed over his tense features. Thank goodness he was alive. Xiao Jun could surmise that an ordinary individual subjected to such force would likely have their organs shattered, but Chun Song was different, with a foundation in martial arts. Though severely injured, his life was not in jeopardy. At that moment, Chun Song suddenly coughed a few times. Don't move, Xiao Jun urged. You're very weak right now. Cough. I am dying, yet I cannot perish. Boss, are you all right? I am fine. Well, that is good. Chun Song squinted, seemingly struggling to open his eyes halfway. In the end, he revealed a smile, his teeth and gums stained with blood. With a tilt of his head, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Simultaneously, a tremor coursed through Xiao Jun's body, and hot tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Young master, I am Chun Song, sent here by the sect leader. You do not recognize me? That is quite normal. With so many attendants in the medical sect, I could only gaze at you from afar before. However, since I descended the mountain, I have taken it upon myself to uphold the medical sect's principles and save lives. Young master, when did you begin your travels in the healing arts? This place is dreadfully dull, and the food is too spicy. I have developed numerous pimples on my back, and the itching is unbearable. Young master, I recall that the second disciple of the sect offended you, yet you left him too frightened to emerge from his hideout for an entire year. And those second-generation heirs from other sects, who does not tremble at the mere mention of your name? Why are you so serene and patient now? Young master, oh no, boss. Congratulations on escaping the sea of suffering. At last, we could traverse the world together. Boss, you go ahead, do not mind me. As Chun Song fell into unconsciousness again, a surge of images flooded Xiao Jun's mind, deeply stimulating his nerves. In truth, over the past 2 years since Chun Song descended the mountain, Xiao Jun had yet to fully accept Chun Song's role in his heart. Perhaps in his mind, Chun Song was merely a servant managing the medical hall, an accessory, dispensable. It was only after Chun Song resolutely pushed away his arm that Xiao Jun suddenly realized how profoundly significant he was in Chun Song's heart, willing to forsake his life to ensure Xiao Jun's escape. All along, due to his innate talent, Xiao Jun had been inherently proud and had never shown deference to others during his years in the ancient medical sect, which led to his youthful arrogance and the sect's need for him to descend the mountain to practice medicine. The purpose of the medical sect was, in fact, to temper his character, and during these 5 years in Qingcheng, his character had been honed considerably, yet in this mundane existence, he had forgotten the pride of being the top genius of the medical sect. Just as Chun Song had said, he seemed to have lost his fervor. Wiping away his tears, Xiao Jun retrieved a precious healing pill from the medical sect and administered it to Chun Song without hesitation. After ensuring Chun Song swallowed the pill and his breathing became less labored, he exhaled in relief and gently laid him flat. Stepping down from the vehicle, Xiao Jun's gaze was complex, his chest filled with an indescribable rage. This Buick was procured by Chun Song specifically from the second-hand market to fulfill Xiao Jun's directive. With the funds needed to confront Lu Changong, the vehicle was the cheapest available. If a better car had been purchased, Chun Song might not have sustained such grievous injuries. Chun Song, my friend, you have endured considerable hardship to accompany me down the mountain. The sight of me in my current state must surely disappoint and frustrate you. Does it not? Yet, the genius boy you remember still exists. Xiao Jun turned, his demeanor icy, striding towards the still wailing perpetrator. Who sent you here? He demanded, seizing the man's hair and fixing him with an unfeeling gaze. You are a doctor, are you not? The man stammered in shock. What he truly wished to inquire was how a doctor could possess such formidable prowess. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Jun was indeed a doctor. But the ancient medical tradition he inherited required not only the mastery of healing arts, but also martial skills. This was essential for the continuity of the tradition and to avoid being constrained by others. The ancient physicians on the mountain not only competed in medical expertise, but also in martial prowess. And Xiao Jun excelled in both. It was not merely a matter of dealing with this rabble. Even against true masters, Xiao Jun would harbor little fear. I'm the one asking you, not the other way around. With a swift kick, he crushed the man's chest, causing him to spew blood and lose consciousness. Xiao Jun then turned his attention to another individual. You, young man, you have landed yourself in serious trouble. Do you understand what we are? The man began to threaten. But Xiao Jun's foot swiftly silenced him, covering his entire face, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. Moreover, Xiao Jun slowly ground his shoe down, likely breaking the man's nose, blood oozing down the sides of his shoe. His ruthlessness was not unwarranted. These individuals sought his life, and to waver in resolve would be a disservice to Chun Song, who lay nearby. The brutal scene left onlookers in stunned silence. They had not anticipated the seemingly refined Xiao Jun would act with such decisiveness and efficiency. Those who found themselves under Xiao Jun's intense scrutiny trembled in fear. You need not speak. I already know who is behind this. It's Lu Chonggong, is it not? Xiao Jun's voice remained steady, yet it was laced with a palpable aura of menace. Indeed, apart from Lu Chonggong, no one in Qingqing bore him enmity. However, even though he had foreseen Lu Chonggong's potential for aggression, he had not anticipated the swiftness and brutality of the attack. It was a direct attempt on his life. Had he recognized sooner that his adversary would resort to any means necessary and taken precautions, Chun Song would not have been harmed. The years of his life had led him to perceive others as inherently good. His heart was heavy with guilt and anger. No, it cannot be. At last, one of them, unable to withstand the pressure, stammered, "It was Master Xiong. Master Xiong sent us. We were merely following orders." Master Xiong? Xiao Jun furrowed his brow. He was genuinely unaware of who this Master Xiong might be. Just as he was about to inquire further, a Bentley approached their direction. The commotion had already attracted the attention of several passing vehicles. Though Wuchang Avenue lay in a secluded area, it was still early enough for a number of cars to traverse the road. However, the scene here was so gruesome, compounded by the terrifying sight of Xiao Jun, whose face was half covered in blood, and the agonized cries of the several individuals sprawled on the ground, that those passing by dared not approach. They merely cast hurried glances before swiftly retreating. Only the Bentley before them, with a clear purpose, came to a halt just a few meters away. Chapter 36. Not a worthless life. From the vehicle emerged a figure. It was Yuan Hang. Upon witnessing the shocking scene, an expression of astonishment crossed Yuan Hang's face, particularly when he beheld Xiao Jun standing alone, drenched in blood. Was this the work of Xiao Jun alone? What brings you here? Xiao Jun's voice drifted over, calm yet resolute. In fact, he had surmised the identity of the visitor as soon as he saw the Bentley. What puzzled him was why the young Master Yuan would appear on Wuchang Avenue at such an hour. I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. So I came directly to the clinic to find you, Yuan Hang replied, managing a wry smile. Then I realized someone was tailing you, which is why I hurried here. He had arrived at the street corner near the clinic just after the initial impact, yet he was unaware that it was Xiao Jun's vehicle involved. However, his instincts, honed from years in the underworld, alerted him that something was amiss, prompting him to follow. Unexpectedly, despite believing he had acted swiftly, he arrived only to discover that the situation had already been resolved and that Xiao Jun was the victor. His eyes did not deceive him. Besides the initial jeep, there were now 3 additional vehicles and a dozen individuals. How had Xiao Jun managed all of this? What is your purpose here? Xiao Jun inquired, furrowing his brow. I intended to invite you for dinner, Yuan Hang explained. You have treated each of us from the Yuan family 3 times in recent days. Therefore, I thought to extend an invitation to my home as a gesture of gratitude. It was precisely because Yuan Dehai felt that their bond had deepened that he had urged Yuan Hang to personally invite Xiao Jun when their phone calls went unanswered. Little did he anticipate encountering such a scene. I am not available today, Xiao Jun replied, his demeanor unchanged. Yuan Hang's smile faded further as he added, Are these individuals here to target you? How did you manage this? Instead of answering, Xiao Jun countered, Young Master Yuan, are you familiar with Lord Xiong? Lord Xiong? Yuan Hang pondered for a moment before responding. You mean Zhuo Xiong from the Emperor KTV? He is a figure of considerable influence on Qingqing Road and in Yubei. I see. Xiao Jun nodded, instantly comprehending the situation. The individuals beneath their feet were likely Zhuo Xiong's men, and Zhuo Xiong was summoned by Lu Changgong. Is it Zhuo Xiong who is after you? A flash of anger crossed Yuan Hang's face. Does that scoundrel not realize that Mr. Xiao is a distinguished guest of the Yuan family? This is utterly outrageous. I will call him immediately to demand an explanation on your behalf. Without needing to replay the events, Yuan Hang understood the brutality that had transpired here. These men were mercilessly intent on taking Xiao Jun's life. However, Yuan Hang could not fathom how Xiao Jun had transformed peril into safety. He was only left with a sense of trepidation and indignation. In Qingcheng, the Yuan family was one of the prominent powers in business. Although they had long since distanced themselves from the underworld, they were acquainted with all manners of people. Finding someone like Zhuo Xiong was not a daunting task. Yet, Xiao Jun shook his head, his countenance dark, and stated emphatically, I shall seek him out myself. What? Yuan Hang was taken aback, looking up at Xiao Jun. For some inexplicable reason, he felt an overwhelming pressure in Xiao Jun's presence, making it difficult for him to breathe. He sensed that the Xiao Jun before him was a stark contrast to the one he had known. Where the previous Xiao Jun was humble and unassuming, akin to a gem encased in its box, this one resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, its edge glinting menacingly. Even with his temperament and experience, he felt a pang of anxiety, hesitant to approach this blade that could inflict harm. May I borrow your car? Xiao Jun gestured towards the Bentley and strode towards it. Wait, Yuan Hang instinctively responded, but immediately felt it was inappropriate. Are you going to find Zhuo Xiong right now? Do you even know where he is? You mentioned he is the owner of the Huangqiao KTV. At this hour, he should be there, Xiao Jun replied, turning his head. Yuan Hang swallowed hard. That is not what I meant. I meant to say, you're already injured and shouldn't go. Moreover, seeking him out alone is futile. Huangqiao KTV is Zhuo Xiong's stronghold, and rushing there will only invite trouble. Xiao Shini, I have a suggestion. If you wish to settle this publicly, the police will arrive shortly. I can apply pressure at the station. If you prefer a private resolution, I can assist you in contacting him and finding a solution. Yuan Hang spoke with a sense of confidence. However, if a private settlement were to occur, he would need to consult his elder brother, Yuan Dehai. As Zhuo Xiong was not a minor character, the Yuan family had painstakingly built a positive reputation, and associating with underworld figures could be troublesome. Nonetheless, for Xiao Jun's sake, he believed his brother would be willing to give it a try. Yet, in response to Yuan Hang's goodwill, Xiao Jun resolutely shook his head. Blood debts must be repaid with blood. My life, and Chen Song's life, are not so cheap. Little Yuan, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will seek him out and demand an explanation. Xiao Shini, please think this through. No need to think. The final words from Xiao Jun carried an undeniable tone, laced with a chilling hint of menace. Yuan Hang was shaken and found himself unable to argue. By the way, Xiao Jun had already opened the car door and turned back. Little Yuan, there is one more thing I must ask of you. What is it? Yuan Hang's palms were sweaty, uncertain of what to say. I have administered medicine to Chen Song, but he appears to be seriously injured. Please call an ambulance and have him taken to the hospital. Understood. And if he regains consciousness, please inform him that I will bring Zhuo Xiong and Lu Changgong to him to express my contrition. Yuan Hang was once again taken aback. However, he had no time to inquire further, for at that moment, Xiao Jun had already boarded the vehicle, which swiftly maneuvered several meters away, deftly avoiding the surrounding jeeps, and surged forth like an arrow. Watching the Bentley recede into the distance, Yuan Hang sighed, feeling a twinge of reproach. Xiao Jun was indeed too impulsive. Even if he possessed formidable skills, what could a single individual accomplish? Yet, upon reaching Chen Song, he gasped in horror. The sight of Chen Song's condition was utterly unbearable, and in that instant, he comprehended Xiao Jun's fury. Indeed, his own brother and comrades had been reduced to such a state, with arms and legs twisted grotesquely. He knew that if he were in Xiao Jun's position, he too would lose all semblance of reason. It was all because of you ruffians. He viciously stomped on the knee of one man sprawled on the ground, relishing the anguished cries that ensued, his heart brimming with wrath. After calling for an ambulance, Yuan Hang surveyed the surroundings, growing increasingly alarmed. He could not fathom how Xiao Jun had managed to take on over a dozen adversaries. It exceeded his comprehension. No, I must assist him. The thought flashed through Yuan Hang's mind, his expression shifting. Though the Yuan family did not wish to provoke Zhuo Xiong, even Yuan Dehai would likely acquiesce under such circumstances. One Zhuoxiong paled in comparison to the ancient medical sect. Moreover, their well-being depended on Xiao Jun. At that moment, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air, finally drawing the attention of the police in Qingsheng. Chapter 37. Issuing orders, a convoy of 5 or 6 police cars, adorned with flashing red and blue lights, made their striking entrance into the night. Leading the charge was Wu Mingxian, the captain of the criminal investigation team, who had rushed over immediately upon receiving reports from the public. As they exited their vehicles and beheld the mangled Buick and Chen Song sprawled atop the hood, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Such severe injuries could only imply a horrific ordeal. What transpired here? Wu Mingxian approached hastily, spotting Yuan Hang standing by the vehicle, his face betraying a hint of astonishment. Young Master Yuan? The Yuan brothers were renowned entrepreneurs in Qingcheng, and as a local, Wu Mingxian certainly recognized them. As you can see, he was deliberately struck, Yuan Hang replied, his expression darkening. Captain Wu, the individuals on the ground are the perpetrators. Targeting you? Wu Mingxian immediately tensed. It was a time of strict enforcement, and any disturbance could easily draw the attention of law enforcement, especially in such a brutal, premeditated incident involving a prominent family like the Yuans. No, Yuan Hang solemnly shook his head. But now is not the time for that. Please secure the scene and review the surveillance footage. Understood, Wu Mingxian nodded. Had anyone else spoken in such a manner, he would have disregarded it entirely. Yet, given Yuan Hang's distinguished status, he felt compelled to treat him with utmost respect and diligence. The police erected a cordon and began to evacuate the vehicles passing by. However, it soon became apparent that the nearby surveillance cameras had been deliberately vandalized, evidently by the group summoned by Zhuoxiong. Arrest them all. Wu Mingxian commanded with a sweeping gesture, and his officers promptly detained the culprits and escorted them to the police vehicles. What is this person's identity? Wu Mingxian inquired of Yuan Hang, his caution stemming from Chen Song's current predicament, compelling him to seek assistance. Was he the one you rescued from the vehicle? It's a complicated matter, Yuan Hang replied, taking a deep breath. This individual is named Chen Song. He is the head of a clinic called Wanxiu on the street ahead. There is also someone named Xiao Jun in the car, who has since driven away in my vehicle. He left, just as Wu Mingxian intended to ask further. He suddenly recalled the name, which struck him as remarkably familiar. A few seconds later, he exclaimed, "Is he not the man who was previously apprehended and framed?" Indeed, that's him. This group is targeting him. Yuan Hang gestured with a hand, his expression grave. Captain Wu, you must immediately notify the Bureau to dispatch a police team to the Huangqiao KTV, and the sooner, the better. Wu Mingxian was taken aback, instantly grasping Yuan Hang's implication. This group was affiliated with Zhuoxiong, aiming to confront Xiao Jun, although their intent was not directed at Yuan Hang himself. Beads of cold sweat formed on Wu Mingxian's forehead. After all, Xiao Jun was a figure so significant that even the head of the Bureau had abandoned personal matters to ensure a thorough investigation into the truth. Clearly, the Yuan family was also involved, indicating that this individual's identity was far from ordinary. Years of investigative experience told him that these two cases were undoubtedly interconnected. Are you saying he went to Huangqiao KTV alone? Wu Mingxian asked, his mouth agape. Does he have any other accomplices? He was all too familiar with Zhuoxiong's character, having long sought to bring him to justice, yet lacking the necessary evidence. This man was skilled at lurking in the shadows, orchestrating schemes akin to the situation at hand. Even if they brought the perpetrators back to the precinct, they would not divulge Zhuoxiong's name, thus failing to secure any incriminating evidence against him. No, if I told you that these individuals were all taken down by him alone, would you believe it? Yuan Hang offered a wry smile. Taken down by one person? How is that even conceivable? Wu Mingxian responded incredulously. Even the most elite members of the police force would find themselves in dire peril in such circumstances. Just like Chen Song, escaping was already a challenge. To say he had subdued anyone was beyond belief. Wu Mingxian instinctively wanted to shake his head, but upon seeing Yuan Hang's earnest demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words, suppressing his objections. He understood that Yuan Hang would not be fabricating tales at this juncture. Everything he said was true. I will accompany you to take this statement shortly, but I must first head to Huangqiao KTV. That is against protocol. Wu Mingxian protested hastily. I will personally speak with Bureau Chief Wan. Rest assured, the Yuan family has substantial investments in Qingcheng. We are not going anywhere, Yuan Hang declared, and, after uttering these words, he proceeded to hail a taxi upon seeing the ambulance arrive. He remained here solely to fulfill Xiao Jun's commission to escort Chun Tsang to the hospital. However, he could not allow Xiao Jun to walk into death's embrace. Beyond the visible police force, given the Yuan family's stature, they could leverage other connections. In Yubei, it was not solely Zhuo Xiong who held the reins of power, even among the underworld. Wu, make the necessary arrangements swiftly. This could be the greatest opportunity for you to achieve a remarkable feat in your lifetime. As he entered the vehicle, Yuan Heng cast a deep gaze at Wu Mingxian and remarked, "We, the common folk, yearn for a world of clarity." Wu Mingxian was taken aback and then nodded vigorously. He ceased to impede Yuan Heng, stepping aside to make a phone call to consult his superiors. In fact, just moments earlier, Yuan Dehai had already called the bureau, applying pressure. So before Wu Mingxian could seek approval, Man Yuan had issued orders to assemble the police force and head to the Royal Dynasty KTV. Simultaneously, at the Royal Dynasty KTV, in the Emperor's Hall, the largest and most prestigious room of the establishment, typically reserved for Zhuo Xiong to entertain esteemed guests, a cacophony of revelry resounded within the 200-square-meter space. At the most prominent position on the sofa sat Lu Changgong alongside a brawny man sporting a thick beard, Zhuo Xiong himself. True to his name, Zhuo Xiong stood at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet 3, his physique reminiscent of a bear, with an abundance of hair exuding a potent aura of masculinity. His features were not unattractive, yet a deep scar traced down his nose to the upper lip, accentuating an air of menace and ferocity. At that moment, Zhuo Xiong was savoring a cigar, pouring 2 glasses of fine liquor, one for Lu Changgong and the other for himself. "Mr. Lu, it is a rare honor for you to grace us with your presence. I toast to you." They clinked glasses and downed their drinks in one go. Nearby, several provocatively dressed women cheered enthusiastically, sidling up to the 2 men with alluring poses. "Let us have a performance to entertain Mr. Lu," Zhuo Xiong bellowed. "If the performance is good, there will be rewards." A throng of girls hurried onto the T-shaped glass coffee table, striking poses and swaying their hips. In the dim light, combined with the haze of alcohol and smoke, a seductive allure permeated the air, making it hard to resist temptation. "Mr. Lu, the girls here are rather charming, aren't they?" Zhuo Xiong chuckled, wrapping an arm around Lu Changgong's shoulders with a sense of pride. "Choose anyone you fancy, once we resolve your pressing issues. Let her accompany you, double the joy." A faint smile crept onto Lu Changgong's face, yet internally he felt nothing but disdain. To be honest, as a top student and a wealthy heir, he was always the center of attention wherever he went, with women readily available to him. He had no interest in the superficial charms of these women at the KTV. Moreover, his thoughts lingered on Zhang Wanqiu, after finally waiting for her divorce. He had yet to attain her, and thus he was not inclined to squander energy on such trivial pursuits. Though he harbored such thoughts, Lu Changgong still feigned politeness, smiling as he said, "Brother Xiong, women can always be dealt with at any time. How goes the matter I entrusted to you?" Chapter 38. Alone? "Lu Xiao, do you not have confidence in your own affairs?" Zhuo Xiong inhaled a puff of smoke, expressing his dissatisfaction. "I have arranged everything for you. Just enjoy yourself and wait for that lad to be brought here." Confidence? What a joke. After several days of inaction, how could he possibly have been reduced to such a pitiful state by that boy? It was precisely because of his lack of confidence that he had come to await news in person. Internally cursing, Lu Changgong replied, "Brother Xiong has traversed the underworld for many years. Naturally, I trust you. It is merely that the boy is too cunning, and I worry there may be unforeseen complications." "Haha, you are overthinking it. There will be no complications." Zhuo Xiong filled his glass again, speaking ominously. "Rest assured, that boy is as good as dead. There will be no repercussions. Then I shall be at ease." "That's more like it. Come, let us drink." "It is rare for Lu Xiao to grace us with his presence. We shall not leave until we are intoxicated." With no alternative, Lu Changgong raised his glass once more and drank. Zhuo Xiong began to regale him with tales of romance and revelry. To be honest, Lu Changgong had not truly concerned himself with such trivial matters. He had executed similar operations countless times, and his subordinates were well versed in the process. The aftermath was always handled with a methodical approach, ensuring he would not be entangled in any disputes. Just as the two were becoming animated in their revelry, a subordinate burst in. "What is it, you clumsy fool? Do you not see that I am entertaining esteemed guests?" Zhuo Xiong swatted the subordinate, causing him to see stars. Regaining his composure, the subordinate stammered, "Brother Xiong, it's bad. Someone has come to the KTV, causing trouble, injuring many of our men. And they're specifically looking for you." "What?" Zhuo Xiong was taken aback. This was his territory, and few dared to seek trouble here, even enemies from the underworld. "Never mind." Zhuo Xiong waved his hand, then seized the subordinate by the collar, demanding, "How many are they? Which faction do they belong to?" "I don't know. There is only one person." The subordinate trembled. "He is incredibly formidable and has taken the manager hostage, and they are heading toward the private room." "Useless." Upon hearing the number of their adversary, Zhuo Xiong's anger surged, and he delivered another slap. The subordinate, now resigned to his fate, could only suppress his grievances. His face a mask of misery as he pleaded, "Boss, quickly hide and gather people." "Hide from what?" Zhuo Xiong laughed in rage. "It's just one person." "Does he think he is Erlingshin?" Lu Changong inquired from a sofa. "Brother Xiong, what is the matter?" "Nothing of concern. Just a fool who has come to cause trouble. I shall handle it." With Lu Changong present, Zhuo Xiong intended to demonstrate the might of his domain, lest this lucrative venture lose its confidence. "Stand aside." Fueled by the spirits, Zhuo Xiong shoved the subordinate aside and strode toward the private room. In the narrow, dimly lit corridor, a figure emerged, drenched in blood, dragging the KTV manager along as he approached their private room. As he traversed his path, both servers and henchmen lay strewn about. It was none other than the formidable Uncle Xiong. The younger brother, observing Zhuo Xiong's audacious demeanor, suppressed his trepidation and pointed at the newcomer, declaring, "This fellow arrived just 5 minutes ago and has made his way here with a trail of destruction. How dare he wreak havoc on Uncle Xiong's territory? Has he been summoned?" Zhuo Xiong inquired. "Not yet. I hurried here to report," the younger brother replied anxiously. But with Uncle Xiong in action, this fellow, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding slap met his face. Feeling increasingly aggrieved, he covered his cheek and cast a mournful glance at Zhuo Xiong, perplexed as to why his leader would strike him. Zhuo Xiong retorted angrily. Over 20 servers and henchmen on the first floor, not to mention those on the second, couldn't stop this guy, and you expect me to go now? The younger brother silently grumbled. "Wasn't that what you said? Quickly find someone. You must hold him off." After issuing the command, Zhuo Xiong kicked the younger brother into the corridor, then ordered the henchmen stationed at either side of the private room to take action, while he closed the door and prepared to make a call. Though he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of Xiao Jun's emotionless visage and bloodthirsty presence from a distance, they were now indelibly etched in his mind. His intoxication had swiftly dissipated. Drawing from years of experience, he recognized that anyone bold enough to confront him alone and with such skill was no ordinary foe. Thus, he must call for backup, better safe than sorry. Yet, he pondered who among his enemies had orchestrated such a sudden arrival, as if they were aware of his presence here. "Uncle Xiong, is there trouble outside?" Lu Changong, slightly inebriated and reveling in his freedom, remarked while drinking and caressing the woman beside him, "This is your territory. Nothing can stir up a storm here. Let's continue drinking." At this critical juncture, Zhuo Xiong had no intention of indulging Lu Changong, but just as he connected the call and prepared to speak, a series of furious shouts and loud thuds echoed from outside. Positioned near the door, Zhuo Xiong heard the commotion distinctly. His brow furrowed. Those anguished cries were unmistakably from his subordinates. Had this intruder arrived so swiftly and ferociously? In an instant, the door to the private room was forcefully kicked open. Xiao Jun stepped inside, unceremoniously tossing the KTV manager, who had directed him, out of the room. The manager collided with the coffee table, causing drinks and shards of glass to scatter, accompanied by screams that startled the surrounding hostesses. Upon witnessing Xiao Jun's blood-soaked, menacing figure, their fear escalated. "Shut off the music." This was Xiao Jun's first command upon entering the room. Though his voice was low and soft, it resonated clearly in every ear. The hostess, seated by the karaoke machine, trembling, swiftly silenced the music, plunging the private room into an eerie silence. "Who is Zhuo Xiong?" Xiao Jun inquired once more. Zhuo Xiong lowered his head in silence. He was not the only man in the room, accompanied by 2 subordinates and Lu Changong. However, the formidable aura exuded by Xiao Jun intimidated everyone, including Zhuo Xiong's 2 companions, who were equally struck by fear upon witnessing their leader's apprehension. "Turn on the lights." Xiao Jun commanded in a deep voice. Soon, the illumination in the private room brightened, and as Lu Changgong, who had been in a state of confusion, turned his gaze towards Xiao Jun, his narrowed eyes widened in shock. Xiao Jun, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with dread. At this moment, Xiao Jun bore no resemblance to the man Lu Changgong remembered. He appeared as a battle-hardened warrior, stripped of his usual amiable demeanor, radiating an aura of aggression and menace. It was no wonder Lu Changgong had failed to recognize him upon his initial entrance. But why was Xiao Jun present here? This was the Imperial Dynasty KTV. After all, even Zhuo Xiong, lurking in the shadows, experienced a mental lapse. Wasn't Xiao Jun the very target? According to the timeline, he should have perished in a car accident by now. Lu Xiao, you are here as well. That saved me the trouble of seeking you out. Xiao Jun remarked upon noticing Lu Changgong, a smile playing on his lips. Yet, despite the smile, Lu Changgong felt no warmth. Rather, it was a chilling curve, reminiscent of a sinister scythe. Observing Lu Changgong's expression, Xiao Jun approached him directly, casually stating, "Are you curious as to why I am here? In your mind, should I not be lying in a pool of muck on the roadside?" I do not understand what you are saying," Lu Changgong stammered, swallowing hard, his voice trembling. "Not knowing is inconsequential. I shall assist you in recalling," Xiao Jun declared, abruptly seizing Lu Changgong's hair. "What are you doing? Let me go." Lu Changgong gasped in panic as the sharp pains surged through his scalp, Xiao Jun yanking him up from the sofa with a fierce grip, then tossing him onto the coffee table. Lu Changgong was filled with terror. Shards of glass on the table pierced his skin, causing him agony. Just as he attempted to turn away, Xiao Jun's foot came crashing down upon him, pinning him in place. The weight of the blow left Lu Changgong breathless and powerless. "You enjoy drinking, do you?" Xiao Jun's icy gaze fixed on him. "Then allow me to ensure you have your fill." Enraged by the injury inflicted upon Chun Song, Xiao Jun's heart brimmed with hatred. These two had orchestrated the accident while reveling in their debauchery, treating their lives as if they were mere insects. As he spoke, Xiao Jun seized the remaining half-bottle of liquor from the table and smashed it forcefully against the edge of the coffee table. The impact shattered not only the corner of the table, but also reduced the lower half of the bottle to fragments. "Xiao Jun, do you realize what you're doing?" As Xiao Jun raised the shattered bottle towards his face, a surge of dread coursed through Lu Changgong's heart. "Don't act recklessly, I implore you. Do not." The final word died on his lips, abruptly silenced. In an instant, Xiao Jun, with a sudden acceleration, forcefully thrust the jagged edge of the bottle into Lu Changgong's mouth. In that fleeting moment, Lu Changgong's eyes widened in agony, a pain so profound it rendered him mute. The mingling of wine and blood trickled down the corners of his lips, a sight that left all onlookers utterly stunned. Such cruelty, it was unfathomable. Finally, one woman, unable to endure the pressure, shrieked and fled. Xiao Jun turned his head, but made no move to stop her. With the first departure came his second. The others, casting cautious glances at Xiao Jun, perceiving his tacit approval, fled in a frantic rush. Zhuo Xiong also contemplated retreating, but as he approached the doorway, an intense pain shot through his calf, causing him to crouch and nearly topple over. Looking down, he discovered a gleaming golden needle embedded in the side of his leg, each movement sending waves of excruciating pain through him. "What on earth is this?" Before he could ponder further, Xiao Jun's chilling voice echoed once more. "Move, and next time it will be your neck." A jolt of terror coursed through Zhuo Xiong, compelling him to remain still, paralyzed by fear. "Finish him," Xiao Jun commanded, his hand lightly brushing against Lu Changgong's distorted face before he turned his gaze towards Zhuo Xiong. "You must be Zhuo Xiong," Xiao Jun stated flatly. "I'm not. I am a Biao. I will fetch Zhuo Xiong for you immediately," Zhuo Xiong hastily improvised. "Is that so? Stay put. Lead me to Zhuo Xiong. If you fail to find him, that needle will pierce your throat," Xiao Jun replied, a chilling smile gracing his lips, instilling dread within Zhuo Xiong's very core. "Do it." The oppressive atmosphere became unbearable, and in a moment of desperation, Zhuo Xiong finally unleashed a shout. The remaining subordinates in the room exchanged glances, hesitant to defy Zhuo Xiong's command, yet compelled to advance. However, mere seconds later, silence engulfed the room once more, gazing at the fallen subordinates. Zhuo Xiong's face was a mask of disbelief. He had expected his men to buy him some time, but they had proven utterly ineffectual. He had barely registered what Xiao Jun had done before they all collapsed. Is this Bear Master? Xiao Jun now stood before Zhuo Xiong, looking down upon him. This is the last time. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Zhuo Xiong cursed his subordinates inwardly, but upon meeting Xiao Jun's gaze, he dared not hold his stare. As he noticed Xiao Jun's brow arch slightly, he forced a smile. My friend, surely there must be some misunderstanding between us. Despite his fearsome reputation, Zhuo Xiong, tall and imposing, is in truth a facade of strength concealing a fragile core. Ever since his nose was injured, he has prioritized his life above all else, allowing his subordinates to confront danger first, resolutely avoiding any risk. Is this a misunderstanding? Xiao Jun replied coolly, you sought to ambush me, instructing your men to collide with my vehicle. And this is merely a misunderstanding? Of course, it is a misunderstanding, Zhuo Xiong asserted, holding up 3 fingers. I swear by the spirit of Guan Yu that I had no part in this, my brother. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Swearing as if it were water, a man like you, who dares to act yet fears to face the consequences, is truly a jest for one who aspires to be a figure of authority. Xiao Jun, recalling how he and Chen Tsung nearly fell victim to such a man, felt his anger intensify. All of that is mere fabrication by others. I have never claimed to be anything but a KTV operator. How could I be considered a big shot? True magnates are individuals like yourself, with no semblance of a ruthless leader, Zhuo Xiong shamelessly declared, in your presence. I am but a younger brother. Yet, regardless of whether one is a younger or older brother, my friend nearly lost his life at your hands. And you must provide me with an explanation, Xiao Jun stated coldly. I assure you, this was not my doing, esteemed leader. But I know who is responsible. It's Lu Chonggong. Zhuo Xiong pointed at Lu Chonggong on the coffee table, cursing this brat, relying on his family background, has been reckless and malicious. He was just boasting to me, claiming you were doomed. I truly wish to slap him. Due to his inability to speak, Lu Chonggong could only whimper in fear, astonished that Zhuo Xiong would betray him, shifting all blame onto him. However, Xiao Jun delivered a swift kick to Zhuo Xiong's chin, followed by a punch to his face. As Zhuo Xiong fell to the ground, blood streaming from his nose while clutching his face, Xiao Jun remarked indifferently, rest assured, neither you nor Lu Chonggong will escape. You both will accompany me. With that, he kicked Zhuo Xiong's kneecap, lifting him with one hand while seizing Lu Chonggong with the other, striding out of the private room. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, with the sounds of motorcycles and cars reverberating. Soon, numerous individuals flooded the second floor of the KTV, filling the elevator and stairway with robust men, exuding an aura of menace and bloodlust. Upon seeing them, Zhuo Xiong, dragged along the ground by Xiao Jun, felt a surge of elation. His earlier banter with Xiao Jun had been a mere ruse to buy time, waiting for this very moment. Kid, you're finished, Zhuo Xiong shouted through gritted teeth. My people have arrived. Chapter 40. My people have arrived. Release our boss. Let go of Xiong Yi. Kid, if you want to live, you better release Xiong Yi. The reinforcements pouring into the corridor and the subordinates shouted angrily at Xiao Jun. Some wielded prohibited knives, while others brandished clubs, radiating ferocity. On the second floor, many guests in the private rooms were too frightened to emerge, securing their doors tightly. You can't escape now. Zhuo Xiong cruelly grinned at Xiao Jun, finally adopting an air of arrogance. My men are everywhere, inside and out. Xiao Jun did not respond to Zhuo Xiong, but instead delivered another punch to his face. Zhuo Xiong was struck hard, his vision blurred with stars, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, while an overwhelming sense of disbelief surged within him. How could this lad still be so brazen at such a critical moment? The gang of underlings, witnessing Xiao Jun's assault on their leader, erupted in fury, hurling curses and insults at him, invoking the names of his ancestors. Yet, Xiao Jun paid no heed to their raucous shouts. Returning to the private room and casting a glance out the window, you can't escape, kid. If you let me go now, I might show you some leniency. Otherwise, each one of you will drown in your own spit. Zhuo Xiong's face, stained with blood, struggled to articulate his threats. As he mentioned, the area outside was teeming with people, motorcyclists, taxi passengers, and those in black sedans, nearly blocking the entire entrance. Unexpectedly, while Zhuo Xiong himself was lackluster, his henchmen displayed unwavering loyalty, arriving promptly. However, What awaited Zhuxiong was not Xiao Jun's capitulation, but another fist. His already broken nose made the pain on his face nearly unbearable. It was excruciating even to move his facial muscles to speak, even if he could utter words. Fear of another blow from Xiao Jun silenced him. In his heart, he was convinced that Xiao Jun had gone mad, absolutely mad. Soon, Xiao Jun emerged from the private room. And at that moment, the group of thugs, initially positioned at the staircase, had advanced several meters deeper into the corridor. Everyone dispersed. Despite the perilous situation, Xiao Jun remained remarkably calm, dragging Zhuxiong before him, coldly declaring, "If anyone dares to stay, I will break one of your bear lord's bones, one for each who does not retreat. If 2 refuse to back down, then 2 bones will be broken. Once today passes, we shall see if he dares to seek revenge on you." With that, Xiao Jun strode forward. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitating to advance, but equally reluctant to retreat. It seemed they had dismissed his words as mere noise. Xiao Jun smirked coldly, then seized Zhuxiong by the shoulder blade and yanked him outward. "Oh!" Zhuxiong's agonized scream echoed, as one of his shoulder bones was shattered by Xiao Jun's bare hands. Witnessing this scene, the underlings were both astonished and enraged. Yet they dared not hesitate any longer and began to withdraw. After all, they were leaderless now, and Bear Lord was still in Xiao Jun's grasp. Though they were numerous, they feared the wrath that would follow from Bear Lord's potential retaliation. As they retreated from the corridor, Xiao Jun maintained a stoic expression, bypassing the stairs and heading straight for the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor. In the KTV lobby, a throng of no less than 100 people had gathered below, yet Xiao Jun remained unfazed as he strode out of the elevator with an air of confidence. With each step he took, those around him instinctively retreated, creating an atmosphere that was undeniably peculiar. "Kid, you can't escape. I advise you to release Bear right now." Finally, someone, unable to endure the oppressive tension, shouted out. Indeed, given the current circumstances, although Xiao Jun could use Zhuxiong as leverage to instill fear, the chaos outside with guns and clubs would surely engulf him the moment he stepped out. "Leave?" Xiao Jun chuckled softly, having no intention of departing just yet. His gaze swept across the lobby, landing on the opulent sofas facing the bar, and he made his way over. Zhuxiong's subordinates automatically parted to create a path for him. Xiao Jun walked with deliberate calmness, yet his senses were alert. One hand grasped Zhuxiong while the other held Lu Changgong. The floor tiles bore witness to the dragging of the 2 men, leaving behind long trails of crimson. As Xiao Jun settled onto the sofa, Lu Changgong and Zhuxiong lay on the floor like 2 lifeless dogs, pinned beneath his feet. He remained silent, finally lifting his head to coldly survey the crowd. The scene was utterly shocking. At that moment, a man in a suit emerged from the path cleared by the thugs. He fixed his gaze on Xiao Jun, his voice icy. "Kid, do you realize what you're doing?" Xiao Jun glanced at him and inquired. "Who are you?" "This is our Junge," boasted a nearby lackey arrogantly. He asked the second-in-command of the Huangqiao KTV. Gu Jun, Zhuxiong's brother and one of the KTV's other owners, had rushed over upon receiving the news and had just arrived. "Is that so?" "I'm merely a bit tired and taking a moment to rest here," Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly. A flicker of admiration crossed Gu Jun's eyes. Even as his adversary, he couldn't help but respect Xiao Jun's audacity. With their entire crew numbering over 300 inside and out, this young man spoke to him without even a blink. However, Gu Jun's expression soon turned cold. "Let go of Bear now, and I can grant you some time to rest, as well as a chance to escape." Yet Xiao Jun could hardly be bothered to respond. Instead, he pressed down with his left foot, eliciting a pained scream from Zhuxiong. "You!" Gu Jun, taken aback by Xiao Jun's audacity to provoke him, seethed. "You must understand your current predicament. You cannot escape, nor can you possibly leave this place." After a brief pause, Gu Jun continued coldly. "Are you waiting for the police? Well, let me assure you, that will be futile. Indeed, given the scale of the situation, even if the police were to arrive, they would not be able to enter in the short term. They needed to neutralize Xiao Jun before addressing anything else. I will give you one last chance. I will count to 3, and if you do not release him, prepare for your demise." The only response Gu Jun received was a look of disdain. Enraged, Gu Jun thought this young man truly underestimated him. "Very well, you force my hand." Gu Jun gritted his teeth, indifferent to Zhuxiong's panicked gaze, ready to issue an order. Yet at that moment, A tremendous uproar erupted from the street outside the KTV. Initially a low rumble, it swiftly escalated into a deafening roar, as if the very ground beneath them quivered in response, reminiscent of an earthquake. Accompanying this tremor were countless beams of headlights sweeping in from the street outside. The atmosphere was thick with a deep, beastly growl, akin to the sound of heavy vehicles rolling over. Xiao Jun was momentarily taken aback. An ominous premonition surged within him, and his complexion shifted dramatically as he turned to inquire, "What is happening outside?" The doorman, breathless and visibly anxious, replied, "Not good, Jungo, it's bad." "What do you mean, bad?" Xiao Jun hastened to the entrance, seizing the doorman by the collar, demanding, "Speak clearly." However, before the doorman could respond, Xiao Jun's eyes fell upon the scene before him. Two heavy tanks, their searchlights blazing, charged straight toward them, crashing through the human barricade they had formed. Moreover, trailing behind the tanks were over a dozen armored vehicles and military pickups. Like ferocious beasts, they barreled down the street, encircling the KTV from both directions. The gathered subordinates and thugs dared not intervene, instinctively retreating in fright. Panic finally flickered in Xiao Jun's eyes. This was the military. Why were they here? At the same time, Xiao Jun ceased to maintain his seated posture. Leaning closer to Xiao Xiong's ear, he spoke in a calm tone. "My people have arrived." Xiao Xiong's pupils constricted sharply. Yet, Xiao Jun paid him no further heed, rising from the sofa instead. Chapter 41. Lingyun Camp at the entrance of the Imperial KTV. The tanks came to a halt only at the periphery. Blocking the KTV's entrance were merely a few armored vehicles. Yet the thugs could distinctly see a group of soldiers, fully equipped and armed, seated inside the pickups behind them. This group exuded an imposing aura, radiating a palpable sense of menace as they coldly regarded the onlookers. With tanks clearing the way and armed forces behind them, the sight of these grim soldiers, more fitting for a battlefield, was now vividly before them, delivering an overwhelming shock and awe. These street fighters had never before encountered such a spectacle and dared not utter a single breath. They stood transfixed as an armored vehicle ascended the stairs to the KTV entrance, rolling several meters before halting. Xiao Jun, in a state of panic, stepped aside, only to witness the vehicle's door swing open, revealing a tall soldier clad in camouflage. Though Xiao Jun did not recognize this individual, he was acutely aware of the military insignia on the latter's shoulder, Lieutenant Colonel. Such a rank was undeniably significant. Suppressing his astonishment, Xiao Jun swallowed hard, attempting to temper his bandit demeanor to offer a greeting. Yet, the officer merely cast a cold glance in his direction, silencing his words. The commanding presence was overwhelming. Subsequently, the man chose to disregard Xiao Jun and strode confidently into the hall. Although he entered alone, without even a security detail, the underlings surrounding the hall dared not obstruct him, parting to create a 3-meter-wide path. He moved with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. Approaching Xiao Jun, who had risen, within 10 paces, his expression solemn as he executed a salute. Chun Mingrong from the Chuanyu military district, on behalf of his superiors, had come to rescue the esteemed physician Xiao. At the same time, in a Land Rover, Yuan Hang sat in a back seat alongside a robust man with a buzz cut and a handlebar mustache. Yuan's face bore a trace of anxiety. "Rest assured, young Master Yuan, nothing significant will occur," the buzz-cut man chuckled. Xiao Xiong knows his limits. He wouldn't dare create a ruckus on his own turf. "One can only hope," Yuan Hang sighed. Noticing Yuan's lingering concern, the buzz-cut man inquired, "Young Master Yuan, I seldom see you this anxious. Did you not mention that this individual is your physician? Why the distress?" "He is no ordinary doctor," Yuan Hang shook his head. Sensing Yuan's reluctance to elaborate, the buzz-cut man maintained a smile. "Even if Xiao Xiong disregards your standing, he would still afford me some respect. However, that young man is going in alone. He is bound to encounter some difficulties." As the buzz-cut man spoke, an air of confidence naturally emanated from him, and rightfully so. In the streets of Qingcheng, if Xiao Xiong were a wolf, then he was undoubtedly a tiger. His name was Yi Hui, the founder of Jia Qing capital. Though he was not yet 40, he was already renowned throughout Qingcheng. In every realm where there is light, there exists darkness, and Yi Hui's business dealings ventured into the shadowy underbelly of Qingcheng. It was said he held a stake in the casinos of Macau. With disciples scattered far and wide, no one dared to provoke him. Yuan Hang had sought his assistance out of sheer desperation. After parting ways with Wu Mingxian, Yuan Hang hurriedly made his way to the Huangchao KTV. However, during his journey, he carefully reconsidered and concluded that going alone was too perilous. Given the current standing of the Yuan family, they and Zhuoxiong were worlds apart. If Zhuoxiong captured Xiao Jun and refused to extend him any courtesy, it was certainly a possibility. Thus, Yuan Hang sought out Yi Hui in advance, requesting his presence to confront the situation together. Yi Hui readily agreed, instructing the driver to take them to Huangchao KTV. Enduring some hardship is inconsequential, as long as one still has their life, Yuan Hang remarked. Even if I possess but half a life, Zhuoxiong must cease his actions against me. Yi Hui patted Yuan Hang's shoulder and replied, relax a little. Then I shall rely entirely on you. Mr. Yi, Yuan Hang nodded, refraining from further conversation. Before long, the Land Rover arrived near Huangchao KTV, but was unable to approach, becoming ensnared at the edges of two streets. What is happening? Yi Hui furrowed his brow, questioning the driver ahead. The driver remarked, Mr. Yi, there seems to be an unexpected traffic jam ahead, and we cannot proceed. Is there an accident? Yi Hui inquired. We are pressed for time. Please disembark and assess the situation. If it proves unmanageable, we shall take a detour. The driver nodded, exited the vehicle, and returned a few minutes later, his eyes reflecting a lingering shock. Mr. Yi, the other routes are also blocked, and there are police cars on the scene. Police cars? Secrecy, oblivious to the driver's unusual demeanor, paused before asking Yuan Hang, did you call the police? Upon hearing about the police presence, Yuan Hang felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Yuan Desai's pressure had been quite effective, as the police had arrived even before him. Thus, it was unlikely that Xiao Jun would encounter further mishaps. When Yi Hui posed his question, Yuan Hang hesitated before addressing the driver outside the window. Are the police sealing off the Royal KTV? Have they set up a cordon that prevents our entry? Not exactly, the driver replied, offering a wry smile. The police are stuck outside as well. None of them can gain access. It seemed that this situation was far from ordinary. Zhuoxiong had evidently gone to great lengths. Yi Hui cast a deep glance at Yuan Hang, suspecting he was being kept in the dark about certain matters, feeling a twinge of resentment. Not everyone is from Zhuoxiong. There are some of his men, but not all. The driver swallowed hard and continued, Mr. Yi, Mr. Yuan, you will understand once you see for yourselves. Indeed, Yi Hui and Yuan Hang alighted from the vehicle, following the driver to another intersection to investigate. However, upon catching sight of the Royal KTV's outline, they were rendered speechless, finally comprehending the source of the driver's earlier panic. Military troops? Tanks? Armurad vehículos? Even the two men, accustomed to the tempestuous nature of life, were astonished by the scene before them. Aside from transportation and drills, when had they ever witnessed such a spectacle in the city? Is this the result of your summons? Yi Hui turned, his voice strained with disbelief. Yet Yuan Hang did not respond, as he too was agape. His expression one of incredulity. Not only were they taken aback, but Wan Yuan, who had just arrived with the police, was equally stunned. Gazing at the dense array of soldiers, even this contingent of officers could only retreat in trepidation. Who could elucidate the situation to him? He could not even approach the Royal KTV. The Lingyun Battalion is conducting a rescue operation. Unauthorized personnel, please vacate the area. At that moment, a man adorned with 3 stars on his shoulder approached Wan Yuan, his demeanor stern. However, this proclamation left Wan Yuan momentarily speechless, followed by a sharp intake of breath, as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. The Lingyun Battalion? Chunmingrong. Chapter 42. Can we depart? In the vicinity of Qingcheng, it was likely that no one was unaware of the illustrious name of the Lingyun Battalion. This elite Special Forces unit had been established for merely 3 years, yet had already garnered the highest honors and privileges bestowed by the Dragon Kingdom's secret pavilion. Even the most enigmatic elder of the Dragon Nation personally inscribed the phrase, ambitions soar to the skies, breaking through the heavens. For this endeavor, the individual commanding this mysterious unit is known as Chunmingrong. While many may be unfamiliar with his identity, Wan Yuan is acutely aware of who he is. This gilded figure from the capital, Longdu, stirred considerable upheaval upon his arrival in Qingqing 3 years ago, but has since tempered his fervor over the past year. As a high-ranking official in the Sichuan-Chongqing military district, Chunmingrong single-handedly established the Lingyun camp. earning the distinction of being one of the youngest lieutenant colonels in the Dragon Nation, while also overseeing an elite force of 50,000 troops. These men have previously participated in the fierce battles along the Union border, vanquishing elite units that instilled fear across the globe, thus serving as an indispensable asset to the nation. What is the nature of the rescue mission? Wang Yuan steadied himself and cautiously inquired, "Is it of great significance? Do we require police assistance?" The man cast a glance at Wang Yuan and replied, "Do not ask what you ought not to know. This operation is personally led by Major Chun. Would you not deem important? As for assistance, it is unnecessary. You may withdraw and refrain from causing any disruption." A rueful smile crossed Wang Yuan's face, rendered speechless by the man's words. "May I inquire about the individual we are to rescue?" Wang Yuan pondered before speaking again. "I too have a duty to fulfill, and our deployment of police force is to save someone. All I know is that the person appears to be a doctor, held captive by the owner of this KTV." After a brief pause, the man continued, "Enough chatter. Disperse quickly. You must execute your task, and we will proceed once we have concluded ours." With that, he disregarded Wang Yuan and walked away. Had it been any other unit, Wang Yuan would have been unable to tolerate such an affront, yet Ling Yun camp was indeed different. Not only Wang Yuan, but even his superior, Chief Ma, had to bow to their authority. In truth, Wang Yuan could not summon anger, for he was utterly astonished by the man's revelation. A doctor? He recalled that Xiao Jun was indeed a physician. Could it be? Hud. Wang Yuan could hear the rapid beating of his heart. The significance of this person was truly monumental. In the KTV hall, upon Chun Mingrong's introduction, all the subordinates and henchmen present were left in utter disbelief. Gu Yun's Hamblu, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Given his position, he had certainly heard of Chun Mingrong's formidable reputation. With a mere command from him, not only could they eradicate the local forces of the Huangchao KTV in Yubei, but they could also cleanse the entire underground power structure of Qincheng within a day. Such a figure was someone Guijun could never hope to rival in his lifetime. Yet the individual they had surrounded, whom he had intended to order executed, was somehow able to summon such a prominent personage. It was over. Guijun's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. "Brother Chun, it has been a long time." Xiao Jun nodded and surprisingly greeted Chun Mingrong. It appears that the two individuals share a certain familiarity, having not seen each other for quite some time. Indeed, the last parting was 5 years ago, atop the mountain. A smile broke through Chun Mingrong's stern visage as he lowered his hand and remarked, "Half an hour ago, upon hearing your distress call, I immediately gathered my men to come to your rescue. Thankfully, we arrived just in time. If we had been any later, you might never have seen me again." Xiao Jun shook his head, recognizing the truth in this statement. No matter how formidable he was, it was impossible for one to confront hundreds. On his way to the Royal KTV, he had called Chun Mingrong. Otherwise, even in his impulsiveness, he understood that a safe retreat was unattainable. "Are you injured?" Chun Mingrong's gaze narrowed, a surge of overwhelming murderous intent emanating from him. Who did this? His eyes swept the surroundings, and under his formidable presence, everyone felt the hairs on their necks stand on end and their faces pale in terror. After surveying the area, he approached Guijun, whose legs trembled as if he were a sewing machine. At that moment, he comprehended the source of Xiao Jun's confidence. As he witnessed Chun Mingrong advancing towards him, a mixture of fear and regret flooded his mind. Why had he not investigated the matter thoroughly before coming? What powerful figure had that scoundrel Zhuo Xiong offended? "Is it you?" Chun Mingrong inquired coolly. Guijun, quaking, replied, "No, isn't me. I swear." He recalled hearing a remark about the police being ineffective upon his arrival. "So, you consider yourself the local sovereign?" Chun Mingrong's calm voice sent Guijun into a state of near paralysis. His facial muscles stiffened, attempting to muster a laugh, but it eluded him entirely. Under the suffocating pressure exerted by Chun Mingrong, all remnants of his previous arrogance dissipated. Without waiting for Guijun's response, Chun Mingrong seized him by the hair, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a chick. Not a single one of Guijun's subordinates dared to intervene. Subsequently, Guijun was unceremoniously thrown before Xiao Jun, colliding with the bewildered and terrified Lu Changong on the floor. "Please don't kill me. Don't kill me." Overwhelmed by pressure, Guijun struggled to rise, only to collapse once more, kneeling before them. His voice quivered with desperation as he began to slap his own face repeatedly. It was evident he exerted all his strength, striking himself hard enough to see stars, blood spilling from his mouth, and even losing teeth he dared not spit out, swallowing them along with the blood. He understood that this was the only means to preserve his life. If their leader acted thusly, how could the others dare to stand? Before long, the hall of the KTV was filled with the cacophony of slapping sounds. Chun Mingrong regarded the sight of these groveling minions with a cold gaze, his expression unyielding, though amusement flickered within him. Should he eliminate them all? His blade is meant for foes unworthy of his attention. However, should Xiao Jun wish to slay, he would not hesitate, for the aftermath may prove cumbersome. Yet, for Xiao Jun, he possesses that privilege. Xiao Jun cast a glance at the terrified Guijun, who was visibly shaken, and spoke coolly. I was unable to leave earlier. Now that I have rested, can I take my leave? Chapter 43. Aftermath. Yes, yes. Guijun yearned to transform into a grand palanquin, eager to carry Xiao Jun away forthwith. Get lost. Xiao Jun's expression was devoid of mirth as he delivered a swift kick to Guijun, sending him tumbling. To Guijun's surprise, instead of anger, he felt a peculiar joy. Clearly, Xiao Jun did not wish for his demise. Harnessing a burst of energy he rarely exhibited, Guijun rolled and crawled into the throng behind him. Is he truly being let go? Chun Mingrong's brow furrowed. The sight of Xiao Jun suggested he had endured a harrowing battle. While he may not unleash a massacre here, a semblance of retribution seemed necessary in his eyes. This did not concern him. The true focus lay upon the two before them. Xiao Jun, intent on avoiding significant trouble, paused momentarily before addressing Chun. Brother Chun, the police should be arriving outside. Could you assist me? I need to take them away first and deliver them to the station later. Small matter. Chun Mingrong regarded the two on the ground as if they were lifeless corpses. I shall handle everything outside. These two will be detained for you. After speaking, he signaled, and two soldiers emerged from behind, hoisting Lu Changgong and Zhuo Xiong upright. The two felt as if trapped in a nightmarish reverie, unable to muster even a semblance of resistance as they were escorted away. Let us proceed. Xiao Jun took a few steps but stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Chun Mingrong, quick to react, stepped forward to steady him, frowning as he inquired, "Where are you injured?" "I haven't fought in quite some time. I'm simply unaccustomed and a bit fatigued." Xiao Jun shook his head, freeing himself from Chun Mingrong's grasp. Having fought his way through the narrow corridors of the KTV, even his considerable skills could not prevent him from sustaining a few hits. Nevertheless, as he mentioned, those thugs were a disorganized rabble. The injuries he bore were merely superficial, the result of intense exertion. Still trying to appear strong, Chun Mingrong discerned that Xiao Jun's condition was far from optimal. He shook his head and, without further debate, draped an arm around Xiao Jun's shoulders, lifting him onto his back. "Put me down." Xiao Jun's face flushed red with indignation. Yet, Chun Mingrong paid him no mind, striding out of the KTV and depositing Xiao Jun into the back seat of a pickup truck. "Rest well. I will handle the aftermath," Chun Mingrong stated earnestly. "Can you manage the aftermath?" Xiao Jun asks. "Will it be troublesome?" "Rest assured, I reported this rescue operation to the military before departing. There will be no issues." Chun Mingrong spoke faintly before instructing the driver to head towards the location where Xiao Jun was to go, then turn away. Moments later, Wang Yuan and the others watched in astonishment as the Lingyun camp retreated like a receding tide, while 3 military jeeps made their way towards the hospital. "Let us depart as well," Yi Hui remarked, shaking his head, a hint of a wry smile gracing his lips. "Xiao Yuan, I clearly recognized the person who negotiated with Wang Yuan. It was Chun Mingrong's adjutant. Is this Chun Mingrong's person? The Lingyun camp?" Yuan Hang's expression remained one of astonishment. The name was unfamiliar to many in Qingcheng, yet for those of their stature, it resonated profoundly. "Not only that, Chun Mingrong has arrived as well," Yi Hui sighed, adding, "The Xiao Jun you wish to rescue must have been personally carried onto the vehicle by him. For someone of Chun Mingrong's caliber to mobilize an entire camp for him, you are placing too much faith in me by asking for my assistance." Despite his words, there was not a trace of dissatisfaction in Yi Hui's tone. Even if he could not save Xiao Jun, this journey had fostered a beneficial connection. Given Yuan Hang's evident concern for Xiao Jun, it was unlikely he would remain silent about it. In their line of work, such networks were invaluable. "Let us proceed." Yuan Hang nodded, his heart stirred. He needed to relay this news to his elder brother promptly and also check on Chun Song at the hospital. This visit was imperative. At Qingcheng First People's Hospital, outside the operating room on the 15th floor, 7 or 8 iron-willed soldiers stood erect, armed and alert. They had come to escort Xiao Jun as per Chun Mingrong's orders. Nearby, Lu Changgong and Zhuo Xiong lay on the ground like defeated dogs. Xiao Jun, on the other hand, sat in a chair at the entrance, seemingly in a deep slumber. The surrounding doctors and nurses had never witnessed such a spectacle, and many dared not breathe a word. Among them was Wu Mingxian, accompanied by a pair of detectives. They had initially awaited Chun Tsang's surgery to take statements, but with the arrival of these elite individuals, they had been pushed further down the corridor. Wu Mingxian and his colleagues bore no resentment, as he had already learned from his associates about the incident at the Royal Dynasty KTV and recognized these individuals as the creme de la creme of the Lingyun camp. They were not to be trifled with. As for Lu Changgong and Zhuo Xiong on the ground, Wu Mingxian, with his years of investigative experience, could infer certain details. However, upon noticing Lu Changgong with a bottle inserted in his mouth, pleading with his eyes, Wu Mingxian merely turned away, unwilling to indulge in such a sight. After an indeterminate passage of time, the operating room door creaked open. Simultaneously, Xiao Jun, seated in the chair, opened his eyes. A doctor emerged first, and Xiao Jun promptly approached him, asking earnestly, "Doctor, how is the injured party?" The doctor, in the midst of removing his gloves, was momentarily taken aback. The scene at the entrance was so overwhelming that he momentarily found himself at a loss for words. "Doctor?" Xiao Jun furrowed his brow and called out again. "Ah, yes," the doctor replied. The patient's surgery was quite successful. He had some internal injuries and several glass fragments embedded in his face and arm, all of which have been removed. The doctor swallowed hard, avoiding the gaze of the 7 or 8 soldiers, and continued, "However, we must credit the patient's remarkable will to survive. His injuries were indeed severe. From our assessment, they were caused by a violent impact. To maintain vital signs under such circumstances is already a considerable feat unbeknownst to him." This was thanks to the efficacy of Xiao Jun's elixir. Nevertheless, hearing the doctor's words, Xiao Jun felt a sense of relief. At that moment, he could only perform rudimentary first aid on Chun Tsang, preserving the flicker of his life and placing his hopes in the hospital. Fortunately, the outcome was not entirely dire. After a brief pause, the doctor inquired, "Are you a family member of the patient?" This should have been his first question upon leaving the operating room, but only emerged now. "Yes," Xiao Jun replied. "I see you have injuries as well. Would you like to have them treated?" The doctor asked. "No need." Xiao Jun shook his head. "I wish to see the patient. Is that permissible?" The doctor hesitated for a moment. Had it been anyone else, he would have outright refused. After all, the surgery had just concluded, and the operating room was a sterile environment. With Xiao Jun's bloodied and tattered appearance, it seemed impossible for him to enter. However, the presence of the heavily armed soldiers left him uncertain about how to respond. "Rest assured, I'm also a physician," Xiao Jun stated. His survival upon arrival at the hospital was due to my emergency measures. "You were the one who did this." The doctor's face lit up with surprise as he grasped Xiao Jun's arm, exclaiming, "We doctors were baffled by the hormones in his body that stabilized his robust vitality and stimulated his will to survive. Did you know? His spine was damaged, and bone fragments had infiltrated his lower limbs. During the surgery, we discovered that the muscles nearby had not healed, as if they were protecting the fragments and not compressing them, which spared the nerves and allowed us to safely remove the debris, preventing paralysis. Some unconventional methods, I presume?" Xiao Jun could not reveal that it was the elixir's merit, as that was an ancient medical secret. "I will take all necessary precautions, and if needed, as a family member, I can sign a waiver." "Very well," the doctor conceded, seeing that Xiao Jun was resolute. He agreed that Xiao Jun could see the patient, but only after he was moved from the operating room to the intensive care unit. "That is understood." Xiao Jun nodded and stepped aside. The wait was not long. An hour later, after a series of examinations, Chun Tsang was finally transferred from the operating room to the intensive care unit. Meanwhile, Yuan Heng had also arrived at the hospital, but due to the soldiers from Lingyun camp guarding him, he could not approach Xiao Jun and had to stand with Wu Mingxian and others. However, Xiao Jun still noticed him and nodded in acknowledgement, conveying goodwill. During this time, Lu Changgong and Zhuo Xiong resembled prisoners awaiting execution, particularly the former, whose entire face was numb from the pain radiating from his mouth, saliva and blood pooling around him. Xiao Jun instructed the soldiers of the Lingyun camp to carry the two of them towards the infirmary. The lead surgeon had initially consented to Xiao Jun's request for a visit, but was taken aback upon realizing he needed to escort two severely injured individuals. He immediately sought to intervene. Yet, Xiao Jun smiled at him. Though his smile was gentle, it left no room for dissent. Observing the soldiers behind Xiao Jun, the surgeon ultimately succumbed to the pressure and stepped aside. After all, the higher-ups of the hospital had previously issued directives to fully cooperate with Xiao Jun, permitting the Lingyun camp personnel to carry out their mission. Chun Song, look who I brought. Upon entering the infirmary, Xiao Jun instructed the soldiers to guard the door. Young master, Chun Song, who had trained in martial arts since childhood, though not at the pinnacle of mastery, possessed a physique unlike ordinary individuals. He had awakened merely half an hour after the surgery. Upon seeing Xiao Jun, he was eager to rise. Lie down. Xiao Jun pressed him back down and then unceremoniously tossed Lu Changgong and Zhuo Xiong onto the bedside, pointing at the two with a solemn voice. Chun Song, I promised you I would bring those who harmed you. I have kept my word. They are here. As of now, Xiao Jun had yet to cleanse the filth from his body and the blood from his face. Chun Song trembled, a testament to the arduousness of Xiao Jun's journey, which could even be described as a brush with death. Young master, it is not worth it for me, Chun Song stammered. Nonsense. Xiao Jun's expression darkened. You are my friend. You are worth it. Chun Song felt both touched and guilty, his voice quivering. But I am merely a medical servant. You have given me the precious healing pill from the medical sect. I am unworthy of such a remedy. Chun Song understood well that while this incident would not lead to his demise, his rapid recovery was due to more than just the surgery. It was the pill Xiao Jun had administered to him beforehand, the healing pill from the ancient medical sect. Its rarity ranked among the highest, even within the ancient medical community, alongside the life and death pill, considered a sacred remedy among healing elixirs. Having spent many years in the ancient medical sect, he was acutely aware of the value of such a pill. Thus, he had never imagined that one day it would be used on himself. I have said it. You are worthy. Xiao Jun shook his head, thwarting Chun Song's intent to continue speaking. All of this was, in fact, directed at him, Xiao Jun. But from a moment Chun Song pushed his hand away in the car, Xiao Jun had embraced Chun Song as a true friend. Turning his gaze, Xiao Jun's once gentle demeanor abruptly turned frigid, his voice icy as he commanded, Kneel. Zhuo Xiong, recognizing the gravity of the situation, had already come to terms with it while lying on the hospital corridor floor after the incident at the KTV. Although unable to comprehend the dialogue between Xiao Jun and Chun Song, as soon as Xiao Jun finished speaking, he abruptly knelt down. As Lu Changgong withdrew the bottle from his lips, he was about to wail, but after receiving two resounding slaps from Xiao Jun, he trembled and restrained his pain, becoming entirely submissive. Not kneeling? Xiao Jun's brow arched, emanating an aura of menace. Lu Changgong hastily knelt down. I have stated that they must confess to you. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Jun spoke solemnly. Lu Changgong and Zhuo Xiong are the principal culprits behind this accident. How you wish to deal with them is entirely your decision. Please do not kill me. I confess. Lu Changgong, now utterly terrified, clung to Xiao Jun's leg, exclaiming, Xiao Jun, my father is Lu Tianming. I am the second son of the Lu group. If you kill me, mid-sentence, the bitterness within Lu Changgong rendered him speechless. The Lu family? This very night, even the military has been deployed to suppress them. Is invoking the name of the Lu family still of any consequence? Suddenly, Lu Changgong realized with horror that the identity he once took pride in before Xiao Jun had become utterly insignificant. The disparity and transformation were too great, and any further threats fell silent. I have money. Xiao Jun, I possess a great deal of wealth. I can offer you money. Yet soon, another avenue of desperation dawned upon him, filling him with trepidation. Money? Xiao Jun regarded Lu Changgong with icy disdain, stating, How much can you possibly offer? As long as you spare my life, I can provide you with whatever sum you desire. I beg of you, grant me mercy. I do not wish to die. In his final plea, overwhelmed by fear, Lu Changgong's tears flowed freely, his tongue quivering uncontrollably. It appears your life can indeed be purchased with money. Grasping Lu Changgong's hair, Xiao Jun fixed him with a chilling gaze. So, how much did you pay for my life? Lu Changgong trembled, rendered speechless. Subsequently, Xiao Jun turned his attention away from him, addressing Chun Song with gentleness. Chun Song, the decision lies with you. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Song inquired, Young master, may I ask how you apprehended them? Xiao Jun hesitated briefly before responding. It was Chun Mingrong. Chun Mingrong? Chun Song's expression shifted to one of astonishment, his face flushing deeply as he exclaimed, Has he arrived? What is his purpose? Young master, did you inform him of my injury? No. Xiao Jun replied in a low voice, I will respect your wishes. As long as you remain unwilling, I shall not disclose your whereabouts to anyone. After a pause, Xiao Jun continued, However, if I do not inform Chun Mingrong, I fear it will be exceedingly difficult to bring these two before you. I understand. Chun Song fell silent for a few seconds before stating, Young master, I lack the authority to deal with them. Please hand them over to the police for legal proceedings. I do not wish for subsequent matters to cause you further trouble. Xiao Jun cast a complex glance at Chun Song, opening his mouth to speak, but ultimately said, Very well, I shall attend to it. You should rest well and sleep through the night. Young master, as Xiao Jun prepared to lead Lu Changong and the others towards the hospital door, Chun Song's voice resonated once more. I sense your return, the youthful and rebellious spirit, willing to sacrifice for the sake of righteousness. Although Xiao Jun is no longer in his youth, it does not hinder him from indulging in a moment of recklessness. Turning his gaze, he observed Chun Song's tear-streaked face and smiled faintly, choosing silence as he stepped outside and closed the door behind him. Chapter 45. Heritage Wu Dui. These two are entrusted to you. Xiao Yun's Tizit. Casting the two individuals before Wu Mingxian with a solemn tone. Wu Mingxian nodded, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions as he regarded Xiao Jun. Just a few days prior, this man had been subject to his interrogation, yet now he emanated an air of lofty untouchability. However, he quickly regained his composure, instructing his subordinates to restrain the two individuals. Given their injuries had lingered for some time, they required basic medical attention, prompting Wu Mingxian to exchange a few words with Xiao Jun before taking his leave. Xiao Yuan. Xiao Jun acknowledged Yuan Hang with a nod. Are you all right? Yuan Hang inquired with concern. What about Chun Song? Both Chun Song and I are fine. Thank you for your care and for escorting Chun Song to the hospital. That's a relief. I just visited the Royal KTV and even captured Mr. Yi Hui from Jiaqing capital. Duanhan Zhuge Zhu Fu Li. Had I known you, Xiao Sheni, possessed such capabilities, we would have remained composed. I shall express my gratitude in person another day. Xiao Jun replied earnestly, Do invite Mr. Yilong then. All right, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yuan Hang had awaited this moment during his visit to the hospital and, after a few more exchanges, bid farewell. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, Xiao Jun arrived at the hospital entrance, where an armored vehicle drew near. Chun Mingrong emerged from the vehicle, maintaining his usual stern demeanor. However, upon seeing Xiao Jun, a fleeting softness graced his features. All settled? He inquired. Handed over to the police, Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly. Is it truly that simple to entrust them to the police? Chun Mingrong responded in a low tone. Should I take them back to the military district first? Rest assured, I could frame those two with charges of treason before ultimately passing them to the police. That won't be necessary. Xiao Jun shook his head. Although handing them over to Chun Mingrong would ensure that Lu Changong and Zhu Xiong faced severe consequences after experiencing life and death, he no longer wished to concern himself with such figures. Moreover, Chun Song had already spared them. Very well. Chun Mingrong studied Xiao Jun intently, commenting, I never imagined that after a few years, you have become considerably gentler. One must grow, Xiao Jun replied. How are things on your end? Manageable? Rest assured, this is not my first experience with such matters. I know my limits. Chun Mingrong stated blandly. Having assisted you greatly, will you not accompany me for a stroll? Right here in the hospital. Xiao Jun gestured to the greenery surrounding the hospital. I still need to keep watch tonight. Very well. Chun Mingrong nodded, his military boots striking the ground as he proceeded to walk alongside him. At this moment, it is already 10 o'clock in the evening, and the People's Hospital, bathed in moonlight, appears particularly tranquil. Two individuals stroll through the traditional corridor, engaged in conversation. It has nearly been 6 years since their last parting. Chun Mingrong stands at the railing, gazing out and reflecting. Back then, you were a prodigy in the medical field, cherished like a treasure on the mountainside. Following the leader, it was no easy feat to catch a glimpse of you after hearing of your remarkable achievements. Pausing momentarily, Chun Mingrong rarely displays a hint of amusement as he remarks. However, that audacious youth who dared to admonish me after our first meeting has now transformed into a docile creature, coming to Qingcheng to marry. Let's not dwell on the past. Xiao Jun shakes his head and replies, I was simply young and foolish, but I sincerely thank you for today. I actually think you were quite admirable back then. Chun Mingrong gazes intently at Xiao Jun and states, who does not yearn for a life of unrestrained vengeance. Ever since I reached my 30s, I have not experienced such liberation again. Assisting you today has, in a way, fulfilled me. By the way, what is your current status in the hospital? Are you the brother-in-law? You have never reached out to me during my time in Qingcheng, yet you are willing to go to great lengths for this person. I am divorced now, and my brother-in-law is no longer relevant to me. Xiao Jun shakes his head. Chun Mingrong, however, nods appreciatively and declares, divorced? That is splendid. A man should be spirited and unencumbered by women. Xiao Jun cannot help but smile wryly. You cannot be serious. Your conversation is hardly typical of you. Chun Mingrong dismissively responds, if you can change, why should I not? He then produces a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lights one, and his gaze deepens as he inquires, is he in the ward now? Who? Xiao Jun, taken aback by the shift in topic, jokingly replies, my brother-in-law? You know precisely who I am referring to, Chun Mingrong retorts, tapping the ash from his cigarette and looking toward the inpatient building, saying nonchalantly, my soldiers followed you just now, and they saw him. Your attempts at interrogation are rather lacking. Your men merely stood behind me without a camera. Xiao Jun chuckles lightly. Noticing Chun Mingrong's intent to speak, he quickly adds, but does it truly matter if it is him? The Chen family is so vast, surely you do not need him. If you are unwilling to disclose, so be it. Chun Mingrong sneers. But do you really think I cannot find out in Qingcheng? Lieutenant Colonel Chun, it is unnecessary to be so aggressive, Xiao Jun sighs. Even if he is indeed lying in that ward, he has his own path to tread. Your interference will only produce counterproductive results. Chun Mingrong coldly asserts, if it is him, I shall not let the ones who have harmed him escape easily. Those two individuals must be brought back to the military district, and the Huangqiao KTV has no reason to exist. As he speaks, an aura of menace emanates from Chun Mingrong, making it clear that he is not jesting. Xiao Jun can only sigh once more, saying, I have told you not to interfere, and the reason I brought those two was at his request. He wished to turn them over to the police. Chun Mingrong replies, so, you acknowledge it? Say what you will, I have not admitted to anything. Xiao Jun shrugged and remarked, however, he has just emerged from the operating room, and his condition remains quite precarious. If you recklessly rush in, it could worsen his injuries. Chun Mingrong, whose thoughts had been seen through, fell silent, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation for a considerable time. After finishing his cigarette, he discarded the butt and said coolly, as he wishes, I shall not visit him, nor will I take those two individuals away. However, do convey one thing to him. I will always be his brother, and the Chun family will forever be his home. And you, Xiao Jun, owe me a favor. With that, Chun Mingrong left no room for Xiao Jun to respond, striding away to his car and driving off. With his departure, the other soldiers followed suit, and the solemn atmosphere of the hospital dissipated instantly. Only Xiao Jun remained behind, wearing a bitter smile. A few minutes later, he returned to the hospital building, briefly tending to his own wound at the nurse's station before sitting outside Chun Song's ward. He chose not to relay Chun Mingrong's message, nor did he enter the room to keep Chun Song company, aware that the latter would likely urge him to rest at the clinic. Thus, he decided to stay outside, as the weather was still bearable. Drowsily, Xiao Jun leaned back in his chair and succumbed to sleep. Chapter 46. At your command, the next morning, Xiao Jun was roused by the sound of hurried footsteps. A group of doctors clad in white coats rushed in the direction of Chun Song's ward. Xiao Jun immediately stood up from his chair, intercepting them at the entrance of the room. Who are you? He inquired, glancing at the clock. It was barely past 7 in the morning, and many doctors had yet to arrive for duty, making it unlikely for so many to be on rounds at this hour. We are from a military hospital, replied the lead surgeon, who had been the primary operator the day before, stepping forward with a look of surprise. Did you not summon us? As the two spoke, the lead doctor in white coats spoke in a low tone. Which of you is the family member of the injured? I am, Xiao Jun responded. I am Li Ning, the chief surgeon of the Southwest Military District's first hospital, and this is our orthopedic specialist. The tall figure addressed Xiao Jun, stating, from this point on, We will handle the injured person's condition. Do you have any questions? Xiao Jun immediately understood that this was likely orchestrated by Chun Mingrong. The lead surgeon became excited, exclaiming, "You are Dr. Li Ning. I have heard of your esteemed name and have studied your works. Your paper on internal medicine published 2 years ago was immensely beneficial." Li Ning smiled. "We can discuss that later. I must first assess the patient's condition." Of course, the lead surgeon nodded eagerly, as if meeting a celebrity. Xiao Jun did not hinder their entry, recognizing that since this was Chun Mingrong's intention, he had no reason to refuse. However, as they entered the ward, he cautioned them. "Do not mention that you are from the military hospital. I worry my friend may not cooperate. We arrived early in the morning, as someone had instructed before our departure." Li Ning replied, "Rest assured, we shall keep our lips sealed." Only then did Xiao Jun feel a sense of relief. However, just as he was about to step aside, Li Ning recalled something and halted his footsteps, addressing Xiao Jun. "By the way, you are Mr. Xiao Jun, correct?" "Indeed," Xiao Jun affirmed. "The injured party is now under my care, but if there is anything you wish to add or discuss academically, we can certainly engage in conversation." Li Ning spoke with a hint of respect, adding, "Our team comprises both Western and traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, all of whom have heard of your esteemed reputation, Mr. Xiao. We hope to have a profound exchange with you." It appeared that Chun Mingrong had not only dispatched Li Ning's medical team from the military hospital, but had also revealed a portion of his own connections. Nevertheless, Xiao Jun did not take offense. He merely smiled faintly, indicating that dialogue could proceed if necessary. "Then I shall take that as your agreement," Li Ning chuckled, stepping into the ward. The lead surgeon from the previous day stood to the side, utterly astonished upon overhearing their conversation. The doctor he idolized, Li Ning, was displaying such admiration and courtesy towards this young man, a notion he had never anticipated. After all, given yesterday's circumstances, one would expect Xiao Jun to be a significant military figure. Suddenly, he recalled Xiao Jun's earlier remark about administering a certain medication to Chun Song, the critically injured individual, which had seemingly sustained the latter's vitality. Initially, he had thought it a mere fabrication, but now it appeared there was indeed some truth to it. Yet at that moment, he was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity to engage with Li Ning's team and chose to temporarily set aside his doubts, following them into the ward. Before long, Li Ning began conducting various physical tests and diagnostics on Chun Song. The arrival of Li Ning's team stirred the hospital's leadership, and as the workday commenced, the vice president and the president soon appeared outside Chun Song's ward. Observing the bustling scene, Xiao Jun found a rare moment of tranquility. As the clock struck 8, Xiao Jun prepared to head to the hospital cafeteria for breakfast, intending to bring a meal for Chun Song as well. However, just as he exited the hospital building, he noticed 2 vehicles approaching from outside. The occupants seemed to have spotted Xiao Jun, abruptly stopping, and several men disembarked, hastening towards him. Xiao Jun's gaze sharpened, recognizing one of them, a familiar face. It was Guo Jun, the second in command from the Royal KTV. Guo Jun, upon seeing Xiao Jun, exhibited a hint of fear, which he quickly suppressed, stepping forward with a deferential expression. "Mr. Xiao, where are you headed?" he inquired. "Does it concern you?" Xiao Jun replied coolly. "Are you here to confront me? Do you seek revenge? How could I possibly confront you? I wouldn't dare," Guo Jun exclaimed, his face paling at the mention of revenge. Lowering his body in a submissive manner, he continued, "I specifically came to pay you a visit. In fact, I arrived early at your medical establishment. But when I didn't find you there, I inquired and learned you were at the hospital, so I hurried over." His information was indeed quite well informed. Xiao Jun inquired, "What brings you to visit me? Is there something amiss?" From Xiao Jun's expression, which betrayed no emotion, Guo Jun cautiously replied, "Yesterday's news has been suppressed, but I managed to gather some intelligence. I learned that Zhuo Xiong had the audacity to lay hands on you. That fool deserves nothing less than 1,000 cuts." Xiao Jun replied indifferently, "Since it was Zhuo Xiong who acted, I shall bring him to justice." "What do you seek from me?" Guo Yun responded earnestly. "Although this matter does not directly involve me, Zhuo Xiong was once my partner. While I did not partake in his transgressions, I feel compelled to express my stance before you, Mr. Xiao. Thus, I came to pay my respects and offer my apologies on behalf of myself and my associates." After a brief pause, Guo Jun continued, "Indeed, Zhuo Xiong, emboldened by his burgeoning business, has begun to act recklessly. Many of my brothers have long harbored disdain for him. Even if you choose not to hold him accountable, I would see him flayed. His words dripped with venomous sincerity, revealing his true sentiments. He understood that the recent investigation had led to the closure of the Huangchao KTV, and the fate of his other enterprises rested solely upon Xiao Jun's decree. The events of the previous day left him a nervous wreck, prompting him to rise early and act with urgency. I have prepared a modest gift for you, Mr. Xiao. In light of the injuries sustained by you and your friends, I hope you'll accept it. With a subtle gesture, Jun signaled to his subordinates, who emerged from the vehicle, each bearing boxes filled with various supplements. If it pleases you, may I visit your friends and treat you to lunch as a gesture of contrition? Xiao Jun remained silent, his gaze icy as he regarded Jun undeterred. Jun pressed on, I implore you, grant me a chance. My brothers and I are at your service. Prior to Chen Mingrong's arrival, Jun had not displayed such humility. His earlier arrogance, even disregarding the life of his superior Xiong, was still vivid in Xiao Jun's memory. Fully aware of Jun's intentions, Xiao Jun showed no interest in the gifts, nor did he care for their contents. He coldly stated, I am uninterested in what you have to say. You are unworthy to visit my friends. If you have finished, I suggest you leave at once. Chapter 47. The tremor in Qingqing Xiao Jun's unwavering stance instilled panic in Jun, causing his palms to sweat. Gritting his teeth, he declared, If you choose to direct your ire towards me, I can hardly blame you. Thus, I must convey my sincerest apologies and loyalty. With that, Jun unexpectedly produced a small knife and approached a nearby flower bed. Placing his palm upon it, he brutally brought the blade down upon his little finger. A chilling crack echoed, followed by a spray of blood. Jun had severed his own pinky. This scene caused Xiao Jun's pupils to constrict in shock. Hiss! Jun inhaled sharply, attempting to stifle his pain, yet he could not contain himself, letting out a wretched cry. A subordinate nearby rushed to support him, but Jun pushed him away, his other hand trembling as he picked up the severed finger, veins bulging, and approached Xiao Jun. He raised it high and said, This is my token of loyalty. Please, Mr. Xiao, take a look. By the end, his voice trembled violently, rendering his words nearly incomprehensible. The agony of severing a finger is a torment few can endure. Even Xiao Jun, witnessing this blood-soaked spectacle, felt a chill race down his spine. Yesterday's fervor that propelled Xiao Jun to act so valiantly stemmed from a surge of adrenaline. After all, he had been a stay-at-home husband for 5 years, and such a transformation of roles is not easily accomplished. Thus, in terms of ruthlessness, he had yet to reach Jun's level. This man, willing to abase himself and inflict self-harm upon the arrival of Chen Mingrong, and now, to sever his own finger in front of Xiao Jun as a testament of loyalty, exemplified his remarkable capacity for submission and ambition, having endured years under the ineptitude of Xiong. Xiao Jun's expression fluctuated, his mind racing with various thoughts. Yet, he remained silent, and Jun, fearing to speak further, could only support his injured hand, his complexion growing increasingly ashen. Did I ever request your token of loyalty? Finally, Xiao Jun regained his composure and spoke slowly. Jun's face paled further, but before he could reply, Xiao Jun continued, First, go tend to your wounds. But do not return to this hospital. I do not wish to see you for the time being. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I merely wish to demonstrate my loyalty. I know I am unworthy to serve under you, but I am willing to be your dog, even if you command me to eat excrement. I shall not dare to flinch. Cold sweat trickled down Jun's forehead, and his words flowed more smoothly now. Do you not understand what I am saying? Xiao Jun asked coldly. Suddenly enlightened, Jun quickly responded, Thank you for your concern, Mr. Xiao. I will tend to my injuries immediately. Without hesitation, Jun hopped into a vehicle with his subordinate, and they departed the hospital at once. Xiao Jun did not dwell on the matter further. He turned and went to eat. After finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, he bought a portion for Chun Song and was just about to head upstairs when he encountered a police car arriving at the hospital. The vehicle halted at the outpatient entrance, and Wu Mingxian was the first to emerge. Following him were several officers, along with another individual, Wan Yuan. Brother Xiao. Wan Yuan spotted Xiao Jun instantly, his face beaming with a smile as he approached and grasped Xiao Jun's hand. You have suffered. Director Wan, you flatter me. Xiao Jun replied, not perturbed by Wan Yuan's address, but rather curious. What brings you here? After their brief treatment, Lu Changgong and Zhu Xiong had been taken back to the station overnight. Although Xiao Jun had not kept abreast of subsequent developments, He was aware of the situation. "We are here to take a statement," Wu Mingxian casually remarked. However, Wang Yuan reprimanded him, saying, "What statement? Brother Xiao is the victim. We are here to soothe his emotions and to gather some information. Moreover, Brother Xiao assisted us in apprehending the murderer, making him a hero of our department. In these stringent times, his collaboration in capturing the dark forces represented by Xiao Jun truly exemplifies the bond between the police and the community." Indeed, the director speaks wisely. Wu Mingxian quickly concurred. "If we're to take a statement, please allow me a moment." Of course, Wang Yuan, noticing the breakfast that Xiao Jun had packaged, tactfully added, "Brother Xiao, are you delivering food to the injured victim from yesterday? I have heard that this brother has had a narrow escape from death. We will certainly take stringent measures against such lawless individuals like Xiao." Xiao Jun entered the hospital room, finally managing to squeeze in. After placing the breakfast on the table and exchanging a few words with the doctor and Chun Song, he stepped back out. Unlike Wu Mingxian, Wang Yuan, being well-versed in such matters, recognized that the doctors present were not from the hospital, but rather from the military district. Coupled with the warm inquiries from the directors, he became even more convinced of Xiao Jun's exceptional nature. "Is Chun Song's statement necessary?" Xiao Jun inquired. "It is, but he is still recovering from his injuries. It would be acceptable to wait a little longer," Wang Yuan contemplated before continuing. "Brother Xiao, shall we head to the station or stay here? Given the assault you endured yesterday, it would be entirely reasonable for you to remain hospitalized if you wish to provide information here. Let us go to the station." Xiao Jun replied. "Very well." As Xiao Jun turned to accompany Wang Yuan and the others to the station, he was unaware that since dawn, following the dissemination of news from the previous night, the upper echelons of Qincheng had been set ablaze, akin to adding a drop of water to hot oil. And at the forefront of this turmoil was the Liu family. Chapter 48. Arrival of the Liu family in Qincheng. Amidst the serene waters of Kangsheng lies a spacious residential community within Central Park, abundant in greenery and featuring several independent villas by the expansive artificial lake. Among these, 2 of the villas belong to the Liu family. At this moment, just before noon, the head of the Liu family and the leader of the Liu group, Liu Tianming, had left work early, returning home with his eldest son, Liu Feng, trailing behind him. "Have you managed to reach your brother?" Liu Tianming, with a stern expression, sat on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, and inquired of his elder son, Liu Feng, who stood nearby. Though not particularly tall, barely reaching 1.7 meters, both of his sons surpassed him in height. Nevertheless, after years of navigating the business world, Liu Tianming exuded a unique aura, albeit not a favorable one, as his vengeful nature and penetrating gaze earned him the moniker Viper Eyes among his adversaries. Liu Changgong's phone is unreachable, but there is no need to call anymore. Liu Feng, seemingly more composed than Liu Changgong, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and continued, "I sent someone to the station to inquire, and Liu Changgong was arrested yesterday. Is it related to the Royal Dynasty KTV?" Liu Tianming paused briefly in his actions before taking a puff of his cigarette. "I don't know. The police Haven T provided us with specific information," he said. Liu Feng replied solemnly, "Dad, rest assured. I have already retained a lawyer and am in the process of negotiations. I have obtained some information, but the specifics will take a little longer." "What information do you have? Can it be handled?" "All right." Liu Feng nodded, though his tone betrayed a sense of helplessness, as the situation was quite troublesome. Changgong was embroiled in a homicide case. "Homicide?" Liu Tianming narrowed his eyes. "What homicide?" The lawyer indicated that this matter is significant, and the police will not divulge too many details until the investigation is complete, Liu Feng explained. "However, it can be confirmed that along with Changgong, Zhu Xiong has also been arrested." "Who is the main culprit?" Liu Tianming extinguished his cigarette, his expression fluctuating. "Is Changgong." Liu Feng's bitter smile deepened. "What a scoundrel! To associate with Zhu Xiong." Liu Tianming suddenly burst out in anger, exclaiming, "Every single day, he brings me trouble." It was no wonder he was so furious. Zhu Xiong was a notorious figure, engaging with someone like him without caution, and now entangled in a homicide case. After receiving news from the bureau that morning, Liu Tianming immediately summoned Liu Feng home for a discussion. Initially, he had hoped for a favorable outcome, but he never anticipated the situation would deteriorate to this extent. Liu Feng stood by, stating, "Dad, Changgong is the mastermind." He instructed Zhu Xiong to arrange for the attack, which also involves another case. "It appears very complicated." After his initial anger, Lu Tianming quickly regained his composure and lit another cigarette. Who is Chang Gong targeting? Is someone dead? It seems to be a business dispute, Lu Feng replied. There are two individuals involved. One is lightly injured, and the other is severely injured and in the hospital. No fatalities. A glimmer of hope flickered in Lu Tianming's eyes. Then it should be resolvable. He had dealt with similar matters during his rise to prominence. So, while he verbally chastised Lu Changgong and Zhuo Xiong for their associations, he was primarily frustrated with Lu Changgong's lack of caution, leaving behind traces that led to their capture. However, as a father, he could not disregard his son. He needed to assist him in cleaning up this mess. Which hospital are the injured in? Lu Tianming inquired. Qingcheng First People's Hospital, Lu Feng responded. Then hurry over. Lu Tianming instructed. Bring along the lawyer team. You don't need me to teach you how to negotiate. Also, call Changgong's lawyer and ensure they buy time, preventing Changgong from speaking recklessly and stopping the bureau from easily convicting him. After a moment's thought, he added, assign another lawyer to Zhuo Xiong and inform him that the Lu family will take care of his wife and children. Lu Tianming began to organize the next steps. Following his plan, even if Lu Changgong were ultimately found guilty, his influence could still turn the situation around. Even if imprisonment were inevitable, as long as he distanced himself from the homicide, he would eventually be able to extricate him. Wait, as Lu Feng nodded and prepared to summon his associates. Along with the professional legal team hired by the Lu family to head to the hospital, Lu Tianming suddenly stood up and said, never mind, you go to the bureau. I will go to the hospital. After all, they were kin, and Lu Tianming wished to personally converse with the injured party. All right, Lu Feng replied hurriedly before departing. Coincidentally, at that moment, Xiao Jun had just completed his statement at the bureau, so when Lu Feng arrived, they did not cross paths. Upon leaving the bureau, Xiao Jun hailed a taxi and returned to the hospital. In the hospital room, Chun Song appeared to be in good spirits. Upon seeing Xiao Jun, he said, Boss, why not return to the clinic? There is no need for you to stay here. I'm fine now, and you needn't attend to me. I have no desire to tend to you. There are caregivers for your meals. I merely fear you might become bored. Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, once you are transferred to a general ward, I shall leave you be. Although Chen Song was no longer in mortal danger, surgery inevitably involved significant recovery and careful attention. So Xiao Jun merely wished for him to rest more. However, upon hearing Xiao Jun's words, Chen Song felt quite touched and said, Boss, you are so kind to me. I've heard that these doctors are part of the renowned medical team from Qingcheng. I will fetch you some lunch. Without waiting for Chen Song to speak further, Xiao Jun stepped out. Just then, several members of Li Ning's medical team emerged. And one of the traditional Chinese medicine practitioners invited Xiao Jun to join them for a meal in the cafeteria, suggesting they chat while they ate. Although Xiao Jun was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, his reservoir of medical knowledge was remarkably extensive, and during their conversation, there was scarcely a moment of silence. Unlike the common perception of traditional Chinese medicine, those who truly possess its heritage have historically been expected to encompass a vast array of knowledge, understanding not only pharmacology, but also the I Ching, Feng Shui, and the five elements. After all, in their view, the human body is akin to a universe, necessitating a profound exploration beyond mere surface anatomy. As they conversed, the members of Li Ning's team were astonished by Xiao Jun's erudition. Initially, some harbored a sense of condescension, believing him to be too young. However, through their dialogue, they recognized that the ancient medical traditions, passed down through generations, were far from mere pretense. Any traditional practitioner possessed remarkable insights into academic knowledge. Nevertheless, they were unaware of Xiao Jun's true identity. Chun Mingrong had only briefly mentioned him when requesting their assistance, leading them to assume Xiao Jun was merely an ordinary member of the ancient medical community. Dr. Li is correct. Mr. Zhao's extensive knowledge is indeed impressive. The realm of traditional Chinese medicine is truly filled with hidden talents. They remarked, at Mr. Zhao's age, he would be more than adequate as a consulting physician in a large tertiary hospital. In response to such remarks, Xiao Jun merely waved his hand, choosing not to reply. As a top-tier genius in the world of traditional medicine, to be merely a consulting physician, was that not an insult? Had he retained his former disposition, he would have disdainfully left the conversation. However, he had become considerably more affable. In the midst of this medical exchange, lunch was consumed in a pleasant atmosphere. Subsequently, Xiao Jun arrived at Chun-san's hospital room. Just as he had set down his meal, a nurse entered, informing him that someone was seeking him outside. Chapter 49. Do you dare to threaten me? The visitor was none other than Lu Tianming. Stepping into the corridor, Xiao Jun immediately spotted Lu Tianming. Although he did not recognize him, the man, not particularly tall, possessed a unique aura, standing out in the corridor filled with the families of other patients. Clad in a tailored suit, "Are you looking for me?" Xiao Jun inquired, regarding him with curiosity. "You must be Mr. Xiao," Lu Tianming replied. A smile gracing his face as he approached. "Xiao Jun, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Tianming, the chairman of the Lu Group. Lu Changgong's father, I presume?" Xiao Jun assessed him for a moment before responding indifferently. "What brings you here?" "I have heard that Changgong has made a minor mistake, and I came to visit the injured party," Lu Tianming stated. "It is said that if a son is not taught properly, the father must bear the blame. I am here to express my apologies on behalf of my son. That hardly qualifies as a minor mistake," Xiao Jun scoffed. "Your son is deranged, disregarding the law and attempting murder." Xiao Jun dismissed Lu Tianming's claims with disdain. "I am aware of certain details. It was merely a small disagreement, which often occurs in business," Lu Tianming said nonchalantly, unperturbed by Xiao Jun's attitude. "It's just a minor error. There is no need for such severity. After all, aren't we all coexisting peacefully? Isn't it better to conduct business amicably? It seems that for your family, resolving business disputes equates to threats of violence." "Xiao Jun it. And what do you mean by coexisting peacefully? Must someone truly die before you acknowledge a problem?" It is no wonder that Lu Changgong behaves lawlessly. He is indeed a reflection of his father. Lu Tianming forced a smile and suggested, "How about we step aside for a moment to talk?" "No need." Xiao Jun shrugged dismissively. "I have other matters to attend to." Lu Tianming persisted. "It won't take more than a few minutes. We can have a brief conversation. Look, I even brought my legal team along. Let us sit down over there and discuss." Without even glancing his way, Xiao Jun coldly replied, "I know what you intend to say. I have no desire to converse with you." 10 million. Lu Tianming held up 5 fingers. Xiao Jun chuckled derisively. "Is your son worth so little?" 30 million. Lu Tianming raised the stakes once more. "This sum shall serve as compensation for my son. As for how to divide this 30 million, you and the other injured party may negotiate amongst yourselves." After a brief pause, Lu Tianming lowered his voice, adding, "Moreover, once this matter is resolved, I will personally provide you with another 10 million as a reward. This sum will remain confidential, even from your injured friend. If you agree, we could draft a contract right now, one with legal standing." "Get lost." But before he could finish, Xiao Jun interjected coldly. Lu Tianming faltered, his expression falling. "What do you mean? Can you not comprehend human speech?" Xiao Jun looked at Lu Tianming with disdain. "You and your son share the same character. You might as well save that money to purchase a coffin for him." The words rendered Lu Tianming incapable of maintaining his composure. Suddenly, he leaned closer to Xiao Jun, lowering his head and enunciating each word deliberately. "Young man, do not overstep your bounds. In Qingcheng, I, Lu Tianming, seldom seek assistance from others. Shall I interpret this as a threat?" Xiao Jun took a step back, gazing down at Lu Tianming. "You may perceive it as such." Lu Tianming's countenance turned icy. Initially, he had no desire to antagonize the Lu family, attributing it solely to Lu Changgong's personal issues. However, witnessing Lu Tianming's demeanor, Xiao Jun felt no further inclination to entertain the matter. This is a hospital with security and surveillance present. Do you wish to act recklessly? I merely seek to visit a patient. Reminded by Xiao Jun, Lu Tianming recognized the public nature of the setting and promptly concealed his earlier ferocity. He restored his smile and spoke slowly. "I have articulated my conditions. Since you have declined, I hope you do not come to regret it." With that, Lu Tianming turned and departed. The lawyer beside him followed, inquiring, "Mr. Lu, are we leaving just like that?" Lu Tianming, his face set in a grim expression, replied, "There is no need for further discussion. This young man is resolute." Having navigated the business world for many years, Lu Tianming possessed a keen ability to discern character. From their conversation, it was evident that Xiao Jun had no intention of negotiating, suggesting that the issue transcended mere finances. "Have I received any updates on this young man's background?" Lu Tianming descended the stairs but did not exit the hospital immediately. Instead, he lit a cigarette and, Appearing somewhat irritable, inquired what of Lu Feng's side. Is there any news? It seemed the young man's background was nearly uncovered. He appeared to be a doctor who had acquired a modest fortune following a divorce from a friend of the young master. According to Huang Fei, the manager under the young master, this individual had recently faced numerous adverse reports about his business, with several competing establishments being targeted, a likely consequence of a commercial dispute. The lawyer gravely interjected. During your conversation with that young man, the eldest master made a phone call. It seems there are developments, and his tone was quite urgent. Finally, there was a glimmer of information. Lu Tianming exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and extended his hand. Hand me my phone. I shall return his call. Moments later. The call connected, confirming the lawyer's assertion. Lu Feng's tone was indeed fraught with urgency. Do not rush. Speak slowly, Lu Tianming urged, maintaining his composure. What exactly transpired? Lu Feng, breathing heavily, steadied himself for a moment before stating, Father, I have grasped the situation. It appears Changong is truly in jeopardy. Do not engage with the injured party at the hospital. He is no ordinary individual. What do you mean by no ordinary individual? What is there to fear from a doctor? Lu Tianming furrowed his brow. Rest assured, calm Changong, I have my methods. You are aware that the military was deployed last night, correct? Lu Feng replied, anxiously. They were not heading to the Imperial KTV. They were there to apprehend Changong. Only then did Lu Tianming's expression change. Yesterday's news indeed reached him. Yet he did not believe that the military's mobilization, with all its fervor, was aimed at his son. He considered it merely a coincidence. However, it now appears that the outcome may not align with his initial thoughts. Lu Feng's voice on the phone was urgent as he continued. Moreover, do you know who is leading the team? It is Chun Mingrong, along with his Lingyun battalion. Changong was not apprehended by the police. He was seized by Chun Mingrong. It is said that Chun Mingrong intended to take Changong and Zhuoxiong to the military district for further handling. But something seems to have changed his mind. Father, heed my words. Leave the hospital at once. Avoid any contact with the victims. Our usual tactics will not suffice before them. Chapter 50. Aftermath. No matter what Lu Feng said, Lu Tianming could no longer listen. He held his phone in a daze, his mind a blank slate. No. 3 words reverberated in his consciousness. Chun Mingrong. How could it be this notorious figure? In Qingcheng, Lu Tianming was acutely aware of what this name represented. With a formidable background and an iron will, despite holding a relatively low rank within the military, he showed no regard for anyone's authority. Since arriving in Qingcheng 3 years ago, Chun Mingrong had executed several monumental deeds, the establishment of the Lingyun battalion being one. Another was his collaboration with the police to eradicate terrorists who had once thrived in Southeast Asia and found their way to Qingcheng. In that annihilation battle, both Yunzhou and Guangzhou had sent reinforcements, only to be outright rejected by this formidable adversary. He, with merely a handful of men, had effectively left the remains of over 60 terrorists in Qingcheng. In the subsequent victory banquet, due to his covert operations, when some in the night market, unaware of their identities, insulted his soldiers, he promptly led his men to uproot that criminal organization overnight, as he had done the previous day. His infamy spread far and wide. Thus, when hearing his name, the calm demeanor Lu Tianming had maintained until that moment evaporated entirely. Father, are you listening? Lu Feng's voice broke through Lu Tianming's reverie. Trembling, Lu Tianming replied, Are you certain? It is indeed Chun Mingrong. Absolutely and unequivocally. The news from yesterday has been sealed. Everyone knows only that the military has mobilized, but the reasons remain unknown. In reality, it was that doctor who ventured alone to confront Changong and Zhuoxiong. Chun Mingrong, aware of the danger he was in, led a team to the Royal Dynasty KTV. That information cannot leak out. It was only shared with me discreetly by the Deputy Bureau Chief out of respect for our family's long-standing ties. The case of Changong cannot be overturned. I have even sent the lawyer away. You must also cease any activities on your end and return home so we could deliberate on our next steps. Lu Feng's panic was justified. Crossing paths with Chun Mingrong meant that even 10 Lu families would be insufficient to satisfy his demands. Now, rather than seeking ways to extricate Lu Changong, they should be praying that he does not pursue the matter, lest the repercussions of Lu Changong's predicament engulf the entire Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lu Tianming lost all inclination to respond and hastily ended the call. He then turned and swiftly entered the hospital, making his way to the ward's exterior. Peering through the corridor window, Lu Tianming observed several doctors engaged in their tasks. Their movements indicative of rigorous training. The precision with which they executed their duties was undoubtedly beyond what an ordinary hospital could cultivate. The news regarding Lu Feng must indeed be credible. Chun Mingrong had even summoned core experts from the military district. With a nurse stationed at the entrance, Lu Tianming found himself unable to enter and could only stand outside. He remained there for over 30 minutes until at last, Xiao Jun emerged, prompting Lu Tianming to rush forward. "Are you still here?" Xiao Jun regarded him with a cold stare. Unlike his previous arrogance, Lu Tianming now stood with beads of sweat on his forehead, humbly stating, "Mr. Xiao, I must apologize for my earlier demeanor. It was indeed my fault. I have come to express my contrition." Though he was known as the venomous ice serpent among his peers, that title was reserved for those on his level. And the man before him, capable of eliciting Chun Mingrong's intervention, was certainly not among them. Xiao Jun appeared taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. A cold smirk crept onto his lips as he observed Lu Tianming standing submissively to the side. "Weren't you just threatening me? Telling me not to regret my decisions?" "I regret it. I truly regret it." Lu Tianming's palms grew clammy as he replied, "Mr. Xiao, I should not have spoken so recklessly. My son deserves punishment, and I assure you that I will take responsibility and offer you compensation." "I need you to take responsibility?" Xiao Jun retorted. "Rest assured, your compensation will not be lacking. The Bureau will notify you, and everything will be handled according to the law. My intention is to offer you additional compensation," Lu Tianming said with a forced smile. "Feel free to propose any conditions. There is no need for a contract. This is simply a gesture from the Lu family." "Enough," Xiao Jun interrupted coldly. "It seems you have received some news, but I had no intention of holding your family accountable. However, should you continue to speak out of turn, do not blame me for changing my mind. Leave at once." Yes, I will leave immediately. We can discuss compensation in a few days." Lu Tianming trembled at the weight of Xiao Jun's words. Despite his frustration, he had no choice but to depart. Xiao Jun watched Lu Tianming's retreating figure with indifference and, once he was gone, returned to the hospital room. In the ensuing days, news of military mobilization spread through the upper echelons of Qinsheng like wildfire. Although the dissemination of information had been largely contained by the joint efforts of the police and military, there is no wall so impenetrable that it cannot let out a whisper. Witnesses, having observed various vehicles blocking the streets and armored tanks moving through the city like ferocious beasts, eagerly shared their accounts. However, the media and news outlets remained conspicuously silent, with barely a handful of reports surfacing online and only a couple of posts emerging sporadically. As for the fervent testimonies of the witnesses, most remained skeptical, for the magnitude of the situation warranted citywide attention. Yet, so far, there were only a few dubious photographs that appeared to be digitally altered. However, Qinsheng is not a small city, and it is implausible that chaos would reign unchecked. Yet, those who believe are unwavering in their convictions, speculating on the identity of the figure or the event that could incite such a profound conflict, compelling the military to intervene. Reactions vary across different factions. However, for top-tier families like the Yuan clan, there are individuals who seek to gather intelligence. Yet, the Yuan family has maintained an air of enigma regarding the matter. That evening, some reported seeing Yi Hui's vehicle en route to the Royal KTV, but when questioned, Yi Hui was equally evasive. Nevertheless, the upper echelons of Qinsheng possess remarkable means. A select few managed to ascertain that the military mobilization was led by Chun Mingrong, deploying a Lingyun battalion. As this revelation reverberated, it brought the injured Chun Song and Xiao Jun into focus. Those in high places began to discreetly observe and speculate on the connections between these two individuals and Chun Mingrong. Naturally, there were also prominent figures with grievances against Chun Mingrong or critical of his methods, believing that his bold actions would inevitably lead to repercussions. However, mere days of schadenfreude passed before the situation remained eerily tranquil, leaving everyone puzzled. It seemed as if an invisible yet formidable force not only suppressed media coverage, but also stifled any lingering repercussions of the incident. Even higher authorities refrained from probing further. Of course, some were aware that it was due to Lu Jia's Lu Changgong that Chun Mingrong took matters into his own hands. Yet neither Liu Changgong's aesthetic medical company nor the Liu family held any significant weight in the eyes of the elite. No one dared to inquire, lest they touch upon Chun Mingrong's sensitive circumstances. Within just a few days, propelled by military influence, the case of Liu Changgong's attempted murder was settled, a matter that seemed resolved yet left some unsatisfied. Among them was Liu Changgong's mother, Han Xiaowei, who was particularly restless. Chapter 51. You knew all along, didn't you? Within the desolate confines of the Liu residence, Han Xiaowei had dismissed the servants and stood on the balcony, engaged in a phone call. Clad in a delicate sheer nightgown, she appeared alluring despite her over 40 years of age. Thanks to her commitment to fitness and self-care, her figure devoid of any excess weight. Yet at this moment, her once exquisite face was contorted with rage. Brother, you must help me. She seethed, gripping her phone tightly. A deep voice resonated from the other end. I have heard about Changgong's situation. Do not act rashly. That scoundrel Liu Tianming is a coward. There isn't a trustworthy man in the Liu family. Han Xiaowei wept. This heartless wretch doesn't even care for his own son. Will you ignore your own nephew as well? After a moment of silence, the voice responded. I will investigate further. Once I have clarity on the situation, I will inform you. This man was Han Xiaofeng, Han Xiaowei's elder brother and a member of the collateral branch of the Han family from Tianfu City. In truth, Han Xiaofeng, although the matriarch of the Liu family, is the second wife of Liu Tianming. Liu Tianming's first wife passed away prematurely, leaving behind a 3-year-old son, Liu Feng. At the age of 30, Liu Tianming met the 22-year-old Han Xiaowei, and together they welcomed a son, Liu Changgong. However, ever since the incident involving Liu Changgong, Liu Tianming has not only failed to assist in clearing his son's name, but has also grown weary of Han Xiaowei's incessant nagging. Days have passed without any glimmer of hope for Han Xiaowei, and when she sought to confide in Liu Tianming, he had not returned home, clearly avoiding her. In desperation, Han Xiaowei turned to her elder brother, Han Xiaofeng. With tears in her eyes, she implored, Brother, we have always depended on each other since childhood, and you have watched Changgong grow up. Are you truly going to stand by and watch my son fall into irreparable despair? If you are unwilling to help, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. I cannot bear to see Changgong imprisoned. If he must suffer, those who harmed him must pay dearly. As she spoke, her voice gradually took on a chilling edge. Do not act impulsively, Han Xiaofeng replied sternly. I am not omnipotent. The situation in Qingcheng has already reached Tianfu City, and many are speculating and observing. I cannot predict the outcome. What do you mean? Han Xiaowei exclaimed in frenzy. I care not who it is. I will ensure they pay the price. Changgong is my very life. If he perishes, I shall not survive. With that, she ended the call. In one of the villas in Tianfu City, a gaunt middle-aged man gazed at his phone, which had emitted a busy signal, rubbing his nose in frustration. This man was Han Xiaofeng. In Tianfu City, there are 4 prominent families, with the Liu family at the forefront, while the Han family is among the other 3. Despite being a collateral descendant of the Han family, Han Xiaofeng had fought diligently within the family for many years and had achieved a certain standing. Contemplating his sister's plea for help, he pondered for a moment before dialing a number. Hello, old Liu. You have connections in Qingcheng. I need your assistance in investigating a matter. In Qingcheng, at the First People's Hospital, Chun Song was reclining against the bedside, munching on an apple. Over the past several days, his injuries had significantly improved, and outwardly, he appeared to be in good health. Being a martial artist, his physical constitution surpassed that of the average person, allowing him to move freely without issue. During this time, Wu Mingxian had visited several times, both to check on Chun Song and Xiao Jun and to gather evidence. The case involving Liu Changgong, accused of hiring a hitman, had drawn serious attention from higher authorities. Expediting the investigation, not only was Liu Changgong involved, but the underground figure Zhuo Xiong had evaded justice for too long, and with newfound evidence. The Bureau was keen to convict him for his past crimes, sealing off Zhuo Xiong's assets and scrutinizing his illicit dealings. This was a significant achievement, and thus Wu Mingxian was deeply invested in the case. Even without the connection to Chun Mingrong, the case alone warranted his utmost favor towards Xiao Jun and Chun Song. Certainly, none of this concerned Xiao Jun. As long as he could bring Liu Changgong to justice, he would have avenged himself. After several days of interaction, Xiao Jun and Dr. Li Ning, along with other military district doctors, exchanged a wealth of academic insights. Li Ning and the others had long since transitioned from their initial astonishment at this young man's profound knowledge and eloquence to a state of accustomed acceptance. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the ward, and shortly thereafter, Zhang Wanqiu entered, guided by a nurse. Today, Zhang Wanqiu donned a lovely pale yellow gown, her hair styled back, revealing her delicate, refined face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, exuding an air of gentle elegance. In her hands, she carried a fruit basket and some health supplements, which she placed on the cabinet near the door. As she observed Chen Song pausing while eating an apple, a smile graced her lips. "What brings you here?" Chen Song wiped his mouth, unfazed by Zhang Wanqiu's enchanting smile, instead regarding her with a displeased expression. He harbored no fondness for the woman who had once dampened the young master's spirit, feeling a hint of animosity towards her. Moreover, he believed that the trouble surrounding Lu Changong stemmed from her indiscretions. "I heard you were injured, so I came to see you," Zhang Wanqiu replied. Undeterred by Chen Song's demeanor, she approached him, her small white shoes padding softly on the floor, and after a quick assessment of his condition, remarked, "It seems you're much better." "Spare me your flattery." Chen Song rolled his eyes, retorting, "I've been hospitalized for nearly a week, and you only come now. What are your true intentions?" "I only learned of this today," Zhang Wanqiu sighed. "You're a friend of Xiao Jun's. I have no ulterior motives, merely a sincere intention to inquire about your well-being." The information received by some families and corporate executives in Qingcheng indeed differed from that of ordinary people. Although her cosmetics factory was thriving, it paled in comparison to the vast networks of the industry giants. Her claim of having just received the news was truthful, as she had heard from the bureau today. "And where is Xiao Jun?" Zhang Wanqiu looked around, adding, "I came today to ask him something." Chen Song scoffed. "I knew you had no good intentions. The boss isn't here, so you might as well leave." Zhang Wanqiu offered a wry smile. "I've always wondered why you harbor such animosity towards me. We've known each other for 2 years, and our interactions have been minimal. Have I wronged you in some way?" "You've committed many wrongs." Chen Song was about to unleash another sarcastic remark when a dry cough from outside interrupted him. It was Xiao Jun, who had just entered, cutting off Chen Song's words. "You're looking for me?" Xiao Jun stood at the door, fixing his gaze on the striking woman. He had hurried over after hearing the nurse's notification in the doctor's office, and upon noticing Zhang Wanqiu nodding in response to his question, he continued, "Let us step outside to talk and allow Chen Song to rest." As they arrived in the corridor, Xiao Jun inquired, "What is it?" "Please speak." Zhang Wanqiu replied solemnly, "I have received news that my elder brother's case will be retried. It is said that the mastermind is Lu Changong, and if this proves true, he should receive a reduced sentence." Xiao Jun nodded, as this was within his expectations. Subsequently, Zhang Wanqiu gazed intently at her former husband and continued, "When you visited my home that day, did you already know? Is that why Lu Changong sought to silence him?" Chapter 52. The Passage of Time. Xiao Jun paused in silence before affirmatively nodding. "Yes, I was aware that Zhang Ke was being manipulated by Lu Changong." "Why didn't you tell me that day?" Zhang Wanqiu's slender fingers grasped Xiao Jun's arm. "Was it necessary to say?" Xiao Jun lowered his gaze and replied, "Regardless of whether Zhang Ke is the mastermind, he brought this upon himself. Even if Lu Changong is ultimately exposed, he cannot evade the law's retribution." "Not the same." Zhang Wanqiu shook her head. "You should have informed me sooner. I would have helped you. That day outside the tea house, when you struck Lu Changong, it was because of this, wasn't it? How foolish of me. Knowing your character, such an action must have stemmed from a significant reason. I should have considered this more deeply." Upon hearing her words, Xiao Jun was reminded of the scene outside the tea house. He suddenly withdrew his hand and said calmly, "I can resolve this myself. Telling you would serve no purpose." A shadow of sorrow flickered in Zhang Wanqiu's eyes as she replied, "Do you not trust me? This is a matter of life and death. Do you truly believe I would aid an outsider like Lu Changong, even with my elder brother? And despite my mother-esque situation, I have never sided with him." "You misunderstand." Xiao Jun shook his head. "It is not that Lu Changong wishes to eliminate witnesses. It is simply in his nature. If I had confided in you, it would only bring you misfortune. In the eyes of someone as reckless as Lu Changong, the law holds no meaning." Xiao Jun's statement was not unfounded. Given Lu Changong's temperament, should Zhang Wanqiu learn that Zhang Ke faced imprisonment due to him, he might resort to even more dreadful actions. After hearing Xiao Jun's analysis, Zhang Wanqiu surprisingly nodded in agreement. "However, how could he dare to send someone to confront you?" Thankfully, You were unharmed. Otherwise, I would never find peace in my life. Xiao Jun responded coolly. It is fortunate that your connection with Lu Changong is shallow, and your interests are not deeply intertwined. Indeed, not deeply, Zhang Wanqiu admitted, feeling a twinge of fear. She had not anticipated that the seemingly cultured Lu Changong would possess such a character. After a brief pause, she added, Xiao Jun, may I ask you a question? If it is inconvenient, you need not answer. Go ahead, he replied. Did the Yuan family inform you and assist you in preparing for a fabricated accident orchestrated by Lu Changong? Xiao Jun was taken aback, instinctively responding. Why would you say that? I have heard that Lu Changong sought out Zhuo Xiong, a notorious figure in the underground of Qingsheng. The only entity capable of thwarting his plans would be the Yuan family. Zhang Wanqiu gazed deeply at Xiao Jun and remarked, It so happens that I saw you with Yuan Heng the other day. If anyone in Qingsheng wishes to assist you, it would only be the Yuan family. However, I wonder how the Yuan family could possibly summon the military, or perhaps the military's presence was not solely due to Lu Changong, but rather for Zhuo Xiong, which could very well be a coincidence. Xiao Jun countered, Why do you believe the military was there for Zhuo Xiong? Zhang Wanqiu curled her lip and replied, Because Lu Changong had no reason to mobilize the army. Such an event has occurred before, over a year ago, when a Lingyun camp eradicated an underground force as if they were hunting down bandits. It even made the news, bringing great relief to the public. I see. Xiao Jun nodded, acknowledging his understanding. Due to the lack of information, the events at the Imperial KTV that night were perceived differently across various social strata. Zhang Wanqiu, being somewhat more informed, was closer to the truth and knew that the military had been deployed, but that was the extent of her knowledge. Am I correct in my assumptions? Zhang Wanqiu asked, fixing her gaze on Xiao Jun, observing Zhang Wanqiu's air of confidence. Xiao Jun couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yet, he refrained from revealing the entire truth, and instead chose to indulge her conjecture, vaguely stating, Perhaps you are right, for I too was unaware of what transpired that day. But indeed, it was the Yuan family who assisted in calling the police. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wanqiu's eyes brightened. This astute woman was quite confident in her judgment. I heard that your connection with the Yuan family was due to General Yuan inviting you to be his physician. Yet, her curiosity soon followed with your remarkable medical skills. How did I remain unaware of the Yuan family's esteem for you? You should have known, Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly. Do you recall your grandfather mentioning that you were susceptible to the cold since childhood, even in the sweltering summer, with icy hands and feet? Too afraid to turn on the air conditioning at home? The doctor said it was due to your weak constitution, prone to wind and cold ailments. But that has since faded. Zhang Wanqiu was puzzled by Xiao Jun's abrupt change of topic. Xiao Jun, however, smiled and added, It's not that you grew out of it. Rather, it ceased to be an issue 5 years ago. Do you remember how I used to make you a bowl of soup every night after we married? Zhang Wanqiu's brows furrowed as she suddenly exclaimed, The soup you gave me was actually herbal medicine? Have you been quietly nurturing my health all these years? During the initial years of their marriage, Xiao Jun had indeed prepared soup for her daily, but caught up in her bliss, Zhang Wanqiu had not given it much thought. Now, hearing Xiao Jun bring it up, it seemed there were deeper implications. Nevertheless, Xiao Jun clearly wished to shift the conversation, saying, Are you here to inquire about matters, or to visit Qinsong? Both. Zhang Wanqiu swiftly responded, sensing the dissatisfaction in Xiao Jun's tone. However, my visit was also at the behest of the old gentleman. He came to our home for dinner and encouraged you. It was also my parents' wish. He felt unable to refuse and chose to compromise. Yet he harbors a sense of guilt. I will make time to visit him. Xiao Jun sighed. Although he had divorced Zhang Wanqiu, the Zhang family had treated him relatively well over the past few years. Aside from his mother-in-law Qiu Hui's occasional grievances and Zhang Ke's disdainful attitude towards him, both Zhang Yongshan and the elder Zhang Xia shared a good rapport with him. Xiao Jun inquired, How have you been lately? Busy? Indeed, Zhang Wanqiu replied with a wry smile. After Xia Ping's incident, I find myself shouldering the responsibilities of 2 people. I am busier than ever. However, she was merely confused at the time. Once the Lu Changong case concludes, if she exhibits good behavior, she may receive a reduced sentence and be released early. That would be fortunate, Xiao Jun nodded, unfamiliar with the details surrounding Xia Ping. He only knew that it was Xia Ping who reported the incident after the security office altercation, and that her crime was certainly of lesser severity than Zhang Ke's. In Xiao Jun's mind, whether it was Xia Ping or Zhang Ke, neither was as detestable as the behind-the-scenes Lu Changong. Although he sought revenge, having already faced punishment, he felt no need to pursue the matter further. For a moment, silence enveloped them as they gazed at the familiar yet distant figure before them. Uncertain of what to say, "Shall we go for dinner together?" Xiao Jun hesitated before asking. "No, thank you." Zhang Wanqiu rose, smiling softly. "There are numerous matters at the company that require my attention. I must take my leave." "Very well." Xiao Jun felt a twinge of disappointment, but nodded in agreement. "Allow me to escort you." Once they reached the ground floor, silence fell between them again. They stood at the entrance for about a minute before Zhang Wanqiu finally stepped forward and waved goodbye to Xiao Jun farewell. As she slipped into the luxurious Mercedes-Benz CLS, Zhang Wanqiu leaned back against the seat, massaging her temples. At that moment, the smile she had maintained faded entirely, revealing a hint of melancholy and profound fatigue etched across her brow. She had just lied to Xiao Jun. The cosmetics company was currently in a fundraising phase, and she had relied heavily on her association with Lu Changgong to establish numerous connections and secure orders. In fact, Lu Changgong had even invested a portion of his funds into her company. Now that he had been apprehended, not only was his beauty institution under investigation, but Zhang Wanqiu's cosmetics company was also adversely affected. Financing had become a minor concern, the negative repercussions stemming from Lu Changgong's situation, coupled with the rising tide of order cancellations, left her gasping for breath. She could hardly comprehend how everything that had once been on a promising trajectory could suddenly collapse in such a catastrophic manner. Chapter 53. Yuan Yinner's invitation. The past few weeks have been the most arduous since the inception of Zhang Wanqiu's company. Without Xiaoping, she was single-handedly trying to uphold a seemingly teetering enterprise, facing challenges even greater than those encountered during the initial stages of her entrepreneurial journey. Upon receiving news from the bureau, one of her reasons for visiting the hospital was to seek out Xiao Jun. She hoped to inquire about his relationship with the Yuan family, wondering if he could assist in alleviating her current difficulties and help secure needed financing. Her cosmetics company was in a critical phase of expansion, with many transactions previously guaranteed by Lu Changgong. Given the present circumstances, the subsequent operations would undoubtedly be significantly impacted. Although Zhang Wanqiu harbored the intention of seeking assistance from Xiao Jun, her pride prevented her from divulging her circumstances to him, particularly since they were now divorced. Furthermore, she wished to keep the extent of her entanglements with Lu Changgong a secret, fearing that Xiao Jun might misinterpret her intentions. The reasons behind her apprehension remained unclear to her. At that moment, the phone rang. Glancing at the incoming call, Zhang Wanqiu hesitated but ultimately answered it. "Uncle Xia, what is it?" There's new progress regarding Xiaoping's situation. She shouldn't be detained for long, given her ignorance of the matter. Yes, my elder brother is foolish. But regarding the withdrawal of funds, we must deliberate further. I have met with Xiaoping several times, and she too does not wish for the company we built together to crumble so swiftly. I am the legal representative of the company, even if issues arise. Xiaoping cannot be blamed. After expressing her thoughts in measured words, Zhang Wanqiu ended the call, though her demeanor appeared even more wearied and resigned than before. The caller was Xiaoping's father, Xia Chonglu. Since Xiaoping had been detained for filing a false report and due to Zhang Ke's slander, Xia Chonglu had frequently called to vent his frustrations at Zhang Wanqiu. Xiaoping, being relatively well off, did not belong to the upper echelons of society, nor could her family compare to the Lu family. Nevertheless, Xia Chonglu held a position as a cadre in a state-owned enterprise, and during the company's nascent stages, Xiaoping had leveraged her father's connections to play a crucial role in its establishment. This was one of the significant reasons Zhang Wanqiu chose to embark on this venture with her. Yet, while smooth sailing is manageable, any turbulence proved unacceptable for Xia Chonglu, who was accustomed to a structured way of life, especially when it involved a crime as serious as that instigated by Zhang Ke. A few days ago, Xia Chonglu had merely expressed his discontent, but as the situation had unfolded over the past few days, he might not have grasped the full scope of events. Yet he was aware of the general situation. It involved the military mobilizing significant forces to apprehend two individuals. He was aware of the connection between Lu Changgong and the cosmetics company, which prompted him to advocate vehemently for a withdrawal of investments, seeking to liquidate Xiaoping's share and sever ties with the Zhang family. According to him, that money had originally been provided to Xiaoping by him, making the withdrawal entirely reasonable. Observe how he builds his lofty towers, how he feasts with friends, and then witness his downfall. Suddenly, this phrase flashed through Zhang Wanqiu's mind, igniting within her a profound sense of urgency and suffocation. She internally admonished herself. No, she could not allow this to happen. Her career must not collapse. With her teeth lightly biting down, Zhang Wanqiu's gaze grew resolute as she pressed the accelerator, departing from the hospital. It was only once the red Mercedes had vanished from sight that Xiao Jun turned back towards the ward. She has left? Chun Song remarked with displeasure. Did she not come seeking your assistance? She is undoubtedly entangled with Lu Changgong, and her company, though not particularly large, must have relied on his assistance to develop so swiftly. No, Xiao Jun said, patting Chun Song's shoulder. Do not dwell on such matters. Focus on your recovery. She is not that kind of person. Chun Song merely voiced a complaint, but upon noticing Xiao Jun's displeasure, he refrained from further comment and instead inquired, Young master, how long until I can be discharged? Once I am, shall we leave Qingcheng? At most a week, Xiao Jun replied. You are stronger than an ox. Your hospitalization is a waste of both space and resources. He shot Chun Song a disdainful glance, adding, while others lose their appetite when injured, you, on the other hand, are eating more than usual and indulging in meat. Chun Song chuckled sheepishly. Consuming meat aids in regaining strength and healing wounds. By the way, young master, you still haven't answered me. Are we leaving Qingcheng? Xiao Jun paused, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. We shall discuss that after your discharge. I have no plans at present. The purpose of remaining in Qingcheng was to bring Lu Changgong to justice, a goal that had now been achieved, making their departure seem only natural. Yet, for reasons unknown, Xiao Jun's resolve wavered, especially after his recent encounter with Zhang Wanqiu. He noticed that his ex-wife seemed hesitant to speak, her usual confidence and vitality absent from her countenance. Logically, with her elder brother Zhang soon to have his sentence reduced, she should feel relief from their mother's reproaches, and the burden on her shoulders should have lessened. It seemed likely that she was facing some troubles. At 5 in the afternoon, Xiao Jun brought Chun Song some food. Just as he was about to eat, he received a call from Yuan Yenner. Miss Yuan, is there something you need? Xiao Jun stepped aside to take the call. During this time, although he had been accompanying Chun Song in the hospital, he had also managed to visit the Yuan family twice, assisting Yuan Hang and Yuan Dehai with their ailments. Since retrieving the Tai divine needle, Xiao Jun had become increasingly adept at acupuncture, successfully curing Yuan Hang's stubborn illness and performing a treatment on Yuan Dehai with excellent results. Of course, they had also shared dinner and engaged in light conversation. Their attitude toward Xiao Jun had undergone a significant transformation. Understanding his background in traditional medicine was one thing, but witnessing the energy he could harness was quite another. It could be said that in all of Qingcheng, only a select few, like the Yuan family, were aware of Xiao Jun's true identity. With the formidable backing of Chun Mingrong, Xiao Jun not only stood on equal footing with them, but perhaps even held a slight advantage. As for Xiao Jun, he was indifferent to these dynamics, viewing them with a sense of ease. He and the Yuan family were in a mutual debt of gratitude, and as long as he fulfilled his duties as a physician, that sufficed. Is it that I cannot call you unless there is something urgent? He imagined Yuan Yenner pouting on the other end of the line. Let's get to the point. Is it that Chairman Yuan's condition has worsened again? It has been a couple of days since my last visit to the Yuan residence. My father has been exceedingly busy these past few days, to the point that I hardly see him at home. Yuan Yanne startet. I have another matter for which I seek your assistance. Pré, skik, Xiao Jun replied. However, I am merely a physician. My capacity to aid Miss Yuan may be limited. Although both heads of the Yuan family were aware of Xiao Jun's true identity, they chose not to disclose it to their children, leaving Yuan Yenner in ignorance. Come accompany me for a meal. A meal? Xiao Jun inquired. Am I to understand that Miss Yuan is lacking the means to dine? Of course. It's not a matter of finances, Yuan Yenner retorted, but soon became quite flustered. After a moment, she continued. I have a classmate's birthday party this evening and would like to invite you to attend with me. Chapter 54. The Billionaire Overlord. A classmate's birthday party? Xiao Jun asks. Perplexed. What purpose would you have in inviting me? I simply wish for you to join me. My relationship with that classmate is not particularly close, Yuan Yenner explained. And then, to his astonishment, she began to act coy. Oh, please, will you go? I've never invited a boy to accompany me to an event before. I shall not attend, Xiao Jun replied coolly. Moreover, I am not merely a boy. I am a man. Seek another companion. How can you be so unyielding? Yuan Yenner exclaimed, visibly upset. I am sincerely inviting you, yet you refuse so decisively without even inquiring as to the reasons. It is quite hurtful. I am simply straightforward. Xiao Jun replied, if there is nothing further, I shall terminate this call. Before Yuan Yin'er could utter another word, he hung up. As a university student, Yuan Yin'er's classmates were also in their studies. The Yuan family belonged to the upper echelons of society. Thus their gatherings were naturally of a more refined nature. Xiao Jun could easily surmise the reason behind Yuan Yin'er's invitation. It was likely either to provoke jealousy or to engage in a contest of status, neither of which piqued his interest, nor did he desire to mingle with a group of so-called high society youths. However, Yuan Yin'er was undeterred and made several more attempts to contact him. After he had dismissed her earlier calls, he found his meal disturbed by her persistence, ultimately answering one last time. Miss Yuan, I have expressed my lack of interest. Should you continue this, I shall block you, Xiao Jun warned. Xiao Yun, I have not wronged you. Why treat me so coldly? Yuan Yin'er replied, on the verge of tears. I know what you are thinking. You must assume I wish to stir jealousy. Allow me to clarify. My classmates are unaware that I am the daughter of Yuan Dahai. My father instructed me to maintain a low profile until I graduate. So to them, I am merely an ordinary person. It is true that some wealthy families instill different values in their children. Yuan Dahai, having had a daughter in his later years, cherished her deeply. However, he likely did not wish for her to become overly arrogant due to her lineage. That bears no relevance to me, Xiao Jun replied indifferently. I am merely your father's physician, not your caretaker, and I have no need to delve into these matters. Yuan Yin'er gritted her teeth in frustration, but ultimately held her temper, softening her tone. The classmate celebrating her birthday is a girl whom I find quite intolerable. She has long targeted me, and this time, she has brought her boyfriend to flaunt before me. Do you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend to provoke her? Xiao Jun chuckled in disbelief, finding this notion even more absurd than his previous thoughts. He felt utterly disinterested. If that were the case, she ought to seek out a youthful heartthrob. As an older man, accompanying her would only invite scorn. Moreover, considering Miss Yuan's beauty, securing the attention of a wealthy and handsome suitor at university would be effortless, wouldn't it? I detest young boys. Those lads at school do not appeal to me. Each one more immature than the last. Yuan Yin'er retorted, clearly displeased with Xiao Jun's response. Besides, you're not that much older than me. Why are you pretending to be an old man? All right, I'll hang up now. You can find someone else, Xiao Jun said curtly before ending the call. This time, Yuan Yin'er did not attempt to call back, but a knock soon echoed through the room. A nurse opened the door, and a striking figure slipped in like an agile eel. It was none other than Yuan Yin'er. Ignoring Chun Song's mischievous grin, Xiao Jun furrowed his brow and stood up. What brings you here? I came to check on Chun Song, Yuan Yin'er replied, her tone unapologetic as she flashed a sweet smile at Chun Song. Brother Song, are you feeling better? Due to Yuan Hang's connections, Chun Song, as Xiao Jun's medical representative, had developed a close rapport with the Yuan family. Having accompanied Xiao Jun on past medical visits, he had conversed with Yuan Yin'er before, so they were somewhat acquainted. In stark contrast to his demeanor with Zhang Wanxiu, Chun Song greeted Yuan Yin'er with a warm smile. Thank you for your concern, Miss Yuan. I am nearly ready for discharge. I heard about your accident, but my uncle mentioned you were not severely injured. I've been busy with my studies, which is why I only came to see you now, Yuan Yin'er said, her cheeks slightly flushed. She was unaware of the underlying circumstances, having only learned of Chun Song's hospitalization from Yuan Hang. Given her status, her visit was unnecessary, which made her feel somewhat embarrassed for fabricating an excuse. Dressed in a sporty outfit, Yuan Yin'er's tall figure, though obscured by loose clothing, radiated vitality. Her natural beauty and youthful aura made her resemble a charming neighbor girl. Chun Song found her appealing and teasingly remarked, while you claim to check on me, I suspect you are here to see my boss instead, aren't you? Yuan Yin'er's cheeks reddened further as she protested. What nonsense are you talking about? Boss, perhaps you and Miss Yuan should step outside talk. I've just finished eating and would like to rest for a bit, Chun Song suggested, his intent clear. However, his playful expression irked Xiao Jun. Yet, observing the look of distress and pleading in Yuan Yin'er's eyes, something rarely displayed by this young lady, softened his heart. All right, let us step outside and talk, he conceded. In the corridor, Yuan Yin'er linked her arm with Xiao Jun's and swayed playfully. Xiao Gu, please accompany me. I've already boasted about you. If you don't come, I'll be too embarrassed to show my face at school again. Xiao Jun was overwhelmed with goosebumps, nearly suffering an internal injury from her calling him Xiao Gu. He observed the nurses nearby, whispering and gesticulating towards her, engaging in discussions about a certain Zhang Wanxiu at noon and a Yuan Yin'er in the evening, as if they were concocting a melodrama about an unscrupulous man. Xiao Jun promptly pulled her to a corner and, with a stern expression, inquired, "Are you boasting? What exactly are you boasting about? We're on the verge of graduation, and my classmate's birthday gathering is merely an occasion for everyone to come together, each bringing their significant other. However, they claim I have no boyfriend, particularly that birthday girl who incessantly taunts me. Unable to bear it, I told them I actually have a boyfriend. He is a formidable CEO of a publicly listed company, exceptionally accomplished, worth several billion, and commanding a legion of subordinates. If you don't come with me, I simply cannot explain myself." Yuan Yan'e lamented, her face a mask of sorrow. "Hold on, have you been watching too many cliché idol dramas? And do I appear to you as if I could be a billionaire CEO?" Xiao Jun protested, shaking his head repeatedly, taken aback by the fact that this pampered heiress harbored such peculiar whims, which was rather unsettling. "I don't care. Among all the boys I know, you possess the most charisma. Besides, you are so remarkable that you even managed to alleviate my father's complex health issues. Just cooperate with me. We need not engage with them extensively. Can't we simply share a meal?" Yuan Yin'er pleaded, her demeanor once again turning pitiful. After some tugging, Xiao Jun found himself unable to refuse her and ultimately agreed to 3 conditions. They would dine together and leave immediately afterward. Upon hearing his acquiescence, Yuan Yin'er was elated, leaping with joy. Chapter 55. Yuan Yin'er's arrogance having given his word, Xiao Jun no longer hesitated. He greeted Chun Song before departing the hospital. As he was leaving, Chun Song cautioned him to stay safe, only to receive a playful jab on the back of his head from Xiao Jun, prompting him to behave. "Is this how you're planning to go?" Xiao Jun inquired as they hailed a taxi by the roadside, observing Yuan Yin'er clad in athletic wear. "I've told you, I'm just an ordinary person. They don't know I'm the daughter of Yuan Dahai," she replied. "If I don an extravagant evening gown, it will be a blatant revelation of my identity." After a brief pause, she added, "Moreover, this is quite suitable. We are students, and I dislike appearing ostentatious. If they dress like that, they would see me as an oddity, but I believe they're the true oddities." Xiao Jun felt a bit overwhelmed. It seemed this young lady had a rather formidable temperament. He merely wished to enjoy a meal and leave without further complications. Before long, a taxi arrived, and they made their way to a high-end menswear store within a shopping mall. "What brings us here?" Xiao Jun questioned, puzzled. "What I wear is inconsequential, but you, being a CEO, must not bring disgrace upon yourself," Yuan Yin'er stated with earnestness. "Shouldn't a CEO be adorned in custom-tailored Italian suits and handcrafted attire?" Xiao Jun remarked. "Who has the time for tailoring?" Yuan Yin'er retorted with exasperation, then briskly selected several expensive-looking suits, glancing at her watch as she said, "Let us try these on. Wear whichever fits best." "Very well," Xiao Jun shrugged, stepping into the fitting room. A minute later, Xiao Jun emerged in a different suit, causing Yuan Yin'er's eyes to sparkle with delight. It must be said that after donning a well-fitted suit, Xiao Jun truly embodied the adage that one is often judged by their attire. His demeanor suddenly revitalized, and even his typically affable disposition took on a more refined elegance. "My judgment is indeed astute," Yuan Yin'er congratulated herself, tossing another suit toward Xiao Jun, remarking, "However, this one is not quite tailored to your physique. I have found another for you to try. The shirt beneath is quite handsome." After more than 10 minutes, Xiao Jun finally settled on a dark blue suit with subtle stripes, and as he gazed down at Yuan Yin'er tying his tie, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Not long after marrying Zhang Wanxiu, he too would occasionally wear a suit, and she, much like Yuan Yin'er now, would tenderly fasten his tie and adjust his collar. Yet, how things have changed. This afternoon's meeting with Zhang Wanxiu was devoid of warmth, as if a chasm had formed between them. "What are you daydreaming about?" Yuan Yin'er noticed Xiao Jun's distraction, her cheeks flushing slightly as she feigned sternness, saying, "This tie does not suit you. It clashes with the suit. Wait here while I fetch another." With the clock nearing 6:30, Xiao Jun inquired, "Is there still time?" "Rest assured, if I don't go, she surely won't begin the meal," Yuan Yin'er asserted with unwavering confidence. "The priority now is to present you well. I have my methods." "All right, you are indeed impressive. Seeing her nonchalance, Xiao Jun resigned himself to her whims, contemplating that in just a couple of hours, after dining, he would undoubtedly depart. The sales staff at the upscale menswear store had grown increasingly impatient as Xiao Jun and Yuan Yin'er lingered, and their attire did not suggest they were affluent patrons. Perhaps their prolonged presence had resulted in wasted effort without any sales. Thus, when Yuan Yin'er went to select a tie again, one employee stepped forward, coolly stating, "Miss, are you actually going to make a purchase? What are you talking about?" Yuan Yin'er retorted, annoyed. "Am I not in the process of selecting items? How can I buy without making a choice? Selecting items?" The saleswoman glanced at the garments Yuan Yin'er had tried on, discarded on a nearby rack, and continued, "Look at these. Are they all your selections? Would you like them wrapped up? These are all ill-fitting. Indeed, they do not fit. You and our store seem rather mismatched." The saleswoman scoffed, her demeanor cooling as she remarked, "Miss, if you're bringing your boyfriend to broaden his horizons, we have no objections, but dinner is upon us. Please do not disrupt our mealtime, if you would." What audacious remarks! Yuan Yin'er exclaimed, "Here eng bopling or. Are you implying that I cannot afford the clothing here? Step aside. Once I choose a tie, I will buy something for you to see." "I did not say that. Merely that some individuals lack self-awareness." The young saleswoman toyed with her freshly manicured nails, refusing to meet Yuan Yin'er's gaze, showing no inclination to step aside. "Not moving, are we? Very well." Seeing her so domineering, Yuan Yin'er felt her temper flare, and she forcefully pushed her away before striding to the counter. She slapped her palm down on the surface and coldly demanded, "Where is your manager? Bring your manager out." Typically, Yuan Yin'er maintained a calm demeanor, but provoked by disdain. She immediately revealed her true nature as a young lady of privilege. Her essence, cultivated through years of indulgence, starkly contrasted with that of ordinary folk. As she struck the counter with her delicate hand, the two attendants were instantly taken aback. Indeed, regardless of how low-key Yuan Yin'er might appear at school, she remained the daughter of Yuan Dahai, a status that inherently came with its own temperament. Even during their initial encounter at the clinic, she had not been particularly docile in front of Xiao Jun, exuding an air of superiority. Had it not been for Yuan Hang's firm belief in Xiao Jun's ability to cure Yuan Dahai's ailment, she might not have tempered her haughtiness. "Manager? The manager has gone to have a meal," stammered one of the attendants under Yuan Yin'er's pressure. "Stop right there." The attendant, who had been pushed aside, now filled with rage, approached Yuan Yin'er and seized her arm, demanding, "You better explain why you just hit someone." "I didn't hit you," Yuan Yin'er replied, but suddenly raised her arm and, with a resounding slap, struck the attendant's face, coldly retorting, "Now I have." This left everyone astonished. They had not anticipated that Yuan Yin'er would act so brazenly. The attendant, clutching her face, took a moment to react before letting out a shriek and preparing to retaliate against Yuan Yin'er. However, at that moment, Xiao Jun stepped forward, positioning himself between the two, shielding Yuan Yin'er, and said, "Do not act impulsively. Step aside. Let's see if she dares to touch me." Yuan Yin'er continued to huff disdainfully. "Be quiet." Xiao Jun suddenly raised his voice. Yuan Yin'er paused, her lips pouting as she contemplated her next move, but then heard him say, "Let me handle this." These words caused her to lower her head, ceasing her defiance, though she seemed lost in thought. Xiao Jun paid no mind to her subtle expressions and turned his attention to the recently struck attendant, sincerely stating, "I am this young lady's brother. She acted rashly, and I ask for your forgiveness on her behalf." Chapter 56. Humiliation and Apology? Is that all? The female attendant, or rather, the saleswoman, clearly unwilling to let the matter rest, bared her teeth and snarled, "You think you can just brush this off with an apology? You two impoverished fools. Unless you provide me with a satisfactory compensation today, I will not let this go." Impoverished? Fool? Upon hearing this, Yuan Yin'er was once again poised to erupt. Even Xiao Jun frowned and remarked, "She was wrong to strike you, yet you initiated the insult. If you require compensation, I can provide it." "Very well, 50,000. That will suffice." The saleswoman sneered, glaring at the two of them. 50,000? Is your face made of gold?" Yuan Yin'er interjected. "Enough." Xiao Jun was acutely aware that he was in the wrong, yet the demand of 50,000 yuan was exorbitant. Thus, he chose to remain silent. He found himself caught in the middle, not uttering a word. Although he was not particularly tall, he was nonetheless a man. Yuan Yin'er showed no intention of escalating the situation, while the saleswoman could not bypass Xiao Jun to confront her. Just then, a sharp voice pierced the air. A middle-aged woman, resplendently dressed and holding a Chanel handbag, approached with an air of ostentation. The thick makeup on her face could not conceal the passage of time. When she smiled, the flesh on her face quivered. Her attire and gait practically screamed wealth. Zhongye. Upon seeing the middle-aged woman, the previously wrong saleswoman's eyes lit up, and she hurried over. However, Xiao Jun furrowed his brow at the sight of her, maintaining an impassive expression. This woman, Zhonglan, was a friend of Qiu Hui. Xiao Jun had encountered her a few times during his previous time at the Zhang household. Zhonglan and Qiu Hui had grown up in the same neighborhood. Originally from an ordinary family, she had become particularly fond of flaunting her status since her daughter married into a prestigious family in Qingqing, often seeking opportunities to show off at the Zhang residence. In earlier days, the neighbors would compare her daughter unfavorably to Qiu Hui's daughter, Zhang Wanqiu. However, as their fortunes diverged, one marrying into wealth, the other settling for son-in-law, Zhonglan became increasingly brazen, frequently seeking to irritate Qiu Hui. This rivalry had left Qiu Hui feeling humiliated and, as a result, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for Xiao Jun. Indeed, even without considering Qiu Hui, Zhonglan looked down upon Xiao Jun, the son-in-law, and she spared no words in her disdainful remarks, even in his presence. This dynamic persisted until Zhang Wanqiu achieved success in her entrepreneurial endeavors, which slightly improved matters. Nonetheless, Zhonglan's deeply ingrained beliefs remained unchanged. Even after learning of the divorce, she continued to regard Xiao Jun with contempt. Now, witnessing Xiao Jun embroiled in a dispute with a stranger, she felt compelled to approach, seeking to bask in her sense of superiority, which she could later boast about to Qiu Hui. What's going on? Zhonglan had observed the scene for several minutes before finally approaching, feigning ignorance. Xiao Jun, have you encountered some trouble? Do you need Aunt Zhong to assist you? Upon hearing this, the saleswoman felt somewhat uncomfortable and asked, Sister Zhong, do you know each other? Zhonglan was a longtime patron of the store, holding a silver VIP status, frequently purchasing suits for the men in her life with lavish abandon. Much of the saleswoman's success depended on Zhonglan, and should she and Xiao Jun be acquainted, the saleswoman would have to swallow her silent grievance. Of course we know each other, Zhonglan giggled, adopting an exaggerated expression that belied her age. This Xiao Jun is the son-in-law of a friend of mine. We have met many times. Son-in-law? The saleswoman inquired, puzzled. Yes, indeed, the son-in-law, Zhonglan remarked with a cheerful smile. He has been at my friend's house for 5 years now, either doing laundry and cooking or just lounging around. Sigh. Her daughter is quite bold to be with such a useless man. Even I, as an outsider, feel a sense of urgency. Fortunately, my friend has come to her senses and had him sign the divorce agreement recently, sending him packing. Instantly, the female sales assistant felt a sense of relief. And even the two women at the counter displayed disdain. In this day and age, a son-in-law living off his wife's family is often viewed by many women as a man who merely consumes and idles away his life, a sloth without any capabilities. Although Xiao Jun appears somewhat presentable and did exhibit a semblance of manliness when he defended Yuan Yin'er earlier, it turned out to be merely for the sake of living off her. Xiao Jun remained unfazed, yet Yuan Yin'er flared up, exclaiming, Who are you calling useless? This little sister here. Are you the new catch he's hooked up with? Zhonglan remained unperturbed, scrutinizing Yuan Yin'er from head to toe, and said with a scoff, Still a little firecracker. Xiao Jun, you do have good taste. In just a few days, you've managed to snag a benefactor who can afford to indulge in such places. Zhonglan, dismissive, stepped forward to pick up the few garments Xiao Jun had discarded earlier. After inspecting the price tags, her face contorted with contempt as she laughed. With price tags in the 20 to 30,000 range, Xiao Jun, can this little firecracker of yours truly afford such clothing? Even if you wear them, you hardly come off as affluent. Old lady, clean up your mouth. Yuan Yin'er retorted angrily, nearly at her breaking point. Whether I can afford it or not is none of your concern. Xiao Jun grasped Yuan Yin'er's arm gently, stating coolly, Aunt Zhong, this does not concern you. How does it not concern me? Zhonglan raised an eyebrow, pulling the sales assistant closer and fixing a cold glare at Xiao Jun. This little Chui is my friend, and I am her patron. I just witnessed your little girlfriend strike her. Don't think that just because I have a good relationship with Qiu Hui, I will let you off the hook. I stand for fairness, not favoritism. What do you want? Xiao Jun inquired. Quite simple, Zhonglan replied with a light laugh. Given our acquaintance, You will purchase all these garments you just tried on, counting as little Chui sales performance. Of course, if you cannot afford it, then let your little girlfriend kneel and apologize to Chui, and we shall consider the matter settled. Kneel and apologize? Xiao Jun. The initial demands seemed manageable, but the last statement felt excessive. Of course, if you prefer, she needn't apologize. You could do it on her behalf. Zhonglan said with a glint of amusement in her eyes. After all, she is your benefactor. If you're living off her, it is only professional ethics to assist your benefactor, is it not? At that moment, more onlookers gathered, undeterred by the dinner hour. For the dragon country never lacks those who relish a spectacle. Upon hearing such words, laughter erupted among them. The sales assistant beamed with pride, deeply satisfied with Zhonglan standing up for her. After all, such a resolution brought her more joy than any financial loss, restoring her dignity significantly. Meanwhile, Zhonglan reveled in the attention, basking in the moment. This is the sense of superiority that comes with identity and status. Regardless of the choices made by Xiao Jun, she can, as before, trample on his dignity without restraint. In due time, she will flaunt her triumph before Qiuhui. By it then, Yuan Yan Evas immensely troubled. Reflecting on her impulsive actions that drew so many onlookers and caused Xiao Jun embarrassment filled her with guilt. However, Zhonglan chuckled, saying, "Little sister, you must think carefully. This is no trifling sum. A few items might be manageable, but we're talking about 7 or 8 pieces here, along with some accessories. Altogether, that amounts to 300,000. Chapter 57. Please make yourself comfortable. As Zhonglan spoke, those around began to scrutinize the young girl. Although Yuan Yin'er appeared to come from a well-off background, 30,000 is no small amount. Zhonglan was convinced that even if Yuan Yin'er were indeed a wealthy heiress, procuring such a sum would not be easy. Thus, she was certain the other party would not relent, leaving Xiao Jun to kneel and apologize. Although humiliating a worthless man would not yield her much satisfaction, she stood on the side of righteousness, with so many eyes upon her. The vanity that surged within her was simply overwhelming. Ignore her. At that moment, Xiao Jun grasped Yuan Yin'er's hand, calmly gazing at Zhonglan, and said, "What give you the right to demand we purchase all this? Zhongjie is showing you favor." The saleswoman stepped forward, sneering at them. "If you don't wish to buy, then kneel and apologize. It is impossible to buy so many clothes, and kneeling to apologize is even less feasible," Xiao Jun replied coldly. "Are you suggesting we call the police?" Zhonglan observed Xiao Jun with a bemused smile. "Xiao Jun, Aunt Zhong is helping you out of goodwill. Do not be ungrateful. It would not bode well when the police arrive." "Then call the police," Xiao Jun retorted. "Let them handle it." Zhonglan feigned realization, saying, "Indeed, I almost forgot. You may not care for your own face, but that young lady behind you may not share your indifference." A wave of low laughter rippled through the crowd. "How dare you, a discarded son-in-law, presume to negotiate with me?" The saleswoman, emboldened by her support, disdainfully pointed at Yuan Yin'er, hissing, "Don't hide behind her. Step forward and make your stance clear." Amidst the gathering crowd, Yuan Yin'er was in a state of distress. Yet Xiao Jun held her hand tightly, preventing her from speaking. Just then, the commotion finally drew the attention of the store manager and mall security. The manager hurried over, inquiring about the situation. Zhonglan seized the opportunity to explain, naturally embellishing the narrative. After finishing, she added, "Manager Ma, with so many witnesses present, you must handle this matter appropriately. Otherwise, it will not only dishearten your staff, but also alienate us customers." As a frequent patron, Zhonglan commanded the manager's respect, and upon hearing that one of his employees had been assaulted, he was incensed. "Rest assured, Sister Zhong." After listening to Zhonglan, Manager Ma nodded and approached Yuan Yin'er and Xiao Jun. Initially, his face bore traces of anger, but after a few steps, his expression shifted to one of uncertainty and then grew increasingly flustered. He hurried towards Yuan Yin'er, exclaiming with trepidation, "Miss, you are..." Yuan Yin'er was momentarily taken aback. "I am Ali, not only the manager of this store, but also the general manager overseeing 6 establishments of this brand in Qingqing." Beads of sweat formed on Ma Li's forehead as he forced a smile. "I had the opportunity to meet you, Miss, during your inspection of the store at Beijing Tianjia." Ma Li was profoundly anxious. In his eyes, Yuan Yin'er was akin to royalty. With no sons beneath Yuan Dahai, this vast enterprise was destined for Yuan Yin'er. Was it not? However, Yuan Yin'er was equally astonished that this manager had recognized her. Clearing her throat, she stated, "There is no need for such formality. Please attend to the matters here first." "Understood. Everyone, please disperse. This is an internal issue of our store. We will handle it." Manager Ma, experienced in crisis management, straightened his posture at Yuan Yin'er's command and began to disperse the crowd. The security personnel who arrived also assisted in clearing the area, for it was indeed a family matter, and such affairs ought to be resolved behind closed doors. "Is this your family's business? Why didn't you inform me?" At that moment, Xiao Jun turned his head, casting an odd look at Yuan Yin'er. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she replied with conviction, "I don't need to pay for purchases here. So of course I brought you along. Besides, you hadn't asked until now." Xiao Jun was momentarily speechless. The daughter of Yuan Dahai was indeed a true heiress? Meanwhile, the crowd was in an uproar, taken aback. Many were unaware of the store's background, but the employees certainly were, for they were backed by the Yuan family. Especially upon witnessing Manager Ma's respectful demeanor, the female sales associate's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by lightning. If Manager Ma addressed her as Miss, did that not imply she was the daughter of the esteemed Yuan? Had she moments ago looked down upon the daughter of Yuan Dahai? As the crowd began to disperse, realizing the identity of the owner's daughter, they understood that the spectacle was no longer of interest and gradually departed. Some began to mock Zhong Lan, who had belittled the heiress while assisting the employees against their own employer. Zhong Lan's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between disbelief and indignation. She immediately grasped Ma Li's arm, demanding, "Manager Ma, what is the meaning of this?" "Sister Zhong, as you can see, it is precisely that." Ma Li replied, his expression impassive. "We appreciate your candid defense, but now we must handle this internally. It no longer concerns you." Although sensing the atmosphere was amiss, Zhong Lan could hardly believe that Xiao Jun had indeed befriended a genuine heiress. "How can it not concern me? I'm a long-time acquaintance of Xiao Cui. If you fail to manage this properly, I shall cease my patronage." "Very well." At this moment, Yuan Yin'er finally seized the opportunity to step forward, fixing her gaze on the female sales associate and coldly stating, "You are an employee in my store. I admit that I struck you earlier, which was inappropriate on my part, yet this serves as a lesson for you. With such a lowly attitude, if I were to retain you, my store might very well be brought to ruin by your presence." "Miss, please, I didn't mean to," pleaded the sales associate, her voice trembling. "You are dismissed." Yuan Yin'er showed no mercy, declaring, "You were at fault first, and we shall not provide you with any compensation stipulated in the labor contract. I can offer you an apology, and additionally, I will give you 10,000 yuan as a gesture of goodwill." "No." The sales associate was taken aback. This job was of utmost importance to her, as it belonged to a luxury brand. During peak seasons, her earnings, including commissions and base salary, typically reached 30 to 40,000 yuan a month, not to mention 10,000 yuan, or even the 50,000 yuan she had mentioned earlier, was but a fraction of the value of this position. Upon hearing that she was to be fired, the sales associate was utterly distraught. However, Yuan Yin'er had no intention of engaging further. She signaled to the manager and instructed the front desk to gather the clothes, then turned to Xiao Jun and said, "Let us depart." She wished to no longer concern herself with the matters at hand. As Xiao Jun and she made to leave, the sales associate immediately sought to plead her case, but Manager Ma swiftly interjected, his face stern. "The young lady has spoken. Hurry and pack your belongings. Then proceed to the finance department for settlement." The sales associate felt tears welling up, recalling her earlier actions, regretting them deeply. Yet, with the mall security present, she could not create a scene and could only cast a resentful glance at Zhong Lan as she went to the staff room to collect her things. She knew all too well that had it not been for Zhong Lan's deliberate provocation, she would not have lost her job, especially if the manager had arrived earlier. It was all Zhong Lan's doing, stirring the pot and causing this turmoil. "Sister Zhong, are you satisfied with this outcome?" Manager Ma finally inquired of Zhong Lan. Startled by the piercing gaze from Xiao Cui moments ago, Zhong Lan, facing Ma Li's question, replied with a sullen expression, "I no longer wish to be a VIP customer. I will not return." "Very well, that is your choice." Manager Ma showed no inclination to retain her, nodding as he stated, "I will cancel your VIP status across all 6 stores in Qingcheng and throughout the Dragon Nation's brand stores." "You." Zhong Lan gaped in shock. This VIP status was not hers, but belonged to her in-laws. It was a tool for her to flaunt her connections, but in a moment of indiscretion, Manager Ma was indeed prepared to revoke it. Yet, she refused to back down, mustering her courage to say, "Who is that woman? Is she the daughter of your store's owner? You are taking advantage of customers. I will file a complaint against you. That is likewise your prerogative." Ma Li's expression hardened, and after a brief pause, he added coolly, "If, Sister Zhong, you believe you can shake the Yuan group with your influence, then feel free." The Yuan group? Zhong Lan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. In Qingcheng, there was but one Yuan group, and it had only one direct female descendant. She is Yuan Yin'er. Upon contemplating this possibility, as she observed Yuan Yin'er hastily departing with Xiao Jun, Zhong Lan's heart skipped a beat, her expression a blend of disbelief and astonishment. Chapter 58. The Class Reunion. I apologize, Xiao Jun, for the trouble I have caused you. After exiting the shopping mall, Yuan Yin'er wore a look of deep remorse, gazing pitifully at Xiao Jun. Although she was unaware of Xiao Jun's true identity as her father's physician, she had subtly inquired about him. Naturally, she was aware that the former Xiao Jun, as the detestable old woman Zhong Lan described, was a son-in-law living under the shadow of others, perceived as a failure by society. Yet, if he were truly a failure, how could he possess the skill to heal her father? How could he earn the genuine respect of her proud second uncle? There were even rumors that he had saved the life of the venerable Liu family patriarch in Tianfu City, a revelation that had drawn her second uncle to him. Thus, it was evident that Xiao Jun had once harbored unspoken struggles, likely bound by some commitment that led him to wed under duress. It was only after his divorce that he dared to showcase his talents. The young girl's imagination was vibrant, already weaving tales of men who were both extraordinary and resilient. However, she felt that she had inadvertently brought trouble upon Xiao Jun, worrying that Zhong Lan might reopen old wounds, causing him distress or sorrow, which prompted her sincere apology. "What trouble?" Xiao Jun smiled and countered. "Isn't that your own predicament? Have you not resolved it yourself?" Yuan Yin'er paused, noting that Xiao Jun's smile seemed genuine. Tentatively, she inquired, "Aren't you upset? That old woman spoke of you in such a manner. What she said is the truth. Why should I be angry?" Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly. "I was indeed as she described." The more composed Xiao Jun appeared, the more discomfort Yuan Yin'er felt, remarking, "Your wife lacks discernment. She failed to recognize your talents. Xiao Jun, you must believe that there are still those in this world who appreciate your worth." "What nonsense are you speaking?" Xiao Jun observed her struggling to manage numerous shopping bags. "Are you still attending your classmates' gathering? With all those suits, I cannot possibly wear them." "Oh, I was quite agitated earlier and hastily grabbed them." Yuan Yin'er realized, sticking out her tongue. "Never mind, just wear this one. You can forego the tie. I will discard the other clothes." "Discard them?" Xiao Jun exclaimed, his eyes widening. "Though these garments belong to your Yuan family, do not be so wasteful. Your father taught you to be modest. Did he not also instruct you on the virtues of frugality? Very well. I shall place them in the mall storage locker for now." Yuan Yin'er turned and dashed back, securing her shopping bags before returning, breathless, her cheeks flushed. "Let's go." Yuan Yin'er said, "I have delayed you. The car has arrived, and I will summon it." For a brief moment, I sensed that you had matured considerably. Xiao Jun interjected, stepping forward to hail a taxi. Yuan Yin'er was taken aback. "When did this happen?" "At the moment you apologized to that sales associate named Xiao Chui." Xiao Jun replied with a smile, opening the car door. Yuan Yin'er appeared exceedingly joyful, her eyes curving like crescent moons that had fallen into a deep pool, as she hopped into the car. At that moment, Xiao Jun heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning his head, he was surprised to see Zhong Lan chasing after him. With one hand raised above her head, she waved her Chanel handbag, and upon noticing Xiao Jun's gaze, she excitedly beckoned him. "Fool!" Xiao Jun coldly muttered, turning to enter the car, leaving Zhong Lan bewildered in the wind, as if turned to stone. The Bin Hua Grand Hotel, an esteemed establishment in Qingcheng, was the venue for Yuan Yin'er's classmates' 20th birthday celebration. A display board stood at the entrance, featuring a picturesque seaside mansion with a strikingly beautiful, tall girl in a flowing white dress gazing into the distance like a fairy. Xiao Jun glanced at the image and remarked, "Is that your classmate? Quite lovely." For reasons unknown, Yuan Yin'er visibly frowned upon hearing this, pouting as she replied, "The photo is heavily edited. She doesn't look like that at all." Perhaps realizing her tone was too harsh, she quickly added, Her name is Su Qingqing. You mustn't compliment her in front of her. She inflates like a balloon at the slightest praise. Maintain your aloof demeanor and uphold your domineering persona. Xiao Jun's lips twitched at the notion of a domineering persona, sensing that Yuan Yin'er and this girl were not on amicable terms. Throughout the journey, he gleaned from Yuan Yin'er a general understanding of Su Qingqing's background. The Su family was engaged in foreign trade, well known in Qingcheng with substantial assets. Like Yuan Yin'er, Su Qingqing was also a student at Qingqing University, both enrolled in the business administration program. Due to their striking appearances, they were often compared, with Su Qingqing being dubbed the belle of the department. Despite Yuan Yin'er's efforts to remain inconspicuous at school, her brilliance shone through in academics and sports. Consisting overshadowed Su Qingqing. Consequently, the two were frequently juxtaposed by their peers. Su Qingqing, disinterested in her studies, preferred mingling with Qingqing's elite for social bragging rights. Although she feigned friendship, she held disdain for Yuan Yin'er, who came from a modest background and focused solely on her studies. Their relationship was fraught with friction, hardly qualifying as even superficial friends. The invitation extended to Yuan Yin'er was primarily because Su Qingqing had invited most of their classmates, and secondly, she wished to flaunt her accomplished boyfriend before Yuan Yin'er. Rumor had it that her boyfriend was an islander, the son of a shareholder in a major conglomerate. On their way to the lavish hall rented by Su Qingqing, Yuan Yin'er reiterated her explanation. An islander? Xiao Jun nodded, commenting, so upon hearing he is a shareholder's son, you couldn't resist the urge to showcase me as your domineering boyfriend to impress your classmates. Your choice of companion certainly aligns with that image. Yuan Yin'er was quite pleased with how Xiao Jun looked in his suit, as he indeed appeared transformed. Indeed, I promised you. In any case, I shall speak little, and after dining, I shall take my leave. Xiao Jun, too, preferred to minimize interactions with these youthful individuals, reiterating his stance. The lavish venue. The small hall of the Bin Hua Grand Hotel appeared to host around 7 or 8 tables, and by the time Yuan Yin'er and Xiao Jun arrived, the guests were already gathered. Yuan Yin'er, you certainly took your time. Today marks Su Qingqing's birthday, not a sports event. How could you arrive dressed in such a manner? Laughter rang out, accompanied by scornful remarks. Ah, still in your task sportswear. I've seen you in that for a year or two now. Qingqing turns 20 today. Your appearance is rather disrespectful towards her. Inside the hall, Su Qingqing had invited classmates, not societal elites, and every face bore a youthful innocence. Most of the boys were clad in suits, while the girls donned evening gowns or long dresses. Yuan Yin'er, in her athletic attire, stood out conspicuously amidst the formal assembly. Thus, upon entering the hall, she was met with chuckles and derisive gazes. The source of the ridicule was a short-haired girl in a revealing black gown, her neckline plunging to emphasize her assets. Like sycophants surrounding a man, Su Qingqing, who fancied herself a socialite of distinguished lineage, was not without her own cadre of followers. This short-haired girl, named Su Lin, was one such follower. As she spoke, she elegantly sipped from her glass of red wine, believing herself to exude sophistication. Disregarding Su Lin's jibes, Yuan Yin'er pulled Xiao Jun towards one of the tables and sat down resolutely. Chapter 59. Shall we return it? Su Lin's expression darkened as she approached Yuan Yin'er, feigning a smile. Yuan Yin'er, you haven't introduced your companion here. Who is he? You are not worthy of knowing his name. Yuan Yin'er replied coldly. If there are no seats available, kindly move aside and refrain from leaning on me. You want me to move? Su Lin, unable to contain her irritation, retorted, we have all been waiting for you. Not only are you late, but you also exhibit this attitude. Who do you think you are? A wealthy heiress? You are absolutely correct. She indeed is a wealthy heiress. Xiao Jun mused silently, masking his thoughts while playing along with Yuan Yin'er. What does it matter to you? Yuan Yin'er scoffed. I came to dine. I did not keep you waiting. If you are hungry and cannot eat, that is a problem for Su Qingqing, not mine. Yuan Yin'er. Su Lin had initially intended to assert dominance over Yuan Yin'er, but the latter's sharp tongue left her momentarily speechless with rage. This exchange left the others in the hall astonished. For Yuan Yin'er had always maintained a low profile at school, rarely engaging in conflicts. Now, however, she appeared transformed. Su Lin, do not disrupt the harmony among classmates. A clear voice interjected at that moment. A woman clad in an elegant off-shoulder white gown adorned with a dazzling diamond necklace approached. She was none other than Su Qingqing. The very same woman whom Xiao Jun had glimpsed on the display wall at the entrance. Unlike the others present, Su Qingqing, though merely 20 years of age, exuded a mature charm that transcended her youth. Her makeup was impeccably applied, and her every gesture was imbued with the essence of a socialite. However, she was not particularly tall. Her stature was elevated by a pair of heels at least 10 centimeters high, as she gracefully approached Yuan Yen'er. Su Qingqing, not only did you arrive late, but you also insulted others, Su Lin immediately reported. I heard that. Su Qingqing nodded toward Su Lin before turning her gaze to the immobile Yuan Yen'er seated in her chair. Yuan Yen'er, we are all classmates here. Do you not think your words lack friendliness? Moreover, the reason I refrained from allowing everyone to eat was to wait for your arrival. Your immediate retort now reflects poorly on your character. Is that so? Yuan Yen'er shot her a glance. You waited specifically for me because you feared I might not come, didn't you? What a peculiar statement. Su Qingqing replied with a slight furrow of her brows. Classmates ought to look out for one another. I invited you because you were my classmate, and I waited for you for the same reason. Let's refrain from discussing trivial matters. Yuan Yen'er waved her hand dismissively. Now that I am here, you may allow them to start eating. I have matters to attend to after the meal. Yuan Yen'er, do not be so hasty. You have yet to introduce the gentleman beside you. Su Qingqing noted, her smile fading at Yuan Yen'er's lack of decorum. I recall you mentioning a boyfriend. Is this him? Indeed, Yuan Yen'er responded. He is the CEO of a publicly listed company. You may refer to him as Mr. Xiao. His worth is in the billions. You should make his acquaintance. The crowd murmured in astonishment. It must be said, as they observed the poised Xiao Jun. He exuded an air of authority without needing to raise his voice, indeed fitting the role. The CEO of a publicly listed company? Su Qingqing remarked with a half-smile. May I inquire which company he presides over? To possess such wealth at such a young age, he must be a renowned entrepreneur, correct? That is not for you to concern yourself with, Yuan Yen'er replied. All you need to know is that he is exceptionally impressive. Furthermore, he operates on a different level than you. Do not attempt to engage him in idle conversation. He is rather aloof and will only deign to acknowledge me. How remarkable! Su Qingqing laughed lightly, her demeanor vibrant. But does the CEO of a publicly listed company truly leave tags on his clothing? It was then that the crowd noticed the tag dangling from the back of Xiao Jun's suit, having come loose. Huh, so the esteemed CEO is rather frugal. Su Lin could not contain her laughter. This attire certainly appears costly. I wonder if he plans to return it after dining. Another girl chimed in jest. No wonder Yuan Yen'er did not want you seated beside her. She must have feared oil stains would render the return impossible. Laughter erupted among the group. Their gazes towards Xiao Jun shifting. With tags still attached, was he not merely putting on airs? Yuan Yen'er could not help but feel her cheeks flush. The recent commotion at the mall had caused her to overlook this matter. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun remained indifferent, turning a deaf ear to the mockery of those around him. Indeed, they were ridiculing a billionaire, a figure of immense stature, which had no bearing on me, a successor of the ancient medical lineage. Let us begin our meal. Su Qingqing cheerfully beckoned. It is worth noting that during their school days, although Yuan Yen'er maintained a low profile, she was perceived as someone deliberately feigning innocence, exuding an air of aloofness. Now that her boastful claims had been exposed, Su Qingqing felt an undeniable sense of delight. By the way, where's your boyfriend? Yuan Yen'er inquired. Su Lin scoffed. What? Do you genuinely wish to compare him to Su Qingqing's boyfriend? He is a bona fide heir of a wealthy conglomerate, currently occupied with business affairs. Thus he will arrive a little later. Yet, it must be said that Yuan Yen'er's companion was not merely a wealthy scion, but a pioneer, a CEO in his own right. Su Qingqing teased, our gentleman is indeed incomparable. Let us cease this discussion and commence our meal. As long as you understand, Yuan Yen'er huffed, regaining her composure. I am here to eat. Extraneous individuals should make way, especially you. Su Lin, keep your distance. What are you pretending for? Su Lin could hardly tolerate her demeanor. Yet seeing Su Qingqing no longer pursue the matter, she too let out a huff. The birthday banquet officially commenced, the small hall illuminated with a myriad of lights, while a large screen showcased photographs of Su Qingqing from childhood to the present. Met with flattering remarks from the girls. Su Qingqing has truly blossomed from a young beauty into an exquisite woman. She was a little princess, they gushed. Su Qingqing has been living in a villa since such a young age. This must be on Mother Mountain, where property prices were quite steep over a decade ago. Just think of the value of such a grand residence. Come, I propose a toast. Let us all raise our glasses to wish Su Qingqing a joyous 20th birthday. A boy finally suggested, prompting everyone to lift their glasses in unison. What ostentation! Yuan Yin'er could only raise her glass, muttering under her breath. As the crowd raised their glasses in tribute to Su Qingqing, her face radiated joy as she downed the contents of her glass in one go. With her invitation, everyone took their seats, marking the official start of the feast. Xiao Jun, having had the price tag on his attire discreetly removed by Yuan Yin'er, paid no mind to the gazes of those around him, focusing solely on his meal. Yet, one could not deny that the cuisine at this hotel was quite delectable, particularly for Xiao Jun, who had endured a long spell of hospital cafeteria fare. However, the others looked upon him with disdain. After all, Yuan Yin'er had previously boasted excessively, and now Xiao Jun's manner of eating, akin to a famished soul ravenously devouring food, presented a stark contrast. Notably, Su Lin persistently pointed and giggled in their direction. "Are you all right?" Yuan Yin'er quietly asked. "What could possibly be wrong?" "Just eat. I will be leaving shortly," he replied. Xiao Jun pondered whether to take some of the delectable dishes back for Chun Song as a late-night snack, given their undeniable quality. After an hour of dining, just as Xiao Jun was preparing to depart, a man of average stature entered the room. He sported a small mustache and appeared to be around 24 or 25 years old, clad in an eye-catching red suit and white leather shoes. Despite his flamboyant attire, it was only when Su Qingqing approached him that the others realized he was her boyfriend, Nakagawa Hejun, a genuine son of the island's elite, prompting everyone to rise in acknowledgement. "Allow me to introduce him," Su Qingqing said, linking her arm with Nakagawa Hejun's, her face radiating happiness. "This is Nakagawa Hejun, the third son of the Far East Trading Consortium, and my boyfriend. Darling, I'm sorry for being late. A last-minute business engagement kept me from joining you," Nakagawa Hejun expressed. His apology conveyed in broken Chinese. "I completely understand," Su Qingqing replied, ever empathetic. "You oversee business operations for the island in the Dragon Kingdom, and it's perfectly normal for you to be busy with contracts worth millions. There will always be time for us. I truly apologize," Nakagawa Hejun sighed, before adding, "To express my regret, I brought you a gift this morning to celebrate your 20th birthday." He produced a carefully prepared jewelry box from his pocket and presented it before Su Qingqing. To the astonishment of those present, inside lay a diamond ring, its size comparable to that of a thumbprint, reflecting dazzling brilliance under the soft lighting of the room. Gasps of admiration erupted from several onlookers, particularly among the women, who were filled with envy. "Oh my!" Su Qingqing exclaimed, blushing profusely, clearly taken aback by the unexpected surprise. "Here, let me put it on for you," Nakagawa Hejun said tenderly, as he took her hand and slipped the ring onto her finger. The room erupted in applause, a wave of excitement filling the air. "Thank you, darling." Su Qingqing's eyes shimmered with tears of joy, overwhelmed by the affection she felt in this public display of love. "Not all, my dear," Nakagawa Hejun replied. "I will love you forever." The two embraced as their friends, including Su Lin, cheered playfully around them. "Darling? Baby?" It's as if they're in a soap opera. Yuan Yin'er thought to herself, rolling her eyes. Knowing Su Qingqing as she did, she suspected this display was something the woman had rehearsed, and lamented that she wasn't pursuing a career in acting. "Yuan Yin'er, what is your issue? Can't you see how happy Su Qingqing is? Are you upset?" Su Lin pointedly remarked, having noticed Yuan Yin'er's expression. "I didn't say anything," Yuan Yin'er replied innocently. "Anyway, happy birthday, Su Qingqing. Your boyfriend has arrived. And I'm full now, so I'll take my leave." Xiao Jun had long wished to depart, but felt it would be impolite to leave just as Nakagawa Hejun arrived, so he remained seated. However, upon Yuan's suggestion, he too stood and smiled, signaling his intent to leave. "Don't rush off just yet." Su Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward, her face aglow with a smile. "If we leave right after dinner, people might think I have not taken proper care of you. There will be entertainment later. I have reserved a KTV room. Let us go together." "No, no. I want to go." Yuan Yin'er waved her hand dismissively. "Who is this?" Nakamura Hejun approached, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Yuan Yin'er. Although she was dressed rather casually, her natural beauty was unmistakable. The other girls, adorned in vibrant attire for Su Qingqing's birthday, only served to accentuate her unique charm. "This is my classmate, Yuan Yin'er. Su Qingqing quickly introduced. Hello. Nakamura Hajun disregarded the presence of Xiao Jun standing beside her, presenting a smile he deemed gentlemanly, extending his hand toward Yuan Yin'er. I am Nakamura Junha, the executive director for the Longwa region of oceanic trade, a third-generation scion of the Nakamura family. Upon hearing him mention his family lineage, Yuan Yin'er could hardly suppress a laugh. As the eldest daughter of the Yuan family, she was familiar with the name oceanic trade, which had gained some international renown and maintained a branch in Qingcheng, with business ties to her own family. The Nakamura family was indeed one of the prominent families from the island nation. However, she could not recall ever hearing the name Nakamura Junha before. Hello. Yuan Yin'er offered a polite handshake with Nakamura Junha. Today is Qingqing's birthday. It would indeed be quite neglectful if we only had a meal with classmates and friends. Nakamura Hajun proposed. Miss Yuan, why not do me the honor? I have connections at the Royal KTV. It's still early, and I can book a royal suite. We could sing a few songs before heading out. Moreover, everyone here are classmates. This could serve as an excellent opportunity to foster camaraderie. After all, such chances become scarce once we enter society. Although Nakamura Hajun Chinese was not particularly fluent, his words were clear and rather reasonable. Yuan Yin'er initially intended to decline, but the sincerity in Nakamura Hajun's expression made it difficult for her to refuse. After all, her grievances were solely with Su Qingqing and her companions, and she bore no ill will toward the majority of the classmates present. As she hesitated, the other students around her were visibly intrigued, eager to partake. The Royal KTV was one of the premier entertainment venues in Qingcheng, and, as students, they could scarcely afford the standard rooms costing thousands, let alone the royal suites, which seemed like a distant dream. If they accompanied Su Qingqing to the royal suite, it would certainly be a tale to share back at school. Darling, I have already booked another KTV. Su Qingqing in the hasti. Nakamura Hajun pulled out his phone, ignoring Su Qingqing, and stepped aside to make a call. Half a minute later, he announced, I have already made the reservation. This is too extravagant. Su Qingqing exclaimed, her face filled with astonishment. It's hardly extravagant. A royal suite isn't that expensive. With over 20 of us, it'll only cost about 100,000 for the evening, Nakamura Hajun replied nonchalantly. Nakamura Hajun tenderly addressed Su Qingqing. You are an angel descended from heaven. It is not merely a matter of hundreds of thousands, even 30 or 50,000. For you, it is all worth it. Su Qingqing blushed and lightly patted Nakamura Hajun on the shoulder, exclaiming playfully, how annoying, spending lavishly to win a smile from a beauty. A group of girls looked on with envy, thinking this is the epitome of love. By the way, wasn't the Royal Dynasty KTV shut down? At that moment, an incongruous voice interrupted. Chapter 61. You are ill yet refuse treatment? The crowd paused, turning their heads to see Xiao Jun standing behind them. The one who had just spoken. And you are? Nakamura Hajun inquired, his brow slightly furrowing. This is Yuan Yin'er's boyfriend. What was his name again? Ah, Mr. Xiao. Su Qingqing said with a half-smile. Indeed, the identity of the new student is rather extraordinary. Yuan Yin'er mentioned he is the CEO of a publicly listed company. Oh, Nakamura Hajun raised his chin, scrutinizing Xiao Jun from head to toe. Mr. Xiao, I wonder where you hold your esteemed position. What company do you run? In Qingcheng. I know many CEOs of listed companies. They're all my friends. Just a small company. Nothing significant, Xiao Jun replied with a chuckle. Mr. Nakamura, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. He sensed that Yuan Yin'er might find it difficult to refuse this invitation, but he had no intention of attending any entertainment events and wished to depart directly. I remember who you are now. Suddenly, a voice rang out, belonging to a male classmate who pointed at Xiao Jun with a shout. The crowd tensed. Could it be that Xiao Jun was indeed a billionaire? However, the next words from the male classmate sent everyone into laughter. He runs a clinic over on Wuchang Avenue. My second uncle lives above his clinic. I often go there for meals. Just the other day, I saw him sitting at the entrance. The classmate exclaimed excitedly. No wonder I found him familiar. It just came to me. A clinic? Su Lin burst into laughter, teasingly gazing at Yuan Yin'er. So your boyfriend's clinic is worth billions? What kind of clinic is so valuable? Hilarity erupted among the crowd. Initially, they hadn't thought much of the earlier boast, as Xiao Jun seemed to possess a certain charm. Even if it didn't match Yuan Yin'er's exaggerations, he still appeared to be somewhat accomplished. But now, upon hearing the classmate declare he was merely a clinic doctor, They laughed unrestrainedly. And so what if he runs a clinic? Yuan Yin'er retorted angrily. Xiao Jun operates a TCM clinic. Do you understand? So, you are admitting it yourself? Su Lin laughed. Looking at her with disdain, Yuan Yin'er, I never realized you were so vain, parading a doctor as if he were a grand figure. Even if a doctor is wealthy, a couple of million at most. How shameless to inflate it 100-fold. Who are you calling shameless? Yuan Yin'er, feeling cornered, could not help but seethe with anger. Very well. Let us not dwell on it any longer. As Yuan Yin'er has her own considerations, Su Qingqing remarked graciously, stepping forward. The two had often been subjects of comparison within the school, had both secured boyfriends, one a scion of a wealthy conglomerate, the other the CEO of a publicly listed company. They might have been viewed as equals. However, following the recent revelations, the crowd perceived Yuan Yin'er as lacking integrity. As Su Lin had pointed out, her vanity was excessive, akin to a person puffing themselves up to appear more substantial than they truly are. Thus, when Su Qingqing spoke, the onlookers began to chatter excitedly, and Yuan Yin'er's reputation plummeted in the eyes of her peers. Overwhelmed by the disparagement surrounding her, tears welled in Yuan Yin'er's eyes. She had intended for Xiao Jun to come to her aid, but the situation had escalated unexpectedly. She found herself on the verge of revealing her true identity. After all, she was the daughter of the Yuan group, and her connections could easily secure her boyfriend a fortune exceeding 10 billion. This would certainly validate her claims. What doctors? Xiao Jun interjected suddenly, fixing a cold stare upon Su Lin. Do you look down upon physicians? Is it that one does not require medical attention when unwell? Su Lin, startled by Xiao Jun's gaze, quickly regained her composure and retorted with a smirk. In the eyes of ordinary people, doctors are indeed respectable. But to presume to impersonate the creme de la creme of society is rather presumptuous. Is 10 billion truly the threshold for being at the top? Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly. Who says doctors cannot possess wealth? What if I truly do? A chorus of laughter erupted, including from Su Qingqing, as they perceived Xiao Jun's words as desperate and ill-considered. Even the most esteemed specialists in the Dragon Nation would not boast such a fortune. Enough, Nakagawa Hejun interjected, shaking his head. Today is Qingqing's birthday, and Mr. Xiao, as a healer, is undoubtedly noble. I ask everyone to grant me this courtesy, and let us cease this discussion. Observing the gentle and refined Nakagawa Hejun alongside the incomprehensible Xiao Jun, many could not help but shake their heads at the evident disparity in their stations. Truly, one could not help but admire Su Qingqing's boyfriend. His demeanor and presence were beyond reproach. The sophistication of individuals from foreign financial conglomerates is indeed commendable. It is said that the island nation places great emphasis on cultural etiquette. Su Qingqing is fortunate to have such a modern-day Prince Charming in her life. Nakagawa Hejun's intervention had successfully diffused the tension. As classmates gathered around him with expressions of admiration, Su Qingqing beamed, turning the conversation back to Yuan Yin'er, asking, Since we have all nearly finished our meal, and my darling has reserved the Emperor's suite at the Royal KTV, would you care to join us? Of course. Why wouldn't I? Yuan Yin'er replied defiantly. Then let us proceed to the KTV for some cake. Off we go, Su Qingqing declared, having achieved her aim, and began to rally everyone. Wait, I have a question for Mr. Xiao, someone interjected. Nakamura Hejun spoke up again, fixing his gaze directly on Xiao Jun, and inquired, Did you just say that the Imperial KTV has been shut down? Indeed, Xiao Jun replied with a nod. Nakamura Hejun shook his head, asserting, That is simply impossible. As you have just witnessed, my friend has already secured a room for us. I am not privy to that information. Xiao Jun shrugged in response. A fierce glint flashed in Nakamura Hejun's eyes. Despite his still clumsy command of Chinese, he spoke with an air of authority. In Qingqing, the Imperial KTV cannot possibly be closed. I need not elaborate on its significant backing, and I am uncertain where you acquired such alarming rumors. If your intention was merely to incite a spectacle, I find it wholly unwarranted. After a brief pause, Nakamura Hejun continued, Had this matter only been directed at me, I would have been indifferent. However, today marks my girlfriend's birthday, and your slander necessitates an apology from you. Indeed, just moments ago, Nakamura Hejun had placed a call to reserve a room, only to be met with Xiao Jun's claim of shutdown. This insinuated deceit on his part, striking a blow to his pride, and Nakamura Hejun was not inclined to tolerate it. Xiao Jun's expression darkened. His initial intent had been to offer a friendly warning to Nakamura Hajun. Yet he found himself faced with arrogance and a demand for an apology. The audacity of this young man from a small island nation was astonishing. Moreover, the surrounding classmates, eager to curry favor with Nakamura and Su Qingqing, had been dismissive and disparaging towards Yuan Yin'er, igniting his ire. After all, in his eyes, what was Yuan Yin'er's standing? If she truly wished to compete with Su Qingqing, she need only flaunt her identity and background as she had done earlier in the mall. Her actions seemed merely whimsical, a manifestation of youthful folly. Yet, this naivety should not come at such a cost, allowing Su Qingqing and her ilk to seize upon it with relentless scorn. Thus, a cold smile crept upon Xiao Jun's lips as he retorted, "Whether it is true or not, we shall know when we arrive, won't we? Very well. I shall await your apology." With that, Nakamura Hajun nodded at Su Qingqing and strode confidently out. Chapter 62. A threat. As Nakamura Hajun exited, the crowd followed suit. Arriving at the entrance where his convertible Porsche 911 awaited, drawing forth a wave of admiration and envy. Nakamura Hajun had abstained from alcohol, opting to drive. However, the vehicle accommodated only two, leaving Su Qingqing in the passenger seat while the others, including Yuan Yin'er and Xiao Jun, had no choice but to take taxis. 30 minutes later, they all gathered at the entrance of the Imperial KTV. Upon disembarking, they were greeted by the sight of the KTV's firmly shut doors, leaving each face adorned with astonishment. Turning to Xiao Jun, who stood beside Yuan Yin'er, they exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that he was right? Xiao Jun remained unfazed, while Yuan Yin'er felt a sense of vindication. How could it have been shut down? She mused, observing the seemingly long-abandoned Imperial KTV. Nakamura Hajun's expression instinctively darkened. He stepped aside and began to call his friend. A few moments later, he hung up the phone and said in a low voice, "My friend was mistaken. The Imperial KTV has indeed been shut down due to recent incidents. He booked a room at a different KTV for me." Although his tone remained relatively calm, he felt a burning heat on his face. Deliberately avoiding the gaze of Xiao Jun, Su Qingqing quickly interjected, "In that case, I still have my reservation at the KTV and you needn't trouble yourself. Let us go there instead. Don't worry, classmates, I will cover the transportation costs. Let's set off." There were no objections from the group, yet a sense of discomfort lingered in the air. After all, Nakamura Hajun had been so adamant just moments ago, specifically stating that he had reserved the room through a friend, even demanding an apology from Xiao Jun for slander. But now, the swift turn of events had proven Xiao Jun right. Nakamura Hajun sensed this subtle shift and let out a low grunt, attempting to get into the car. "Wait." Xiao Jun grasped Nakamura Hajun's arm. "You still owe me an apology." "Why should I apologize to you?" Nakamura Hajun retorted stiffly, attempting to shake off Xiao Jun's grip. However, he was unable to free himself, which only fueled his anger further. "What do you mean by that? You just accused me of fabricating stories and deliberately slandering you." Xiao Jun replied indifferently, "But the facts have proven otherwise. It is your turn to apologize." Nakamura Hajun's expression darkened. "You are such a petty person." Noticing the change in his demeanor, Su Qingqing quickly suppressed her feelings and stepped forward. "My boyfriend merely spoke offhandedly. He did not intend for you to apologize. Why must you stubbornly press the issue? Understand this. I was merely trying to help, but it was your boyfriend who was aggressive," Xiao Jun remarked, looking at Su Qingqing. "I will certainly apologize if I am in the wrong, but he cannot simply evade the consequences of his mistake," she retorted. "What is your standing, and what is Mr. Nakamura's?" Su Lin chimed in from the side, adding fuel to the fire. "I suggest you know when to back down," she said. Xiao Jun cast a glance at her, too uninterested to engage. "Let go." Nakamura Hajun, feeling cornered, wore a terrifyingly cold expression. "Is it really so difficult to apologize when one is wrong?" Yuan Yin'er, filled with frustration, spoke up in support of Xiao Jun. "Fine." Nakamura Hajun laughed in anger. Yet in front of the onlookers, he did not wish to lose face nor abandon his composure. After several tense seconds, he finally said stiffly, "I apologize for not asking clearly." Having received his apology, Su Qingqing urged, "Now let go." Although she too felt embarrassed, she spoke up. Xiao Jun finally released his grip, while Nakamura Hajun let out a cold snort, staring at Xiao Jun for a while before slowly saying, "Kid, why don't you ride in my car? Just the two of us?" Xiao Jun responded incredulously. "My car only accommodates two," Nakamura Hajun replied, not waiting for an answer as he turned and entered his Porsche 911. Are we not going? Yuan Yin'er asked, feeling uneasy. Why not go? Xiao Jun remarked. Since I've agreed, singing a few songs won't be a problem. It has been quite a while since I last sang, and since Mr. Nakamura has invited me, I shall accompany him. However, Yuan Yin'er hesitated for a moment. It's fine. Just come over later. Xiao Jun reassured her with a light pat on her shoulder and a casual smile. Yuan Yin'er, what are you still doing standing here? We won't have enough time otherwise, Su Qingqing interjected, her irritation evident. Classmates, we're heading to the king of songs KTV. I've reserved a private room over there. Su Qingqing felt quite displeased. After all, taking a taxi couldn't compare to the flair of a sports car. She blamed the foolish man Yuan Yin'er had brought along for angering her boyfriend. As she spoke, she shot a piercing glance at Yuan Yin'er, her earlier good mood evaporating. In truth, the classmates present believed Xiao Jun's actions were not inappropriate, as the exchange between him and Nakamura Hejun had devolved into a verbal agreement akin to a wager. Given that Xiao Jun had made an error and needed to apologize, it was only reasonable for Nakamura Hejun to do the same if he erred. However, this was merely a matter of ethics. In reality, the disparity in their social standings was vast. Xiao Jun could overlook it, but once he took it to heart, it was all too easy to offend someone. After all, with Nakamura Hejun's status and societal position, securing a doctor was hardly a challenge. For instance, at this moment, having lost face, Nakamura Hejun's insistence that Xiao Jun share his vehicle likely signaled a desire to assert dominance. In their minds, Nakamura Hejun was undeniably a big shot, and the university was but a microcosm of society. Consequently, many chose to distance themselves from Yuan Yin'er, declining to share a ride with her due to Nakamura Hejun's identity. However, Yuan Yin'er was unperturbed by all this. Once in the car, she silently resolved that if Nakamura Hejun truly wished to pursue this matter, she would simply reveal her own status. Creating unnecessary enmity for Xiao Jun was not her intention. As soon as Xiao Jun settled into the vehicle, Nakamura Hejun pressed the accelerator, and the Porsche 911 roared to life, hurtling down the road like a wild stallion, the wind howling past their ears. You really disrespected me earlier, Nakamura Hejun commented while driving. Do you know who I am? Your girlfriend introduced you, Xiao Jun replied, fastening his seatbelt to quell the sensation of weightlessness before responding. You are the executive director of the Ocean Trade Group, the third son of the Japanese Ocean Consortium. Knowing my identity, you still dared to demand an apology? You have quite the audacity, Nakamura Hejun said coldly. Do you think you can earn $1 million a year running a shabby clinic on Wuchang Avenue? Not likely. Xiao Jun shook his head, admitting that he rarely opened the clinic and had only managed to scrape together a few thousand over the years. Do you even comprehend how much I earn in a month? $1 million is merely a trifling sum. Nakamura Hejun turned to look at Xiao Jun, his gaze dripping with condescension. Without even mentioning my family or background, my own capabilities alone render you utterly insignificant. The facade finally dropped, and Xiao Jun couldn't help but find amusement in Nakamura Hejun's overwhelming sense of superiority. He replied, so what? Do you think that after tonight, our paths will no longer cross and you need not fear me? Nakamura Hejun, with a stern expression, responded, it should have been a straightforward process. But I am someone who values face. You have embarrassed me in front of my girlfriend and her classmates, so I intend to create more intersections between us. And how do you propose to create these intersections? Quite simply, Nakamura Hejun said as he parked the car by the roadside, lit a cigarette, and exhaled smoke toward Xiao Jun. Once we exit the car, you will kneel and bow in accordance with the etiquette of your countrymen before everyone in the KTV, sincerely apologizing to me. I will graciously forgive you. Xiao Jun chuckled and seized Nakamura Hejun's cigarette, crushing it on the center console. Do you have any idea how much this car costs? Seeing the black mark left by the cigarette, but Nakamura Hejun was infuriated. However, realizing he was physically outmatched by Xiao Jun, he suppressed his anger. After flicking the extinguished cigarette out of the car, Xiao Jun calmly replied, you require me to kneel and bow for your gracious forgiveness? Is that truly the simplest approach? Nakamura Hejun grunted affirmatively, stating, of course, you may choose not to comply, but should you refuse, there will be consequences that you cannot bear. Chapter 63. 3 o'clock. If I refuse, what do you intend to do? Xiao Jun inquired with curiosity. Refuse? Nakamura Hejun sneered. Then you shall experience the irresistible pressure that comes with power and wealth. Not only will your clinic be forced to close, but you may find it impossible to sustain your livelihood in the future. Xiao Jun was taken aback. You, a person from an island nation, possess such influence? You can dictate the fate of my clinic? Since everyone referred to it as a clinic, Xiao Jun saw no need to correct the term. This is the disparity brought about by the power of identity. Nakamura Hushuin declared with pride. The Ocean Trade Group has over a dozen branches and offices throughout your country, leaving our mark in every major city. We are an indisputable international conglomerate. The Nakamura family is the second largest shareholder in the group, overseeing the region of your country. And I, in Qingsheng, am the spokesperson for ocean trade. The Nakamura family is that formidable? Xiao Jun exclaimed, genuinely astonished, as he was not well versed in business matters. Sensing Xiao Jun's fear, Nakamura Hushuin's spirits lifted, and he laughed, saying, "You are merely an ordinary clinic doctor, utterly oblivious to my influence. With just a word from me, I can ensure your clinic's closure and render you incapable of establishing yourself in Qingsheng." If what Nakamura Hushuin claimed was true, the immense power of ocean trade could indeed accomplish such a feat. Xiao Jun questioned. Then why are you interested in Su Qingqing? Are you merely toying with her? Although Su Qingqing possesses a certain charm, she remains merely an ordinary university student with a relatively modest background, belonging to the middle class. Slightly more affluent than the average family, but nothing beyond that. Indeed, Nakamura Hushuin does not hesitate to lay bare his intentions, revealing a sense of pride. Over the years, I have indulged in the company of nearly 100 women across the Dragon Kingdom. Your women are quite brazen. The moment I display a hint of my status, they eagerly rush to me. However, you wouldn't understand this joy, as our social standings are vastly different. Xiao Jun interjected, so if this is merely a pastime, does that mean the gift you presented earlier was insincere? Does authenticity truly matter? Nakamura Hushuin retorted, looking at Xiao Jun as if he were a fool. You wouldn't even recognize that diamond ring. In a few days, I intend to disregard Su Qingqing entirely. Xiu Yun Xiaokult. No wonder you were unaware that the Imperial KTV was shut down. It seems your earlier call to reserve a private room was merely for show. Even if it weren't closed, you likely would have sought an alternative excuse to change venues. Am I correct? Yet, I cannot fathom why a scion of financial conglomerate like yourself would be so reluctant to part with even a modest sum. How truly despicable. And what of it? Nakamura Hushuin laughed heartily. I am certainly not lacking in funds, but it must be deemed worthwhile. Your women flock to me at the mere beckoning of my finger. Did you not observe how several of Su Qingqing's female classmates were eager to ingratiate themselves with me? Why should I spend money? As he spoke, Nakamura Hushuin displayed no effort to conceal his superiority and arrogance, and witnessing Xiao Jun's apparent submission only fueled his audacity. Boy, do you now comprehend? He asked, his gaze playful. This is the chasm of class distinction. While you toil to earn money and aspire to marry, I can effortlessly suppress you with mere words. And women are but toys for my amusement. Understood, Xiao Jun nodded. Good to hear, Nakamura Hushuin exclaimed, his laughter becoming increasingly exaggerated. Your girlfriend is quite appealing. In your Dragon Kingdom dialect, one might say she is rather enchanting. You must have noticed her long ago, haven't you? Xiao Jun replied coolly. That's why you insisted on keeping Yuan Yin'er close and demanded I share a vehicle with you. It's more than just a simple apology, isn't it? Earlier, in the restaurant, Nakamura Hushuin had stood beside Yuan Yin'er, his seemingly earnest gaze occasionally betraying a hint of greed, revealing his predatory nature. Boy, your perception is commendable. Nakamura Hushuin responded with increased excitement. Do not think I am devoid of generosity. If you kneel and apologize, I might pardon your disrespect. Should you offer your girlfriend to me for a night of indulgence, I could grant you further advantages. What advantages? Xiu Yun Council. Nakamura Hushuin held up 2 fingers, declaring, a flat rate, 200,000. Xiao Jun smirked, such a trivial sum? Is it not sufficient? Nakamura Hushuin scoffed, failing to notice the shift in Xiao Jun's demeanor. Had I not discerned that your girlfriend is still untouched, I might not have even offered this price. Moreover, in my position, do you truly believe that no woman would be captivated by me? I'm merely offering you a way out. Xiao Jun chuckled in disbelief. So, should I be grateful? Nakamura Hushuin replied. Of course you should be thankful for my magnanimity. I can grant you time to ponder over your girlfriend's situation. Now, light my extinguished cigarette, and let us depart for the KTV. Although the thought of Yuan Yin'er's beauty and figure ignited a fire within Nakamura Hushuin, he was patient. knowing that the combination of intimidation and flattery was his preferred method of negotiation. He was confident that, given the current conditions and threats, Xiao Jun had no reason to refuse. As for whether he would actually provide Xiao Jun with money afterward, well, that entirely depended on his mood. Nakamura Hejun retrieved another cigarette, placing it by his mouth, signaling Xiao Jun to light it for him. However, instead of a respectful ignition, he was met with the force of a fist the size of a sandbag. Xiao Jun's fist, predictably, landed on the unsuspecting Nakamura Hejun's face, breaking not only the cigarette, but also his nose, causing blood to gush forth. "You!" Nakamura Hejun exclaimed. A mixture of shock and fury etched on his face as he looked incredulously at Xiao Jun. In that moment, the gentleness that had earlier graced Xiao Jun's visage was replaced by an icy demeanor. He seized Nakamura Hejun's hair, forcefully slamming his head against the steering wheel. With a resounding thud, Nakamura Hejun saw stars, blood pouring from his nose and forehead, trickling down his brow. "You seek death." Despite the pain, Nakamura Hejun roared in anger. "Let me go. I have no particular fondness for violence, but you have crossed my threshold, and the best way to deal with a brute is with brute force." Xiao Jun's expression remained frigid, his grip on Nakamura Hejun's hair unyielding. "What do you intend to do?" Nakamura Hejun began to panic. Xiao Jun, still holding his head, hurled him once more against the dashboard. "First, you should not threaten me." Bang. "Second, you must not insult our dragon country, nor disparage the women of the dragon country." Bang. "Third, you should not covet Yuan Yener." Bang. With 3 successive impacts, Nakamura Hejun teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, his face awash in blood, finally revealing a look of terror. Chapter 64. An unexpected incident in this world. There truly exists a myriad of individuals, including those like Nakamura Hejun, who, emboldened by their elevated status, view women as mere playthings. Yet, whether in the ancient medical sect or during his 5 years with the Zhang family, Xiao Jun, despite his past arrogance and defiance, had always maintained decorum in matters of the heart, instinctively detesting such individuals. Moreover, Nakamura Hejun not only spoke bluntly, but also harbored a history of issues. Believing himself superior as a citizen of an island nation, and Xiao Jun had no intention of being courteous. Indeed, it was only the first 2 reasons that incited Xiao Jun's anger. Defending Yuan Yener was merely a secondary consideration. You are finished." Nakamura Hejun, though his heart was gripped by fear, threatened with a fierce facade, "Do not think you can continue to linger in Qingqing. My family and the consortium behind me will ensure your demise." Xiao Jun merely smiled faintly, releasing Nakamura Hejun and wiping his face clean. He then retrieved a piece of paper and, as if nothing had transpired, calmly remarked, "Let us head to the king of Song's KTV. We have delayed long enough. They must have arrived by now." Nakamura Hejun was caught in a quandary, unsure whether to wipe his face or leave it be. Strangely, even though he was no longer under duress, a peculiar chill coursed through him. He sensed that Xiao Jun was audaciously unafraid. "You shall pay for this," he seethed, still brimming with indignation. Xiao Jun chuckled lightly, poised to utter further words when Nakamura Hejun's phone rang. "Answer it," Xiao Jun instructed. Nakamura Hejun was irked by Xiao Jun's commanding tone, as if he required permission to take a call. What nonsense! Yet, he complied and answered. "Mr. Nakamura, this is Su Lin, a classmate of Su Qingqing. We are surrounded. This is dire." Upon connecting, Su Lin's frantic voice echoed through the receiver, sending a jolt through Nakamura Hejun's heart. "What is happening? We had a conflict at the KTV, and now they are looking for trouble. We cannot defend ourselves. How could this happen?" Nakamura Hejun snapped. "Where is Su Qingqing? Wasn't the room booked in her name? Su Qingqing has been taken away. She left the phone with me to call you for help." Su Lin's voice trembled. "Mr. Nakamura, please hurry and save us. You are our only hope." "What exactly is going on? Who are these people? Did Su Qingqing mention my name?" Nakamura Hejun was momentarily taken aback. Before Su Lin could respond, his phone was snatched away by none other than Xiao Jun. Having listened intently, Xiao Jun seized the opportunity and asked into the receiver, "Where are you? What of Yuan Yener?" "They are at the King of Song's KTV. Both Yuan Yener and Su Qingqing have been taken," Su Lin replied, not recognizing Xiao Jun's voice. "Mr. Nakamura, Su Qingqing mentioned your name, but they claimed to be from the Black Bear Gang. It had no effect. You must come quickly." The line was filled with chaos, and before the call ended, A slap echoed through the receiver. Glaring at the deadline, Nakamura Hajun seethed with fury, grinding his teeth. What a miserable day this has turned out to have drawn the ire of the black bear. That wretched Su Qingqing only knows how to land me in trouble, insisting on booking such a low-end KTV where all manner of riffraff congregates. Although the king of songs KTV did not rival the grandeur of the dynasty KTV, it was still among the top venues in Qingqing. As the birthday celebrant, Su Qingqing would naturally not seek to lower the standard. Thus, as Nakamura Hajun wiped the blood from his face, he erupted in a tirade. A conflation of old grievances and new rage, consumed by impotent fury. In truth, although Xiao Jun had just struck Nakamura Hajun in the face and head, his blows were measured, resulting only in superficial injuries. Now, with the blood wiped away, aside from the pain from the split wounds, Nakamura Hajun was feeling considerably better. Subsequently, he fastened his seatbelt again, turned to Xiao Jun, and commanded, "Get out of the car. Are you foolish? The black bear is there. He is one of the local tyrants in the gray area of Qingqing. It is not worth antagonizing him over a woman." Nakamura Hajun replied with a cold smirk. "Rest assured, I won't call the police on you. I have my methods for dealing with you. This debt will be settled in due time. Now get out." Xiao Jun remained silent, suddenly opening the door and exiting the vehicle. Just as Nakamura Hajun was about to gloat and utter more harsh words, he was taken aback to see Xiao Jun approach the driver's seat and abruptly yank the door open. "What are you doing?" Nakamura Hajun panicked. "Of course I'm driving," Xiao Jun stated, pulling Nakamura Hajun out with an icy expression. "If you won't go, I will. This is my car." Nakamura Hajun retorted angrily. "I never said you could borrow it. This is illegal. If you refuse to go, then step aside. If you choose to accompany me, sit properly. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude." Xiao Jun replied coldly. "Can you even drive?" Faced with Xiao Jun's frigid gaze, Nakamura Hajun instinctively adopted a submissive posture, circling around to the passenger's seat, gritting his teeth as he said, "Moreover, you've been drinking, you idiot." Before he could finish, Nakamura Hajun let out a yelp as Xiao Jun pressed the accelerator, unleashing a thunderous roar from the sports car, which surged forward like a cannonball. Nakamura Hajun, momentarily unsteady, nearly crashed into the windshield, feeling far more flustered than when Xiao Jun had first entered the car. "Can you drive a supercar?" Nakamura Hajun asked, bewildered. "Hey, slow down. Slow down." He was tossed left and right in the passenger seat, utterly panicked. However, Xiao Jun remained silent, focused on driving. Within 20 seconds, the speed had soared to 170 miles per hour, a terrifying velocity on the bustling city roads. Although his relationship with Yuan Yinner was not particularly close, she was still a member of the Yuan family. If anything were to happen to her, he would face repercussions. After all, whether with Yuan Hang or Yuan Dehai, Xiao Jun currently maintained a decent rapport with them. Slow down, slow down." Nakamura Hajun's voice trembled. He could swear he had never witnessed such a reckless and violent driving style, and he nervously reminded Xiao Jun again. "Shut up, Xiu Yun box." Then, he pressed the accelerator once more, and the speed instantly skyrocketed to 200 miles per hour. The wind howled through the windows, stinging their faces. Whether due to tension or concern for his own safety, Nakamura Hajun surprisingly refrained from retorting against Xiao Jun's reprimand. They had already delayed too long on the road, and Xiao Jun, worried about potential changes in the situation, pressed the accelerator fiercely. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Jun had arrived at the KTV in his Porsche 911. As he parked the car, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere within. Just then, a girl rushed out, and upon exiting, Xiao Jun recognized her as Lu Ting, a classmate of Yuan Yinner. He quickly approached her and inquired, "What has transpired inside?" "Mr. Nakamura." Lu Ting, without even glancing at Xiao Jun, rushed towards Nakamura Hajun, her face lighting up with excitement. "You finally arrived. I managed to make an excuse to go to the restroom and slipped out, but now the entrance to the private room is blocked by those ruffians." Chapter 65. The broker. The recent reckless driving had left Nakamura Hajun in a state of anxiety, his complexion a mix of blue and purple. Upon hearing Lu Ting's words, he mustered a strained smile, about to respond, when Xiao Jun stepped in front of him, demanding, "What exactly happened? Please elaborate." Though seething with anger, Nakamura Hajun restrained himself and complied, asking, "What is going on?" From Lu Ting's account, they learned the situation. After arriving at the KTV, due to the solitary restroom in the private room, several male classmates had ventured to the public restroom. There, they had made inappropriate remarks towards an unfamiliar woman. Initially, this seemed inconsequential, but the woman was not one to be trifled with. She summoned a horde of burly men, leading to a confrontation in the private room. What a ridiculous predicament. Nakamura Jun thought to himself, feeling an urge to berate them. What were they thinking? Lu Ting's expression was one of resignation as she explained. They were intoxicated, and Su Qingqing had been boasting about your esteemed status all the way here. Xiao Jun understood the dynamics at play. The audacity of the inexperienced, emboldened by a sense of protection, led them to disregard others. Nakamura Jun's face darkened as he asked, "Who was the instigator?" "Han Fei," came a reply. Nakamura Jun's expression soured further. He had been previously introduced to Han Fei through Su Qingqing, who was close to him, akin to a friend. However, that insufferable oaf was now causing him trouble, having unwittingly kicked a hornet's nest. Being well acquainted with the notorious reputation of the Black Bear, he was aware that his classmates had erred, and typically he would not intervene. Yet, compelled by Xiao Jun, he found himself unable to back out. With a grim countenance, Nakamura Jun declared, "Very well, let us proceed inside. Summon the manager for me." The manager of the KTV had already been waiting in the lobby, perspiring and wearing a forced smile. As Nakamura Jun approached, the manager immediately greeted him, saying, "Mr. Nakamura, you have arrived. We have a serious situation on our hands." Having received prior notice from Su Qingqing about Nakamura Jun's involvement, the manager was already informed. Scanning the surroundings with a frown, Nakamura Jun asked, "Is it the Black Bear himself?" "No," came a response. The manager swiftly shook his head, his face contorted with bitterness. "He is one of Brother Xiong's subordinates. Are you unable to handle it without the Black Bear's intervention?" Upon hearing this, Nakamura Jun felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be immediately engulfed by anger. "I have spent quite a bit at your KTV, and my girlfriend invited her classmates for karaoke. You can't even assist with this?" "It's beyond my control," the manager replied, his expression heavy with regret. "The other party has a more formidable background. I have done my utmost to protect your classmates, but now they are threatening to shut down the entire KTV and drive away all the customers. We can only try our best." "Brother Xiong's subordinate? Who is it?" Nakamura Jun cursed under his breath and inquired. The manager responded, "It's Wan Chuan, Brother Chuan." "Wan Chuan?" Nakamura Jun's brow furrowed. "Does he not respect me?" Wan Chuan, a fierce enforcer under the Black Bear, was someone Nakamura had dined with on several occasions, and since his name had been mentioned, he ought to extend him some regard. Not just Brother Chuan, but also the young master of the Fong family, Fong Yingyong, the manager added cautiously, glancing at Nakamura Jun. "This is troublesome." Upon hearing the name Fong Yingyong, Nakamura Jun's expression tightened. He recognized Fong Yingyong, and more critically, the Fong family's Danyang trading group was a rival in maritime trade within Qingqing. It was no surprise that despite having mentioned names, the opposing party remained unyielding. At this moment, Nakamura Jun mentally berated Han Fei, a fool who dared to provoke others, for bringing him such a significant predicament. In addition to the trouble caused by the Black Bear, what are you still standing there for? At that moment, Xiao Jun, observing that the two were engaged in conversation, interrupted with concern for Yuan Yenner. "Lead the way." The manager glanced at Xiao Jun, puzzled by his identity. "Lead the way." Nakamura Jun's face darkened. Since they were already here, he would devise a plan later. First, they needed to locate the others. Arriving at the door of the private room, they found the corridor filled with hulking figures, each either bare-chested or clad in tank tops, their bulging muscles exuding explosive strength. It was evident that these individuals were no ordinary thugs, but seasoned fighters. Just walking down this corridor made the manager feel a gnawing apprehension, and Nakamura Jun's mind was also in turmoil, contemplating his next move. After all, he was alone and couldn't even contend with Xiao Jun, let alone these formidable men. Upon opening the door to the luxurious room, he saw his classmates huddled in the corners like hostages. Su Lin sat on a nearby sofa, a clear handprint etched on her face, likely a consequence of the earlier phone call that had earned her a harsh slap. In the center of the room stood a woman in her 20s, exuding a beguiling charm, yet her expression was now marred by a sharp and menacing aura. Sister C. Upon seeing her, Nakamura Jun's heart sank, and he hurried forward to greet her. Sister C's original name was unknown to him, But what he did know was that this woman had a vague, yet significant connection with the Black Bear and held considerable influence in the underworld of Qingxing. Her notoriety did not solely rely on the Black Bear. Rather, she was a woman of genuine capability. Yet, it was precisely due to her association with the Black Bear that her actions had become increasingly audacious. He had initially assumed he was toying with a woman of little consequence, but upon seeing Sister C, Nakagawa Hejun felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing that a serious situation had indeed arisen. Mr. Nakagawa, you have finally arrived. As soon as the classmates spotted Nakagawa Hejun, their spirits were instantly lifted, having awaited their savior. A few timid girls were almost in tears, overwhelmed by the gang-like atmosphere, a scenario they had never encountered in their lives. Su Lin was so agitated that she nearly stood up. Who might you be? So it is indeed Mr. Nakagawa, Sister C remarked, casting a casual glance at Nakagawa Hejun. They say your girlfriend is one of their classmates. Is that true? Damn it, you ask knowing full well. Nakagawa Hejun inwardly cursed but maintained a smile, responding, Sister C, today is my girlfriend's birthday. Why not, for my sake, let this matter slide? Let slide? Sister C chuckled, her ample bosom swaying slightly. Nakagawa Hejun, avoiding her gaze, earnestly replied, yes, let slide. Next time, I will treat you and Brother Xion to a meal. Do you think I care for that meal? Sister C's demeanor shifted abruptly. Her previously jovial expression turned cold as she fixed a frosty stare upon Nakagawa Hejun. Addressing you as Mr. Nakagawa is an act of respect, but do not mistake it for significance. Nakagawa Hejun's face darkened, and with reluctance, he called out again. You're merely a broker. Do you truly consider yourself a scion of the Nakagawa family? What merit do you possess? Sister C coldly retorted, if you wish to avoid suffering, then keep your mouth shut. At her words, the classmates felt a jolt of fear, their hopes extinguished. Chapter 66. Dr. Zhao's treatment, a broker? The classmates were engulfed in confusion. Wasn't Nakagawa Hejun the son of a prominent overseas consortium, a figure of power and prestige? How had he been reduced to a mere broker? Su Lin, who had risen from the sofa to rush over, found herself halting in her tracks. They had harbored hope moments ago, but that statement had cast them from heaven back into hell. Publicly humiliated by Sister C, Nakagawa Hejun was seething with rage, yet unable to retaliate. As Sister C had pointed out, he was indeed just a broker. Having spent several years in Qingxing, leveraging his identity as a Japanese national and a marginal figure of the Nakagawa family, he had pretended to be a legitimate heir of the Nakagawa clan, mingling and forging connections. When not confronted by formidable individuals, he had naturally inflated his status, and through such tactics, he had found success in courting women. Suppressing his fury, Nakagawa Hejun scanned the surroundings and asked, where is Su Qingxing? From the moment I entered, Su Qingxing was nowhere to be seen. Li Ting informed me that she had been taken away, and at this moment, Nakamura Hejun finally found an opportunity to inquire. Inside the private room of Chuangu and Feng Xiao, Sister C chuckled lightly and said, Mr. Nakamura, what is this? Are you planning to rescue her? Nakamura Hejun gritted his teeth and replied, I heard that it was a certain Han Fei who harassed you. There's a rightful owner to every grievance. Let Sister C vent her anger on him. No need to blame others, right? You, a small island nation, dare to speak of chivalry? Sister C coldly gazed at Nakamura Hejun and remarked, rest assured, I will deal with that brat. Bring him to me so Mr. Nakamura can have a look. Sister C's subordinates immediately went to fetch Han Fei. Upon seeing him, expressions of shock adorned everyone's faces. He bore no resemblance to his former self, having been beaten to a pulp, his body marred with wounds, and his face a gruesome mess. He had long since lost consciousness, discarded on the ground like a lifeless dog. All of them were students. None had ever witnessed such a scene, akin to torture. Some girls, unable to bear the sight, burst into tears. Fear gripped them tightly. Nakamura Hejun also felt a tremor in his heart and said, Sister C, he disrespected you. You have punished him. But why must you go so far as to blind him? Sister C shot him a glance and replied, I spared him one eye. Consider it a favor for you. He was looking at me with his left eye earlier. Is this punishment not sufficient? Mr. Nakamura, you are quite domineering. The students collectively gasped. This was an utter disregard for human life. It was evident that Sister C acted with such force, yet she still accused Nakamura Hejun of being overbearing. At this moment, Despair enveloped everyone's hearts. From Su Qingqing's words, they believed Nakamura Hejun was invincible, but now, before Sister C, he appeared as docile as a kitten, not daring to utter a harsh word, let alone stand up for them. This was a matter that could cost lives. Meanwhile, the KTV manager trembled in fear at the sight. Sister C kicked him and coldly ordered, "Get out. This is none of your business." The manager shivered, promptly scurrying away. "How do you wish to resolve this?" Nakamura Hejun could only remain humble, saying, "Sister C, the deed is done. Shuden T, we conclude this matter? Whether to conclude it or not is not for you to decide." Sister C replied indifferently. Today, Fang Xiao invited Chuan Gu for drinks, and with such an incident occurring, it's not something you can settle with a mere statement. They are in the VIP room upstairs. If you are dissatisfied with my decision, feel free to confront him directly. Nakamura Hejun declared. "All right, I shall go find Fang Xiao." He had already made up his mind. If he could not reach an understanding upstairs, he would simply slip away. After all, he had already extended his goodwill by coming here, and he no longer intended to involve himself in Su Qingqing's affairs. Yet at that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. Wait, Xiao Jun, who had just followed Nakamura Hejun, stepped forward and surveyed the surroundings, casually inquiring, "Where is Yuan Yenner?" Nakamura Hejun, previously too anxious to notice, furrowed his brow and soon realized that Yuan Yenner was indeed absent from the private room. Xiao Jun approached Sister C, asking, "What about the girl with the ponytail in sportswear?" Sister C glanced at Xiao Jun and replied, "What girl?" "That girl is his girlfriend," Nakamura Hejun interjected, concerned that Xiao Jun might offend Sister C. Although he secretly wished for Sister C to reprimand Xiao Jun, he knew that would jeopardize his own standing. So he opted to assist instead. "A doctor?" Sister C replied coolly, "I don't know what girl you speak of. I've never seen her." Xiao Jun felt a heaviness in his heart and said, "Sister C, that girl hasn't offended you, has she? Everyone is here, yet she is not. If you haven't taken her away, who else could it be?" Upon hearing this, Sister C's lips curled into a playful smile. She could afford to engage with Nakamura Hejun, as he, while not a second-generation wealthy heir, had some connections that might prove useful in the future. However, her demeanor towards Xiao Jun was decidedly frosty as she retorted, "Get lost." Nakamura Hejun cursed inwardly, but urged, "Xiao Jun, come quickly. Let's go to Fang Xiao's room. We'll find out there." Xiao Jun remained unmoved, fixated on Sister C, demanding, "Where is she?" Sister C's smile faded as she coldly responded, "Who do you think you are to warn and answer from me?" Xiao Jun replied solemnly, "Sister C, I mean no offense. If you hand her over to me, I will leave and we can pretend this never happened." "Ha ha ha. Pretend nothing happened?" Sister C laughed derisively, as if she had never encountered such a ludicrous statement. Even her entourage could not suppress their amusement. Meanwhile, Nakamura Hejun and the other students looked increasingly distressed. Was Xiao Jun truly foolish enough to make such a declaration, either inviting their wrath or courting disaster? "In return, I can make an exception to treat your illness." Xiao Jun continued, undeterred by the reactions around him. "Treat my illness?" Sister C chuckled again. "I almost forgot. Nakamura said you were a doctor. But do I look like someone who is ill?" "Yes," Xiao Jun replied candidly. Sister C's smile faltered, sensing that his words were an insult, a trap laid for her. "Then try," she sneered, pointing a hanfei on the ground. "But if you cannot articulate your reasoning, this classmate will be your fate." Xiao Jun nodded, and in the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the room. Sister C was knocked to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The one who struck was, of course, Xiao Jun. Chapter 67. Is he merely a doctor? At the instant Sister C fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving no sound but the echo of the slap. All eyes were fixed on the imposing figure of Xiao Jun, who struck with such ferocity that it left the onlookers in a state of stunned silence, as if they had encountered a ghost. "You dare strike me?" Fourth Sister lifted her head, her face a canvas of disbelief. "Did you not ask me to try it out for you?" Xiao Jun replied with an innocent expression. "I mentioned earlier that I could lend a hand once, to treat you. Your treatment consists of slapping me?" Fourth Sister was on the verge of madness. It seemed that once was insufficient. Suddenly, Xiao Jun crouched down and grasped Fourth Sister's chin. She was prepared this time, yet still could not evade his hand, which delivered yet another timely slap. Smack! Smack! After 3 resounding slaps, the crowd was left speechless, each face etched with incredulity. This was a woman whom even Nakayama Hujun regarded with utmost caution. Xiao Jun's actions were simply outrageous, as he had audaciously delivered 3 slaps directly after seizing her hair. Just moments ago, during their meal, Xiao Jun had maintained an exceptionally low profile, even appearing somewhat timid. Yet now no one could have anticipated his audacity to strike fourth sister so brazenly. Even Nakayama Hujun, standing nearby, was taken aback. At the moment Xiao Jun delivered the first slap, he sought to intervene, but Xiao Jun's subsequent actions were executed with such swiftness that it was already too late. In an instant, Nakayama Hujun's complexion turned pale, and a singular thought echoed in his mind. It's over, utterly finished. Fourth sister was not one to be trifled with, especially in her own territory, surrounded by her loyal followers. Xiao Jun's reckless behavior left no room for negotiation. The suddenness of Xiao Jun's strikes left even fourth sister utterly dazed. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, she bellowed in fury, "Get rid of him." "Damn it!" The burly man beside her, his eyes glinting with menace, snapped back to reality and lunged toward Xiao Jun. But Xiao Jun retreated a step and suddenly called out, "Wait." Fourth sister's face contorted in rage, her voice dripping with malice. "It's too late to regret now. You little brat, what are you to dare strike me? Just look at your own face." Xiao Jun replied earnestly, "I truly was attempting to treat you. Though you are heavily made up, I can clearly see that your subcutaneous tissue has blisters, and there are areas where the bruising has yet to dissipate. You must have recently undergone beauty treatments, and your recovery was incomplete, yet you indulged in spicy food and alcohol, further damaging your facial skin with cosmetics." However, before Xiao Jun could finish his explanation, a burly man encircling him launched an attack. Yet Xiao Jun was far from unprepared. The moment the man's hand grazed his back, he felt an overwhelming aura erupt from behind. Xiao Jun merely swung his elbow, and the man clutched his throat in agony, collapsing to the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, his face flushed crimson. This blow struck the man squarely in the throat. Had Xiao Jun not controlled his strength, it could have nearly cost the man his life. A practitioner, indeed. Upon witnessing a companion's injury, the other formidable men not only displayed no fear, but instead revealed fierce expressions. Were they truly intent on violence? Xiao Jun raised his hands, stating, "I wish to avoid conflict with you. I merely want to escort my friend away. My actions were merely in self-defense." After striking fourth sister, "You still hope to leave alive? Dream on." One burly man spat in Xiao Jun's direction, his face a mask of ferocity. "Get him. Let us finish off this brat. And not just him. None of the people in this private room shall escape today." Another echoed, "Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves to Brother Xion." Nakamura Hujun, sensing the escalating tension, attempted to mediate, saying, "Everyone, please listen to me." But his words were met with a fist, a blow far more painful than what Xiao Jun had delivered to him in the car. This group showed no mercy. With a cry of anguish, Nakamura doubled over, clutching his mouth. As he fell silent, the assailants turned their attention back to Xiao Jun's 6 or 7 hulking figures blocked his exit, some revealing knives and folding blades, their gleaming edges flickering ominously in the dim light of the KTV booth, instilling a profound sense of dread in everyone present. The words exchanged among the muscular men evoked a visceral fear, enveloping their hearts like a tidal wave, rendering them paralyzed as if they were drowning. Several women huddled together, trembling in terror. Yet, amidst this oppressive atmosphere, Xiao Jun remained resolute, his gaze unwavering. "Do not touch him." Just as the situation reached a boiling point, fourth sister suddenly cried out. The burly men turned, perplexed by her interruption. Having just risen from the floor, fourth sister, who had previously endured 3 slaps from Xiao Jun, now bore no trace of her earlier anger or agitation. Instead, she touched her face, her eyes betraying a hint of bewilderment. "Fourth sister, what is it?" one of the men inquired. Ignoring him, fourth sister approached Xiao Jun, rubbing her left cheek and incredulously asking, "Did you notice the blisters on my face?" "I mentioned that I am a doctor," Xiao Jun replied calmly. "Moreover, I specialize in traditional Chinese medicine, which emphasizes observation and inquiry. Even with heavy makeup, I can discern the truth at a glance." The astonishment in fourth sister's eyes deepened. As Xiao Jun had noted, her skin had long been plagued by significant issues, remnants of cosmetic procedures gone awry. For a woman, her appearance is paramount, and in her quest to rectify her skin problems, she had consulted numerous doctors and specialists, consuming countless medications to no avail. Previously, she had avoided heavy makeup, but the abundance of blisters forced her to conceal her visage in such a manner. Yet, consumed by rage following those 3 slaps, her sole focus had been on eliminating Xiao Jun. However, upon witnessing his display of strength and the swift defeat of her first subordinate, she had quickly regained her composure and inspected her face. This inspection brought her an unexpected thrill. To her astonishment, Xiao Jun had not been speaking nonsensically. He had genuinely alleviated her blisters and bruising. What is the principle behind this? Repeatedly touching her face, Sister C asked uncertainly. How did you cure it? That is a secret, Xiao Jun replied solemnly. After all, each doctor possesses their own unique skills. However, your condition is not completely resolved. You require further internal and external treatment. A miracle worker? Sister C nodded vigorously, overwhelmed with joy. The notion that a mere slap could remedy skin issues was utterly unheard of to her. If this did not qualify as miraculous, then what would? Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Jun had the capability to heal without such methods, but witnessing Sister C's demeanor, coupled with Han Fei's dire state and Yuan Yin'er's disappearance, ignited a fire within him. Thus, he opted for this approach. Yet, it was also due to his audacity. Had Sister C rejected his methods, her companions would have been powerless against him. Put that away, what are you doing? Sister C laughed, admonishing her subordinates to stow their weapons before turning to Xiao Jun. You are quite impressive, and I am a fair businesswoman. As a token of gratitude, I can grant you one request. Spare the one who dared to tease me, and let everyone in this room depart. As she spoke, she waved her hand toward Su Lin and the others, saying, You may leave. The group of students from Qing University stood there utterly astounded. Sister C's assertiveness left Nakagawa, He Jun helpless, yet Xiao Jun had liberated them with 3 slaps. They felt disoriented, as if in a dream. It was only when Sister C frowned and asked, Not leaving? Do you wish to stay? That they snapped back to reality and hurriedly rushed towards the door, with Su Lin moving the fastest, not daring to glance at Xiao Jun. Even Han Fei was assisted by 2 classmates as they exited the room. The burly men surrounding them made way, watching them leave. However, as they were about to depart, a classmate named Li Ting lingered behind, pausing to cast a complex glance at Xiao Jun, whispering, Mr. Xiao, Yuan Yin'er, and Su Qingqing have been taken away by their people. What? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun's expression darkened once more. Finally arriving at the entrance of the king of Song's KTV, the group felt an immense relief, yet the terror in their eyes remained unvanished. One male classmate hesitated before suggesting, Let us take Han Fei to the hospital first. There's a hospital nearby. The ambulance 1T arrived faster than us. Another male classmate nodded in agreement, recognizing the severity of Han Fei's injuries. They could not bear the thought of something happening to him. A few boys went to hail a taxi at the street corner, helping Han Fei into the car and heading to the hospital. Meanwhile, the remaining students stood across the street from King of Song's KTV, exchanging glances. Shall we go? A timid girl inquired. The events that transpired in the KTV had left an indelible shadow in the hearts of those who had yet to step into society. In truth, each individual harbors a fervent desire to escape, yet no one has dared to voice it, feeling too embarrassed to take their leave. Yuan Yin'er and Su Qingqing remain within. Li Ting gently bites her lower lip and suggests, What about Mr. Xiao and Mr. Nakamura? We cannot simply walk away from this. Another boy, summoning his courage, inquires, Shall we call the police? Yes, call the police, exclaimed someone as they retrieved their phone, only to be restrained by Su Lin, who appeared visibly distressed. We cannot alert the authorities. We are unaware of Su Qingqing's current predicament. If we act impulsively, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. She continued, You all witnessed how fierce that group was earlier. Even Mr. Nakamura could not defuse the situation. If the police arrive, they might find a way to handle that too. Surely, we cannot simply wait idly? A girl began to weep softly. I want to go home. Her sobs deepened the atmosphere of despair, solidifying everyone's resolve to leave. This Nakamura He-jun, was he not reputed to be a scion of a wealthy conglomerate? Yet, it turns out he is merely a broker, no more than an intermediary. How laughable that he is dismissed so easily. Another person exclaimed indignantly, Ultimately, it was Yuan Yin'er's boyfriend who rescued us. How utterly ridiculous. Su Lin fell silent, recalling Su Qingqing's words that Nakamura Jun was a remarkable individual, even if he were not a wealthy heir. He appeared utterly feeble in front of the fourth sister's entourage. Despite her reluctance to acknowledge it, the reality was undeniable. Their safety hinged upon Xiao Jun. The irony struck many as they remembered the person who had been the subject of the most ridicule at the dinner table was, in fact, their savior, leaving many faces flushed with embarrassment. Just then, someone noticed a considerable gathering at the entrance of the KTV, where several motorcycles and cars had parked, and 3 to 4 dozen individuals were disembarking. These figures exuded an unmistakable aura of menace, storming into the KTV with palpable aggression. Could they be allies of the fourth sister? Su Lin's complexion turned pale as she whispered, "What are they here for? Fourth sister, where's my girlfriend?" In one of the private rooms, after the classmates from Qingda had departed, Xiao Jun turned to the fourth sister and inquired, "You healed my face. I owe you a favor, but that does not extend to your girlfriend. She belongs to Brother Chuan." The fourth sister smiled slyly at Xiao Jun, stating, "Our transaction is concluded. Now, it is time to settle our affairs." "What affairs?" A sense of foreboding welled up within Xiao Jun. "Although you treated my ailment, you also slapped my face publicly." At this, the fourth sister's expression darkened. "How dare you, you wretched thing, lay a hand on my face?" "Fourth sister," Xiao Jun protested, "I was merely treating your ailment. You yourself acknowledged it." Silence. The fourth sister regarded Xiao Jun with disdain. "Do you truly believe I am a foolish woman? What kind of treatment necessitates a slap? Even if you cure my blister, the debt must still be settled. 20,000 for a slap seems reasonable, does it not? You want me to pay?" Xiao Jun exclaimed in astonishment. "A total of 600,000. Transfer the amount now, and including the subsequent medical expenses. I can choose to overlook your past transgressions. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." "What if I refuse?" Xiao Jun inquired in a low voice. "Then, do not even think about your little girlfriend leaving, nor can you escape." Sister C replied with a cold smile. As her words echoed, the burly men surrounding Xiao Jun tightened their grip. Xiao Jun, filled with rage yet smiling, found it absurd that he was expected to pay for his own treatment. Although he sensed that someone like Sister C might go back on her word, he hoped to see Yuan Yin first before things took a turn. However, the prospect of a confrontation left him uncertain about rescuing her. On a positive note, Yuan Yin's classmates had already exited, providing him with a sense of freedom to act without concern. "My patience is limited," Sister C declared, exuding an air of certainty. "Let me make this clear. I am the woman of Black Bear. Only he has the right to lay a hand on me. I am considering your interests. If you pay up, we will be even. But if this reaches Black Bear's ears, and if it does?" Just as Sister C's threat lingered in the air, a clear voice resonated from outside the door. Moments later, several imposing figures strode into the private room. The henchmen standing at the entrance hesitated to resist, but upon seeing the continuous influx of individuals from the corridor, they were swiftly subdued, their arms pinned against the walls. Despite the dim lighting, Sister C's vision was unimpeded. Upon recognizing the uninvited guests, her gaze lingered on the leader for several seconds, her expression changing to one of dismay as she bellowed, "Guo Jun, what brings you here?" Indeed, it was Guo Jun. "I'm here to find someone," he replied, finally spotting Xiao Jun and feeling a sense of relief. "Find someone? What are you doing here?" Sister C erupted in anger. "You have crossed the line. Shut your mouth." Guo Jun retorted, delivering a powerful slap to Sister C's face. Unlike Xiao Jun, who had restrained himself, Guo Jun's strike was forceful. Sister C spun around before collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Everyone was taken aback, including Sister C's underlings. Their astonishment was warranted. This was not Yubei, but the gray territory of Black Bear. Guo Jun not only dared to enter, but also to strike Sister C. Yet, the most shocking development was yet to unfold. After delivering the slap, Guo Jun ignored Sister C entirely and quickly approached Xiao Jun, his expression one of eager servility. "Mr. Xiao, are you all right?" As Guo Jun arrived, Zhongsun Hejun was rendered speechless. Familiar with the notorious reputation of Black Bear, he was also aware of Guo Jun. At that moment, he leaned against a corner near the private room's entrance, keeping his head down, desperate to avoid drawing attention to himself. After all, he could not afford to offend either party involved. He cursed Xiao Jun 100 times in his heart. pondering that had he chosen to leave earlier and not meddled in this murky affair, he would not find himself in such a predicament. Xiao Jun was evidently well prepared, leaning against the door, perfectly positioned to hear the footsteps outside. It seemed that many had come to Xiao Jun's aid, which emboldened him considerably. Upon witnessing Xiao Jun deliver a resounding slap to Sister C, his heart trembled, and he shrank back further, wishing to become invisible, hoping neither side would seek him out. What on earth was happening? It resembled a fierce rivalry between two factions, and why did he have to stumble into it? Nakagawa, Jun cursed internally. However, his indignation swiftly transformed into profound astonishment. When Xiao Jun approached Xiao Jun and addressed him as Mr. Xiao, Jun was left utterly stunned. Not only was he taken aback, but Sister C and her entourage also displayed expressions of shock. The person Xiao Jun had summoned? Was this doctor? Moreover, Xiao Jun appeared so humble. What brings you here? Xiao Jun furrowed his brow, equally surprised by Xiao Jun's arrival. Just moments ago, he had been poised to act first, intending to subdue Sister C before negotiating. I have a little brother who happened to be singing at this KTV and noticed Mr. Zhao's entrance. Xiao Jun smiled broadly, quickly explaining, he saw you clashing with this woman and immediately called me. I dared not slacken my efforts and gathered my men to rush over. As he spoke, Xiao Jun beckoned to a small brother outside, who entered with a goofy grin and called out, Mr. Xiao, it's me, Bucktooth. True to his name, the diminutive man had large buck teeth, and though he smiled, his demeanor was exceedingly lewd. Do you know me? Xiao Jun inquired. Before Bucktooth could respond, Xiao Jun interjected, that day, Mr. Zhao's formidable presence left an indelible impression on our hearts. When I visited the hospital to find you, he was one of the drivers. After repeatedly confirming over the phone that it was indeed you, I hurried over, fortunate to arrive in time. You're Bucktooth, right? Xiao Jun nodded at Bucktooth. Thank you for your assistance. Bucktooth appeared flabbergasted, stammering, Mr. Xiao, you are too kind, too kind. His excitement was palpable, akin to that of a starstruck fan. The brief exchange left Sister C and her associates utterly bewildered. However, having endured repeated setbacks, Sister C was not one to be trifled with. Although she could not comprehend why Xiao Jun chose to aid Xiao Jun, she shouted furiously, Xiao Jun, are you prepared to completely offend us for this brat? Are you not afraid of the black bear? What is the black bear to me? Xiao Jun scoffed disdainfully. But you, how dare you extort Mr. Xiao and block his way? You must be courting death. All right. Sister C trembled with rage, but the numbers were clearly in Xiao Jun's favor. She took out her phone, preparing to dial a number. At that moment, Xiao Jun ominously remarked, calling the black bear, are you? My companion is still en route. Remember to summon the black bear to gather more people. Otherwise, I fear he may arrive and find no way out. What do you mean by that? Sister C was momentarily taken aback. Balia chuckled from the side, saying, Jun has notified all the venues. All our brothers are here. What? Sister C was left in shock, gripping her phone, unable to make a call, incredulously exclaiming, Xiao Jun, your boss Shu Xiong has been apprehended. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to start a war? These individuals may not fear the police, but they are wary of those like Xiao Jun, who fight with abandon. Logically, Black Bear and Xiao Jun's former leader, Shu Xiong, are of the same caliber, and both factions have maintained a respectful distance. Sister C truly did not anticipate Xiao Jun's audacity. Let me correct a misconception. Xiao Jun's expression darkened as he declared, that bastard Shu Xiong is not my boss. We share a cooperative relationship, not a subordinate one, and I am ashamed to associate with such a person. If you utter another word, I will make you regret it. Do you understand the code of the underworld? Sensing Xiao Jun's seriousness, Sister C instinctively took a step back. If you continue with this forceful approach, we shall become mortal enemies. During this time, Sister C and her group were aware of Shu Xiong's arrest. Although many of his enterprises had been seized, the remnants of his subordinates, once reorganized, fell under Xiao Jun's command. Enough, Xiao Jun interjected, his face etched with impatience as he frowned and said, take me to the rooms of Brother Chuan and young Master Fong. My friend is still there. All right, Xiao Jun replied, attempting to appease. Before seizing Sister C by the hair and delivering 2 heavy blows to her abdomen, Sister C grimaced in pain, gasping for air. Xiao Jun showed no regard for her gender, striking fiercely, and after the assault, he menacingly admonished, do you still wish to be beaten? Did you not hear what Mr. Xiao said? Enduring the humiliation, Sister C dared not retaliate and could only lead the way, while her subordinates remained frozen in place, watched by Guijun's men. Mr. Xiao, how should we deal with this person? Guijun gestured towards Nakayama Hajun as they prepared to leave. Take him with us, Xiao Jun replied, not even bothering to glance at Nakayama Hajun as they exited the private room, urging Sister C to quicken her pace. Nakayama Hajun silently lamented being escorted and gradually raised his head, his face reflecting sheer horror. Following Xiao Jun out of the room, he noticed the corridor was filled with Guijun's men, the oppressive atmosphere heightening his dread. Observing Xiao Jun's retreating figure and recalling Guijun's willingness to antagonize the Black Bear to support him, as well as Guijun's and Baoya's exceedingly humble, even self-deprecating demeanor, left him in a daze. One thought reverberated in his mind. This man is not a mere doctor. How could he possess such formidable power? How did Guijun manage to summon everyone to heed his command? Chapter 70. How many Yuan families exist in Qingcheng? It is right here. Upon reaching the entrance of the opulent private room, Sister C's voice had dwindled to a mere whisper. She prepared to signal the bouncers at the entrance, and perhaps having already received the news, the two bouncers, upon seeing Guijun and his entourage, could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety as they turned to open the door. However, Guijun flashed a grin and declared, no need for such trouble. Without waiting for the bouncers to assist, he strode forward and delivered a powerful kick, forcibly swinging the door of the private room open. Nakamura Hajun trailed behind, his facial muscles twitching. It appeared that Guijun was intent on provoking these individuals, for while others were preparing to open the door, he chose to enter in such a brazen manner. The atmosphere was thick with audacity. Even the expressions of the two bouncers turned ominously dark in that instant. Unfazed by the gazes of those around him, Guijun stepped inside after nodding at Xiao Jun, leading the way into the opulent room. The lavish private room was expansive, spanning no less than 200 square meters, with a colossal projection screen at its center, adorned by rotating lights that intermittently cast vibrant hues across the space. Seated upon the plush sofas were two young men, visibly taken aback by Guijun and his companion's unconventional entrance. Xiao Jun followed closely, casting a sweeping glance towards the sofas. Among the occupants, he recognized neither. One bore a grim visage, his bulk evident. Presumably the brother Chuan mentioned by fourth sister, a subordinate of Black Bear named Wan Chuan. The other young man, quite ordinary in appearance, displayed a pallid complexion, suggesting a life steeped in excess. Without doubt, this was the individual they had referred to earlier as young Master Fong Ingyong. After a brief moment of surprise, Wan Chuan narrowed his elongated, phoenix-like eyes, their gaze akin to that of a hawk as it zeroed in on Xiao Jun and his group, particularly upon noticing the disheveled state of fourth sister. A glint of chilling malice igniting within his pupils. Yet, as Xiao Jun surveyed the room, he still did not spot Yuan Yenner. Instead, Su Qingqing remained, trembling in a corner, dancing apprehensively. She abruptly ceased her movements in panic when the door swung open. Mr. Nakamura, upon seeing the group enter, Su Qingqing's eyes landed on Nakamura Hajun, and her composure shattered instantly. The arrogance she had displayed at the banquet was now long gone, her elegant gown having been replaced by a tattered outfit that offered scant coverage. Overwhelmed with shame, she curled up, hugging herself, and wept loudly towards Nakamura Hajun. The harrowing 20 minutes prior had felt like a nightmare. It was easy to imagine the indignities she had been subjected to by Fong Ingyong and his companion. Nakamura Hajun felt a surge of irritation at this sight. Although he could not confront Black Bear or Fong Ingyong, the treatment of Su Qingqing was utterly unacceptable. She was his nominal girlfriend, yet here she was forced to act as a mere hostess, dancing for the amusement of others. This was not just disrespectful. It was a blatant humiliation. Nevertheless, it was not unusual for others to disregard his feelings, and even if he were angry, he dared not express it. He cast Su Qingqing a calming glance, then followed closely behind Xiao Jun. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Jun now instilled a profound sense of security. Guijun witnessed this scene and, noting Xiao Jun's lack of response, deduced that he was not the person Xiao Jun sought. He gestured to Su Qingqing, indicating that she should remain silent, before stepping forward and stating, "Young Master Fong, Brother Chuan, what a fortunate coincidence to encounter you both here. It is truly an honor for a humble individual like myself." "What do you mean, Guijun?" Wan Chuan exclaimed. abruptly slamming his hand on the table and rising in a fit of rage. You ventured into the wrong territory. Do you not fear the wrath of the black bear? Release fourth sister. If I feared his anger, why would I come here at all? Xiao Jun scoffed, casually digging at his ear with his pinky, as if unfazed by the situation. Wan Chuan, don't direct your fury at me. Even if your boss, the black bear, were present, I wouldn't bat an eye at him. You expect me to release her? And who do you think you are? As he spoke, Xiao Jun seized a plate of grapes from the table, popped one into his mouth, smacked his lips, and remarked, "The grapes are quite nice, but the dead are not worthy of such treats." With a swift kick, he shattered the plate and its contents into pieces. Emboldened by Xiao Jun's presence, Xiao Jun fully embraced the notion of leveraging authority. You, Wan Chuan seethed. In terms of influence, Zhuxiong and the black bear were equals, and Xiao Jun was comparable. Yet Xiao Jun's condescending demeanor suggested he had the upper hand, which irked Wan Chuan immensely. What do you mean by what? Do I need to report my actions to you? Xiao Jun sneered, carelessly tossing fourth sister from his grasp towards the two men. Fang Yingyong deftly dodged, while Wan Chuan attempted to catch her but failed. Fourth sister's delicate form crashed onto the coffee table, bouncing slightly before landing between the sofa and the table. What about Yuan Yenner? Xiao Jun interschickel, holding Guyun, and directly inquired. Kid, did you send Xiao Jun here? Wan Chuan, having propped fourth sister onto the sofa, glared with deadly intent. Do you realize who we are? Xiao Jun furrowed his brow. These antagonists had an abundance of idle chatter. He turned his gaze towards Su Qingqing and asked, "Where has Yuan Yenner gone?" Su Qingqing, thoroughly frightened, struggled to comprehend why it appeared that Xiao Jun was steering the situation. Regaining her composure, she stammered, "Yuan Yenner has been taken to the adjoining private room." Xiao Jun nodded and strode forth, entering the adjacent room where Yuan Yenner lay on the sofa, intoxicated but otherwise unscathed, her attire intact, merely reeking of alcohol. He exhaled in relief, cradling her as he returned. Rest assured, she is unharmed. At that moment, Fang Yingyong, who had remained silent, finally spoke. I'm aware of her identity. I did not lay a finger on her, nor did I allow anyone else to. Is that so? Xiao Jun inquired, directing his attention toward Fang Yingyong. Indeed, Fang Yingyong replied with a smile. I recognized her identity promptly upon her arrival. The dim lighting initially obscured my recognition. Though she consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, once I discerned her true identity, I ensured she rested in the adjacent room. In essence, I acted to protect her. Fang Yingyong, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, You are Mr. Xiao, are you not? I shall now entrust Miss Yuan to you. Shall we become friends? As he spoke, Fang Yingyong rose from the sofa and approached Xiao Jun, extending his hand. However, in the next moment, Xiao Jun delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling several meters away to the ground with a heavy thud. Protection? How dare you speak to me of protection? If Yuan Yenner were not of this standing, she would likely meet a fate akin to Su Qingqing's, Xiao Jun said coldly, his gaze fixed disdainfully on Fang Yingyong. You ruffians, emboldened by your connections, dare to act with impunity. I shall inform Yuan Yenner as elders of today's events, and see if your Fang family can withstand their wrath. Since entering the Wang of Song's KTV, Xiao Jun had been repeatedly astonished, particularly by their brazen indulgence and the utter disregard for decorum. Not to mention the degrading actions forced upon Su Qingqing, which incited his fury. Despite his reservations about Su Qingqing's character, Xiao Jun's words left the crowd momentarily stunned. Even Wan Chuan could not fathom Fang Yingyong's outrageous conduct. Unbeknownst to him, the significance of Yuan Yenner's identity remained shrouded, as Fang Yingyong had not disclosed it. Earlier, when Yuan Yenner had been taken to the next room, Wan Chuan had assumed Fang Yingyong intended to relish her alone. However, it now appeared that Yuan Yenner possessed a remarkable identity. Even Su Qingqing and Nakamura Hujuan found themselves momentarily perplexed, the latter instinctively inquiring, Yuan family? Which Yuan family? How many are there in Qingqiang? Xiao Jun cast a frosty glance in his direction and replied. Chapter 71. Aftermath. Nakamura Hujuan stood there, momentarily stunned. But within the next breath, an overwhelming sense of dread engulfed him. In all of Qingqiang, how many Yuan families could there be? Was that even questioned? Aside from Yuan Group, who else could rightfully claim the title of Yuan family? Then she is, Nakamura Hujuan stammered, pointing at Yuan Yenner in Xiao Jun's arms, his tongue tied in disbelief. As you have surmised, Xiao Jun affirmed, she is the daughter of Yuan Dahai. Clang! Nakamura Hajuan's legs buckled, and he could not help but collapse to the ground. Yuan Yin'er was, in fact, the daughter of Yuan Dahai. Although Nakamura Hajuan was not the scion of the Nakamura clan, he had spent several years as an intermediary in Xinjiang, familiar with the names of influential figures in both the underworld and legitimate spheres. Naturally, he had heard of Yuan Dahai. Yet, what truly terrified him was not merely Yuan Yin'er's status, but the words he had exchanged with Xiao Jun earlier. 200,000. To purchase this woman's first night. Had he known that Yuan Yin'er was the eldest daughter of the Yuan family, even with tenfold courage, he would not have dared. Not only him, but even the Nakamura clan in Xinjiang had to tread carefully around Yuan Dahai, who was the vice president of the Xinjiang Chamber of Commerce and one of the most formidable players in the city's business arena. Although Nakamura Hajuan was aware that Yuan Dahai had a daughter, he had never considered that Su Qingqing, an ordinary classmate, could be of such esteemed lineage due to her meticulous protection and rare appearances. It was over for him. Noticing Xiao Jun's cold gaze, Nakamura Hajuan realized he was doomed. Even Fang Yingyong, upon recognizing Yuan Yin'er's identity, dared not act recklessly, while he had previously uttered numerous indiscreet remarks. It was no wonder that Guijun came to support Xiao Jun, as it was a matter of saving face for the Yuan family. As he contemplated the impending consequences, he felt a chill run down his spine. Thoughts of revenge against Xiao Jun had evaporated, and he wished he could immediately book a ticket to flee back to his homeland. You cannot leave. Seemingly reading Nakamura Hajuan's thoughts, Xiao Jun spoke calmly. Do not panic. I will not harm you today, but I will inform the Yuan family about this matter, for they are the true authorities. Keep an eye on him. Nakamura Hajuan forced a smile through his terror. He had intended to utter a few words of supplication, but after Xiao Jun's command, several of his subordinates firmly pinned Nakamura Hajuan's head down, rendering him speechless. I will take my leave now. Xiao Jun addressed Guijun with indifference. I leave this to you. Handle the aftermath. Understood. Guijun, aware that Xiao Jun wished to distance himself from the situation, nodded vigorously, determined to meet Xiao Jun's expectations. Mr. Xiao, wait. At that moment, Fang Yingyong scrambled to his feet, his face a mask of fear. Take me with you. In his mind, he believed that surrendering Yuan Yin'er would absolve him of any consequences, and he had even harbored fantasies of drawing closer to the Yuan family while betraying Wan Chuan and others. However, he did not anticipate that Xiao Jun would act so unpredictably. Though his name contained the character for bravery, Fang Yingyong's face, marred by indulgence, betrayed nothing but trepidation. He took a few steps forward, only to be kicked back to the ground by Guijun. Did you not hear what Mr. Xiao said? Guijun cursed. Sit tight. Given your status as a young master, I'll spare you some hardship. I am the young master of the Fang family. My father is Fang Yu. You cannot treat me this way. Fang Yingyong shouted in pain. For this debauched air, the subsequent events were too dreadful to contemplate. He desperately wished to accompany Xiao Jun away from his predicament. As the young master of the Fang family, akin in status to Liu Changong of the Liu family, his behavior was far more disgraceful, and Xiao Jun could hardly be bothered with him. Just as he was about to exit the private room, he halted at Su Qingqing's feet. Would you like to come along? Su Qingqing seemed taken aback that Xiao Jun would inquire of her, momentarily stunned. However, she quickly nodded vigorously, exclaiming, I will go with you. I want to go with you. From Nakamura Hitoshi, she could no longer perceive even a glimmer of hope. Swiftly, she seized her clothing, which lay beside the sofa, and followed closely behind Xiao Jun outside. Guijun's entourage had already taken control of the entire KTV. The group recognized Xiao Jun, and upon seeing him emerge with Yuan Yin'er in his arms, did not attempt to impede his exit. Su Qingqing trailed closely behind. Though her significant areas were concealed, a considerable expanse of skin remained exposed. After all, she had been adorned in an evening gown, now hunched forward in a bid to shield herself from the gazes of onlookers, her expression one of utter discomposure. Could you please wait for me? As they neared the exit, Su Qingqing grasped Xiao Jun's garment, pleading, I need to go to the restroom and change. They didn't do anything to you, did they? Xiao Jun inquired. No. I was wearing a bodysuit underneath. They just asked me to dance. Very well. Change your clothes and return on your own, Xiao Jun replied. Please don't leave me. Su Qingqing's pride felt utterly shattered, her pleas desperate. Yet, Xiao Jun shook his head, turning a blind eye to her plight. He had already extended his kindness by bringing her out. Faced with Xiao Jun's unyielding demeanor, Su Qingqing could only retreat to the restroom to change. While he exited the KTV, instantly, he spotted the vehicles brought by Jun, parked at the entrance. A quick glance revealed that Su Lin and other classmates from Qing University had not yet departed, standing across the street. They seemed to notice Xiao Jun carrying Yuan Yin'er. Their spirits lifted, faces alight with excitement, and Li Ting even waved at him. Xiao Jun merely cast a few glances. Having no intention of approaching them or engaging in conversation, he proceeded to the side and hailed a taxi, departing swiftly. Moments later, Su Qingqing emerged from the KTV, and upon seeing her classmates across the street, she could no longer contain herself, running towards them with her skirt in hand, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 72. It has nothing to do with me. Tears cascaded down Su Qingqing's cheeks. Sometimes, the fall from heaven to hell occurs in but a second. Today marked her birthday celebration, and she could hardly comprehend how it had devolved into such a dismal state, filled with trepidation and utter disarray. Qingqing, are you all right? Su Lin grasped Su Qingqing's arm, while others offered their comfort. Su Qingqing collapsed into her embrace, and upon hearing her friend's inquiries and the surrounding words of solace, her overwhelming grievances erupted, her cries raw and desperate. We should leave quickly. After a couple of minutes, once Su Qingqing had regained some composure, one male classmate remarked, "Who knows what else might occur inside? We must not let their people pursue us." "Yes, Hanfei has already gone to the hospital. We should hurry," someone else concurred. "By the way, I just saw that Mr. Xiao took Yuan Yin'er away. Was he the one who brought you out? Are these people his?" Some pointed to the cars belonging to Jun's subordinates outside the door and inquired about Su Qingqing. Su Qingqing nodded gently, her eyes brimming with tears, resembling a fallen princess, and she felt no shame in acknowledging the situation. "What about Mr. Nakamura?" Su Lin asked. "Why do you still care about Nakamura, Jun?" At this, another student exclaimed angrily, "We saw his cowardly demeanor at the KTV just moments ago. He is no wealthy heir. Before fourth sister, he grovels like a dog." "Indeed, Su Qingqing, you have been terribly deceived." Unexpectedly, Yuan Yin'er's boyfriend turned out to be the one with hidden depths. Li Ting could not help but exclaim, "He saved us and brought Qingqing out as well." Having survived a harrowing experience, Su Qingqing suddenly remembered that Nakamura Jun was still inside. Although she was young, she was not foolish. From Nakamura Jun's reaction upon encountering Wan Chuan and others, she had already deduced much. Let us go, Su Lin said, her emotions equally complex. Observing Su Qingqing's instability, she took the initiative to gather her classmates to leave, muttering, "Yuan Yin'er is truly fortunate to have such a boyfriend." This remark only deepened Su Qingqing's sorrow. Reflecting on Xiao Jun's heroic demeanor contrasted with Nakamura Jun's lewdness, she glanced at the diamond ring on her finger, feeling a strong urge to cast it away. Yet, in the end, she lacked the courage to remove it, as she recalled Xiao Jun's final words. Yuan Yin'er's true identity was that of Yuan Dahai's daughter, the young lady of the Yuan family in Qingsheng. It was laughable that she had once sought to compete with Yuan Yin'er. How could she possibly measure up now? "Jun, are you truly intent on opposing us?" After Xiao Jun and the others departed, Wan Chuan had already taken out his phone in the KTV room, preparing to call Black Bear. While dialing, he did not forget to threaten Jun. That was the young lady of the Yuan family, having done such an outrageous thing. You ought to think about how to manage the aftermath. Jun neither stopped nor showed concern. Instead, he sneered, "Rather than worry about me, you should focus on yourself. The Yuan family are merchants. A public falling out benefits no one." Wan Chuan was unfazed, casting a disdainful glance at the visibly frightened Fang Yingyong beside him. Fang Yingyong feared the Yuan family, but they might not share the same trepidation. Everyone was entrenched in Qingsheng. Regardless of the Yuan family's formidable reputation, they remained lawful, while the Black Bear behind Wan Chuan operated in the gray areas and could resort to anything if cornered. Even the Yuan family had to weigh their options. Furthermore, they had not harmed Yuan Yin'er. If the Yuan family insisted on accountability, he could merely offer an apology. After all, mutual respect was essential. Escalating matters too far would be detrimental to all parties involved. However, a mischievous glint flickered across Jun's face as he remarked, "Do you believe I came here for the Yuan family? Isn't that the case?" Wan Chuan exclaimed in anger, Do you dare to lay a hand on fourth sister? You should be well aware that the black bear holds a special fondness for her. Do not presume that now that Xiao has entered, no one can restrain you. If you truly wish to engage in battle, we are not intimidated by you. Indeed, there are those who can restrain me. But they are neither the black bear nor you, Jun replied, shaking his head dismissively. At that moment, Chuan's phone connected, and the voice of the black bear resonated from the other end. Chuan shot Jun a glare and recounted the events over the phone. The black bear's fury was palpable, his roar echoing even from a distance. Hand me the phone, Jun said without hesitation, stepping forward to snatch the device from Chuan's grasp. Jun, are you provoking me? The black bear seethed from the other end. I've heard you've gathered all your men. What is this? Is Yubei no longer accommodating for you? You wish to encroach upon my territory? Let me tell you, you've crossed the line. Calm down, brother bear, Jun responded with a smile. Who doesn't he know the illustrious name of the black bear? The two bears of Qingcheng. How could I dare to provoke you? In truth, this situation is quite difficult for me as well. From Jun's tone, the black bear sensed no trace of difficulty, only escalating irritation. Very well, you wish to tear down the facade, do you? Just wait, I shall send my men over now. Brother bear, allow me to say this. It is not I who seeks trouble with you, but your men and your woman who have unwittingly offended Mr. Xiao. Which Mr. Xiao? Aren't you embroiled with the young lady of the Yuan family? When did you, Jun, become a lapdog for the Yuan family? I do not know the young lady of the Yuan family. What do I owe her? Gu Yun replied. Brother bear, do you know how Xiao got himself imprisoned? That's obvious. He offended Chunmingrong. I am well aware of that. The black bear retorted. So, are you suggesting that without Xiao, you would be the underground overlord of Yubei, seeking to establish your authority over me? No, that is not my intention, Jun said with a faint smile. What I mean is, Xiao did not offend Chunmingrong. He is not foolish enough to provoke such a formidable figure. What do you imply? The black bear sensed a foreboding feeling rising within him. Xiao offended Mr. Xiao. That night, it was Mr. Xiao who summoned Chunmingrong. Jun articulated each word deliberately. Tonight, at the Song King KTV, your subordinates nearly committed the same foolish act as Xiao, inciting Mr. Zhao's wrath. With a crash, the sound of the phone hitting the ground was unmistakable. After a few seconds, a rustling noise emerged, as if the black bear had picked it up, and moments later, his voice trembled as he asked, "Is what you say true? Do I appear to jest with you?" Jun's expression hardened. Thus, brother bear, you ought to be grateful that it was I who arrived, and not Chunmingrong. Understand, brother, thank you. The black bear replied. I am currently in the midst of a card game. I shall remember this favor and hang up now. What about your men? Yun glanced at Chuan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Do as you wish, no. Do as Mr. Xiao sees fit. They are no longer my concern. The black bear was quite decisive, promptly hanging up the phone. Upon learning that the black bear had indeed severed ties with them, both Chuan and fourth sister wore expressions of disbelief. How could this happen? In Qingcheng, at the entrance of the Yuan family estate, Xiao Jun's taxi came to a halt. After he disembarked with Yuan Yinner in his arms, he knocked on the grand door of the Yuan residence. Chapter 73. A reminder recently, Yuan Dahai had not enjoyed a moment's peace. After discovering that someone had plotted against him, he immersed himself in an exhaustive investigation, working even harder than before. Although Xiao Jun had advised him, his fiery temperament remained unchanged. He promised Xiao Jun one thing to his face, but acted independently behind his back. Fortunately, after undergoing Xiao Jun's treatment, his health and complexion had significantly improved, enabling him to withstand the current turmoil. Upon entering the Yuan residence, after placing Yuan Yinner on the sofa and recounting the events of the evening, Yuan Dahai erupted in fury. As the vice president of the Qingqing Chamber of Commerce and a member of a prominent family, he was accustomed to receiving respect from all. Yet, this group operating in the gray areas dared to threaten his most cherished daughter. Although Xiao Jun delicately referred to it as an accident, Yuan Dahai, in his rage, had no intention of letting it slide, planning to settle the score once he dealt with his current affairs. After expressing his gratitude to Xiao Jun, Yuan Hang escorted him out of the estate. What are your plans moving forward, Mr. Xiao? Yuan Hang inquired during the car ride back to the hospital. Will you return to the ancient medical school? I am uncertain, Xiao Jun replied with a wry smile, his expression tinged with melancholy. To be honest, once Chun Song's injuries healed, he found himself lacking a reason to remain in Qingqing. The past was like smoke, leaving only ephemeral wisps behind, impossible to grasp. If Mr. Xiao wishes to stay in Qingsheng to continue running the clinic, our Yuan family would be willing to offer our modest support. Having benefited from Xiao Jun's treatment, Yuan Hang's concerns about his abdominal injury had vanished, and he appeared vibrant even late at night. I believe the ancient medical school should embrace the world, dedicating itself to healing and saving lives. The late autumn clinic is too small, hindering Mr. Zhao's talents. Is young Yuan suggesting an investment in me? Xiao Jun asked curiously. Is that your idea or your elder brother's? Cough. Yuan Hang cleared his throat and replied, both my elder brother and I are businessmen. It is only natural to consider investing in Mr. Xiao. However, this is not merely a business venture. It is an investment of sentiment, grounded in our belief in your talents and medical expertise. After a brief pause, Yuan Hang continued, of course. We are aware that Qingsheng may be too small to retain a talent like you. We simply hope that whether you choose to stay or leave, you will communicate your decision to us. Rest assured, I will keep you informed, Xiao Jun sighed. Although our acquaintance is brief, you have become one of the few friends I have in Qingsheng. Certainly, even if this sentiment arises from the identity associated with the ancient medical sect. Xiao Jun halbos inu reservations. After all, the positions held by Yuan Daki and his counterpart are exceedingly elevated. As long as they are treated with sincerity, there is no cause for concern. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Jun continued, should I choose to depart, I assure you that before I go, I will ensure the ailments of both of you are remedied, particularly that of President Yuan. Only when his condition stabilizes, as his physician, shall I rest easy. Thank you, divine physician Xiao. Although he did not receive the response he yearned for, Xiao Jun's words deeply moved Yuan Hang. After all, Xiao Jun is not merely the private doctor of the Yuan family, but a scion of the ancient medical sect, possessing the autonomy to opt out of subsequent treatments. In hindsight, his assurances provided them with a sense of security. However, upon the mention of a private physician, Yuan Hang recalled another matter and inquired, by the way, divine physician Xiao, you are aware that my elder brother's private doctor is named Li Chenghua, correct? I have heard of him, Xiao Jun replied. That traitor, Li Chenghua, has tended to our Yuan family for 7 or 8 years, and yet he was so easily swayed. Yuan Hang spoke with a hint of bitterness, adding, the orchids and lavender were placed in my elder brother's room at his suggestion, and it was through his words that we uncovered the identity of our adversary. Li Chenghua is indeed knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine. Yet, medicine can both heal and harm. It is merely the human heart that can be fickle. What has become of him now? Xiao Jun inquired. We have treated him with sufficient kindness, and yet he is currently detained without the authorities being notified. Duanhang Vimak Gun Li, regardless of his medical prowess. Once my elder brother resolves this matter, he shall also find himself imprisoned. It's merely a question of time. Xiao Jun nodded in silence. This was a family affair of the Yuan clan. It did not pertain to him. However, he understood that Yuan Hang would not broach the subject without reason, and thus he awaited further elaboration. As expected, Yuan Hang continued. The presidency of the Qingqing Chamber of Commerce is soon to undergo a transition. My elder brother serves as the vice president and has engaged in numerous charitable endeavors and supported emerging entrepreneurs over the years, making him the most favored candidate with considerable prospects for ascension. Thus, there are other factions seeking to intervene. Xiao Jun swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, aside from our Yuan family, the Zhu family is also a contender. The current head of the Zhu family is Zhu Chenggong, who controls the largest automobile sales channel in Qingsheng and is a prominent figure in society, making him a formidable candidate as well. Yuan Hang paused before adding, Li Chenghua has been bribed by Zhu Chenggong. This narrative felt all too familiar to Xiao Jun. He nodded and remarked, given that President Yuan's health has been precarious, the Zhu family likely seeks to eliminate him discreetly to secure their ascendance. Precisely. The presidency is of great significance in the business realm of Qingsheng, wielding substantial decision-making power and necessitating interactions with enterprises from other cities, making it an indisputable prize, Yuan Hang asserted. However, our Yuan family's ambition is not to profit from this competition, but to set an exemplary standard. After all, we have built our fortune from the ground up and are acutely aware of the hardships of entrepreneurship. Indeed, if the Zhu family were to engage in fair competition, we would harbor no grievances even if we were to fall short. my elder brother could simply continue to fulfill his role as vice president. However, the crux of the matter lies in their underhanded tactics. Should such individuals ascend to power, the Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly descend into chaos. It is often said that the words of merchants hold a kernel of truth, yet Yuan Hang's remarks were refreshingly candid and heartfelt. Understanding this, Xiao Jun nodded and inquired, "Is General Yuan's recent busyness aimed at confronting the Zhu family? Do you require my assistance?" "No," Yuan Hang replied, "whether it involves gathering evidence or exerting commercial pressure. Given the Zhu family's stature, we do not wish for you, Dr. Xiao, to become entangled in this matter. I merely wish to caution you that, due to Li Qinghua's connections, the Zhu family may be aware that your involvement led to the thwarting of their plans. They might harbor resentment and seek to retaliate against you." Xiao Jun furrowed his brow, responding, "I am merely a physician performing my duties. Why would they vent their frustrations upon me? My earlier revelation regarding Yuan Dahai's poisoning was solely for the benefit of the patient, with no intent to undermine my peers. That is uncertain. If they possess the audacity to harm my elder brother, they may well resort to other unscrupulous actions," Yuan Hang remarked. "I appreciate your warning. I shall remain vigilant," Xiao Jun acknowledged with a nod. "There's one more matter," Yuan Hang continued as the vehicle arrived at the hospital. Noticing Xiao Jun prepare to exit, he called out, "Yesterday, we received a call from the Liu family in Tianfu City inquiring about you." "The Liu family of Tianfu City?" "Xiao Yun Post, Bec. I have the head of their family's number. What do they seek from you?" "It is not a direct line from the Liu family," Yuan Hang replied with a wry smile, his expression growing somber. "It is a branch of the Liu family, representing a friend, inquiring about your identity and circumstances." "Please elaborate," Xiao Jun urged, sensing the complexity of the situation. The Liu family, as the foremost clan in Tianfu City, wields significant influence, even extending to the broader southwest region. Yuan Hang reflected and explained, "Thus, aside from the main family's direct lineage, there are some branches that are inquiring about your identity. This individual likely remains unaware that you once saved the patriarch of the Liu family." "Who is he inquiring for?" Xiao Jun asked. It is not unusual for the Liu family to connect with the Yuan family, despite the distance between cities. After all, both families reside in the southwest, with Tianfu City serving as the heart of the region. The Liu family's branch could easily obtain contact information for the Yuan family. However, as a prominent family in Qingcheng, the Yuan family would not simply follow the lead of a Liu family branch. It is likely that Yuan Dahai would probe into who is behind this inquiry. As Xiao Jun surmised, Yuan Hang nodded, saying, "The person in question is Han Xiaofeng. While the Liu family holds the strongest influence in Tianfu City, it is part of a constellation of 4 major families, with the Han family being one of them." "The Han family?" "Han Xiaofeng, Xiao Yun. I do not know this individual, and I have never visited Tianfu City. Why would he be inquiring about me?" Han Xiaofeng is not a direct descendant of the Han family, and his connections with the Liu family's collateral branches are relatively unremarkable, making them easy to investigate. Yuan Hang remarked that Han Xiaofeng grew up in Qingcheng, yet he bears another identity as the biological brother of Han Xiaowei, who relocated to Taiyan Fuqing 20 years ago to acknowledge his ancestry and became part of the collateral lineage. Han Xiaowei is the mother of Liu Changgong. "Oh," Xiao Jun's brow finally lifted, realizing that this matter, with all its twists and turns, was indeed related to Liu Changgong. The Liu family's collateral branches, inquiring on behalf of Han Xiaofeng, were essentially doing so for Han Xiaowei's sake. Xiao Jun, puzzled, inquired, "Hasn't Liu Tianming already yielded? Why would he send his wife to inquire about my affairs?" Yuan Hang shook his head, responding, "I suspect this matter has little to do with Liu Tianming. He is quite adept at gauging situations. When our Yuan family was still rising, he suppressed competition, but once we gained prominence, he immediately adopted a subservient demeanor. Thus, he is aware of your distinguished identity, and even if he is uncertain, he wouldn't dare provoke you again. However, his marriage to Han Xiaowei is a second one, and he has a reputation for being quite submissive at home, leaving him unable to control his wife. Moreover, Liu Tianming has an elder son, so discarding Liu Changgong is of little consequence to him. Yet for Han Xiaowei, who has but one biological son, it is intolerable. Hence, she seeks connections for vengeance. So, is her wife who desires to avenge her son?" Xiao Jun scoffed, "and she has even involved her biological brother. aiming to drag the Han family into this? Han Xiaofeng lacks the capability to mobilize the Han family. Yuan Hang added, furthermore, my elder brother has not fully disclosed your identity. He merely provided a vague overview to the Liu family's collateral branches, indicating your close relationship with Chun Mingrong. Upon learning this, Han Xiaofeng will certainly exercise caution. Dr. Xiao, you do not mind, do you? Not at all. Xiao Jun waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned about others discovering this connection. However, even if Han Xiaofeng does not intend to take action, Han Xiaowei is quite a volatile woman, which is why I felt compelled to caution you. Yuan Hang concluded, without the support of her elder brother, she may resort to other means. Thank you, Xiao Jun replied. I shall remain vigilant in the coming days. Such is the nature of things when the winds of change arise. Even the most resolute may find their garments fluttering in the gusts. After seeing Yuan Hang off, Xiao Jun lingered at the hospital entrance for a while before turning back. During this time, he received a call from Guijun, who eagerly reported the matters addressed after his departure. Aside from not troubling Nakamura Hejuan, who was handed over to the Yuan family for resolution, Wan Chuan and Fang Yingyong suffered considerable setbacks, while the Black Bear distanced himself, sending his regards to Xiao Jun. However, Xiao Jun expressed no interest in these affairs, thanking Guijun, who was taken aback by the praise, before concluding the conversation. Upon arriving at the ward, he found Chun Song already asleep. Given the day's numerous events, Xiao Jun lay on the adjacent bed, contemplated the occurrences, and eventually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, after breakfast with Chun Song, Xiao Jun made a solitary return to the medical clinic. It had been several days since Xiao Jun last visited the medical clinic, and as he opened the door, he noticed a layer of dust had settled on the signboard. He had long intended to have Chun Song replace the clinic's name, but due to the matters concerning Liu Changgong, it had been delayed. Thus, the 4 characters of late autumn medical clinic still elicited a turbulent wave of emotions within him. After tidying up the interior, Xiao Jun began to contemplate his next course of action. Judging by Chun Song's recovery pace, he would likely be able to rise from his bed within a few days, and, as a martial artist, his subsequent rehabilitation would be swift. It was time to consider departing. However, the mere thought of this unsettled his emotions. It was not indecisiveness on his part. After all, he had played the role of a domestic caretaker in Qinsheng for 5 years, and he truly did not know what his next step should be. Should he, as Chun Song suggested, aim to revitalize traditional Chinese medicine? He had indeed taken the first step by saving Yuan Dahai, but he was at a loss as to how to proceed further. At noon, after arranging the clinic's furnishings, Xiao Jun prepared to return to the hospital. Just then, a man dressed in a long coat and sporting a handlebar mustache approached him. Here for a consultation? Xiao Jun inquired, glancing at the middle-aged man. Consultation? Who gave you permission to operate a clinic here? The man replied with an air of arrogance. Who are you? Xiao Jun furrowed his brow. Huh, you don't even recognize me, yet you dare to open a traditional Chinese medicine clinic? The man scoffed, picking up the Huangdi Neijing from the consultation table and flipping through its pages. Do you know that opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic in Qinsheng requires the approval of our Chinese Medicine Association? Oh, and what is this Chinese Medicine Association? Xiao Jun replied calmly. I have all my credentials and a business license. Why should I seek your approval? I heard your clinic has been operating for 2 years without reporting to our association. It seems you are unaware of us. You're quite dismissive of our authority. The man sneered again, adding, are you not aware of the unspoken rules in Qinsheng's traditional Chinese medicine community? Any clinic must pay a fee to our association and seek recognition from other clinics before commencing operations. What era is this? Such extortionate terms still exist? Xiao Jun chuckled. And how does one even pay homage? Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. The man, who introduced himself as Chao Hai, one of the directors of the Chinese Medicine Association, said while rubbing his fingers together, you've been operating illegally for 2 years. If you want my help, I can facilitate a way for you, but it depends on whether you are willing to cooperate. The decline of traditional Chinese medicine is closely tied to people like you. Xiao Jun nodded, his expression turning cold. Rest assured, I will not condescend to your level. No need for further discussion. Chao Hai's demeanor soured as he ominously remarked, Kid, don't regret rejecting my offer. Traditional Chinese medicine is not a lucrative field, and you'll need the support of your peers to thrive. Not interested. Xiao Jun replied without even raising his eyelids. Very well. Don't say I didn't warn you. Chao Hai left with a menacing statement, preparing to depart. Wait. At this moment, Xiao Jun suddenly spoke again. Chapter 75, Master. Qiao Hai halted his steps, turned around, and arrogantly raised his chin, saying, "What? Have you changed your mind and regretted it? Did you come here on your own accord, or were you sent by someone?" Xiao Jun inquired. Qiao Hai appeared taken aback by Xiao Jun's question, hesitating momentarily before responding, "Of course, I am here on behalf of our traditional Chinese Medicine Association. If you wish to partake in this field, you must comply with the regulations." "Enough." Xiao Jun interrupted him, stating, "You may leave now. In a couple of days, I will personally visit your association. Please relay a message to your president." "Well, it seems you are quite agreeable," Qiao Hai chuckled, a proud expression adorning his face. "However, our association is not a place where just anyone can enter, and the president is not someone you can meet at will. Nevertheless, given your pleasant demeanor, my earlier words still stand." Yet, Xiao Jun paid him no further heed, instead pulling down the rolling shutter and departing with an air of indifference. "You insolent brat." Infuriated by Xiao Jun's arrogance, Qiao Hai stamped his foot in anger before taking his leave as well. The reason Xiao Jun posed that question was due to Yuan Hang's reminder. Unbeknownst to him, upon arriving at the hospital to deliver meals to Chun Song, he encountered a team of experts from the military district. After determining that Chun Song's condition had stabilized, they decided to return to the military base, which would occur in the next couple of days. Xiao Jun had made plans with Li Ning and the others to dine together and enjoy a drink before their departure. Although Xiao Jun abstained from alcohol and was invited by Chen Mingrong, one must adhere to social niceties. Moreover, after the experts acknowledged Xiao Jun's medical prowess, they developed a pleasant rapport, considering each other as like-minded friends. "Boss, there's something I forgot to mention." During their meal, Chun Song suddenly recalled and said, "The sect leader called me." "When was this?" Xiao Jun paused with his chopsticks, aware that the sect leader referred to his master. "Just last night. He inquired about our situation." "I didn't mention that we were attacked," Chun Song remarked cautiously, glancing at Xiao Jun. "I did, however, inform the sect leader about your divorce." "Yeah." Xiao Jun's tone shifted. Chun Song hurriedly replied, "Boss, please don't be angry. The sect leader pressed me for answers, and I couldn't withstand the pressure. You know, I'm merely a medical servant and wouldn't dare lie in front of him. Rest assured, I hold no grievance against you." Xiao Jun replied with a smile. "What else did my master say?" "He mentioned that the medical conference is about to commence and that he expects your return. He asked me to convey that you should call him back." Chun Song scratched his head, saying, "I intended to tell you yesterday, but you returned too late and I fell asleep. It slipped my mind this morning." "The medical conference?" Xiao Jun nodded. Indeed, it had been 5 years. The quinquennial medical conference was approaching, and as he calculated the days, it was indeed time for it to commence. During his time in Qingcheng, he nearly forgot such a significant day. In the past, he embarked on a journey across the world after triumphing at the medical conference, earning the recognition of all ancient medical sects and enjoying unparalleled prestige. Yet, the essence of medicine lies in the heart. In his youth, he was rebellious and difficult to tame. After mastering the art of healing, the most crucial aspect remained the return to the masses, refining one's character. Although the event is called the medical conference, its true designation is the ancient medical conference, where ancient medicine refers to traditional Chinese medicine. An ancient medical sect denotes the lineages that have been passed down through generations. This is simply unknown to the mundane world. For instance, Xiao Jun is a descendant of the ancient medical sect, yet he is not its sole heir. Throughout the 5,000 years of Longhua, countless self-proclaimed orthodox medical lineages have emerged, and the formation of ancient Chinese medical schools is quite understandable. Historically, Longhua has been vast and rich in resources. For example, the southwest region, characterized by frequent rain and humidity, has led its inhabitants to favor spicy food. Consequently, physicians must prescribe pungent, aromatic medicines to dispel the excess moisture from nature. In the northeast, where the winters are harsh, people resort to heated brick beds and consume strong liquor. Ailments here are often caused by cold, resulting in rheumatism, coughs, gastric issues, and heart diseases. Thus, doctors must incorporate warming herbs into their prescriptions to combat the pervasive chill. Due to these principles, within the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, physicians are compelled to consider local medicinal factors based on geographical latitude and longitude, the physical differences among local populations, and seasonal climates. Over time, the medical community has evolved much like the martial arts world, leading to the emergence of various sections. For instance, those who revere Zhang Zhongjing identify themselves as the cold damage school, while descendants of Sun Simiao belong to the Qianjin school. And Li Dongheng founded the Wenyang school, among others. However, doctors are often marginalized, unable to compete with other professions. Some have been designated as restricted practitioners by the nobility, others sheltered by the royal family, and some have perished in the chaos of war. Only 13 ancient Chinese medical sects have survived into the present peaceful era. These 13 sects remain reclusive, known only to a few prominent families and gentry, with the most renowned being the 3 stars of ancient medicine, which preside over the remaining 10 sections. Xiao Jun's sect is one of these stars, celebrated as the Northern Pole Star, descended from the most ancient lineage of Hua Ta. "Hand me the phone," Xiao Jun requested, taking Chun Song's mobile device and stepping aside to call his master. "Xiao Jun, you still remember to call your master?" came a voice, both aged and authoritative, as he successfully connected after several attempts due to poor reception in the mountains. However, as soon as the call was answered, the familiar voice of his master, Xiao Lei, resonated. It seemed that Xiao Lei knew it was Xiao Jun calling, rather than Chun Song. "Didn't you tell Chun Song to ask me to return your call?" Xiao Jun said, puzzled. "Ahem," Xiao Lei remarked. "Master merely spoke casually. It has been quite some time since you last inquired about my well-being. My intent was to prompt you to offer me a way out. The fault lies with the disciple." Xiao Jun sincerely responded, "I, unworthy disciple Xiao Jun, extend my greetings to you, master. These past few years, I have failed to maintain contact, having let down your expectations and feeling unworthy to face both the sect and you." When Xiao Jun became affiliated with the Zhang family, Xiao Lei was furious and nearly severed their master-disciple bond. Xiao Jun's descent from the mountain after claiming victory was a decision made by the sect, but it was never intended for him to marry indiscriminately. Rather, it was meant for him to traverse the world and hone his medical skills. Furthermore, Xiao Jun did not merely marry. He entered the Zhang family as a son-in-law. If others were to learn of this, it would tarnish the reputation of the Northern medical sect and that of its leader. Consequently, they had not communicated over the phone for 5 years. Even when Chun Song descended the mountain 2 years ago, Xiao Lei did not reach out to Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun, being obstinate, was reluctant to change his stance, and thus avoided seeking the old man's counsel. "You speak differently now. I find it somewhat disconcerting. Did you not used to call me old man?" Xiao Lei seemed taken aback by Xiao Jun's willingness to admit fault, muttering in surprise. "One must grow up," Xiao Jun replied. After a brief moment of adjustment, Xiao Lei continued, "I heard from Chun Song that you recently divorced your wife." "Indeed," Xiao Yun nodded. "Divorce is for the best." After a few seconds of silence, Xiao Lei's heavy voice broke through. "You are currently in a learning phase. Despite your exemplary medical skills, your understanding of human emotions has yet to mature. Romantic entanglements can only hinder your quest for inner peace. I study medicine, not Buddhism. I am not a monk." Xiao Jun replied with a wry smile. Xiao Lei's manner of speaking was strikingly similar to Chen Mingrong's. However, considering both of them were old bachelors, he found some understanding in that. Of course, Xiao Lei's comment bore no ill intent. It was merely a reflection of the stubborn old man's uncertainty on how to console Xiao Jun, leading him to utter a few words. Chapter 76. Opportunity. Now that you are divorced, once matters are settled on that side, prepare to return. After another pause, Xiao Lei spoke again. "I understand. The medical sect conference is approaching," Xiao Jun stated solemnly. "It's just over a month away. I will return on time. This conference differs from previous ones." Xiao Lei intended to elaborate but swallowed the words, opting to say, "This time, the conference has also invited various martial arts sections." "Martial arts sects?" Xiao Jun inquired, his voice low. "Are they hosting a martial arts tournament?" "Indeed," Xiao Lei affirmed. "The ancient Chinese medicine martial arts tournament occurs every 20 years and will be held simultaneously. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of martial arts. The Dragon Kingdom has stood at the pinnacle of the world for millennia, and its strengths extend beyond its superior systems to encompass its most vital competitive force, martial artists. Martial artists represent the greatest strength of the Dragon Kingdom and will likewise serve as a tremendous boon for the advancement of the medical sect. In ancient times, practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine were predominantly engrossed in their studies, often lacking martial prowess. Aside from a few renowned physicians, many doctors easily became tools for others. and those who grew weary of being subservient began to cultivate martial skills, seeking to break free from such shackles. In fact, after embarking on the path of martial arts, these ancient medical practitioners discovered not only their newfound qualifications to contend with other factions, but also a remarkable enhancement in their energy and focus when delving into academic research and experimenting with new medicinal formulas. Even the physical discomforts occasionally experienced while testing novel herbs saw significant improvement post-training. The synergy between martial arts and medicine was an astonishing revelation, invigorating the ancient practitioners, who fervently promoted this discovery within their circles. After centuries of evolution, martial arts became an essential component of traditional Chinese medicine education. In modern times, numerous schools of traditional Chinese medicine, even when isolating martial arts, could rival the influences of various factions in the martial world. For instance, the Northern School of Traditional Chinese Medicine, to which Xiao Jun belongs, practices martial arts based on the 5 animal frolics supplemented by the Huangdi Neijing. Each core disciple, including Xiao Jun, simultaneously hones both their medical skills and martial arts. If the medical conference held every 5 years serves as a grand occasion for all schools of traditional Chinese medicine to showcase the growth of their successors and solidify their dominance, then the martial arts conference, albeit conducted internally, effectively invites various factions of the martial world, serving as a means to strike awe and assert authority. Who could withstand a physician skilled in martial arts? This tradition, which has persisted since the Ming Dynasty, marks a pivotal turning point in the rise of traditional Chinese medicine, aiming to demonstrate its strength beyond mere medical expertise. Despite the significant elevation in status of traditional Chinese medicine schools thereafter, the tradition remained intact. Contemplating this, Xiao Jun discerned Xiao Lei's intent and remarked, "You wish for me to participate in this martial arts conference?" Xiao Lei nodded affirmatively, stating, "The martial arts conference is our opportunity to collectively showcase our prowess to the world. As a successor of a northern school, you bear this obligation. I will certainly attend the medical conference. That is indeed my duty, and I shall represent our medical community in competition," Xiao Jun replied solemnly. "However, I shall forego the martial arts conference. I have no connection to martial arts and consider myself merely mediocre. It will be better for others to compete than for me to bring shame upon myself." In the past, he would have readily accepted the proposal, but this time was different. Xiao Lei, taking a deep breath on the other end of the line, continued, "The visiting factions will send their junior disciples for demonstration matches and exchanges. If we do not present our leading successor, we risk being perceived as dismissive. Let them think what they will. Expertise lies in specialization. If they wish for their young disciples to engage, then let the likes of San Wu and San Lu participate." Xiao Jun responded nonchalantly, "Our focus should solely remain on medicine. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? San Wu and San Lu are, in fact, 2 distinct individuals. One is named Xiao Sanlu and the other Xiao Sanlu, both of whom are disciples adopted by Xiao Lei, akin to Xiao Jun. However, their aptitude for the medical arts is rather feeble, compelling them to focus primarily on martial pursuits. Throughout the annals of history, the medical sect has gradually evolved, leading to the emergence of certain practitioners who specialize solely in martial arts, thus giving rise to the guardians of the sect. Among Xiao Sanwu and Xiao Sanlu, one has been nurtured from a young age. As for Chun Tsang, who ascended the mountain later, he possesses a modicum of talent in the medical arts and serves merely as a medical aid, thus not included in this category. This is not my decree, but rather a convention established by other factions within the martial world," Xiao Lei stated. Furthermore, among the 3 stars of the ancient medical sect, the other 2 factions have already acquiesced. My word alone does not suffice. What do they truly mean? Xiao Jun furrowed his brow and remarked, "We are a medical sect. Showcasing our martial prowess internally suffices. Why must we engage with the martial sects? This matter is lengthy. I shall elucidate further when you return to the medical sect for participation," Xiao Lei continued. "However, I've already registered you. From this moment forth, you must reclaim the martial energy you have squandered. The Grand Assembly commences in just over a month. Is there truly no time?" Xiao Jun, well aware of his own capabilities, realized that while he could manage minor ruffians, facing genuine martial experts would only lead to his downfall. Even a last-minute effort might yield little. "This is of great significance." Xiao Lei took a deep breath and stated, I can only inform you that this assembly pertains to the reformation of the ancient medical sect and is crucial for our northern faction's standing among the 3 stars. The entirety of the sect holds this matter in high regard, and we cannot afford any missteps. Is it truly that grave? Is it insufficient to merely compete in medical skills? Xiao Jun's brow furrowed further. Surely, I cannot be the sole participant in this martial gathering? What the other members of our northern faction? There are 3 core disciples, and now we must select one. I strongly advocate for you. Xiao Lei replied, Your status is unique. You are my disciple and a successor of the ancient medical sect, representing the youth of our northern faction. Should it pertain to medical skills, I can assure you that you will either secure a top 3 position or claim the first. Xiao Jun spoke with extraordinary confidence, yet hesitated slightly as he continued. However, I truly lack assurance in martial arts. Old man, you have indeed chosen the wrong person. Let others take this opportunity. This upcoming medical assembly and the martial gathering present the finest chance for you to establish your name across the realm. You could attain renown throughout the ancient martial and medical worlds. Xiao Lei stated firmly, You are my disciple. Unless you genuinely cannot perform, I will not relinquish this honor to another. Chapter 77. For the glory of the sect and truth, I am incapable. Xiao Jun offered a wry smile and replied, Moreover, I harbor no interest in such fame. Old man, heed my words. Allow me to partake in the medical competition and let others contend in martial combat. No. Xiao Lei's voice rose several decibels at this juncture. Your talents are not lacking. Your aptitude for martial arts is as commendable as your medical skills. You simply lack interest in martial pursuits. Rest assured, I have already sent Xiao Sanwu with the necessary items to seek you out. He will provide you with an intensive training session. Without allowing Xiao Jun to refuse once more, Xiao Lei continued, Given your innate talent, if you do not achieve renown across the land, it would reflect my failure as your mentor. At this juncture, my current abilities are insufficient for any significant training. Xiao Jun replied with a bitter smile. Do not utter such despondent words, Xiao Lei admonished sternly. Are you not curious about your origins? I assure you that once you bring glory to our northern sect, I shall reveal to you a portion of the truth. Is that truly the case? Xiao Jun's body trembled with anticipation. When have I ever deceived you? Very well. Xiao Jun's expression shifted multiple times before he resolutely nodded, declaring, I accept your promise. As an abandoned child taken in by the medical sect, Xiao Jun harbored a deeply concealed obsession regarding the mystery of his lineage. Unlike the other adopted disciples, he was extraordinary, the hope of the northern sect, and had always been the center of attention. While other medical aides may have found a sense of belonging within the sect, such matters became trivial to them. Yet, Xiao Jun, though he never openly expressed it, concealed this obsession deep within. He despised the parents who had forsaken him, a truth well known to Xiao Lei. Thus, it came as no surprise to Xiao Lei that Xiao Jun would acquiesce, and he continued, Xiao Sanwu will descend the mountain in the coming days. He brings with him the raw materials for the soul body pill, and we only await the main ingredient to proceed with its refinement. The soul body pill? Xiao Jun's gaze sharpened once more. The most significant distinction between ancient and modern medicine lies not in the proficiency of medical techniques, but in the long-lost art of alchemy. Over millennia, the pioneers of traditional Chinese medicine, integrating the 5 elements and the teachings of alchemists, have developed methods to concoct truly beneficial elixirs. These potions are not mere amalgamations of herbs, but require intricate processes involving burning and special techniques. The soul body pill is one such creation, a potion capable of enhancing martial prowess. The ancient practitioners of Chinese medicine were coveted by various factions, not solely for their healing abilities, but also for the existence of these elixirs. Which sect would not desire to nurture a cadre of medics capable of crafting potions for healing, and even those that augment strength? Thus, even those without noble status sought to claim the medical sect for their own. However, such extreme ambitions have gradually diminished with the rise of the medical sect. My master's intentions are truly commendable. I am profoundly grateful. Xiao Jun's voice grew heavy with emotion. For one well-versed in medical knowledge and herbal lore, he was acutely aware of the numerous raw materials required for the soul body pill. This elixir is not one that can be mass-produced. Not only is the primary ingredient rare, but many of the supplementary herbs are exceptionally precious. Even within the northern sect, acquiring many of these materials is no simple task. Nevertheless, as the Northern Sect has held the status of a prominent ancient medical institution for many years, it possesses both the formula and a stock of the finished soul body pill. However, Xiao did not choose to directly provide Xiao Jun with the necessary ingredients. Instead, he instructed Xiao Sanwu to bring the auxiliary medicines, allowing Xiao Jun to refine the spirit body pill himself for two reasons. The first reason is to solidify his medical skills and alchemical knowledge, while the second is to enable him to consume the successfully refined pill to enhance his martial prowess, thereby silencing dissenters within the sect. Xiao maintained a composed tone and continued, as I mentioned earlier, our Northern Sect has 3 core disciples eligible to participate in the competition, yet I have exclusively nominated you. Thus, you must refine the spirit body pill before the tournament and consume it to stand out and earn the respect of others in the sect. Rest assured, I will do my utmost, Xiao Jun replied resolutely, without hesitation. However, where can I find the main ingredients? I recall that the spirit body pill requires 2 primary herbs. Which one must I seek? Had Xiao not mentioned his background earlier, Xiao Jun might have hesitated, but now, with his heart ignited, he would not shy away from challenges. Xiao Sanwu will inform you of the location of the main ingredients upon his arrival, Xiao replied, refraining from a direct answer, but cautioning, however, you must be aware that we are not the only ones seeking the main herbs. The other 2 families from the 3 stars and various other traditional medicine sects may also send representatives. I have received reliable information that Nangong Yun from the Southern Sect will soon arrive in Qingcheng. Nangong Yun? Each spirit body pill embodies the essence of the sect, and due to the rarity of its primary ingredients, it is not surprising that other medical factions would vie for them. Yet, as Xiao Jun recalled the young prodigy from the Southern Sect, a peculiar smile graced his lips. 5 years ago, at the last medical conference, he had defeated Nangong Yun with his medical skills. However, this individual was different. He excelled in both medicine and martial arts, leading a flamboyant lifestyle within the circles of traditional medicine, and was an apprentice sent to the ancient medical sect from the Jianghu. His extraordinary talent had earned him a place among the heirs of the Southern Sect. Nonetheless, due to his Jianghu origins, Nangong Yun naturally aligned himself with the Jianghu factions, and Xiao Jun held disdain for associating with such a character. That concludes my words. If you fail to secure the spirit body pill, I will not bear the pressure from the sect to provide you with a finished product. I will willingly forego my recommendation, Xiao stated. This is your own fortune, and even as the sect leader, I cannot dominate the decision. I understand, Xiao Jun replied with a serious tone. However, your implication is that the Southern Sect aims to intervene primarily in Qingcheng or the southwestern region. Indeed, the Southern Sect is situated to the south of Longhua. It is only natural for them to seek an advantage, Xiao affirmed. If they succeed, Nangong Yun's prestige will rise further. Although this is an internal matter of our medical sect, it matters not who obtains it. I still hope you can strive for it. Consider this a small prelude to the tournament, as our Northern Sect has remained dormant for too long, and we wish for you to help restore our honor. Xiao Jun recognized the old man's concerns and solemnly agreed. After discussing a few more matters, he ended the call. What did the sect leader say? Receiving the phone tossed by Xiao Jun, Chun Song inquired, I find it hard to believe that the old man hasn't mentioned anything to you. Xiao Jun cast a glance at Chun Song and replied with irritation. That is not your concern. First, focus on your recovery. The old man mentioned that Nangong Yun would be coming to Qingcheng. If he discovers that I am here, he will certainly seek me out. Make sure you do not hinder me when that time comes. Meanwhile, in Qingcheng, at the Zhang residence, the afternoon break had just concluded when a guest arrived. Zhonglang, adorned with her Chanel handbag, entered the Zhang home with a cheerful demeanor, despite Qiu Hui's impatient gaze. Huier, it has been quite some time since I visited your home, Zhonglan remarked, comfortably settling onto the sofa. She surveyed her surroundings and continued, Where is your husband? Has he gone out for mahjong again, or is he off fishing?